Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 4292 to Chapter 4374. Big Yellow and Mui Bai assisted Jiang Chen, while Jiang Chen was like a sharp knife stabbing into the enemy's heart. The 10th third layer Star Lord experts were all defeated in less than a quarter of an hour. The Grade 5 Genesis weapons they were so proud of were completely shattered by Jiang Chen's sweeping attacks. Not a single one of them was left behind, and their souls were scared out of their wits. Who are you? How dare you? This is Royal Ant City's territory. What are you doing? Will be annihilated. Jiang Chen did not listen to them at all. All 10 of them died to his sword without exception. Fresh blood splattered everywhere within 100 meters. Every person who tried to escape was torn apart by De Huang, their flesh and bones separated, or burned to ashes by Mui Bai's flames. Shan was filled with excitement when he saw the 10 of them being killed. He had escaped from death and was finally able to keep his life. Damn it, you're really lucky, monkey. De Huang patted Shan's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Chen glanced at Shan, while Mui Bai did not dare to meet Shan's gaze. I'm sorry, Shan. Mui Bai said in a low voice. This has nothing to do with you. I was careless and listened to slanderous rumors. I did not realize that the person was an imposter. My eyes were pecked by an eagle all day long. My fiery eyes of truth are really ironic. Shan let out a bitter laugh, feeling extremely sorrowful in his heart. Don't say that. If you didn't trust me so much, you wouldn't have. Shan waved his hand, gesturing for Mui Bai not to blame himself. What was the point of blaming others now that things had come to this? Moreover, Shan only had himself to blame for being ambushed. He trusted others too easily. If he really hated Mui Bai, what kind of person would he be? Shan was more than happy that Mui Bai was in danger because of him. Where is Xiaolong? Jiang Chen stared at Shan with a burning gaze. Although Monkey was fine, Xiaolong had disappeared with him. Now, Xiaolong had disappeared without a trace. At that time, we were tricked by a person who had taken on the appearance of a young miss. She said that you were in a desperate situation, so we followed her and wanted to help you escape. However, we didn't expect it to be a trap. Xiaolong and I were chased all the way until we reached this abyss. Only then did we escape death. However, we couldn't go up no matter what. Later, we found out that this is the largest place of exile in the Red Middle region. Even super experts of the Star Emperor level are exiled here. Xiaolong was captured by the people of Huanggu City. He was captured because he wanted to save me. However, the leader seemed to be very interested in him, so he shouldn't want to kill him for now. However, we have to find him as soon as possible. Shan's expression was solemn and meticulous. Xiaolong was captured because of him, so he had to save him even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil. Huanggu City. It seems that they won't know how big a mistake they have made until they are all slaughtered. Jiang Chen's lips turned cold. According to Monkey, it was fine as long as Xiaolong's life was not in danger for the time being. Moreover, his eternal indestructible body was extremely rare. It would not be easy to kill him. Those bastards. If anything happens to Xiaolong, I will never let them go. De Huang clenched his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Monkey was heavily injured, he would have already killed his way into Huanggu City. Xiaolong's life should not be in danger for now. Monkey, recover your injuries and strength first. We will kill our way into Huanggu City tomorrow. Jiang Chen said and threw an elixir to Shan. Shan threw it into his mouth without hesitation, then sat down with his legs crossed and started to heal his injuries. Dawn had broken, but for the people in the dragon abyss of the deep sea, it was forever dark. Shan opened his eyes and breathed in and out. His injuries were finally completely healed. Jiang Chen's elixir was comparable to a panacea, and his body was extremely domineering. As long as he didn't die, he would be as vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger after he recovered. His strength had also completely stabilized at the peak of the first sky of the Star Lord realm, and he could advance at any time. Mui Bai was still nervous. She couldn't feel at ease while Xiaolong was still in danger. Now that she saw that Shan was fine, she was finally relieved. She was overjoyed and didn't know how to explain it to Xianxia. That feeling was indescribable, but it gave her an indescribable sense of peace. Today's battle is also full of danger. Xianxia, you must protect yourself, Muibai said in a low voice. Muibai said in a low voice. Looking at Xianxia's stern face, she didn't know what to say. In the past, Xianxia always had an indifferent look on his face, laughing and scolding without any sense of propriety. However, at this moment, Xianxia also had a mountain pressing down on his heart. His cold and stern side was filled with dominance, causing Muibai's eyes to light up. I understand. You too. Xianxia's simple words made Muibai's heart even more complicated. She vaguely felt that Xianxia had a good impression of her. Why did she care so much about his thoughts and opinions? Muibai frowned. She had never been so concerned about any man in the past. Perhaps she was feeling guilty, Muibai thought. Let's go to Huanggu City. Jiangchen scanned the surroundings. There were still dilapidated city walls everywhere. There was a pavilion every 3 miles, and a hall every 10 miles. None of them were intact. However, the surroundings were extremely austere, which made Jiangchen feel even more abnormal. As one of the 3 major forces under the dragon abyss of the deep sea, Huanggu City shouldn't be so peaceful. Where the hell are all the bastards in Huanggu City? Xianxia said in a low voice as he looked around cautiously. De Huang shook his head and wagged his tail. Could it be that they're all a bunch of cowards? But even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Xiaolong. Before De Huang's words faded, powerful experts surged over from all directions within a 1,000-meter radius. The strongest were led by 4 fourth-layer Star Lord experts, while there were several hundred first, second, and third-layer experts. Muibai could not help but wet her lips. Such a powerful force was definitely not to be underestimated even in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. What was even more frightening was that every one of them was holding a broken grade 5 Genesis weapon in their hands. Their imposing auras were overbearing as they slowly approached, eyeing the 4 of them like a tiger watching its prey. Little Chinzi, it seems that we've been surrounded. De Huang chuckled, revealing his bloodthirsty canine teeth as he spoke in a chilling voice. It's not certain who will be the one taking care of who. How dare you kill the people of my royal ant city? Little bastards, you must be tired of living. You don't know what's good for you. My royal ant city is not a place where you can behave as you please. Humph, you're courting death. Why are we wasting time talking to him? Let's kill him first. That grade 5 Genesis weapon in his hand is a top-grade treasure that our broken battle weapons can't compare to. He, that's right. If we offer that battle weapon to the leader, Royal Ant City will definitely shine. The other 2 factions will definitely not dare to look down on us. The surrounding 200 initial Star Lord experts were beaming with joy as they coldly sneered, completely surrounding Jiangchen and the others. Not long ago, they had killed 10 third-layer Star Lord experts, which had already caught the attention of Royal Ant City. Kill them! Huang Jingyi bellowed. Countless experts swarmed forward, directly breaking through Jiangchen and the others. The sea of people surged forward in an imposing manner. As the second-in-command of Royal Ant City, Huang Jingyi also had his eyes on the grade 5 Genesis weapon in Jiangchen's hand. Unfortunately, such a treasure had to be offered to the leader, or he would have to bear the consequences. Come on, hee. Master Dog is going to start a massacre again today. Do it, Black King, kill them all. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold. 200 initial Star Lord experts were nothing to be afraid of in Jiangchen's eyes. With the Black King and the army of 10,000 beasts present, these lowly commoners of Royal Ant City were like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. 9 out of 10 people who had been exiled to this place were degenerates who killed and robbed others. They were devoid of conscience. Only by constantly killing could they survive in this land of exile. In a dog-eat-dog world, there was no such thing as mercy. Whoever had the harder fist would live a better life. Huang Jingyi stood with his arms crossed, coldly staring at Jiangchen. He knew that Jiangchen was the true protagonist of the group. How could a heavenly source expert with a grade 5 Genesis weapon be mediocre? But no matter how strong he was still only at the heavenly source stage. How much of a storm could the 4 of them cause? Huang Jingyi was personally supervising the battle because he was afraid that his subordinates would stuff their pockets. If a grade 5 Genesis weapon was offered to the leader, wouldn't all the treasures on them belong to him? It was rare to see such a fat sheep. Now that he had caught one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. De Huang and Long Shan charged into the crowd and went on a killing spree. On one hand, they needed to vent the anger in their hearts, and on the other hand, they wanted to train themselves. Both of them fought 1 against 10, and their combat strength was astonishing. Mui Bai was even more so, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. However, seeing how calm and confident Xianxia was, Mui Bai was much more at ease. After all, her teacher's trump cards were not something she could guess. Even though she was much stronger than Xianxia, Mui Bai knew that she might not even be her teacher's match at the Heavenly Source stage, let alone his subordinate, the Black King. Huang Jingyi's face was flushed, and he couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. The fat sheep was finally in his hands. He had mobilized such a large force just for a few brats. It was indeed a little too much. Xianxia also charged into the crowd. 4 4th-layer Star Lord experts surrounded Xianxia. They only had one target, and that was the battle weapon in Xianxia's hand. It was a dazzling treasure. Xianxia did not waste any time. He immediately used the dragon transformation and soared into the sky with the battle sword in his hand. His dragon form was unparalleled, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage against the 4 experts. At that moment, Huang Jingyi, who had been full of confidence, suddenly paled. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 500 early-stage Star Lord beasts were charging at them from afar. They roared and roared, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was deafening, as if thunder had descended upon the world. The leading man in a black robe was even more powerful. He was no weaker than Huang Jingyi himself, a 5th Heaven Star Lord expert. Moreover, the beasts were simply too powerful. They almost crushed Huang Jingyi in an instant. Huang Jingyi, who had been full of confidence, was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. What the hell? Why are there so many beasts? Who the hell knows where this guy is from? Isn't this too terrifying? These beasts don't belong to the other 2 factions. There are too many of them. The hairs on the people of Huanggu City all stood on end. However, the beasts were charging over 1,000 miles with irresistible force. They had no time to waste and were forced to meet them head-on. The Black King's palm was like lightning, and his momentum was like a dragon as he headed straight for Huang Jingyi. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. As long as Huang Jingyi was defeated, they would definitely be utterly defeated. Xianxia had great confidence in the Black King's strength. It would not be a problem for him to defeat Huang Jingyi. At this moment, the 4 4th Heaven Star Lord experts were also exerting pressure on Xianxia. Their terrifying power was in full swing, and Xianxia did not dare to underestimate them. However, under the dragon transformation, with the warship in hand, he became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The 4 4th Heaven Star Lord experts allowed Xianxia to turn the pressure into motivation. The Genesis chi in his body continued to rise, and the pressure continued to increase. However, his true dragon's might grew more and more berserk, as powerful as a mountain. The dragon transformation art was fully activated. The Genesis chi in Xianxia's body circulated and soared into the sky, completely breaking through the shackles of the Heavenly Source stage and directly advancing to the Star Lord stage. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes were as sharp as swords. The 4 experts did not dare to give Xianxia the slightest leeway. They used all the means they had in their lives to crush Xianxia to death. However, the current Xianxia was completely out of their control. The divine might of the dragon transformation art was invincible, and his sword chi soared into the clouds. His imposing manner and power were multiplied. Xianxia seemed to have divine help, and the power of his sword was even more terrifying. 26 swords. The divine might of the limitless sword covered the sky. Most importantly, Xianxia had broken through to the Star Lord stage, and the Grade 5 Genesis weapon sword was completely unleashed in his hand. The ruthless crushing power and the power of the sword instantly cut off the heads of the 4 experts. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking scene. At that moment, countless demonic beasts trampled the ground, sending the defeated soldiers fleeing in all directions. Although Huanggu City was one of the three major forces in the Land of Exiles, they were not as united as an iron bucket. These fellows were all cowards who were afraid of death. Some were dead, while others were injured. Of the more than 200 experts, less than a tenth of them survived. The scene was extremely tragic. De Huang and Longshan were also having a great time fighting, and their strength was showing signs of advancing. Mui Bai was at the forefront, cleaving through the wind and waves, and killed more than 20 enemies. He looked valiant and extraordinary. As expected of the woman that I, Longshan, have taken a liking to. Longshan sighed inwardly, but now wasn't the time for him to flirt. He knew that Xiaolong had fallen into a predicament because of him, and he had to focus on his own matters. Jiangchen raised his eyes. Countless experts of Huanggu City had been killed or injured, and the Black King had grabbed Huang Jingyi by the neck like a chick and thrown him in front of Jiangchen. Huang Jingyi's face was ashen, and he was trembling in fear. He didn't have the slightest bit of the domineering aura of a fifth-layer Star Lord expert. Where is that young man? Huang Jingyi's heart shuddered. This guy has such a strong aura. Although he's only at the first heaven of the Star Lord realm, he can make a fifth heaven Star Lord bow down to him and serve him constantly. He does have extraordinary dominance and power. I don't know. That young man is valued by the leader and was captured to the palace in Huanggu City. I can take you there, as long as you don't kill me. Huang Jingyi said uneasily with a lisp. Still not going to lead the way? Dragon Shan gave Huang Jingyi a flying kick on his face, knocking out a few of his front teeth. Huang Jingyi fell to the ground in a daze, and he scrambled forward. Huang Jingyi gritted his teeth but did not dare to say anything. If he continued to be arrogant now, it would not be as simple as losing a few front teeth. As the saying went, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he brought them to the leader, he would still have a chance of survival. These damned guys are too terrifying. That terrifying beast tide is all Star Lord level beasts. I've lived in the Dragon Abyss for decades, but I've never heard of such a force. Under Huang Jingyi's lead, Jiangchen and the others quickly passed through the dilapidated city wall. The surroundings were still desolate. There were countless broken walls and ruins, but there was no one at all. There were only a few puddles. Damn it, you dare to fool me? Longshan grabbed Huang Jingyi's clothes and said angrily. He was too worried about Xiaolong's safety. Sir, can't you at least let me say something? Huang Jingyi wanted to cry but had no tears. There's a huge rock weighing 100,000 kilograms up ahead. There's a big hole under the rock. Our leader is at the bottom of the hole. What a sly bastard. I didn't expect there to be such a secret in this small banished land. Jiangchen looked at Huang Jingyi with a cold smile. Huang Jingyi smiled embarrassedly, his face was filled with bitterness. He stepped forward and lifted the 10,000-kilogram boulder. As expected, a 10-meter square hole was revealed. It was perfectly covered by the boulder. Teacher, could it be that he's trying to play some tricks and catch us like a turtle in a jar? Mui Bai's brows were tightly furrowed. No one knew if there really was another world beneath this small hole, or if it really was where the core forces of Huanggu City were located. Different situations call for different actions. Lord Dog doesn't care. De Huang was bold because of his skills. He was not afraid at all. This guy is already on the brink of death. He won't dare to play any tricks. If anything happens, just kill him. De Huang, I'll leave him to you. Jiangchen said. All right. De Huang bared his teeth and kicked Huang Jingyi in the face. He tumbled down into the underground cave while De Huang rode on him. Huang Jingyi's heart was as sullen as it could be. The most unfortunate thing in his life was to be exiled to this place. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that a dog would ride on his neck and shit on him. It was simply too shameful. Jiangchen and the Black King took the lead and entered the underground cave. It was very spacious and orderly, and there seemed to be a lot of experts here. The cave was connected in all directions, but the huge plaza that spanned a radius of 10,000 meters was extremely eye-catching. At the center of the many underground passages, there were even quite a few people cultivating here. But even so, it was difficult for them to withstand the corrosion of time and the pressure of the dragon abyss of the deep sea. Their strength was constantly declining, and their vitality was constantly being consumed. Look, isn't that the second commander? Thieves, who are you? How dare you trespass on our Huanggu city's land? Courting death. Let go of the second commander. The square was filled with people. There were more than 200 to 300 star lords. Seeing that Huang Jingyi was captured, they quickly surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. Where's your leader? Tell him to come out and die. Jiang Chen and Leng Ling said. Hurry up and call the leader. Huang Jingyi gritted his teeth and said. This time, he had lost all his face. A dog rode on his head and acted like a tyrant. The people of Huanggu City also couldn't help laughing, but the spearhead was pointed at Jiang Chen and the others. These guys are obviously not easy to deal with. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to capture their second commander alive. Under Huang Jingyi's shout, everyone looked at each other and hurriedly went to call the leader. No one dared to act rashly. After all, Huang Jingyi brought a lot of people out before, but this time, he came back alone. Looking at the monsters behind Jiang Chen and the others, their hearts were also beating fast. Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Attack! Long Shan couldn't bear it anymore. Holding the divine staff in his hand, he instantly rushed into the crowd. Seeing that Houzi had already taken action, De Huang also followed closely behind. The battle was about to begin. The Black King let out a low roar, and hundreds of monsters directly flooded over like a tide. For a time, battle cries shook the sky, and the underground square instantly turned into a sea of blood. Not long after, a red figure quickly arrived. Her hair was coiled up on the top of her head, her face was gloomy, and she was as thin as a match. Although she was somewhat good-looking, because of her thin figure, she looked very strange. Her sunken eyes stared at the chaotic battlefield. How dare you behave atrociously in my, Huang Shogu's, territory? Little bastards, you really don't know what's good for you. Huang Shogu said with a sneer, the veins on her face bulging. Seeing Huang Jingyi, this disappointing thing, being beaten up so badly, she couldn't help but feel angry. Where is that young man? Jiang Chen's eyes were like lightning, meeting Huang Shogu's eyes. His eyes were overflowing with anger. So you're here for that young man. It's a pity that he's already been eaten by me. TSK, that was really delicious. Soft skin and tender flesh. He, I've been feeling sorry for him for a long time. Huang Shogu's face was sinister as she said with a smile. Big sister, save me. Huang Jingyi's face was ugly, and he shouted with a wronged expression. Since you've eaten my brother, I'll kill your brother. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He raised his sword and did not give Huang Shogu any time to react. Even Huang Jingyi did not expect that he would die so quickly. All of you must die. Huang Shogu's body trembled. Who could remain calm when they saw their brother being killed? Her smiling face suddenly changed, and she looked like a ferocious ghost. Her long hair danced in the wind, her red tassel trembled, and her murderous aura filled the sky. Jiang Chen was a man of few words, and he instantly angered Huang Shogu. Bastard! You crazy woman, you dare to touch my brother, I'll fight you to the death. Long Shan held the peerless divine staff in his hand and swept it across. He consecutively repelled more than 10 people and went straight for Huang Shogu. His anger soared to the sky. A bunch of motley crew, you want to show off in my Huanggu city? You're still too young. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he grew even more worried about Xiaolong. However, this crazy woman only wanted to infuriate them and throw them into confusion. Xiaolong was an eternal immortal body, how could it be eaten so easily? Roar roar. You bitch, you're courting death. De Huang ran like thunder as he charged at Huang Shogu. Each time he charged, Huang Shogu would dodge. Jiang Chen was already prepared for this. The three brothers surrounded Huang Shogu and began to fight to the death. Get lost. Huang Shogu brandished her red silk, killing decisively. Even De Huang's head was struck by her, causing him to feel dizzy. He had no choice but to retreat in defeat. However, De Huang and Long Shan did not back down. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. They knew that they couldn't win, but they still fought. They were worried about Xiaolong, and if they didn't get rid of Huang Shougu, they wouldn't know if Xiaolong was dead or alive. Under Huang Shougu's lead, the people of Huanggu City also became unusually fierce and began to fight back with their lives on the line. However, the numerous demonic beasts led by the Black King were also surging forward with unstoppable momentum. A battle of life and death, the shouts of killing shook the sky. Jiangchen wielded a grade 5 Genesis weapon, causing Huang Shougu's eyes to brighten. She inwardly thought that this kid had quite a few treasures. In the past, she would have disdained such things, but in the deep-sea dragon abyss, they were extremely rare treasures. Not only were their strengths continuously deteriorating, even the divine weapons were gradually corroding. As the largest place of exile in the Scarlet Mid-region, this place was even more terrifying than hell. Red silk shakes the heavens. Huang Shougu roared. 99 streaks of red silk shot out from her hands, completely sealing off Jiangchen's path of retreat. As De Huang and Long Shan suffered consecutive defeats, Jiangchen did not dare to underestimate them. He immediately activated the dragon transformation and swept his sword horizontally. His boundless sword closed in on Huang Shougu. However, Huang Shougu's red silk kept on attacking. Her attacks were extremely domineering, using softness to overcome hardness. Mu Bai and Jiangchen attacked from both sides, but Huang Shougu was simply too strong. She was even more terrifying than Huang Xingyi. Mu Bai could not catch his breath against a peak 6-layer Star Lord. In less than 10 moves, he was swiftly defeated. His face was flushed as the red silk struck his shoulder. He staggered to the ground in excruciating pain. Jiangchen was the only one who could put up a fight against Huang Shougu. However, it was also very dangerous. Even after activating the dragon transformation, Jiangchen could only defend himself. The gap between the two was too great. However, Huang Shougu could not defeat Jiangchen in a short time. The two were in a stalemate. The Black King took advantage of the situation and accompanied Jiangchen. The two worked together. Huang Shougu's expression finally turned grave. In her view, the Black King was much stronger than Jiangchen, who was only a first-layer Star Lord. I won't be able to vent my hatred if I don't kill you. Seeing more and more of her subordinates being defeated by the demonic beasts, her situation would be very difficult. Huang Shougu felt a headache coming on. Right now, she had to cut the Gordian knot. Only by stabilizing the situation could she deter these ferocious demonic beasts. Huang Shougu fought with all her might, but Jiangchen and the Black King kept on chasing after her. She had no advantage at all. The Black King knew that his master wanted to use her to train her troops. Otherwise, this crazy woman would have been dead a long time ago. Ancient soaring dragon art. Jiangchen roared like a dragon or a tiger. His strength rose again and again until he reached the 3rd-layer Star Lord. At that moment, he looked like a divine dragon descending to the mortal world. Isn't this guy too monstrous? Huang Shougu's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, she couldn't hold on at all. If this went on, she would lose without a doubt. Jiangchen was no longer afraid of Huang Shougu with the domineering aura of the infinite sword. With the help of the Black King, Huang Shougu was starting to feel a little weak. Her red silk danced in the air, sharper than a sword and sharper than a saber. However, Jiangchen's dragon might was surging, and the gap between the two was shrinking. Jiangchen almost instantly turned the situation around, and Huang Shougu was already in a dilemma. This battle wasn't going to be friendly to her. Jiangchen stood with his sword, and the infinite sword turned into a charging momentum. The blades were invisible, but they completely tore Huang Shougu's red silk into pieces. Huang Shougu retreated again and again, and Jiangchen followed her like a shadow. His sword not only shattered Huang Shougu's red silk, but also shattered the confidence she was so proud of. Pu Jiangchen's sword pierced into Huang Shougu's chest. Although it wasn't fatal, she was heavily injured, and blood flowed out. I'll ask you again. Where is that young man? The killing intent in Jiangchen's eyes made Huang Shougu shudder. This guy could kill her at any time. Kill me if you have the guts. Huang Shougu sneered, but she was only putting on a brave front. If she spoke, she would still die. It seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Jiangchen twisted the sword in his hand, and Huang Shougu's flesh and blood were mixed into a ball. Huang Shougu's body trembled, and she screamed in pain. Are you going to speak or not? Jiangchen's eyes were cold. He didn't care about Huang Shougu's life or death. Xiaolong's life wasn't something a slut like her could compare to. I didn't expect there to be a devil incarnate in the deep-sea dragon abyss. Interesting, very interesting, he he he. An evil laugh made Jiangchen frown. He looked up and saw a fat old man with a head full of white hair and a big belly. His eyes were squinted as he limped towards Jiangchen. Hu Sanfan, you heartless bastard. You only came when I was about to die. Huang Shougu clenched her teeth. Her forehead was covered in sweat from the pain. Me too. Ha ha ha, Shougu, if you were with me, we might have been together a long time ago. You wouldn't have to suffer like this. After Hu Sanfan, a skinny old man with a hunched back walked over with light footsteps. The three major forces of the deep-sea dragon abyss? Looks like they're all here today. Jiangchen's eyes were sharp as he drew out his sword. Huang Shougu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It seemed that the two peak six-layer star lords in front of him had come prepared. Heroes come from the young as expected. What a pity, kiddo. The deep-sea dragon abyss isn't a place you can do whatever you want. Lu Huafei harumphed with pride in his eyes. Even though Jiangchen had severely injured Huang Shougu, he wasn't a threat in their eyes. As the leader of the Vile Alliance and one of the three major forces of the deep-sea dragon abyss, he wasn't afraid of Jiangchen. It's not too late to turn back now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Hu Sanfan patted his stomach with a smile that hid a dagger. Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold smile. He flipped his hand and nailed Huang Shougu to the ground. The sword sank 3 feet into the ground and 3 inches into her flesh. Are you courting death? Lu Huafei and Hu Sanfan turned pale. Huang Shougu almost fainted from the pain. The battle sword had sunk into her bone marrow, sending shivers down her spine. If a single hair on Xiaolong's body is damaged, I'll bury all of you with him. Huang Shougu didn't die, but the pain she felt was worse than death. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, she was in a state of helplessness. Jiangchen killed her with a single slash of his sword. That way, there wouldn't be any pain to speak of. Hu Sanfan and Bai Huafei's facial expression changed dramatically. They didn't know where this devil king came from, but he was so ruthless. Huang Shougu was killed so easily in his hands. The forces in Huanggu City had been overwhelmed by the terrifying tide of demonic beasts. Countless of them had died, and they were in a passive position. Huanggu City was in a complete mess. It was a scene that made people sigh. Hu Sanfan and Huang Shougu were like fire and water, and the relationship between Hu Sanfan and Huang Shougu was even more ambiguous. None of them dared to make any rash moves. But everyone knew that if one of the three major powers were to fall into a passive position or be destroyed, then the situation would become more and more delicate for the other three. Jiangchen couldn't care less. He only had Xiaolong in his eyes. Xiaolong's whereabouts were unknown, so he naturally wouldn't kill Huang Shougu. But she could be spared from death, but she couldn't escape punishment. She wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Whoever dares to stop me, kill without mercy. Jiangchen's cold voice was filled with anger, completely ignoring Huang Shougu and Hu Sanfan. Looks like if I don't make a move now, Shougu will really be harmed by you. Brothers, kill! Huang Shougu bellowed, and hundreds of experts rushed out from behind him. If Huang Shougu City fell, then they would also fall into a difficult situation. The reason why the Vile Alliance was called the Vile Alliance was because they didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. There was only one thought in their mind: kill and rob, and survive in this dark dragon abyss. However, surviving was much more difficult than killing 3,000 enemies. Hu Sanfan didn't want to be outdone. If Jiangchen had other ideas, then they wouldn't be able to escape death. If they didn't work together, the next Huang Shougu could be either one of them. Hu Sanfan and Luo Huafei charged straight at Jiangchen. The hundreds of subordinates behind them were like a pack of tigers and wolves. They charged towards Jiangchen and fought with the group of demonic beasts behind him. The scene was extremely intense. Shouts of battle shook the heavens, causing the blood of the spectators to boil. Since you're looking for death, then I won't be polite. Xianxia sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the limitless sword. Although Xianxia knew that he might not be their match, he would not frown even if he had to die in the battle. Xianxia knew that it was impossible, but he would still fight to his death. This was Xianxia. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as fear. Even if it was the deep-sea dragon abyss, which was feared by everyone in the Red Mid region, or the sunless land of exile, Xianxia still wouldn't hesitate. He would do anything for his brothers, and no one would be able to stop him. With Xiaolong's life hanging in the balance, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Little brat, you're so mischievous. Today, your grandpa who will send you to hell. Hu Sanfan's smile was gentle. A sixth heavenly layer Star Lord. Even in the Red Mid region, he would be one of the strongest. At the very least, he was comparable to the crown prince of the neighboring country, Lin Tianlin. Hu Sanfan was stronger than Xianxia by the fifth heavenly layer, so he was naturally fearless. However, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. Even Huan Shougu was defeated by Xianxia, so Hu Sanfan naturally had to be careful. This guy had so many demonic beasts working for him, it was obvious that he was extraordinary. Luo Yunfei also joined in the fray. Although the two of them hadn't fought for a long time, their tacit understanding of each other hadn't decreased at all. A blade and a sword descended from the sky with ferocious momentum. Xianxia even cast out his dragon transformation and ancient soaring dragon technique, pushing his strength to the peak. However, these two fellows weren't easy to deal with. Xianxia had to exert 120% of his strength to barely stabilize the situation. The limitless sword was like a flying swan. With the help of the dragon transformation, it shone with boundless radiance. Xianxia fought his way in and out, facing the two formidable enemies. Although he was forced back by Huafei and Hu Sanfan, he knew that he couldn't back down now. If he lost the initiative, he would be instantly killed by the two sixth heavenly layer Star Lords. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and his eyes lit up. Eternal Immortal Wind. Xianxia immediately took out his trump card. Tornadoes appeared one after another, like wind blades tearing through the void. Immortal wind swirled endlessly, blowing the sand and stones in the air. Even the ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Wherever the eternal immortal wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Huang Shougu and Hu Sanfan's eyes narrowed. They went all out, intending to crush Xianxia with absolute strength. When that happened, Xianxia would have no choice but to retreat. You want to use your power to suppress others? You are not qualified. Xianxia brandished the Dragonbone battle spear. The sealed top-notch grade 5 Genesis weapon was like a wild horse out of control, frantically fighting. Spear shadows like bee stings stirred up the world. Hurry up and attack, or something unexpected will happen. Huang Shougu stood with his sword, his pupils contracted. He was determined to strangle Xianxia in the cradle. Flying sword shadow. Sky-sharp blade. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he immediately raised his blade. Facing two earth-shattering attacks, even the Black King was shocked. He quickly rushed over, afraid that something bad would happen to his master. But if Xianxia didn't instruct him to make a move, the Black King would not make a move. The earth-shattering pressure made everyone tremble, whether they were humans or demonic beasts. Huang Shougu and Hu Sanfan had used the strongest attack in their lives to crush the entire square, making it impossible for Xianxia to escape. Heaven-dominating Dao, who can stop me? Xianxia's voice was as loud as a bell. The spear flew over and the shadow of a dragon flickered. The heaven-dominating Dao made the Dragonbone battle spear's attack even more powerful. The battle spear swept across, changing the color of the sky. Xianxia swung the spear with terrifying power. The shadow of the spear was like a dragon pouncing on the opponent's face. The sword shadows and sharp blades were all crushed by the Dragonbone battle spear. The spear was as fierce as a tiger, as heroic as a lion, as mighty as a dragon, and as fierce as a wolf. The sky and earth changed color, and the Dragonbone battle spear intimidated everyone with its absolute power. A single spear strike crushed Huang Shougu and Hu Sanfan's attacks. Both of them were filled with bitterness and shock. There was only one thought in their minds. That guy's aura was too strong. A mere first Sky Star Lord had made them feel tremendous pressure. That pressure came from the depths of their hearts, not from the forces. Although they didn't know what this guy was capable of, both Hu Sanfan and Huang Shougu felt that it was only natural that Huang Shougu was defeated by him. Kill! Jiang Chen shouted. His eyes were as sharp as swords, full of killing intent. The Black King's eyes lit up. He received the order immediately and followed up. He was determined to kill Huang Shougu and Hu Sanfan. Lei Feifei and Hu Sanfan glanced at each other before explosively retreating. His momentum was unstoppable and could not be forced. This guy was too heaven-defying. With his own strength, his momentum soared to the heavens. Even if the two of them joined hands, they were still unable to kill him. They were even evenly matched, as steady as Mount Tai. And that black-robed man was like a sharp knife, constantly eyeing them covetously. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throat, making them unable to advance or retreat. Only now did they know why Huang Shougu was defeated so miserably. Go! Lei Fei already had the thought of retreating, but because of his face, if the two of them could kill him, it would naturally be a good thing. However, the Demon's League and Sanfan City's people didn't see the slightest sign of defeat. They could only choose to protect themselves. Otherwise, their ending would be as miserable as Huang Shougu. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, in Lei Fei's eyes, only a fool would do such a stupid thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since you are here, you want to leave without leaving something? Jiang Chen looked at each other coldly. Black King took the initiative to attack. The two of them, one from the front and one from the back, forced Lei Fei and Hu Sanfan to complain incessantly. There was no room for them to fight back. Black King's strength had reached the 6th celestial layer, which was not inferior to the two of them. Even if it was 1 against 2, it was incomparably easy. Bastard! Don't be too arrogant. At most, we'll fight to the death. I'll take you down with me. Hu Sanfan roared furiously. His body was trembling non-stop, because he had no way of retreating. If Jiang Chen kept pushing him, he would have no choice but to die together with Jiang Chen. At that time, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Then I really want to see if you have the courage. Jiang Chen sneered. His strength kept rising in this battle, and his aura had reached its peak. Ling Tiandao's domineering aura had made him invincible. Even if he was facing a 5th heavenly layer expert who was stronger than him, he was still fearless. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Jiang Chen firmly believed that only when the pressure reached its peak, he would be able to break through the shackles and surpass himself. He already felt that his strength was about to break through, so he kept forcing himself and squeezing himself dry. Only in this way could he carry the burden and complete the transformation. On the other side, Long San and De Huang were also engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them had broken through the 3rd firmament of the Star Lord level, while Mu Bai had broken through to the 4th. They had fought to their heart's content. None of the experts from the land of exile were weak, they were even stronger than De Huang and the others back in the day. However, they were constantly weakened in the Dark Dragon Abyss, but their combat methods and experience were extremely abundant. De Huang and Long San were having a great time fighting. Only Mu Bai was struggling, but she lost because of her lack of experience. She couldn't be compared to De Huang and Long San at all. However, as the young lady of the Kirin province, her talent was not inferior to Long San's at all. Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you bastards. If anything happens to Xiaolong, I'll crush your bones and scatter your souls. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Big Yellow was incomparably indignant. Ironhead was invincible. He rushed into the crowd, and was even more terrifying than those demonic beasts. Under his charge, those experts from the 3 major powers were either killed or crippled. Their eyes were filled with fear, and cries could be heard everywhere. Long San and Mu Bai joined forces and attacked from the left and right. It was like a giant will crushing everything in its path. Wherever they passed, the beasts were defeated and it was hard to say whether they were dead or alive. The beast tied behind them was even more powerful. The people from the 3 forces screamed and screamed. More than half of them were injured or dead. The Black King didn't join the battle immediately because of Jiang Chen's instructions. At this time, the cooperation between him and the Black King was flawless. The Black King was defending instead of attacking, while Xianxia was leading the battle. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable, and his fighting spirit sword. The dragon transformation art was constantly activated, and the Genesis chi in Xianxia's body had reached its peak. At this moment, he broke through to the second firmament of the Star Lord level. Boom, Xianxia felt as if his body was about to explode. Endless Genesis chi was unleashed, surging like a tide. Xianxia was like a tiger that had grown wings. He unleashed the limitless sword, the pinnacle of the sword, causing Hu Sanfan and Luan Feifei to be completely defeated. In just a few moves, Hu Sanfan and Luan Feifei were overthrown by Xianxia. No, don't kill me. Hu Sanfan's face was ashen, and his whole body was trembling. Xianxia's sword fell in front of the two. Lei Feifei's throat tightened, and like Huang Shougu, they all prostrated on the ground like hunched beasts. They were completely different from the arrogant people just now. Speak, where is that young man? Xianxia said indifferently. Lei Feifei and Hu Sanfan exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had no way out. Shogu, has that young man been sent to Old Man Nagasaki? Lei Feifei asked nervously. Don't get us into trouble. Hu Sanfan glared at Huang Shougu as he spoke. His earlier attitude of showing tenderness to the fairer sex had long vanished. In front of death, everyone was equal. Now that they were meat on the chopping block, they only wanted to preserve their lives. Yes, he must be with Old Man Nagasaki. Otherwise, he would not have instructed the two of us to come to Huanggu City to save him. Lei Feifei suddenly realized something. Old Man Nagasaki? It seems that the three of you are just puppets. The real leader of this dragon abyss is this so-called Old Man Nagasaki? Xianxia scrunched his brows. As long as you give him up, I won't make things difficult for you. Xianxia pointed his sword at Huang Shougu and the others, a cold light flashing in his eyes. How could the three of them dare to hide anything? Isn't that going against the King of Hell? In the hills 300 miles to the east, that is his nest. Lei Feifei hurriedly said, for fear that Xianxia would go back on his words. Yes, it's very dangerous there, and Old Man Nagasaki's strength has reached the 8th level Star Lord. I'm afraid you, Hu Sanfan smiled and stopped talking, for fear that he would say something wrong. I just caught that young man and Old Man Nagasaki said he wanted to use him as a weapon. As for whether he's dead or alive, I don't know. Cough, Huang Shougu's eyes were full of fear. Her last hope was gone. Lei Feifei and Hu Sanfan couldn't wait to kneel down and beg Xianxia, so she had to confess everything. The most important thing was to survive. Whoosh, bang, poof, Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. De Huang, Long Shan, and Mui Bai directly killed Lei Feifei, Hu Sanfan and Huang Shougu. Huang Shougu was still coughing blood and died. What are you looking at me for, little Chenzi? These guys deserve to die. So be it if they're dead. You promised not to kill them, but Master Dog didn't. De Huang said proudly while wagging his tail. That's right. Xiaolong's fate is unknown. Everything happened because of these bastards. Killing them is already letting them off lightly. If it weren't for the fact that we were pressed for time, I would have pulled out their tendons and skinned them alive. You don't have to blame yourself, little Chenzi. You didn't go back on your word. I killed them, he. Long Shan said with a smile. He didn't hesitate to kill Hu Sanfan with a single blow of his staff. They're both right. Mui Bai blushed and giggled. Xianxia shook his head. He wasn't angry, and he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. These people were all vicious people. The number of people who died in their hands was at least 800, if not 1,000. These people deserved to die. He just didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face so quickly. Even the Black King was stunned. But it wasn't hard to see that the three of them hated these people to the bone. Because everyone was worried about Xiaolong's safety. There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place quickly. Xianxia said in a low voice. The most terrifying thing now was the so-called Nagasaki old man. It was said that the guy's strength had reached the 8th sky of Star Lord. For them, this news was quite troublesome. Even the Black King might not be his match. The Nagasaki old man's methods must be extraordinary to be able to command the three major forces of the land of exile. Xiaolong would most likely die in his hands. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. After exiting the underground cave, Jiangchen, Longshan, and the others hurried to the hilly area 300 miles east of the land of exile. That was the Nagasaki old man's lair. Although Jiangchen didn't know what the outcome would be, he wouldn't allow Xiaolong to be in any danger. Muibai and Longshan were both feeling guilty. They were more anxious than the other and couldn't wait to find Xiaolong. The group of 4 arrived at a hilly area several hundred miles to the east. The terrain was strange and unfathomable. There were countless hills, but there was no sign of human habitation. Jiangchen knew that this fellow's nest was definitely still in an underground cave, just like Huanggu City. But as to why it was so, he didn't know. This place is desolate and uninhabited. Those guys wouldn't lie to us, right? Muibai said in a low voice. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and looked around with clear eyes. I don't think so. Who would take their own lives as a joke? At that time, they would have a slim chance of survival. Lying to us would only make them die even faster. Jiangchen said. Tisk, just you wait. Lord Dog will help you look. De Huang shook his head and said proudly. When it came to treasure hunting, no one could compare to his dog's nose. He had long since lost the excitement he had in the past, so he was no longer keen on searching for treasures. But Jiangchen knew that De Huang's nose was very accurate. Will it work? Muibai asked doubtfully. Don't worry. That damn dog has no other skills, but his nose is very sharp. He dared to pat his chest and guarantee that he won't make a mistake. Longshan said confidently. Jiangchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and silently stared ahead. However, no one knew how anxious he was right now. Not long after, Big Yellow ran back excitedly with a proud look on its face as it said in a loud voice, I found little Chinzi. He's just 2 miles away from us. But the aura there is indeed terrifying. 8th Heaven Starlord. I'm afraid that guy didn't lie to us. I didn't dare to go deeper, fearing that something might happen, so I came back first. Let's go. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we still have to go. Jiangchen said. He. This Lord Dog has been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. Big Yellow's eyes lit up, and it quivered as it expressed excitedly. Longshan and Muibai also smiled. It seemed that De Huang's nose was really sharp. When the 4 came to a hidden underground cave, they found that the place was indeed surrounded by an extremely terrifying aura. Jiangchen knew that this must be the Nagasaki old man that Bai Yunfei and the others had mentioned. Jiangchen took the lead and entered the underground cave. He found that the underground plaza here was even bigger than the one in Huanggu City. 3 words were written on the entrance, Zhoukou Cave, there was no one around. The spacious underground plaza was quiet, giving people a very strange feeling. As he proceeded forward, he saw rows and rows of broken weapons scattered all around him. Some of these broken weapons were high-grade Genesis weapons, but they had either been corroded or broken by the passage of time, resulting in them being discarded here. There were over 1,000 of them, a sight that would make one click one's tongue in amazement. Who are you? Tell me your name. Just as Jiangchen and the others reached the center of the plaza, a thunderous roar reverberated in the void. A tall and thin middle-aged man holding a long spear said arrogantly. F***CK. You scared this Lord Dog. I'm also your grandfather. Big Yellow scolded with a sullen look on his face. Nonsense, stupid dog, you're courting death. The middle-aged man scrunched his brows, holding the long spear in his hand, and thrust it straight at De Huang. Get lost. Longshan bellowed, directly forcing the other party back with a heavy punch. The middle-aged man's expression was ugly. He was a 5th-layer Star Lord, but he was forced back. This was the first time they had exchanged blows, but he already felt great pressure. You have to look at the owner before you hit a dog. Longshan said Lung. Mother ***. You damn monkey, how dare you take advantage of me? I think you deserve to be beaten more than this blind bastard. De Huang said fiercely, gritting his teeth. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. You bastards, only this girl is somewhat good-looking. It's not bad to kill you and make some dishes with wine, the middle-aged man said with a cold smile. The middle-aged man said with a sneer. He swung the spear in his hand and 9 silhouettes appeared in all directions of the square, surrounding Xianxia and the others. Oh, looks like this Lord Dog is quite good. So many 5th-layer Star Lords all at once. Hee hee. I'm going to start a massacre today. De Huang narrowed his eyes. These 10 people were all 5th-layer Star Lords. They came in a menacing manner, each with a strong murderous aura. They were determined to encircle Xianxia and the others here. Master has ordered that anyone who trespasses Zhou Cave will be killed. The middle-aged man bellowed, and the 10 people swarmed forward. Another bunch of people who are not afraid of death. Xianxia's expression was the same as usual. He was not afraid even when facing 10 5th-layer Star Lords. The Nagasaki Elder must be here. Otherwise, even the gatekeeper wouldn't be so strong. Black King, do it. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, Xianxia was filled with murderous intent. He did not let down his guard at all. Under the dragon transformation, he fought against 4 opponents at the same time and did not lose the upper hand at all. A great battle began. The top 10 experts were all at the 5th sky of the Star Lord realm and possessed extraordinary combat ability. However, Xianxia and the others were not careless either. Apart from him, De Huang, Long San, and Mui Bai were also fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. The Black King did not join the battle, but as long as Xianxia gave the order, he would definitely lead the beast-tied army and charge out. Xianxia wanted to hone his combat skills, especially against these experienced Star Lords. These fellows' combat strength was far greater than this. The land of exiled had weakened their strength continuously, but they were still far stronger than the Star Lords of the same level. This was what Xianxia valued the most. Eternal immortal wind. Xianxia waved the heavenly dragon sword and unleashed wind blades. The 4 experts did not expect Xianxia to be so terrifying. Under the dragon transformation, he was like a diamond, unleashing one attack after another. The limitless sword defeated the 4 experts in a row. Xianxia walked in the air as if he was invincible. The 4 of them were completely defeated by the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia took the opportunity to chase after them and unleashed one heaven-piercing sword after another. The 4 were all killed by the heavenly dragon sword. When Xianxia looked back, Big Yellow was also grimacing in pain, kicking and stomping. Although it didn't look elegant, the 2 5th heavenly layer Star Lords were completely crushed. They weren't Big Yellow's match at all. Their skulls were crushed by the impact of Big Yellow's iron head, and they died on the spot. Lan San and Mui Bai became more and more familiar with each other. They were able to fight against the 4 of them with ease. Damned monkey, stop acting cool. You 2 are really shameless. De Huang snorted. Mui Bai's face was flushed and his heart was pounding. This De Huang dog was too good at talking nonsense. There was nothing going on between him and Lan San. Although Lan San was quite interested in her, he had not said anything yet. The 2 of them were just lacking in cooperation, which made it easier for them to fight. You talk too much. Dragon San glared at Big Yellow and continued to make hand signs with his battle saint technique. Together with Mui Bai's 3 ultimately fire techniques, they complemented each other and killed the 4 experts one after another. There was no room for negotiation. Little Chinzi, there's no time. Let's go and take a look. Big Yellow said impatiently, but Xianxia was even more anxious than him. The 4 of them nodded and went deeper into the square without hesitation. There were huge stone platforms in the surroundings, and bonfires were lit on them. The blazing flames made one feel even more confused. However, before they could pass through the plaza, the thousands of broken Genesis weapons in the surroundings began to vibrate. They floated in the air and continuously revolved around Xianxia and the others. Although the thousands of Genesis weapons were broken, they still possessed extraordinary spirituality. They gathered into a flood of Genesis chi that no one dared to underestimate. What a bunch of trash. It looks like even Aunt Xiao and the others have lost to you. A low voice reverberated in the sky above the square. The sound lingered in the air, seeming to carry a huge pressure, giving off an aura of slaughter. Deliberately mystifying things. Hurry up and come out to die. Old B** starred, hurry up and hand over the little dragon. Otherwise, this master dog will beat you into a Nagasaki old turtle. De Huang shouted angrily. He cautiously stared at his surroundings. The origin of the voice was unfathomable. However, his strength was definitely above everyone else. A mere pug dares to strut around in front of me? What a dog that doesn't know what's good for it. He he he. Eerie laughter filled everyone's ears. De Huang was so angry that he was a complete mess. Come out if you have the guts, you old turtle. Let this master dog see exactly what you're made of. What's the point of just talking? When you show up, see if this master dog will shatter your turtle shell. De Huang was not to be outdone as he roared again and again. You guys don't have the qualifications to fight with me. If you want to see me, you'll have to first break my 10,000 soldiers formation. Elder Nagasaki's voice disappeared into the depths of the plaza. However, the thousands of broken Genesis weapons in the surroundings had already begun to revolve, floating around Xianxia and the others. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, cudgels, and wolf fangs were all present. However, all of them were broken weapons. If they were genuine grade 5 Genesis weapons, Xianxia and the others would likely not be able to withstand such a formation. Trying to play with formations? Humph, I'm afraid that you don't know how powerful this master dog is. De Huang excitedly said, clearly itching to give it a try. However, Xianxia's expression was extremely grave. These broken Genesis weapons were not completely useless. The thousands of broken Genesis weapons had gathered together to form an extremely complex offensive and defensive formation. In other words, these thousands of broken Genesis weapons could be seen as the foundation of the formation. There was only one way to break this formation, and that was to destroy all the Genesis weapons. This was the simplest and crudest method. However, these were all grade 5 Genesis weapons. Destroying these broken Genesis weapons and breaking out of the formation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. De Huang tried several times, but all of them ended in failure. Blade after blade of sword chi filled the sky, and they could only struggle to deal with them. The power of so many Genesis weapons was unimaginably dangerous. As time went by, in less than a quarter of an hour, the injuries on Xianxia and the others became more and more serious. Although the wounds on their bodies weren't fatal, they came and went unpredictably. Wherever they went, there was no opening for them to attack. Damn it, I don't believe this. De Huang's anger soared to the heavens. He was extremely unconvinced in his heart. Forget it, Big Yellow. This 10,000 soldiers formation is the simplest. You don't have to think that it's too complicated. However, it's precisely because of this that it's difficult to destroy so many soldiers. It's truly too difficult. Xianxia said. Blade after blade flickered indeterminately. Even he could not escape unscathed. No matter how the heavenly dragon sword slashed out, the 10,000 soldier formation did not change in the slightest. Lan Shisan and Mui Bai could only run for their lives. If they stopped, they would definitely be hacked to death by the 10,000 soldier formation. Although the grade 5 Genesis weapons were no longer as powerful as they were in the past, there were simply too many of them, and no one could stop them. We can't just sit here and wait for death. De Huang lowered his head and sighed. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death. This old tortoise is simply too King sinister. Black King, do you have any good ideas? Xianxia asked. Master. I do have a way, but I may have to pay a huge price. The Black King said hesitantly. Hurry up and tell me. Lan Shisan couldn't wait any longer. Any more delay would put Xiaolong in a more dangerous situation. Using the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda as an attack, we should be able to charge out of the 10,000 soldiers formation. However, we will lose more than half of the demonic beasts. The Black King said with a serious expression. This was the only way he could think of. No, demonic beasts are also living beings. Since they are following me, although I can't guarantee that they will be safe for the rest of their lives, I, Xianxia, am not willing to use their lives in exchange. Xianxia shook his head. The Black King's heart was filled with gratitude. It was his honor and fortune to follow a master like Xianxia. Then what should we do? This 10,000 soldiers formation is extremely domineering. In another half an hour, we may all be wiped out and become ghosts in this formation. Muibai said in a low voice. We can only rely on this. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and gently stroked it. The heavenly dragon sword had accompanied him for countless years and was already like his life. Ever since he entered the eternal world, the heavenly dragon sword had reached its limit. It was at most equivalent to a grade 5 Genesis weapon. If it wasn't for the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword, it would most likely be inferior to the sealed dragon bone spear in his hand. At this moment, Xianxia could only rely on the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword. Only a battle between the strong and the strong could he completely change the no-beginning formation and kill his way out. Buzz buzz, the heavenly dragon sword constantly emitted a low buzzing sound, as if it was cheering and eager to fight. But to Xianxia, it was an unimaginable sorrow. Even Empress Lin's sword could not allow Xianxia's infinite sword to fuse perfectly with the heavenly dragon sword. Using the suppression of the sword soul to exterminate the tens of thousands of soldiers was the only way to break the formation. Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly as if he was afraid that it would leave him. However, at this moment, he had no way out. Xianxia was incomparably resolute. He started to cast the limitless sword again and again. Only the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword could suppress these thousands of broken weapons. However, the sword soul was constantly being consumed. The heavenly dragon sword was no longer the invincible weapon in the divine world. Because of the sword soul, the heavenly dragon sword and Xianxia were incomparably compatible. The fusion of man and sword was something that no other combat weapon could compare to. Xianxia was like a god of war. De Huang and Long Shan followed behind him. They could feel Xianxia's determination. However, there was no other way. Xianxia's attainments in formations were not below De Huang's. He had comprehended the no-beginning formation and learned the 108,000 formations. Even he could only choose the simplest and most direct way to break the formation. It was easy to imagine that they were in a dangerous situation. Does teacher have the confidence? Muibai was nervous. She was not afraid of death. Since she had followed Xianxia into the deep-sea dragon abyss, she had no regrets. When she saw Long Shan, she was relieved. Her only worry was the little dragon. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she was much calmer and happier when she saw Long Shan. Definitely. I believe in little Chenzi. Long Shan said firmly. Long Shan and the others followed closely behind Xianxia to defend against the attacks from the surroundings. The 10,000 soldiers formation was getting stronger and stronger. Once the Genesis weapons were activated, the formation would be invincible. As the saying goes, a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. When these broken Genesis weapons were piled up, it was unimaginably terrifying. The pressure that Xianxia was under was unimaginable to De Huang and the others. Even the Black King could not break the formation and could only help Xianxia to deal with the attacks of these unpredictable Genesis weapons. Above them and in all directions, there were Genesis weapons. This tide of Genesis weapons forced everyone to retreat. Only Xianxia took the lead and attacked with his sword spirit. The heavenly dragon sword crisscrossed and slashed at the broken Genesis weapons one after another. However, he suffered a great deal of damage. The power of the sword spirit was indeed terrifying, but the heavenly dragon sword was at most equivalent to a grade 5 Genesis weapon. This constant consumption of the sword spirit caused cracks to appear on the heavenly dragon sword. It was a ghastly sight. The limitless sword was invincible. With the support of the heavenly dragon sword, Xianxia advanced with every step, displaying his killing intent. Broken Genesis weapons were constantly being destroyed. Everyone was both happy and worried because Xianxia was using the life of the heavenly dragon sword to break the formation. One could imagine the pain and difficulty involved. The heavenly dragon sword was like his own life to Xianxia, but for the sake of everyone's safety, Xianxia was resolute and did not hesitate at all. A series of clanging sounds seemed to strike Xianxia's chest. Rays of awe-inspiring sword chi destroyed the sky. Hundreds of broken Genesis weapons were completely destroyed by Xianxia. The heavenly dragon sword spirit also grew weaker and weaker. The consumption was so great that the sword spirit was almost destroyed. His blood was boiling and the flames of battle raged, but the sword spirit was gradually extinguishing. Using the heavenly dragon sword in exchange for stability made Xianxia feel incomparable pain in his heart. However, he had no other choice. Xianxia's roar was like thunder as he charged forward. The perfect fusion of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword made him invincible. However, the heavenly dragon sword had been greatly consumed in this battle. To destroy these broken Genesis weapons, he could only use the sword spirit to suppress them. Time passed minute by minute, but to Xianxia, it felt like a year. Every ray of sword chi caused the heavenly dragon sword spirit to tremble continuously. 22 swords. 23 swords. 26 swords. Xianxia's dragon transformation was like a tiger that had grown wings. Sword chi surged, and countless Genesis weapons were shattered by Xianxia from thousands of miles away. One strength could overcome 10,000 swords, and one sword could resist 10,000 swords. The 10,000 soldiers formation was finally broken by Xianxia. On the heavenly dragon sword, there were cracks everywhere and it was riddled with holes. It had long lost its splendor. With a loud bang, 10,000 Genesis weapons fell. The heavenly dragon sword had also lost its former majesty. The sword spirit had completely collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. The formation had been broken, but the sky dragon sword had become a useless sword. It did not have its sharp chi power, and it did not have its former glory. After the last buzzing sound, the sky dragon sword seemed to have its soul sucked out, and the candle turned to ashes and dried up. Xianxia took a deep breath. The past was still vivid in his mind. The heavenly dragon sword had accompanied him to travel across the three realms. Even in the eternal world, it had never disappointed him. However, this time, the sword soul had been exhausted and the heavenly dragon sword had become a broken weapon. He could feel the aura of the heavenly dragon sword soul lingering in the sky. He could feel the heartache of the heavenly dragon sword being broken. He and the heavenly dragon sword had already merged into one. At this moment, it was no different than cutting off one of his arms. Clang! The heavenly dragon sword was broken into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Xianxia's hand even trembled a little. To others, it might just be a sword, but to Xianxia, it was more than a brother. The heavenly dragon sword was broken, and his heart seemed to be broken. He held the broken sword tightly. Complicated feelings flowed in his heart. However, Xianxia knew that he could not stay here for too long. He had not achieved his goal. He suddenly opened his eyes and his body trembled. He knew that he had to move forward. He still had to save Xiaolong. There was no time to waste. Little Qinzi, De Huang said in a low voice. Xianxia waved his hand and chuckled. I'm fine. Let's get out of here quickly. We still have to find that old turtle. Xianxia and Long Shersan looked at each other. Mui Bai might not understand, but how could they not understand? The sky dragon sword was broken. This must be the eternal sorrow in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia's group continued to walk deeper into the square. At the end of the square, a black-robed old man was sitting cross-legged with his back facing them. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. Only his back could be seen, but his strength was extremely robust, causing Xianxia to feel a great pressure. De Huang and the rest were breathing heavily, for they could vaguely make out the thin figure lying in front of the black-robed old man. It was the Xiaolong that they had been thinking about for a long time. Elder Nagasaki, you old bastard, you coward, hurry up and accept your death. De Huang's face was full of anger. What was this guy doing? Right now, Xiaolong's vital signs were extremely weak. Even with his eternal indestructible body, he was barely breathing. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and didn't say a word. He held the dragonbone battle spear in his hand and swung it horizontally. Master, be careful. The Black King couldn't help but warn. This person's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Black King couldn't catch up to him. Insignificant skill, what's there to be afraid of? It's like throwing an egg against a stone. Hee hee. A deep and cold laughter echoed in the square. Xianxia's dragonbone battle spear was directly aimed at Elder Nagasaki. However, at the moment when the Dragon Bone battle spear was about to reach Elder Nagasaki, an invisible airwave was formed. Xianxia was directly pushed back a dozen steps, and his face turned pale. This guy's divine protection skill was really not simple. He wasn't even afraid of the Dragon Bone battle spear. It was enough to imagine how powerful this guy was. Little Chinzi, I'm here to help you. De Huang and Longshan followed closely behind. Mu Bai took advantage of the situation, and the Black King stayed at the back, keeping his eyes and ears open in all directions, for fear of any threat. Even with everyone's joint efforts, they still couldn't break Elder Nagasaki's divine protection skill. Bang! 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 De Huang and the others fell to the ground one after another. Elder Nagasaki, an 8th Heaven Star Lord, made them feel powerless. Xianxia's mind spun, and his gaze turned solemn. This guy still hasn't made a move, so he must have something more important to do. Or perhaps, he couldn't split himself at the moment. Otherwise, why would he let them attack without retaliating? I don't believe I can't break your divine protection skill. Xianxia's eyes flickered, and a gust of wind rose from the sky. Eternal immortal wind tore through the wind, causing the sky to change color. Astral winds flickered like sharp blades, clanging and buzzing, but still couldn't break Elder Nagasaki's divine protection skill. Damn it, this guy's divine protection skill is harder than a tortoise shell. De Huang said with a solemn expression. Xianxia's attacks were to no avail. Although they had the initiative now, no one knew if the moment Elder Nagasaki turned around would be their doomsday. Again. Xianxia roared. The Black King and the others once again followed Xianxia's attack. Limitless Sword. Sword 26. Xianxia used all his strength just to break Elder Nagasaki's divine protection skill, but it still didn't change. However, Xianxia could feel Elder Nagasaki's ruthlessness. Although he couldn't break his divine protection skill, Elder Nagasaki seemed to be unable to bear it. At this time, a series of rumbling sounds came from the underground square. The momentum was so great that it made people feel pressure. What's going on? Longshan looked up and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Don't waste your energy. Humph. Elder Nagasaki's feminine and strange voice once again appeared in the ears of Xianxia and the others. While everyone was puzzled, the entire underground square suddenly began to crack. In less than a few breaths, there was an earth-shattering noise. The dome of the underground square instantly collapsed, and endless seawater poured in. The huge underground square was directly suppressed by the seawater, penetrating through the entire underground square. Zhoukou Cave was also directly destroyed. The ruthless pressure of the seawater caught Xianxia and the others off guard. This pressure directly caused different degrees of injuries. Zhoukou Cave, and even the entire land of exile, had completely turned into a vast ocean. This was the real deep-sea dragon abyss. At this moment, Elder Nagasaki was still sitting there silently. His divine protection skill helped him block the endless seawater and pressure around him. He looked calm and composed. In the face of this endless pressure, it was fortunate that the physiques of Xianxia and the others were 1 in a million. Otherwise, they would definitely be destroyed by the water pressure, and not even their bones would be left. At that moment of life and death, Longshan desperately stood behind Mu Bai and helped her resist the water pressure that could tear a 6th or 7th Heaven Star Lord apart. Mu Bai's body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. His eyes were incomparably complicated but also incomparably warm. At this moment of life and death, Longshan did not hesitate to stand behind Mu Bai and prop up his strong back, just like his broad chest, firm as a rock. Thank you. Mu Bai's face reddened as she bit her red lips. The Lin Kingdom was filled with experts and geniuses. There were 4 prefectures and 1 camp, and there were countless monstrous geniuses. Even the crown prince of the Lin Kingdom, Lin Tianlin, admired her. However, Mu Bai had never felt the slightest bit of affection for anyone. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that her heart would beat even faster in front of this glib-tongued yet responsible man. I finally understand why this place is called the Deep-Sea Dragon Abyss. However, Mu Bai still couldn't hide her nervousness. Her face was ashen. The unimaginable water pressure weighed tens of millions of kilograms, and it was easy to imagine the pressure they had to endure at the bottom of the sea. They already knew that it was easy to get in, but difficult to get out. The higher they went, the more pressure they had to endure was enough to crush a Star Emperor expert to death. Xianxia and the others were enlightened. The so-called deep-sea dragon abyss was just like this. This place was originally a deep sea. No wonder the people of the three major powers were all in the cave, but there was no one on the surface. It turned out that they were trying to avoid danger. Otherwise, when the boundless sea water poured down, the water pressure was comparable to the Star Emperor's nightmare. Almost no one could survive it. It was just like a tide, there would be a time when it would recede, and there would be a time when it would come back again. At this moment, they were coincidentally caught up with the tide, and all of them were injured by the boundless water pressure. If it wasn't for the three of them having their own physiques, they would have already died. There was a deep sea above their heads. Who could withstand it? Not good, the seawater has the effect of decomposing the Genesis chi in the body. Xianxia's expression grew increasingly ugly. The group was trapped in the deep sea. The deep-sea dragon abyss was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. Enter the Buddha prison pagoda. With a thought from Xianxia, De Huang and the others quickly followed Xianxia into the Buddha prison pagoda. Only then did they have a chance to catch their breath. Why is that old guy so fearless? Damn it, this isn't fair. De Huang continued to complain. The reason was none other than Xiaolong's current situation. They couldn't even break through the old man's protective divine art. Xiaolong was in great danger. He also needs to resist this boundless water pressure. It's just that he's stronger than any of us, so it doesn't look that strenuous for him. But right now, he should be at his weakest. The Black King said with a gloomy expression. Perhaps, this is the best chance. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he jumped out of the Buddha prison pagoda. Little Chinzi, come back. De Huang glared at them and roared like thunder. But in the Buddha prison pagoda, Xianxia was the master. They couldn't leave this place at all. Mother ****. Little Chinzi, if anything happens to you, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Longshisan's eyes were gloomy, and his body trembled. He roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to fight side by side with Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't want them to take the risk. Because he had the heaven and earth technique, he could escape at the crucial moment. But they didn't expect it. Teacher, Muibai was also panic-stricken, and his heart shivered. Xianxia was planning to face the old man alone. Wasn't this the same as going to the mountain, knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain? Xianxia turned around and smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Wait until I get rid of this old turtle, then we can drink and chat merrily. When Xianxia turned around, his face was filled with determination. At the last moment, he had the heaven ascension stairway to escape, but De Huang and Longshisan couldn't. So he had to take a gamble. What I hate the most is this guy trying to be a hero in front of me. De Huang scolded, but in his heart, he was extremely worried. The terror of the old man was definitely beyond their expectations, but he was going alone. In the deep sea, their situation would only get more and more difficult. Teacher, will he be in danger? Muibai asked nervously. He won't die, but this guy is afraid that we will be killed by the old man. Do I look like such a weak person? De Huang gritted his teeth and said. Xianxia didn't want to take the risk. Xiaolong was already on the brink of death, and he didn't dare to gamble with the lives of his brothers. This time, he had to break this guy's defense no matter what. He couldn't let his evil plan succeed, or Xiaolong would be in danger. Xianxia and the Black King attacked at the same time. In the sea, the water pressure was heavy, and Xianxia didn't know how deep or how terrifying the tides were. However, Xianxia had the 5 elements divine fire in his body, and also had the myriad chi body, so he wasn't afraid of the poison of the seawater. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about his yuan chi being corroded. Every step Xianxia took was difficult. The water pressure increased the pressure on him, but this was his only chance. He was under a lot of pressure, but the old man wasn't any better. It was just a pot calling the kettle black. The limitless sword was indomitable, and the sword moved gracefully, showing its magnificence with the power to destroy the world. Rays of sword chi were like shadows, constantly slashing at Xianxi's back. His body protection divine art rippled unceasingly, showing traces of loosening. Under the pressure of thousands of caddies of water, it had become extremely difficult for him. He had the Buddha prison pagoda in his hand, but he could only rely on his own strength to withstand the water pressure of thousands of caddies. It seemed easy, but in fact, it was unbearably painful. Xianxia held the sword in his hand, but the sky dragon was no longer there. At this time, his limitless sword was filled with ruthlessness, anger, and tyranny. He couldn't wait to cut the old man into 1,000 pieces, not only to save Xiaolong, but also for the sky dragon's sword. The Black King and Xianxia cooperated. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia's strength wasn't any weaker than a 5th or 6th heavenly layer Star Lord. With the support of the limitless sword, his strength was almost equal to the Black King. The two of them desperately attacked, just to break the old man's defense. Bastard! It seems that if I don't get rid of you first, I won't be able to refine it with peace of mind. The old man suddenly turned his head, and a cold light shot out from his pair of eagle eyes. He faced Xianxia directly, like a wolf staring at an eagle. Murderous aura surged, making him look like a demon. The corner of Xianxia's mouth rose slightly. He knew that this guy couldn't hold back anymore. Even if the old man didn't make a move now, he would break the old man's protective divine art later. At that time it would be even more unsightly. Only now did Xianxia discover that the old man was actually refining a weapon. In front of him, there was a divine weapon that was about to be completed, and at this moment, the old man was using the blood of Xiaolong to refine it. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiaolong's face was extremely pale. The eternal immortal body's recovery ability was terrifying, but this old man was using the blood of Xiaolong to refine a divine weapon. You're courting death. Nagasaki old man held a 7-foot heavy sword in his hand, slashing across the sky with boundless chi. Xianxia raised his sword. His strength under the dragon transformation was extremely terrifying, but when his sword collided with Nagasaki old man's, Xianxia still felt numb all over his body. That kind of incomparable overbearingness and spirit, the pressure of the heavy sword was simply too strong. The suppression of their strength made Xianxia's eyes turn solemn. This was an irreversible situation. Xianxia was forced to take a dozen steps back, looking rather embarrassed. The Black King had been waiting for an opportunity. He had already reached the 6th sky of Star Lord, but he still seemed inferior to the Nagasaki Elder. The Black King roared and charged at the Nagasaki Elder. The Nagasaki Elder was also fearless. Neither Xianxia nor the Black King was a match for him. The difference in strength was irreparable. Ancient soaring dragon art. Xianxia clenched his teeth and increased his strength again. He had even reached the peak of the 6th sky of Star Lord, which was even more terrifying than the Black King. The two of them attacked one after another, but the Nagasaki Elder's pressure was even stronger. Every slash felt like the world was falling apart. If it weren't for the fact that he was under the sea, which limited his power, the Nagasaki Elder's attacks might have been even more terrifying. Xianxia also advanced bravely. The limitless sword broke through the Nagasaki Elder's attacks with tricks. Although he could stop the Nagasaki Elder's attacks, it would be extremely difficult to defeat him. The limitless sword was powerful, but the Nagasaki Elder was even more monstrous. The Nagasaki Elder's strength had far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. He didn't look like an 8th sky of Star Lord at all. His strength and experience were even close to the Star Emperor level. Bang! Bang! Sword after sword smashed against Xianxia's sword. Xianxia's flesh and blood were trembling. A 2nd sky Star Lord like him definitely couldn't withstand such pressure. Even if he used dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon art, his combat strength would only increase a lot at most. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist an 8th level Star Lord like the Nagasaki Elder. The Black King roared again and again, his sharp claws rampaging. The Tiger King mark between his eyebrows was faintly discernible. He did his best to protect and escort Xianxia. However, the two of them were still unable to compete with the old man Nagasaki. In addition to being passive, even the Black King was deeply trapped, struggling to move forward. True dragon body. Xianxia's body changed again. He turned into a 100-zhang tall dragon. The body of a true dragon coiled around the seabed like a fish in water. Under the deep sea, Xianxia's unparalleled dragon might was fully displayed. Not bad. It's no weaker than the eternal indestructible body. Kid, you really make me excited. Hee hee hee. I wonder if my eternal indestructible sword can evolve again with your blood. Old man Nagasaki's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia's true dragon form. Xianxia's 300-meter-long body was shining with dazzling golden light, making him look like the descendant of the eternal dragon. If he could kill Xianxia and fuse him with the blood of the eternal immortal body, he would be able to refine a peerless combat weapon. Then, he would have the hope of leaving this damned place. Escaping was the goal that the old man Nagasaki had been working for all these years. He had already been exiled for 1,300 years. In this place where there was no daylight, if he died, he would feel uneasy in his heart. But if he didn't die, it would be like an eternal prison, and it would be hard for him to escape. Only by refining his divine weapon and breaking through the boundless pressure would he be able to fight for a chance of survival. I want your blood, I want your blood. The old man Nagasaki's eyes flickered with excitement. He seemed to have seen the light of dawn. He could see the sunlight that hadn't shone on him for 1,000 years outside the dragon abyss. Hope was right in front of him, fleeting. He must not let it go, the eternal indestructible body and the eternal dragon, these two peerless physiques. The essence of their blood would surely allow him to soar. Xianxia's dragon body spiraled in the air. His terrifying figure stirred up whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. With a shake of his body, the Black King transformed into a 30-meter-tall black tiger. He charged forward with irresistible force, sandwiching Nagasaki Old Man in the middle with Xianxia in front and Nagasaki Old Man behind him. However, Nagasaki Old Man's eyes flickered, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. The old man Nagasaki brandished his sword. The Black King pounced forward with all his might, but he couldn't block the old man's sword momentum. The Black King was forced to retreat again and again. Xianxia twisted his body and swung his tail. In the deep sea, the true dragon body seemed to have the help of the divine god, causing his strength to rise once again. However, he was still forced back by Elder Xianxi's sword. One after another, the heavy sword slashed down, increasing the injuries on Xianxia's body. One after another, the dragon tail flew across the sky, but all of them were dodged by old man Nagasaki. His strength made Xianxia feel helpless. This bastard was just too strong. Puff after spurting out a mouthful of blood, Xianxia stretched out his palm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His facial expression became even uglier. Even though the myriad chi body was able to recover at an astonishing speed, his chance of winning was not high if the battle continued. Even Black King had suffered a severe injury and was on the brink of death. A mere second Sky of the Star Lord wants to fight me? Brat, you're still too young. I was a Star Emperor in the past. If it weren't for this damn deep-sea dragon abyss that trapped me for more than 1,300 years, how could I be in such a sorry state? My strength has been declining. Now, I need to go all out to fight a Star Lord like you. The old man Nagasaki's feminine face had a hint of mockery. His wrinkled face was full of malice. He coveted Xianxia as if he was looking at his own treasure. For him, Xianxia was the key to leaving the deep-sea dragon abyss. That's not necessarily true. Old fart, I'll fight you to the death today. Xianxia gripped the combat sword in his hand tightly. He couldn't leave yet. Little Dragon was lying on the ground, his vital signs were extremely weak. If he left just like that, it would surely become a shadow in his heart that he would never be able to get rid of. He could fight again, he could fight again. Everything should be over. I don't have time to play with you. The old man Nagasaki's body was like a rainbow shadow. Even in the deep sea, he was still unstoppable. He clashed with Xianxia several times, causing several cracks to appear on Xianxia's sword. A grade 5 Genesis weapon couldn't withstand the old man Nagasaki's heavy sword at all. The continuous pressure made it difficult for Xianxia to breathe. However, he relied on the limitless sword for his last attack. Xianxia used his body as a sword. Although this sword could not reach the perfect harmony between him and the heavenly dragon's sword, the direction of the sword had been completely released. Especially in the deep sea, the sword technique was like a fish in water, it allowed Xianxia to have a deeper understanding. The limitless sword, constantly changing, constantly attacking, like a growing life, never stopping, always moving forward, this was the true meaning of the limitless sword. If the limitless sword stopped advancing one day, then it would no longer be the limitless sword. Because the sword had no limits, the sword technique had no limits. Xianxia's sword was no longer an ordinary sword, it was the life of the sword intent. The limitless sword had a myriad of changes, the pinnacle of the sword technique, the myriad of changes of the heavens and earth, the manifestation of the myriad of phenomena in the world. The limitless sword started from the ever-changing and endless changes of the sword technique. Xianxia used the same method to deal with the myriad of changes, using one sword to break the myriad of swords. Although Nagasaki Elder's attack was obvious and completely blocked his path of advance and retreat, Xianxia was like a fish in the deep sea, playing in the deep sea, the changes of the sword, reaching the pinnacle. Limitless sword, 27 swords. Xianxia's heart and sword as one, the 100 changes of the sword, familiar with the heart, the limitless sword, the path of attack, was a matter of course. Under the deep sea, the sword chi flowed, 10,000 swords returned to one sword turned into 10,000 swords, 27 swords, advancing, breaking the wind and breaking the waves. What kind of sword technique is this? Elder Xiangqi's facial expression changed dramatically. His mind was shaken, and he was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe it. Xianxia's swordsmanship had been cultivated to the extreme. It was unimaginable. Even Elder Xiangqi was frightened, because he could feel the unparalleled power of the sword in the 27th sword. It was so shocking that he didn't know how to defend against it. He had been practicing the sword all his life, but he was shocked by Xianxia's swordsmanship. Not to mention Nagasaki Elder, even the Black King was completely dumbfounded. His original strength was much more terrifying than Nagasaki Elder, he was already shocked by Xianxia's 26 swords. In his opinion, he was already at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even in the eternal world, he estimated that only a few people could reach this level. At this moment, Xianxia's 27 swords had completely shocked Black King. His heart was filled with waves of shock. Only someone like him who had once stood at the peak of martial arts knew how terrifying that sword technique was. It wasn't just limited to the strength of the sword, but the sword technique itself. It was like a growing life. You would never know what kind of changes it would undergo. This was precisely the most terrifying part of the limitless sword. It was endless and endless. 27 swords blocked all of Nagasaki Elder's retreat with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Under the deep sea, the sword chi traversed, the impact of the 27 swords washed away. Nagasaki Elder's pupils constricted, he retreated in order to advance, he changed from attack to defense, but everything was too late. Xianxia's 27 swords had already locked him. Even if he went to the ends of the world, he would absolutely not be able to escape the blockade of the limitless sword. Rays of sword chi flowed, piercing through Nagasaki Elder's body. In the end, he was completely cut into a pile of meat paste. 27 swords had finally broken the shackles of Xianxia's sword technique. Xianxia also knelt on one knee. The battle sword in his hand had completely lost its spirituality, Genesis chi, and had almost become a useless sword because the 27 swords was too powerful. Even a grade 5 Genesis weapon battle sword couldn't bear the terror of the 27 swords. At that moment, in the Buddha prison pagoda, De Huang and Long San were incomparably excited. They weren't surprised that Xianxia had turned defeat into victory, because this was Xianxia, a man who would never admit defeat. However, Mui Bai just stood there in a daze, because Xianxia's sword had completely exceeded her understanding. She couldn't even imagine how strong it was. It was like the stars in the sky, too far away from her. She was destined to never be able to catch up to the power of that sword in her life. Xianxia's sword was something she couldn't imagine. Little Chenzi really didn't let Master Dog down, he. De Huang grinned. He had always been worried that if Xianxia lost, it would mean that Xiaolong would most likely die under Nagasaki Elder's sword. To them, Xiaolong was like a little brother, not to mention that he had saved his and Long Shan's lives. Xianxia took a look at Xiaolong's injuries. It wasn't a big deal, but he had lost too much blood essence, which had caused him to lose consciousness. Even the eternal immortal body couldn't withstand such a loss of blood. At this moment, De Huang and the others were released from the Buddha prison pagoda by Xianxia. De Huang and Long San rushed over, and when they saw that Xiaolong was fine, their worried hearts finally relaxed. You brat, you've become a hero again. Master Dog really admires you from the bottom of my heart. De Huang glared at Jiang Chen and said angrily. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was thinking for him, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Was Master Dog someone who was afraid of death? Jiang Chen smiled. This De Huang dog was still unforgiving. However, there was no anger between the two of them. It was just that De Huang was still worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Little Chenzi, what do you think? This sword embryo is so powerful. Long Shan looked at the blood-colored sword embryo in front of Xiaolong. It was 7 feet long, and its entire body was blood-colored. However, it was obvious that the sword embryo had yet to be formed. However, the formless and terrifying aura circulating around it was frightening. It's indeed a good sword. It's a pity that it hasn't been formed yet. If this sword embryo could be completely forged, it would definitely be a peerless sword. Mui Bai couldn't help but sigh. This was forged using Xiaolong's blood. That old bastard even made Xiaolong lose more than half of his blood essence. Long Shan stomped on the minced meat on the ground, and his anger was slightly relieved. Mui Bai also couldn't stop laughing. He didn't expect Long Shan to have such a cute side. If this sword embryo was successfully forged, it would very likely become a grade 7 Genesis weapon. That guy wanted to break through the void and escape from the deep-sea dragon abyss. Unfortunately, he was one step behind. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. However, at this moment, the broken sword in his hand began to tremble unceasingly. It was the broken sword of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen frowned and his heart skipped a beat. The sword embryo was trembling as well. Could it be that this was an opportunity? Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. The destruction of the heavenly dragon sword was a huge blow to him. But at this very moment, the incomplete sword embryo that old man Xianxia had left behind could actually resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. Although the sword spirit had collapsed and the sword was broken, Jiang Chen felt that the heavenly dragon sword spirit was still present. It was no longer an ordinary divine weapon. It had followed him for thousands of years and had long become spirit. What the hell, little Chenzi, do you want to fuse this sword embryo with the heavenly dragon sword? De Huang said excitedly, his face full of smiles. He had already seen the light in little Chenzi's eyes. The previous lifeless look in Jiang Chen's eyes had made him quite worried. But since the sword embryo could allow the heavenly dragon sword to be reborn, it would perhaps be a new transformation for both the heavenly dragon sword and Jiang Chen. I can give it a try. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably solemn voice. Regardless of success or failure, he had to give it a try. Now that the sword embryo had resonated with the broken blade of the heavenly dragon sword, wouldn't he be struck by lightning if he missed it? Does teacher also know how to refine weapons? Mu Yibai covered his mouth in disbelief. He glanced at Long Shan and De Huang. That was a sword embryo of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Even a Star Emperor expert might not have the means to refine such a peerless weapon, right? He knows everything except for not being able to give birth. Long Shan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mu Yibai's face turned red, rolling his eyes at Long Shan. But the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed for a long time. Teacher's mastery of swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle, rare ores, and when he gave me some pointers, it was as if he had transformed into a dragon. And now, he was able to mercilessly kill Xianxia old man who was 6 layers above him. And now, he even knew how to refine weapons? You're right. Little Chenzi knows everything except for not being able to give birth. He. De Huang patted his chest happily. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. Without any distractions, he began to prepare to refine a weapon. More than half of the grade 7 Genesis weapon had already been refined by old man Nagasaki. If they were any later, Xiaolong would have lost his life. Once the grade 7 Genesis weapon was refined, the deep-sea dragon abyss would no longer be able to trap him. Even Star Emperor experts could not imagine how difficult it was to refine a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Jiang Chen did not know, but in order to recast the heavenly dragon sword and fuse the sword embryo with the broken blade, he would not hesitate to sacrifice half his life. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He took out the myriad chi cauldron, fused the heavenly dragon sword with the sword embryo, and began to refine it. The 5 elemental divine fires continued to intertwine and merge. Xianxia's Genesis Qi continued to pour out. Fortunately, the myriad Qi was so powerful that it directly fused the sword embryo with the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia's face was incomparably solemn. He took out the storm hammer, and the refining method appeared again. The weighty hammer technique continued to forge and refine. Ding, ding. The sound of iron striking continued to spread. The deep-sea dragon abyss had once again faded, turning into a swamp ruin. Everything remained the same, but the people had changed. But the sound of iron striking never stopped. In one day and one night, Xianxia struck out 99,999 times. The grade 7 sword embryo and the heavenly dragon sword were finally completely fused. The 7-foot ice edge emitted a cold light, and a chilling feeling arose. Even De Huang and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Xianxia's last clang sounded, the heavenly dragon sword was finally successfully reforged. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and a roar originated from the sword. It was like the roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, and the cry of an ape. The Black King stared blankly at his master, who always shocked him. Even he, who had experienced great storms and waves, couldn't help but sigh deeply. The aura of the heavenly dragon sword was shocking, and the sword soared into the sky. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky parted, revealing an incomparably bright rainbow. However, Xianxia's face was extremely ugly, because the reforged heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. Even he was shocked. Compared to the dragon bone battle spear, it was even scarier. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to be about to fly out of his hand. The sword chi was too strong, and it was dazzling. Xianxia's strength was not on par with the heavenly dragon sword at all. The heavenly dragon sword was like a wild horse that wanted to fly into the sky. The sword chi fluctuated, and even Xianxia himself was injured by the terrifying sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and it splashed on the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, the heavenly dragon sword became even more dazzling. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Xianxia's blood completely fused with the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword that was not long ago had completely turned into a sword with a blood-red radiance. It carried the arrogance and unruliness that attracted the attention of the world. The sword chi that was so dazzling that it really made Xianxia feel what was terrifying. However, when Xianxia's blood fused with the heavenly dragon sword, he finally sighed. Although the heavenly dragon sword could be used by him, it was completely different from the previous heart and sword unification. It seemed to reject Xianxia, just like a newborn calf. If the heavenly dragon sword was said to be a mature and stable uncle, then the current heavenly dragon sword was an unruly youth. Xianxia grew increasingly excited. He had not felt such a feeling for a long time. Although the heavenly dragon sword had yet to fuse with him, it had been reborn. For him, this was already enough. However, he still needed to slowly adapt to and tame this incomparably powerful youth. However, the only thing that Xianxia felt regretful about was that the heavenly dragon sword's sword spirit had shattered. Although the current heavenly dragon sword still had its domineering aura and charm, it lacked a sword spirit. Even so, the current heavenly dragon sword had already reached the level of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Moreover, it was a true pinnacle combat weapon. Such a peerless sword would make even Star Emperor level experts jealous. Mui Bai was already dumbstruck. His teacher was simply an unrivaled hero in his heart. He was like a god that could be watched from afar and not played with. Master is really amazing. Only now do I know how short-sighted I was. The Black King said with a bitter smile. Compared to his former master, the Black King felt that the current Xianxia was more like a rising superstar. Congratulations, little Chenzi. He, congratulations on obtaining a battle sword. This time, the heavenly dragon sword's transformation seems to be even better than before. De Huang said with a hearty laugh. This time, it was more daunting than dangerous. Fortunately, little dragon is fine. Let's quickly leave this place. I don't know what's the situation in the Lin Kingdom now. The Crown Prince may not be able to defeat the sinister and cunning Demon Empress by himself. Long Shan said with a solemn expression. Yes, let's not delay any further. Let's go. Xianxia said. The old man Xianxia was dead, and the battle sword in Jiang Chen's hand was already modeled. However, the interspatial ring in the old man Xianxia's hand attracted Jiang Chen's attention because the sapphire on the ring was extremely dazzling. He picked up the old man Xianxia's interspatial ring and erased the spirit imprint on it. When he opened the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be surprised. 18 Grade 6 Battle Swords. It was a great harvest this time. Your Highness, all our spies in the imperial capital have disappeared. We can't contact any of them. Your Highness, all the loyal officials and generals in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp have chosen to leave our camp to protect themselves. This, Your Highness, the left general of the Black Wind camp was killed last night. He died in the line of duty at the border. Your Highness, the Grand Council's Mo Yunfan has gathered more than half of the officials in the imperial court to impeach you after the ceremony in the main hall in 3 days. Your Highness, in the pitch-black and cold palace, the candles flickered and the breeze blew gently, but it was chilly. The news came in one after another, and all of them were grievous news. Lin Tianlin's face was extremely unsightly, and his hands were trembling slightly. He lay on the jade bed, and felt as if his soul had been sucked out of him. His heart was filled with incomparable grief. Enough. Lin Tianlin's expression was extremely cold. The news was like a bolt from the blue to him. It made him extremely indignant. In the past, all of them were obedient to him. At the banquets, they were full of distinguished guests. However, when he was in danger, they left him one by one. Those loyal officials and generals who followed him were also framed. Lin Tianlin felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He didn't need to think to know that all of this must be the work of the high and mighty demon empress. He had already encroached on her interests. If he was still the fallen crown prince, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster today. But now, she was like a thunderbolt, faster than he had imagined. In just a few days, she had caused the collapse of all his forces. For Lin Tianlin, this was no different from taking drastic measures to remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. He had completely become a commander without an army. Looking around, there were only a few people he could trust, including his trusted subordinates. Lin Tianlin was prepared to give the demon empress a head-on blow. However, he didn't expect that the result would be so miserable. The demon empress attacked him in just a few days. It was unbelievable. All the forces that he had managed were destroyed in just a few days. Lin Tianlin didn't even dare to think about it because he knew that the demon empress had already spread her tentacles deep into the Lin kingdom. To destroy the Lin kingdom, all she needed was a suitable opportunity. Lin Tianlin, the crown prince, who seemed to be endlessly glorious, was actually a mere figurehead. He didn't have any real power, let alone a future. Lin Tianlin gritted his teeth. His face was as gloomy as water. However, he had to face it. At least, he still had a glimmer of hope. He hoped that his teacher could return safely. Although the deep-sea dragon abyss was the most terrifying place of exile, his teacher seemed to be able to go anywhere in the world. Perhaps only his teacher could bring him a turning point. The reason why the demon empress hadn't taken any action was that she was most afraid of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. They were the true mainstays of the Lin kingdom. The masters of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion didn't obey any forces because they only obeyed His Majesty. The elites of the world were gathered there. Even the demon empress, who had great power, didn't dare to act rashly. That was because the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were too powerful. If there was any mistake, the demon empress' efforts over the years would be wasted. Therefore, even though the crown prince's henchmen were eliminated, the demon empress still acted cautiously. However, Lin Tianlin didn't have enough power to threaten the demon empress. Although he was unwilling, what could he do? He didn't expect that his hard work for so many years would go to someone else. If it wasn't for teacher Jiang Chen, he might not have known that his mother was the mastermind of the Lin kingdom's biggest conspiracy. The woman who could cover the sky with one hand, the woman who killed his birth mother. He wanted to tear her into pieces even in his dreams. However, this idea was obviously unrealistic now. Lin Tianlin was determined that he wouldn't back down even if he had to die. He had experienced so many things before. Life and death were just fleeting clouds. Lin Tianlin wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that his death wouldn't be worth it. He was afraid that his death wouldn't be worth it. He was afraid that his death wouldn't be worth it. If his death could bring peace to the human race and peace to the kingdom of Lin, he would be duty-bound to do so. As the crown prince of the kingdom of Lin, he had to be willing to sacrifice himself. That was the only way he could take on such a great responsibility. However, he wasn't in the mood to think about that. The safety of the Lin kingdom and the people of the human clan were the most important things in his heart. Lin Tianlin was destined to be unable to take care of himself. No one knew what his difficulties were, and he had no one to rely on right now. His Majesty Father had been in seclusion, the Grand Council was in charge of the politics, and the Demon Empress occupied half of the empire. The current situation wasn't optimistic, and he didn't have much time left. However, Lin Tianlin knew that he could only wait. Without teacher Jiang Chen, it would be difficult for him to do anything. If he made a mistake, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. Right now, his identity could still be a temporary shield, but if the Demon Empress was ready to attack, no one would be able to escape. The safety of the Lin kingdom was hanging by a thread. Right now, the human clan was on equal footing with the Feather clan and the Fairy clan. Once a civil war broke out, the Lin kingdom would definitely be sacrificed and become a ghost under the iron hooves of the two clans. Although the human clan was large, it might not be able to resist the alliance of the Feather clan and the Feather clan. Moreover, there were internal and external troubles. "Teacher, I don't know when you will come back," Lin Tianlin murmured. Jiang Chen was his last hope. Now that the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions was imminent, he had already received the news. This time, the Demon Empress would definitely let his people get first place in the competition, which would be crucial for him to control the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions. Stabilizing the army's morale was the most important thing. Therefore, the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions was extremely important to the Demon Empress. She wanted to gradually infiltrate the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions, and this was the best opportunity. Just when Lin Tianlin was sighing in his heart, another figure walked in from outside the palace. "Reporting to your highness. Speak quickly if you have something to say." Lin Tianlin frowned. He was already in a bad mood because of the bad news. Every piece of news was like adding snow to snow. Yes, the eldest lady of Kirin province and young master Jiang Chen have returned to the imperial capital. The person said in a trembling voice. He was afraid that if he angered the crown prince, his life would be in danger. Lin Tianlin suddenly stood up. His eyes were burning with passion and his heart was filled with excitement. "Teacher, you're finally back. Xiaolong, it looks like your complexion is recovering well. This lord dog's body is a little weak. Why don't you give me some more blood?" "Ha ha ha." De Huang shook his head as he spoke, beaming with joy. "You shameless dog, do you think Xiaolong's blood is a tonic?" F***ck. Long Shersan scolded him with a smile. "Big brother De Huang, if you want, I can put a bowl of blood in for you," Xiaolong said with a serious face. "You're such a cheeky fellow. Xiaolong doesn't know what to do anymore because of you." Jiang Chen slapped De Huang's head. Xiaolong was an upright person and didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he was still young. He was confused by the old fox De Huang's teasing and didn't know what was going on. Mui Bai smiled and didn't say anything. During this period of time, she gradually understood the fun of Jiang Chen and the others. Every one of them had a fiery passion and were as close as brothers. Every one of them had unique skills. Even though they didn't seem to be famous, they had swept through the entire deep-sea dragon abyss and the land of exile as they pleased. Now, Mu Yibai understood why Jiang Chen, who was the weakest among them, could become their leader. It was because he was always the one who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. This time, Mu Yibai also felt Long Shersan's feelings. However, she and Long Shersan hadn't reached the stage where they could live and die together. As the future leader of Kirin province, she had to face things that she couldn't even imagine. After leaving the deep-sea dragon abyss, they rushed back to Kirin province. After all, the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition was imminent and they had to prepare well. As soon as they returned to Kirin province, Lin Tianlin rushed over before they could even take a sip of tea. Lin Tianlin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chen and the others return safely. Especially Long Shersan's return, Lin Tianlin was even happier. If one were to point out the cause of this incident, it would definitely be him. If it wasn't for his eagerness to get rid of the Demon Empress's forces as soon as possible, this wouldn't have happened. However, the result was worrying. Putting aside the fact that he gave himself away, the Demon Empress was prepared in advance and even harmed Long Shersan and his brothers. If something were to happen to Long Shersan, Lin Tianlin would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. The pitiful thing was that Lin Tianlin had also lost his absolute initiative and his strength was constantly weakened by the Demon Empress. Now, he was like a general without an army. In the entire Lin Kingdom, there were only a few forces that he could mobilize. This was all because of Lin Tianlin's carelessness. He didn't have enough caution and preparation. One wrong move and the entire game was lost. Fortunately, he still had a chance to catch his breath, because he still had mastered Jiang Chen. This matter isn't your fault. Your Highness, you don't have to blame yourself. Long Shersan waved his hand and said. He was captured and narrowly escaped death because he wasn't careful enough and his strength wasn't strong enough. Lin Tianlin's matter was just a small matter. Moreover, Long Shersan wasn't the kind of person who blamed others and the heavens. Since the monkey said that it's fine, then don't blame yourself anymore. What brings your Highness here? Jiang Chen said. Lin Tianlin's face was filled with bitterness. He sighed in his heart and didn't know what to say. However, this was his family's matter and he really didn't know how to face it. Teacher, you don't have to call me your Highness. Just call me Tianlin. If I'm not wrong, your forces should have been eradicated by the Demon Empress, right? Jiang Chen said faintly. When he left the Lin country, he had already expected this outcome. To be able to silently attack Long Shersan under the eyes of the Crown Prince without him knowing, this was too terrifying. All of Lin Tianlin's confidence had disappeared. His arrogance had also been slapped in the face by reality. Only now did he realize that he still had a lot of things to do. At least for now, he wasn't a match for the Demon Empress. Looking at Lin Tianlin's bitter face, Jiang Chen guessed that it was because he was too hasty and asked Long Shersan to help him eliminate the dissidents and weaken the Demon Empress' strength, which led to the Demon Empress counterattack. This moment was his final outcome. Although it was miserable, it was the best portrayal of impulsiveness. The Demon Empress was so powerful that she had dominated the Lin Kingdom for so many years. Even His Majesty, who was at the level of Star Emperor, didn't notice her. Her henchmen were something that the Crown Prince couldn't even imagine. How could he, who had just escaped, defeat that old demonic woman? In the end, it was just as Jiang Chen said. Lin Tianlin couldn't help but give teacher Jiang Chen a thumbs up in his heart. What an abominable fellow. It seems like this is the calm before the storm. If the Lin Empress makes a move, I'm afraid that the entire Lin country will be shaken by the wind and rain. Long Shersan said emotionally. This Demon Empress is really all-pervasive. Even the Crown Prince is in such a difficult situation. Mui Bai couldn't help but say in a low voice. Lin Tianlin's sigh had already explained a lot. Teacher is wise. Right now, Tianlin is indeed being attacked from both sides. All his forces have been destroyed and he no longer has anyone to rely on. We can only hope that teacher can lend a hand to Tianlin. Only then can we help the human clan to get out of this predicament. After killing the evildoer forest, we can nip the problem in the bud. Otherwise, when the Demon Empress grows stronger, the human clan might be destroyed by the Feather Clan and the City Clan. Tianlin isn't afraid of death, but the people of the world are innocent. The people of the Lin country are innocent. Teacher, for the sake of the people of the world, please eliminate the Demon Empress and restore justice to the world. Lin Tianlin's face was solemn and gloomy. He knew that this was his last move. Apart from this, he had no other choice. For the sake of the people of the world, Lin Tianlin didn't care about his life at all. When he knelt down, Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Chen with hope. He was kneeling for the people of the world and for the future of the human race. Lin Tianlin didn't feel wronged at all. Your Highness, you, Mui Bai didn't expect Lin Tianlin to be so resolute, so persistent, and so righteous. He didn't put on the airs of a crown prince at all. He didn't even care about his dignity. Get up. If I don't help you, I'm afraid I'll be too petty. That's right. You're not kneeling for me. You're kneeling for the people of the world. I, Xianxia, won't stand by and watch the rise and fall of the human race. I must eliminate the demon empress. Thank you, teacher. Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. The smile at the corner of his mouth was even more obvious. Don't worry. Little Chenzi never fails to keep his promise. That demon empress will definitely be punished. Before Jiangchen could say anything, De Huang had already patted his chest and guaranteed. Unrighteousness brings about its own destruction. One day, I will catch that old witch with my own hands. Long Shersan said fiercely. His eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for that old witch, he wouldn't have fallen into Ling Long's trap and almost caused the little dragon's death. We still have to consider this matter at length. It isn't possible to eliminate that demon empress in a short period of time. It won't be too late for us to discuss it after the 4 prefectures and 1 camp tournament. Muibai's expression was stern. She was as valiant and heroic as a man. Long Shersan's eyes were filled with little stars, full of admiration. The competition is in 7 days. Teacher, I heard that this time's competition will be very cruel. It will be held in the minor cosm world. You must be extra careful. Lin Tianlin said. Yes, I heard that too. This time's competition is different from the past. I'm afraid we have to be prepared. Muibai said solemnly. Even though she was the prefecture lord's daughter, she had no right to know the content of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition. Teacher, you're travel-worn. Tianlin will not disturb you any longer. I will definitely come to support you in 7 days. After saying that, Lin Tianlin bowed and left Kirin province. Jiangchen also immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. This time, he fought Elder Changqi and refined the heavenly dragon sword again. This trip to the dragon abyss in the deep sea was also fruitful. The 4th floor of the dragon palace had already opened. He didn't even have time to look at it. At this moment, he could finally relax and cultivate. After this battle, Jiangchen's strength had already reached the peak of the 2nd sky of Star Lord. He kept devouring origin stones, refining and cultivating, and the dragonization art was like a dragon in the sky. It was only a matter of time before he reached the 3rd sky of Star Lord. During these 7 days, Jiangchen was completely focused on breaking through to the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord. He used up most of his origin stones. His hard work paid off, and he finally broke through. The 3rd heaven of Star Lord was much stronger than before. At this moment, Jiangchen wielded the heavenly dragon sword again and gained more understanding. Although he still could not fully control the sword, he could already control more than 30 to 40% of it. At least, it would not be as difficult to control as before, and he might even be devoured by the sword at any time. With the growth of his strength, Jiangchen believed that it would not be long before he could completely control the Sky Dragon sword. He would definitely be able to dazzle the world and be invincible. The heavenly dragon sword was like an untamed beast. It still possessed an unparalleled wildness, but once it was completely subdued, its potential would be thousands of times greater than the heavenly dragon sword before. A grade 7 Genesis weapon was something that even Star Emperor experts would fight over. It was not easy for Jiangchen to wield such a sword with his current strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavenly dragon sword had an irresistible connection with Jiangchen, it would have been a long and arduous journey for him to conquer it. Jiangchen breathed a long sigh of relief. His body and mind were incomparably carefree. At this moment, he finally thought of the Buddha Prison Pagoda. However, Jiangchen was both surprised and afraid of being disappointed. In every level of the Dragon Palace, there were extremely rare Dao laws. However, these Dao laws were like chicken ribs to Jiangchen. They didn't have much value to him. Of course, they were extremely useful to others. However, he couldn't always be selfless in doing good deeds and give all the benefits to others. If that happened, Jiangchen would be disappointed in the Buddha prison tower. Don't let me down again. Jiangchen murmured. He held his breath and began to open the 4th level of the Dragon Palace. When Jiangchen opened the 4th level, he found a golden leaf. The golden leaf was very dazzling, suspended in the fourth level of the Dragon Palace. Besides that, there was nothing else. Xianxia could reach it and directly grab the golden leaf. There were 3 big words written on the golden leaf: astral pole. On the back of the astral pole was a paragraph of words. Xianxia's eyes were solemn as he read it seriously. The extreme of the universe, the astral pole. The changes of heaven and earth, the bewilderment of the 6 paths. The primordial destruction of all things, the lightlessness of the star phoenix. Xianxia read it word by word, his heart filled with shock. The extreme of the universe, the astral pole. What a domineering astral pole. Xianxia had never thought that the horror of the astral pole was completely beyond his imagination. This was a secret cultivation method, a real supreme divine skill. It was full of the analysis of the great way of heaven and earth. Even all things would be crushed, and even the brilliance of the stars would be erased. The horror of the eternal world, Xianxia knew that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. And the real horror of the astral pole was that it could refine stars. However, it could only be refined by experts at the level of Star Emperor. That was just the initial threshold. It was conceivable that once the astral pole was put to use, the sky and earth would change and the stars would lose their brilliance. To be called the extreme of the universe, there must be something really horrifying about it. It can even refine stars? This is simply unimaginable. Xianxia smiled bitterly, but the passion in his eyes was unstoppable. Refining a star, extracting its core, and refining it into steel. Incredible, incredible. Xianxia sighed. Even though he had been in the eternal world for so long, and even had seen the glory of countless eternal worlds on planet Crimson Afterglow, he could not compare to 1/10,000th of the astral pole. Just how strong was the master of the Black King back then? The astral pole was created by myself. It was a pioneer in the universe, reaching the pinnacle of all things, and changing the rules of the eternal world. That was the true transformation of the stars, the movement of the stars, and the true invincibility of eternity. It's a pity that the eternal Lord was too strong. I could not reach the pinnacle of the astral pole, and I was already destroyed. I hate it. If I had another 10,000 years, just 10,000 years would be enough, I would definitely be able to surpass the eternal Lord, and I would definitely be able to massacre him. The words on the gold leaf were bold and forceful, revealing the indignation and unwillingness in their hearts. The eternal Lord was the ruler of the eternal world, and the astral pole was a peerless divine palace created by the master of the Black King. It could defy the heavens and change fate, and it had already become a threat to the eternal Lord. Moreover, the terror of the astral pole made the eternal Lord fearful, and he coveted it. He wanted it for himself. If one day, someone is fated to obtain it, he must avenge me, and must refine the astral pole to its pinnacle. He must, for me, see what lies at the end of eternity. What is the end of eternity? Xianxia repeated that sentence over and over again. He was quite curious. What was the end of eternity? The power of the everlasting world was boundless. If he wanted to find the root and the true meaning of life, the end of the everlasting world might be able to tell him. However, to reach the edge of the everlasting world and search for the existence at the end was definitely not an easy task. Even if countless people and thousands of powerful people searched for countless years, they might not be able to find the root. This matter was still a long way to go. Xianxia carefully kept the astral. This was a peerless divine technique that allowed one to refine the core of a star, turning it into a part of one's body for cultivation. The eternal world and the countless stars could all be used by the cultivator. Moreover, the cultivator could also understand the myriad of stars. Even the eternal Lord felt threatened by such a terrifying technique. One could imagine how powerful the dragon Futu was in the past. However, Xianxia was still unable to refine it. He could only cultivate it when he reached the Star Emperor level because the threshold of the astral pole was too high. When Xianxia walked out of the fourth level of the Dragon Palace, he was beaming with joy. The Black King was also quite surprised. In the past, his master seemed to be uninterested in the Tao laws. This time, on the fourth level of the Dragon Palace, what did Long Futu leave behind that made Xianxia so excited? Master, you look so happy. What was left in the fourth level of the Dragon Palace? The Black King couldn't help but ask. The astral pole. Jiangchen didn't hide it because he knew that as a trusted follower of Long Futu, he must know about the existence of the astral pole. Based on this point alone, Jiangchen didn't need to hide it from the Black King. Moreover, he controlled the Buddha prison palace, which meant that he controlled the lives of all of them. The Black King, who was absolutely loyal to him, would never betray him. What? The astral pole? Black King's body trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, just like what Jiangchen had guessed, he must have some understanding of the star astral and feared it as if it was a god. I never imagined that Master would actually leave astral stars on the 4th level. If not for the fact that astral stars caused fear in the Eternal Lord, Master wouldn't have died in the Yellow Springs. Sigh. Congratulations, Master. The astral pole is the supreme divine skill that studies the changes of heaven and earth. Congratulations. Desolation flashed across Black King's eyes. Only by assisting Jiangchen would he be able to live again and become an indomitable existence in this world. It seems that I have to work even harder in the future. Haha. If this astral pole helps me rise, even the Eternal Lord can't do anything to me in the future. Although he did not know who the Eternal Lord was and how strong he was, Jiangchen was very confident in the astral pole. By the way, Black King, how is your strength recovering? Jiangchen asked. Thank you for your concern, Master. I've recovered to the 7th heaven of the Star Lord level. Now in the entire Dragon Palace, there are nearly 1,000 beasts that have surpassed the Star Lord level, and more than half of them have surpassed the 3rd heaven of the Star Lord level. The Black King reported with great familiarity. Jiangchen was shocked. These powerful backing really shocked him. These were all super experts who used to be all-powerful in the past. Now that their strength had plummeted, they were reduced to this state. One day, when their strength fully recovered, they would definitely be an extremely terrifying force. Even so, this force was probably not inferior to the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. This was Jiangchen's trump card, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Besides, there weren't many people who knew that he had such an army, and the most important thing was that they all improved faster than him. This was the scariest part. When Jiangchen walked out of the room, De Huang and the others were already waiting for him. Not bad, little Xianxia. You broke through again? Unfortunately, you're still 1 step behind me. I'm already a 4th heaven of the Star Lord level. De Huang said with a smug expression. Jiangchen smiled without saying anything. Bullsh*T, try fighting with little Xianxia if you can. Long Shan winked at Jiangchen. He was eager to start a fight between the two so that he could watch from the sidelines. However, Long Shan was not weak either. After this battle, he had reached the 4th heaven of the Star Lord level. The Eternal Ape's inheritance had improved his strength by leaps and bounds. What surprised Jiangchen the most was that Little Dragon had also reached the 2nd heaven of the Star Lord level without anyone noticing. He seemed to be as strong as Long Shan and De Huang. Piss off. I don't want to be beaten up. De Huang said angrily and glared at Long Shan. You obviously want to see this master dog get beaten up. Look at that gloating look in your eyes. Do you really think I'm a stupid dog? Humph. Jiangchen and Long Shan looked at each other and smiled. Teacher, the people of Kirin province are ready. We can set off at any time. Can we go now? Muibai looked at the two who were laughing and scolding each other and felt helpless. She respected Jiangchen a lot. Especially after fighting with Jiangchen a few times, she could feel how terrifying Jiangchen was. Although he was not as strong as her, she might not be able to defeat her teacher in a fight. That was why she respected Jiangchen. Moreover, Jiangchen had fought the crown prince alone. Even her father admired him. Jiangchen was already quite famous in the 4 constabularies. Okay, let's go. Jiangchen nodded and left Kirin province with De Huang and the others. However, there were already hundreds of disciples of Kirin province gathered in front of the gate. All of them were unhappy. He's overestimating himself. Who does this Jiangchen think he is? How dare he make us wait for him? That's right. He really thinks he's someone important. Does he think he can dominate our Kirin province just because he killed Zhu Chongqing? Even Brother Kuang and Brother Kai are not so rude. They made us wait for him for so long. I think they most likely went through the back door. He, I really don't know what our manor lord is thinking. A dog, a monkey, and an arrogant young man with a puppy that hasn't even grown its fur yet. With such a lineup, how are we supposed to win? Compared to the other 3 constabularies, we're definitely at the bottom. The experts of the Qilin mansion said in a weird tone. When they saw Xianxia walking out from the Qilin mansion, they couldn't help but raise their voice, and it was filled with mockery. Xianxia couldn't help but furrow his brows, but he didn't say anything. To him, the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition was just a trial. If it wasn't for Muibai begging him, he wouldn't necessarily participate in it. What's the fuss about? Are you all so damn bored? What's wrong with asking you to wait for a while? The sun hasn't even reached your buttocks yet. Without little Chen, do you really think you can become the champion of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition? De Huang said disdainfully. In his eyes, these people were all good-for-nothings. There was almost no one who could compare to them. It seemed like the so-called geniuses of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were just SOSO. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Are you looking for a beating? Aren't you just Jiangchen's dog? A Qilin mansion disciple with a fat figure and a fierce-looking face sneered as he spoke, opposing Goldie with equal harshness. F***CKU. Big Yellow's gaze turned cold, and in an instant, flames of anger surged. He took a big stride forward, and his incomparably hard metal head knocked the 4th Heaven Star Lord away. He spun a few rounds before falling to the ground. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his eyes were filled with fear. In an instant, all the Qilin mansion disciples gasped, and their expressions changed. What the F***CK? Is this De Huang dog that powerful? Li Baojun is one of the top experts in Kirin province. He's a 4th Sky Star Lord, but he was knocked down by this De Huang dog. That's insane. Damn it. You can't judge a book by its cover. Even dogs can't be judged by their cover these days. Sigh. Li Baojun has really embarrassed himself this time. A dog took care of him. Who would dare to touch Xianxia now? The mockery and disdain were all gone at this moment. Only a few whispers could be heard, but no one dared to speak rudely to Xianxia and the others anymore. A dog also wants to be a hero in my Qilin mansion? Get lost. With a shout, a green-robed youth shot out like lightning, directly punching De Huang's head. Not to be outdone, De Huang let out an angry roar, and the 2 of them collided. Both of them took 2 steps back, and De Huang shook his head. He felt a bit dizzy, but he was fine. The green-robed youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and composed, but his eyes were extremely solemn. Zhang Wangjing, enough. Muibai said in a low voice. Zhang Wangjing was a Star Lord of the 6th Heaven, and a true genius disciple of Kirin province. He was one of the Qilin duo, and even Muibai was no match for him in terms of strength. Not bad, young man. Your fists are very hard, but I haven't had enough yet. De Huang bared his teeth. Although the heavy punch forced him 2 steps back, it wasn't enough to anger De Huang. It could only be said that this guy was very strong. Xianxia didn't look around. If De Huang was in any danger, he wouldn't hesitate to kill this Zhang Wangjing. Everyone fell silent. Although De Huang's strength wasn't top-notch, after knocking away Li Baojun and fighting Zhang Wangjing, no one dared to look down on Jiangchen's group anymore. At least they had received the respect they deserved. Strength was the best proof. De Huang could make Zhang Wangjing, one of the Qilin duo, fight, so who dared to say anything? If they weren't convinced, they could only try De Huang dog's iron head. At least no one dared to fight Zhang Wangjing head-on, but this De Huang dog had taught them a lesson. I just wanted to see how hard this dog's head is. Seems like it's just SOSO. Zhang Wangjing said faintly. However, at this moment, only he knew that if it wasn't for his face, he would have already grimaced in pain. His head could be broken, blood could flow, but he couldn't afford to lose his face. Moreover, there were so many people watching. Even if it was just a show, he had to go through with it. If any of you still have any objections, just come at me. The chief has personally approved that Xianxia and his group can participate in the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition. If you're not satisfied, I, Mui Bai, will accompany you to the end. Mui Bai said in a deep voice. This Zhang Wanjing was really too despicable. However, this was also what everyone else thought. After all, Xianxia was still inexperienced. Letting him represent Kirin province to participate in the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition was just a joke to many people. However, after the confrontation just now, they also saw how powerful the Huang Dog and his group were. To be able to make Zhang Wanjing fight, it was enough to shut everyone's mouths. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be led out for a walk. A voice filled with arrogance shocked everyone. Even Mui Bai's expression changed slightly. This person's status in the Qilin mansion was higher than hers. He was the number 1 genius of the Qilin mansion, Morong Tianxi. You're right. However, we'll only know who's the mule and who's the horse after the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition. Xianxia said with a smile. The two stared at each other, but Morong Tianxi didn't seem to be interested. He was just too strong. A Star Lord at the 7th sky. Xianxia was just a Star Lord at the 3rd sky. Xianxia was nothing compared to him. Why would a strong person bother with the weak to gain attention? In Kirin province, he was already the number 1 in everyone's eyes. Irreplaceable. Senior brother Morong. Mui Bai nodded slightly. Ibai, after this competition, I'll go to the prefecture lord and ask for your hand in front of everyone. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Morong Tianxi was wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan. He looked gentle and elegant. However, at this moment, Long Shersan's eyes were extremely cold. Wow. Senior sister Mu is so happy. Yeah, I didn't expect senior brother Morong to be so domineering. I love him. This is what a strong person should be like. Senior brother Morong is mighty. Ha ha ha, I can't wait anymore. Senior brother Morong will definitely come out on top in the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition. Only such an outstanding and talented senior brother, Morong Tianxi, could be a good match for Mui Bai. This was what a peerless beauty should be like. Mui Bai blushed and averted her eyes, but it was obvious that she didn't agree and wasn't happy. Mui Bai didn't know why, but she peeked at Dragon Shersan secretly. Did she really care about him? This reminded Mui Bai of the time when Long Shersan used his body to hold up the sky for her in the dragon abyss in the deep sea. Shersan wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. It was meaningless to argue with Morong Tianxi right now. The competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was just around the corner. Only the one who had the last laugh was qualified to say such words. If Morong Tianxi was beaten like a dead dog at that time, he wouldn't be able to say anything. He is not worthy to be your opponent. Those who are truly capable will act first and talk later. However, he talks first and acts later. What if he gets slapped in the face? Don't you think it'll be miserable? Big brother is right. Brother Shersan, you must hold on. I think big sister Mu will definitely like a mature and steady man like you. Xiaolong made a solemn vow as if he was serious. Pfft. Mature and steady? You probably haven't seen through him yet. That's called shameless. Little brat, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Wahahaha. De Huang laughed unscrupulously, mercilessly mocking Long Shersan. Even after being kicked by Long Shersan, he didn't stop laughing. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want everyone to see the excitement of our Kirin province? Internal strife has already broken out. If you lose badly this time, let's see how you can live up to the Lord's nurturing. Vice Lord Yang Che said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold, scaring the disciples of Kirin province into silence. They were ready to head out for the 4 mansions and 1 camp competition. The East City Square was flat and vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. All the experts of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were gathered here. The winner of this competition would surely receive a lot of attention and become the new leader of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. When Xianxia arrived, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Kirin province was the last to arrive, but it wasn't too late. The people of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were also waiting there. Hundreds of Star Lord level experts had solemn expressions on their faces. They were all very confident in their geniuses. So many people. Are they all here to participate in the 4 mansions and 1 camp competition? Xianxia asked. No, because not everyone has the ability to do so. However, I heard that the rules this time are very strange. It's very different from the past. Mui Bai said. With Big Brother here, we will definitely win. Xiaolong said with a face full of fighting spirit. His heart was filled with unyielding fighting spirit. This little guy was the most excited one. He was a typical battle maniac. When he grew up, he would surely become a bloodthirsty and ruthless person. Is there a need for you to say that? I, Lord Dog, am wise and mighty. How could these fellows possibly do anything to me? Ga Ga De Huang said fearlessly. These people are not weak. Be careful, you might get stabbed in the chest. Long San said with a smile. F*CKU. I, your father, am invincible. Just wait for a good show. De Huang and Long San bickered non-stop. As long as the two of them were together, they would never stop chattering. Most importantly, no one was willing to give in to the other. Every time they fought, there would be a winner and a loser. Look, it's the Mansion Lord. That's right. I didn't expect the Palace Master and the others to arrive so early. Everyone's gazes were gathered at the end of the square. 5 middle-aged men with calm auras slowly walked over, almost suppressing everyone present. No one dared to speak loudly, no one dared to be disrespectful, and no one dared to speak nonsense. Azure Dragon Manor, Morongjia, Black Warrior Institute, Xianxia, by Bijiang of the White Tiger Residence, Kirin Province, Mu Tianhing, Vermilion Bird Camp, Chenhong Min, 5 Great Star Lords, 9th Layer Heavenly Layer Powerhouses. That kind of unparalleled domineering spirit and boldness instilled fear in others. The 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition was related to everyone's glory. As long as one could stand out in the 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition, everyone would look at that person in a new light, becoming a true genius of the human race. Geniuses of the 4 battalions and 4 battalions, I am the Vermilion Bird Camp's battalion commander, Chen Hongmin. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Next, let me unveil the grand competition for you. Chen Hongmin said with a faint smile, his eyes gazing at the several hundred Star Lord level geniuses. These were the rising stars of the Lin country, truly outstanding characters. In the future, the Lin country would have to rely on them to stand among the 3 clans. Everyone stared unblinkingly at Chen Hongmin. The other 4 leaders nodded silently, indicating for Chen Hongmin to continue. This time will be different from the past. We've tried many times, and after much discussion, we've come to a decision. Each side will select 10 people to enter the Minorcosm world for a month, and whoever acquires the most figs will be the final victor. That's right, Bai Xiaqun said. The fig fruit tree is a tree unique to the Minorcosm world. Each tree will only bear 1 fig fruit. How many you can obtain will depend on your luck. Of course, you can rob each other, but killing is forbidden. Once discovered, you will be severely punished, each of you will be given a spatial talisman. If you admit defeat, you can crush the spatial talisman and leave the Minorcosm world. However, doing so will be equivalent to forfeiting. At that time, your team will lose an arm. I don't think anyone will want to leave until the last moment. But only one side will be able to become the final victor. Chen Hongmin's words startled everyone. This wasn't just a grand competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. It was a battle of blood and fire, a battle of life and death. Other than being used to refine pills, the flowerless fruit didn't have much use. It was just a gimmick. The big shots of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion just wanted them to fight each other. Only then would they be able to test who was the true expert and who was the true leader. This wasn't just a battle, it was a test of human nature. Who was superior and who was inferior would naturally be determined. Whoever could laugh in the end was destined to attract a lot of attention. No one knew how this battle would develop, but once they entered the Minorcosm world, even Mu Tianhing and the others couldn't control the situation. They could only rely on themselves. Whoever stood out would naturally be regarded as an elite by everyone. This wasn't just an individual battle, it was a battle that concerned the reputation of the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. Isn't this too exciting? Doesn't that mean we can fight as we please? We can use any means we want. As the old saying goes, it doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Ha ha ha, it seems that this time it's finally my turn to show off. Although it sounds cool, it must be very abnormal. The microcosm world is like a cage. The experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks enter the cage to fight, and there are no rules. Whoever can win will be the final winner. It seems that we have to be more careful. There might be all kinds of scums. If they use all kinds of sinister and ruthless means, they won't be easy to deal with. That's right. It seems that it's not that easy to stand out. This kind of battle should be able to see who is the true expert. It's not only a test of strength, but also a test of wisdom, scheming, leadership, and the heart of the strong. In this battle, it's very likely that people will die, and it won't be as simple as 1 or 2. That's right. Without supervision, without rules, they will definitely cross the boundary. Moreover, you never know when your enemy will stretch out a knife to kill you from behind. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Some were happy, some were worried, but most of them were supportive. After all, this was a test of their teamwork. Most importantly, it was impossible for no one to die in this battle. Why do these guys look so excited? Kikik, looks like this Lord Dog is going to show off again. There are no rules, I like it. De Huang looked at the excited faces around him, his eyes burning with passion. If it was an ordinary one-on-one duel, he would lose a lot of interest, but this was different. Once they entered the microcosm world, wouldn't they be like fish in the ocean, birds flying in the sky? At that time, the real slaughter would begin. Don't celebrate too early, everyone here is a top-notch expert. This time, we need to give it our all. Mui Bai glanced at De Huang. This guy seemed to be gloating, he didn't seem worried at all. Don't worry, leave this guy to me. If there are any problems, I'll take responsibility. Long Shersan gave Mui Bai a determined look. Mui Bai blushed slightly, silently nodding his head. De Huang felt disgusted watching this. These two were too shameless. Not only were they flirting right in front of his eyes, they even wanted to step on him. Scram! 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 De Huang rolled his eyes at Long Shersan, as if saying, if it wasn't for your marriage, Lord Dog would have smashed your monkey head. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, he didn't feel anything. Counter-soldiers with arms, water with an earthware, this was his preparation. Not to mention, which one of them was easy to deal with? Long Shersan, De Huang, and even Xiaolong? Wanting to make them submit to him was harder than ascending to the heavens. Looks like this time's 4 battalions' grand competition is to temper their spirit and will. Jiang Chen said. This kind of group battle often highlighted the strength and charisma of an individual. Who could surpass the others? Their overall strength was clear at a glance. Are the preparations almost done? Each side will choose 10 people, starting with my Vermilion Bird Camp. Chen Hongmin said with a smile, the corners of his mouth revealing a meaningful smile. Vermilion Bird Camp, Ju Wuxin, Li Qiqi, Xiaoyunting, Black Warrior Mansion, Xianqi Ling, Mu Jianqing, Yang Zijing, Azure Dragon Manor, Ting Yunwu, Ting Shan, Zhouying, White Tiger Residence, Bai Lu, Baizhe. All of a sudden, all the experts stood up. Among the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, the weakest was still a super genius at the 6th heaven of Star Lord Realm. These people were almost as strong as the elders of the mansions, and even the deputy mansion masters. It was not hard to imagine that after this battle, many of them had completely matured. By then, all of them would become pillars of the nation and stand at the top of the pyramid of the kingdom of Lin. Compared to those who were more experienced, their talents were the most important. In the future, they would definitely shine brightly among the human race. Holy shit! Even the weakest of them was a Star Lord at the 6th firmament. Wasn't this a little too powerful? It seems like we can only watch helplessly. That's right. This kind of strength is enough to sweep away any small force in the human race. It seems that the geniuses of our 4 prefectures and 1 battalion are really unparalleled. This grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 barrack seems to be the perfect test of their strength. If they can pass this test, their future achievements will be unimaginable. Then let's see who can leave the microcosm world alive and unharmed. The people from the 4 battalions were whispering to each other, each with different opinions. However, it was undeniable that the enthusiasm in their eyes was unimaginable. Although many of them were just here to watch the excitement and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the grand competition, it didn't affect their enthusiasm in the slightest. It wouldn't be long before the genius who would represent the 4 battalions in the grand competition would be one of them. Qian Province, Morong Tianxi, Zhang Wanjing, Mui Bai, Jiangchen. When Deputy Prefecture Master Yang Che read out the name list of the participants of the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion in Qian Province, everyone burst into laughter. They were not stingy with their smiles, which made Yang Che a little embarrassed. However, among these people, Jiang Chen and the others were indeed not strong enough. The weakest among them was a star lord at the 6th firmament, but the weakest among them was that young man at the 2nd firmament, followed by Jiang Chen at the 3rd firmament. Even Long San and that De Huang dog, who were slightly stronger, were at the 4th firmament at most. No wonder the experts of the various prefectures and camps all burst into laughter. I, Yi Liangchen, never laugh at others unless I can't help it. Wahahaha. Isn't this a little too weak? What kind of lineup is this? They want to achieve something in the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion with this? I'm afraid they'll be at the bottom, right? I originally thought that it's important to know one's own limitations. But after seeing their Qilin manner, I know that this thing called self-knowledge isn't something that everyone has. Sigh, why do you have to do this? These repulsive people will only cause trouble if they go up. If it was me, I might as well withdraw from the competition. That way, I can still save some face. This kind of standard is really unbefitting of Qian Province. After so many years, I thought Qian Province had become stronger and stronger. Who knew that they'd become more and more shameless, Facing the mockery and disdain of the crowd, Jiang Chen remained calm. No matter what you say, I won't budge. However, in the eyes of others, this shameless look made countless people sneer. Is there no one else in Qian Province? They actually sent out such a group of weak people, barely making up 10 people. Not only will they not get a good result, but they'll also be laughed at by the other prefectures and battalions. Many people in Qian Province were indignant. Many 6th Heaven Astral Lord experts didn't get selected, and Jiang Chen's group, whose strength wasn't enough, actually took over the place, making them sit on the bench instead. Who could stand this? There were many people in Qian Province, but everyone knew that it was decided by the prefecture lord after discussion. It wasn't something they could change. Brother Mu, it seems that the people in Qian Province aren't very strong. Aren't you worried? Morong Jia of the Azure Dragon House said with a smile. He glanced at Mu Tianheng. The two of them had been enemies for many years. How could he not take advantage of this situation to insult him? Even though they were 9th Heaven Astral Lords, they weren't above the common people. Brother Morong is right. It seems that there will be many dark horses in Qian Province this time, Perhaps? Brother Mu already has a card up his sleeve. Chen Hongmin said calmly. Mu Tianheng was still smiling calmly. He didn't know how strong Jiang Chen and the others were, but he firmly believed his daughter's words. How could Jiang Chen, who could walk out of the dragon abyss, be a nobody? Mu Yibai had even dared to promise him that if Jiang Chen made a move, then they would most likely win the competition between the 4 capitals and 1 camp. For Mu Tianheng, this was undoubtedly a huge gamble. If he lost, he would definitely be criticized by others. Even in the entire Qilin prefecture, there would be people who would be very dissatisfied and ready to cause trouble. However, if he won, then the Qilin prefecture would be even more powerful in the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. His status as a leader would definitely be highlighted. Even if there were people who were dissatisfied, it would be understandable because they would be recognized by the entire Lin country and even the entire human race. This glory was too important for Mu Tianheng. It was related to the future development of Qian Province, related to their status in the Lin country. In these years, Qian Province could only be considered average. The strongest were the Azure Dragon Manor and the Vermilion Bird Camp. These two behemoths occupied almost half of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Therefore, Mu Tianheng had to take a gamble. Even if he had to face the criticism and arguments of the disciples of Kirin Province, he didn't hesitate and stood his ground. He wanted Jiang Chen and the others to take part in this competition. But if he did so, he would definitely be criticized and would very likely become the laughingstock of the other 4 mansions and 1 camp. Risk and reward were always equal. The surrounding people, especially the people of Kirin Province, even felt that there were some people in the other mansions who didn't raise their heads. Sarcasm and disdain for Jiang Chen filled everyone's nostrils. But Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the storm, didn't care at all. De Huang and Longshan were even more so. As for the youngest second heavenly layer Star Lord Xiaolong, he seemed to have a naive face and a silly expression, but in reality, he was a little guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only Mu Bai knew how terrifying this young man was. "Teacher, please forgive me. We people of Kirin Province have no ill intentions." Mu Bai was worried that Jiang Chen and the others would have a change of heart, so he couldn't help but say in a low voice. "It doesn't matter. Everyone lives once, and I don't live for them. Why should I force myself to smile and curry favor with them? Just stay true to yourself. Their words mean nothing to me." Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. "Yes, as if they were nothing, as if they were farts. Don't worry, we don't care about such doubts anymore. Thick-skinned people can eat as much as they want in the world. Master Dog's heart is as still as water." De Huang pretended to be mature and said. "That's you. Little Chenzi and I are different from you." Longshan was too lazy to care about him. This guy was just here to show off. Even little Chenzi's limelight was stolen by him. "How is this thick-skinned and good attitude? You're just shameless." "Me too," Xiaolong said timidly. "What the F***ck? Little bastard, even you betrayed me? Don't you know how good Master Dog is to you?" De Huang glared at him. "Hurry up and stop for a while. Don't tell me you want to eat Xiaolong." Jiang Chen slapped De Huang's head. De Huang mumbled a few words and wagged his tail unwillingly. Jiang Chen didn't care about the doubts of countless people. What he wanted to do was to get the first place and give everyone a slap in the face. Although victory was important, in his eyes, experience was the most important. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Following a loud and clear shout, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Over 100 guards were lined up in a row, looking mighty and domineering. The person in the middle was wearing a light yellow robe with golden silk and jade embroidery, looking incomparably luxurious. He exuded a domineering aura. He didn't need to be angry to show his might. Chen Hongmin and the others quickly rushed over and bowed. "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince. Dispense with the formalities. I'm here today just to see what kind of amazing talents have emerged from our Lin country's younger generation." Lin Tianlin said lightly. In the crowd, he found Jiang Chen at a glance and nodded slightly. In fact, he was here today just to see Jiang Chen alone. "Your Highness is so busy. It's our honor to see you take some time to watch the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp." "Ha ha ha," Chen Hongmin said with a smile. "Your Highness's arrival brings light to my humble dwelling. Next will be a 1-month trial. The experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp will all participate. It will be at least a month before the final saint will be revealed." Mu Tianheng said. "There's no hurry. I have plenty of time. I hope my appearance didn't delay you." Lin Tianlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly spoke. Although his wings had most likely been cut off, he still did not retreat at all. At least, even the people of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp did not dare to slight him in the slightest. This was because the people of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were only loyal to His Majesty. Apart from His Majesty, the only person who could possibly take over the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was the Crown Prince. The people of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp had never participated in the struggle between factions. Those who disobeyed would be executed immediately. This was something that everyone in the Lin country knew. However, the young disciples did not know. At least on the surface, no one dared to disrespect the crown prince. With the crown prince watching the competition, the young disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were even more eager to try. Once they became the best of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp and gained the recognition of the crown prince, wouldn't their future be smooth sailing? There's no hurry. Your Highness, please. The Lord of the White Tiger Prefecture, by Bijong, raised his hand and said. All right. Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Chen. He believed that his teacher would definitely be able to stand out in this 4 prefectures and 1 camp competition. I heard that Jiang Chen of the Kirin province is very outstanding. This time, I also want to see if the Kirin province can be a dark horse and charge forward. Lin Tianlin's words made the other prefecture lords slightly stunned. They did not expect the crown prince to come for the Kirin province's Jiang Chen. Could it be that there was some relationship between the two? As soon as he said this, many people suddenly understood. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to stand out among the many geniuses of the Kirin province. It was because he had the support of the crown prince. Would the people of the Kirin province dare to object? See, I told you that Jiang Chen was born to be a piece of unpolished jade. He just needs to be sculpted properly. That's right. Jiang Chen's future achievements will definitely be limitless. With the crown prince watching, Jiang Chen will definitely put in 120% effort and will not disappoint the crown prince. Jiang Chen fully deserves to represent the Kirin province in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp competition. Seeing that the crown prince had come to watch the competition, and especially for Jiang Chen, many people instantly changed their opinions. It was understandable that Jiang Chen was able to obtain the crown prince's appreciation and participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition. When the time came, they would see who would have the last laugh. So what? Could it be that the crown prince could enter the microcosm world? Without the protection of the crown prince, who does he think he is? Gagaga, when the time comes, I will teach him a good lesson. Do you think His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will protect him forever? In this microcosm world, he won't have it easy. Even without this book, I'll still beat him into a pig's head. However, there were also people who didn't care at all. Perhaps they were jealous of Jiang Chen, perhaps they wanted to be in the limelight, perhaps they wanted to step on Jiang Chen, or perhaps they disdained to do so. There were all kinds of people, but without exception, who didn't want to be in the limelight. Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He knew that the crown prince had good intentions. He wanted to let others know that he was on the crown prince's side. At that time, no one would dare to act rashly. At the very least, if they wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, they would have to think twice. At the very least, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just an unnecessary action. Lin Tianlin's good intentions had arrived, but it felt like Jiang Chen was under someone else's protection. Little did he know that the one who truly needed protection wasn't Jiang Chen, but Lin Tianlin. However, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. Even if he saw through it, he wouldn't say it. One day, the world would know who was relying on who. Let's begin. Everyone has a spatial talisman in their hands. If your life is in danger, feel free to crush the spatial talisman. At that time, you'll naturally be able to escape from the microcosm world. Chen Hongmin waved his hand and 50 spatial talismans appeared in everyone's hands. The trip to the microcosm world was imminent, with Chen Hongmin in the lead. The 5 of them worked together to open the microcosm world, and the 50 of them immediately entered. Lin Tianlin silently watched as Jiang Chen left. The participants of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition were all very strong. The 6th Heaven Star Lord was the weakest, while the experts of Kirin province were a mix of good and bad. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of repulsive people. Some even said that if it weren't for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Kirin province would never have sent Jiang Chen and the others. Even Mu Tianlin couldn't escape the misfortune of being framed. They said that he fawned on the rich and powerful to cater to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What he did was simply too despicable. He even threw away the reputation of Kirin province. However, Mu Tianhing was indifferent. Since he had decided to take the gamble, he would have to bear the criticism from all sides. With the strength of Jiang Chen and the others, they were not qualified to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition, but he still made such a decision. Unless Xianxia could stand out from the crowd and become the true champion, he would probably follow Mu Tianheng for the rest of his life. The microcosm world. Everyone was teleported to different places. The microcosm world wasn't very big, but there were a lot of fig trees. The fruits of the fig fruit could only be used for alchemy. They weren't very precious, but they were very rare. If they wanted to get more fig fruits, they had to constantly search for them, or even snatch the fruits from the hands of others. Only the final winner could become the true winner. Whoever had more fig fruits could stand at the top of the pyramid. "Why, do you still want to follow us?" Zhang Wanjing said with a proud expression. He looked at Xianxia and the others with a sneer on his face. His words were filled with mockery. "That's right, why don't you take a piss and see if you're qualified? You still want to search for the fig fruit with us? In your dreams, humph. Forget it, some people are destined to be useless for the rest of their lives. They can only achieve what they have today by relying on their connections. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if it wasn't for the Crown Prince, how could they have the chance to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition? But some connections can't be relied on for a lifetime. To forge iron, one must be strong. Do you want us to wipe your ass for you? You'll only be a burden, what's the use?" Zhang Wanjing, don't go too far. This is the decision of the prefecture master. What right do you have to scold him? If you have the guts, go talk to the prefecture master. Why didn't you say so earlier? Muibai's face was filled with anger. These people were too shameless. They had just entered the microcosm world and they already wanted to kick them out. Kirin province was supposed to be a whole, but now it had fallen apart. Where was their chance of winning? Ibai is right. What you're doing is a bit too much. However, it's important to know your place. Brother Jiang is not the kind of person who tries to curry favor with the rich and powerful. He will use his own abilities to impress you. Morong Tianci said with a faint smile. However, his words were more vicious than Zhang Wanjing's. Using a soft knife to torture people was the most terrifying thing. "Let's go." Jiangchen smiled and pulled De Huang and Long Shersan, who were already fuming. Starting a fight now would not do them any good. Since they wanted to show off, why not give them a chance? If they split up now, it would be like cutting off an arm for Morong Tianci's group. They were full of confidence. Why would Jiangchen want to hurt them? De Huang didn't understand, but Jiangchen didn't want to argue with them. "We are ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, if you are willing to follow me and Brother Morong, we are still good brothers. We are determined to win the glory of Kirin province. We won't make things difficult for those who aren't willing. We'll go our separate ways." Zhang Wanjing said with a smile. However, Muibai's expression darkened. In the end, he didn't follow Morong Tianci's group. Instead, he went with Jiangchen and Long Shersan. "Ibai, I will wait for you. In this 1 month, you will know how wrong it was to follow this group of weak people." Morong Tianci said calmly. He turned around and left in a carefree manner. Zhang Wanjing and the other 6th Sky Star Lords snorted and followed him, disappearing from the microcosm world. Little Chinzi, if you didn't stop them, Lord Dog would have taught them a lesson. Some people won't understand how trashy they are if they don't experience some pain and setbacks. Why bother with a bunch of trash? Even if we stick together, do you think they will help us? He, you don't have to blame yourself, Miss Mu. This has nothing to do with you. These arrogant people will eventually suffer. A month's time isn't long, but it's not short either. The microcosm world is destined to be a bloodbath. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Jiangchen was indifferent, turning a blind eye to Morong Tianci and Zhang Wanjing's mockery. Kirin province was now divided into 2, they would be the ones to suffer. "Don't worry, with little Chinzi around, I'm never worried." Long Shersan smiled. "Master, I'll listen to you." Muibai glanced at Long Shersan and nodded silently. The people of Kirin province parted ways the moment they entered the microcosm world. If Mu Tianheng knew about this, he would probably roll his eyes in anger. While Jiangchen and the others were searching for the flowerless fruit in the microcosm world, Big Yellow and Xiaolong were chasing after the fruit like wild horses. Because of Muibai's presence, Dragon Shan was much steadier. Together with Muibai, they were like guardians of a flower. There weren't many beasts in the microcosm world, but the flowerless fruit was even harder to find. That was why it was the focus of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition. De Huang, why don't you King look for the flowerless fruit? Dragon Shan had a helpless look on his face. This guy was jumping around with the little dragon like a heartless pug. He didn't look like a Star Lord at all. What did you say? I don't no, see. De Huang flew around the forest with Xiaolong, happy like a child. Jiangchen could only smile helplessly. Let him play. This damn dog has been heartless for a long time. Jiangchen glanced at Long Shan and Muibai, and the 3 of them continued to search for the fig tree. However, after searching for 2 days, the 3 of them only found a single flowerless fruit. Although it wasn't precious, it was still a headache to find it. Found it! Found it! Xiaolong shouted at Jiangchen and the others. Holy shit! He really found it. We're going to be rich. De Huang's eyes lit up, and together with Xiaolong, they dug up a withered tree root. Inside the withered tree root were actually more than 100 flowerless fruits. In that instant, both De Huang and Xiaolong couldn't contain their excitement. What are you shouting for? If you found it, then you found it. What's there to shout about? Long Shan said snappily. Humph, you damned monkey. Come and see how many figs Elder Dog has found first. De Huang said proudly. Jiangchen and the others followed the sound, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they were completely stunned. Isn't this too shocking? They searched for 2 days and 2 nights without rest, and they only found a single flowerless fruit. These 2 fellows must have gone crazy. To find so many flowerless fruits by accident, it was too shocking. This should be a squirrel's nest, and these flowerless fruits are the squirrel's stored food. Jiangchen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect these 2 fellows to be so lucky. More than 100 flowerless fruits, they were too lucky. You're really something. Muibai sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was full of smiles, unable to contain his excitement. So many flowerless fruits, Xiaolong, you're really a lucky general. Long Shan patted Xiaolong's head and gave him a kiss. Hey. Damned monkey, Elder Dog found them. I'm the one who did the most. De Huang patted Xiaolong's shoulder and said. You're also a lucky dog, ha ha ha. How about I give you a kiss too? Long Shan said with a smile. Get lost, you old pervert, Elder Dog doesn't like males. De Huang snorted coldly, and moved away from Long Shan, as if he was afraid of being molested by Long Shan. Jiangchen kept the flowerless fruits, and everyone was in a good mood. With so many flowerless fruits, Jiangchen believed that they would definitely be the first place this time. We got so many flowerless fruits so effortlessly, looks like we still have to be careful. Long Shan looked at Jiangchen. Different situations call for different actions. Little Chinzi said that no matter who comes, it won't matter. Damn it, at most, we'll kill them all. This Elder Dog found all of them. Big Yellow said in an overbearing manner. At this moment, everyone was staring at their surroundings with vigilance and cautiously advancing forward. Although they had obtained more than 100 flowerless fruits, Jiangchen was still looking for flowerless fruits as usual. In order to be safe, the more flowerless fruits he found, the more confident he would be. In the evening, Jiangchen's group was stopped by a small stream. The other party was led by 2 women, who were from the White Tiger residence. They held long sabers in their hands and stood in front of Jiangchen's group. Sisters, could it be that you're here for something? Muibai said with a faint smile. I want your flowerless fruits. Bailu said in a low voice. Her gaze was extremely cold as it swept past the 5 of them. As for the 10 people from the White Tiger mansion, all of them were brimming with vigor. Their auras were awe-inspiring and full of tiger might. We haven't found any flowerless fruits yet. Jiangchen shook his head and said. However, the woman in front of him was very difficult to deal with. No? He. Who are you trying to fool? Only you can find the flowerless fruits. If you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being impolite. Baizhi snorted coldly and said. Bai Lu and Bai Lu were almost 70 to 80% similar. They were twin sisters and their strength and talent were among the top in the White Tiger residence. You stinky bitches, are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you think I'll take off my pants for you to check? Do you dare to look? Haha. De Huang sneered and said. Shameless bastard. You're courting death. Baizhi raised his saber and approached De Huang in an instant. De Huang dodged and rolled away. He turned around and did a somersault and hit Baizhi's saber with his head. The clanging sound was incomparably ear-piercing. De Huang did not retreat at all. He roared in a low voice and was full of fighting spirit. Don't force me to make a move. Even if you get 100 flowerless fruits, you'll still be a loser if you retreat in advance. Some things are like hot potatoes that you can't handle. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. I don't want to kill you. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. It seems that we don't deserve these things, right? Xianxia didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and the corners of his mouth became calmer. Longshan and De Huang both knew that Xianxia was finally going to make his move after keeping silent for so long. You bitch, you've gone too far. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Longshan glared at her. Apart from Muibai, he didn't have such patience for other women. It seems that we have to fight to the death in this battle. Muibai said in a deep voice. We can also turn hostility into friendship, but it depends on whether you're willing to or not. Bai Lu shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, looking calm and charming. Brother Jiang, you're the favorite of the crown prince. Why don't you join hands with me? How about it? Rule the world when awake and lie on the lap of a beauty when drunk. This is a man's ultimate dream. Who can refuse it? Bai Lu's eyes became more and more seductive. Although her appearance wasn't inferior to Muibai, Xianxia had long been immune to it. Which of his women wasn't more beautiful than her? This honey trap was indeed a little shabby. Sorry, I like to be alone. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Xianxia looked calm and unmoved. Bai Lu's eyes gradually became cold. No one had ever been able to refuse her. This Xianxia's strength was ordinary. Just because he had some connections with the crown prince, he didn't know how to appreciate favors. Did he really think that his strength was enough to compete with the top experts in the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems that you're determined to fight with my White Tiger mansion. Muibai, your biggest mistake is to follow this group of people. I won't kill you, but these people must die. Bai Lu already had the intention to kill Xianxia and the others. Muibai was the daughter of Mu Tianheng of Qiren province. If she killed him, she would have to bear the consequences. Even if she won first place, she might not be able to keep her life. However, she didn't care about Xianxia and the others. Even if he had a good relationship with the crown prince wouldn't like a useless person. The royal family valued benefits. As long as they had enough strength, the crown prince wouldn't have any problems. The White Tiger mansion was controlled by His Majesty, so the crown prince wouldn't object. Sister, why are you still talking to them? They're just a bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They only have their strength, and the crown prince wouldn't have any problem with them. If they could have their strength, of the king of the crown prince, they would be. Baizhi's smile was incomparably bright, but there was a hidden dagger hidden in his smile. His feminine side was not inferior to his sister, Bai Lu. The mouth of a green bamboo snake and the stinger of a wasp. I'm afraid they're not as vicious as you two. Longshan frowned. A battle was about to break out. They didn't know where they got the news. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere and blocked their way. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they could only fight. You're courting death. Give me your life. Baizhi was furious and yelled. Compared to her sister, she was more irritable. However, she did have the strength to be irritable. She was a 6th heaven star lord. Such strength was enough to look down on everyone. Many men couldn't even catch up to her. Compared to Xianxia and the others, who were much weaker than them, Baizhi's arrogance showed her pride and madness. Do it. Xianxia knew that they had to fight this battle. These people were closing in and wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they might really think he was a pushover. Facing these two shrews who were even more terrifying than female Yixias, Xianxia didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. If anything went wrong, they might not even be able to move an inch. So, he naturally wouldn't hold back at all. I, Master Dog, can't hold back any longer. He. De Huang and Longshan were at the front, and Mui Bai and Xiaolong were at the back. The four of them guarded the four directions and faced the people from the White Tiger residence. Why bother? You know you can't do it, but you still do it. I really don't know if I should say you're tenacious or courting death. He. Bai Lu's smile was very calm. She didn't put Xianxia and the others in her eyes at all. In her eyes, it wasn't difficult to kill them. She just didn't want to cause more trouble. However, they were still stubborn at this stage. She could only suppress them with strength. You shouldn't be so impulsive. The elites of the White Tiger residence will all die in your hands. What a pity. Xianxia was still walking leisurely, facing the situation calmly. Ridiculous. Do you think Morong Tianxi and the others will come to save you? Or do you think you can escape from me? You're too conceited. You're just a third heaven star lord. You don't care about your life or death, but your friends will die because of you. I'm afraid you'll blame yourself. On the road to hell, you guys can depend on each other for survival. Bai Lu took a step forward and approached Xianxia. She held a long saber in her hand and emitted a murderous aura. She didn't slack off at all. She wanted to kill him in one blow. Since he wasn't willing to hand over the flowerless fruit in his hand, she could only take action. Unless they gave up and crushed the space talisman in their hands, they would die for sure. Bai Lu's saber technique was as swift as the wind. In an instant, she was already standing in front of Xianxia. The saber in her hand rose and fell like a breeze, but Xianxia still didn't move an inch. Bai Lu couldn't help but be startled. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Suddenly, a sword shadow descended from the sky. The black shadow became longer and longer under the setting sun. That sword strike made Bai Lu's heart tremble. The black eagle in front of Xianxia made her a little dazed. His strength wasn't inferior to hers at all. Who exactly is this guy? Who are you? Bai Lu never thought that there would be such a powerful expert by Xianxia's side. She didn't notice it at all before. Not to mention her, even the 4 prefectures and 1 camp masters didn't notice it at all. Do it. Don't hold back. Xianxia said coldly. The Black King didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Bai Lu. He was decisive and imposing. His sword shadow swept across. The Black King and Bai Lu were both at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Star Lord realm. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. No matter what, Bai Lu was a genius of the White Tiger residence. She was one of the best in the White Tiger residence. However, the Black King was also very ruthless. An ordinary 7th heaven of the White Tiger residence might not be his opponent. Those below the 7th heaven of the White Tiger residence definitely couldn't be his enemy. Bai Lu's blade was sharp, and every step she took was filled with murderous intent. Her agile figure advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Although she was a woman, she wasn't any worse than a man. In fact, she was even better. No one in the White Tiger residence could match her strength. On the other side, 4 6th Sky Astral Lords and 5 5th Sky Astral Lords faced Longshan's group. Mui Bai faced Bai Zhe, while Longshan and De Huang fought 1 against 3. Even Xiaolong could hold his own against a 5th Sky Astral Lord. The battle was extremely intense. Longshan and De Huang were the most excited. The two of them were born with a thirst for battle, and they had been holding it in for a long time. Now that Xianxia had spoken, they wanted to go on a killing spree. As for what the other lords had said, De Huang had already forgotten about it. They took the initiative to attack, and De Huang showed no mercy. He used his Iron Head divine art to send 2 5th Sky Astral Lords flying. Howls rang out incessantly. Longshan wielded the unparalleled godly staff and did not lose out to De Huang at all. He swept his staff horizontally with a domineering aura. The experts of the White Tiger residence were all forced back by the two of them, suffering unspeakably. Although Muibai was having a hard time against Baizhi, he still had his eyes fixed on her. If she was allowed to withdraw, Long Shersan and the others would definitely feel more pressure. The battle between Muibai and Baizhi could be considered a true battle between the geniuses of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. After all, Jiang Chen and the others had caught up later. However, Baizhi and Muibai were both outstanding talents born and raised in the Lin nation. Countless people in the 4 manors and 1 battalion had mentioned them in the same breath. Baizhi was extremely disdainful of this. In her eyes, if it wasn't for her father, how could Muibai have such good cultivation resources? How could she be so well known? In today's battle, Baizhi was furious and determined to teach Muibai a harsh lesson. She would let her know who the true genius of the 4 manors and 1 battalion was. She was not worthy. From today onwards, Muibai, don't even think about becoming the peerless goddess of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion, because all of Kirin province will be kicked out of the microcosm world. I'll let the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion see how pathetic you are. Baizhi's saber technique was calm and murderous. The strongest technique of the White Tiger residence was the amber saber technique. Baizhi and Bai Lu were even more proficient in it. It was difficult to compete with them. With the saber behind him, Muibai felt a lot of pressure. 3 Ultimately fire. Muibai's palm was ablaze, and the fiery light shot up into the sky. Lightning and fire overlapped within his palm, and in the blink of an eye, he struck out, fighting Baizhi to the death. On the other side, Bai Lu was already at a disadvantage. The strength of the Black King made her heart tremble. This black-clothed man, whose strength was on par with hers, had the majesty of a mountain. It was as if he had completely suppressed her, and there was no way she could turn the tables. Bai Lu was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. She attacked frantically, trying to force the Black King to retreat. However, the Black King was more terrifying than her. Each of his attacks was fatal, and it seemed as if he could see through her every move. Jiangchen sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. He was completely unmoved. The Black King's attack had already put Bai Lu in a deep predicament. There was no way for her to jump out of the quagmire. Get lost. The Black King bellowed, revealing his murderous intent. Bai Lu was horrified. As she rolled, she was almost killed by the Black King's sword. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was in a sorry state. Baizhi. Bai Lu called out in a low voice. Baizhi turned around and left Muibai. He joined hands with his sister, Bai Lu, to confront the Black King. Damn you, Jiangchen. You're courting death. Baizhi did not continue to chase after the Black King. Instead, she closed in on Jiangchen. Besieging way to rescue the besieged. Jiangchen was in trouble, and the black-clothed man couldn't ignore it. Under such circumstances, the sisters would wait for the opportunity to take action and gradually break through the encirclement. Baizhi's eyes were filled with surprise because she was about to hit Jiangchen. This guy had nowhere to hide, and there was no way for him to escape. At this moment, the Black King was also too far away to rescue Jiangchen. Go to hell. Baizhi gritted her teeth. Her eyes were gloomy, and her heart was filled with joy. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. Now that Jiangchen was defeated, these people were bound to collapse like stray dogs. Not only did Jiangchen not dodge, but there was also a smile at the corner of his mouth. Let's see how you can laugh later. The blade was pointed at Jiangchen. At the moment when her life was hanging by a thread, Bai Lu's heart suddenly sank, because she had an ominous premonition. Jiangchen's eyes were too strange. What the hell was this guy doing? He didn't even know how to dodge? Was he courting death, or did he have a card up his sleeve? Bai Lu looked at this scene without blinking, but it was too late. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As soon as the blade came out, it destroyed everything. Only a rainbow light flashed. Jiangchen had once again put away his sword, but Baizhi's body came to an abrupt halt in front of Jiangchen. No, Bai Lu screamed at the top of her lungs. Her face was ashen. In the next moment, she clearly saw Baizhi's body being sliced into 2. Even the saber in his hand only shattered the moment it fell to the ground. It wasn't just cut in two, it was shaken into 9 pieces. Even until death, there was not the slightest trace of pain on Baijia's face. She didn't even know how she died, and she had already left this world. It was too fast. No one knew how terrifying that sword was. Bailu didn't dare to try, because she was afraid that she would be obliterated by Jiang Chen's sword without leaving a trace. That slash seemed light, but it consumed a lot of Jiang Chen's energy. Moreover, he had yet to fully control the heavenly dragon sword. That slash had consumed 30% of his Genesis Chi. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly dragon sword was. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To control the heavenly dragon sword, the price Jiang Chen had to pay was most likely unimaginable. But the fact that Baizhi was killed with one sword strike made the people of White Tiger residence shudder. Jiang Chen, who was at the 3rd layer of Star Lord, killed a 6th layer Star Lord with one sword strike. It was unbelievable. Roar, roar, Bailu was also completely enraged. She roared like a tiger and howled like a monkey. She roared and charged at Jiang Chen. But the Black King wouldn't give them a second chance. The Black King was already prepared for that sword strike. Before Bailu could get close to Jiang Chen, she was already suppressed by the Black King. When the people of White Tiger residence saw that Baizhi was killed and Jiang Chen defeated the enemy with one move, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even Baizhi was killed in seconds, let alone them. Jiang Chen was still calm, but the fact that he killed Bailu was a great boost to Long Shan and De Huang. Their morale soared, and it became easier for them to deal with the people of White Tiger residence. Baizhi died, and Bailu retreated in defeat. The success or failure of White Tiger residence was only a hair's breadth away. Kill. Amber Heartless Saber. Bailu's final attack was determined to kill Jiang Chen. This was her last hope. Even if she knew she was no match for the Black King, even if she took a blow from the Black King, she would still chase after Jiang Chen with her life. The Amber Heartless Saber was able to sever intestines with every strike. When she clashed with the Black King, she retreated after one strike and went all out to strangle Jiang Chen, even at the cost of her own life. Dragon Transformation. Jiang Chen's figure expanded. Under the dragon transformation, his aura continued to rise, reaching the 5th heaven of the Star Lord realm. He drew his sword and swung it down. This time, Bailu still couldn't resist Jiang Chen's attack. In addition, she was already seriously injured. When the sword fell, Bailu trembled in fear. Jiang Chen's sword momentum was unparalleled. By the time she wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Another swift attack. The seriously injured Bailu wanted to take the opportunity to kill Jiang Chen, but she didn't want to go for wool and come home shorn. She was directly knocked back by Jiang Chen's sword. All the meridians in her body were broken, and her dantian was shattered. Blood spurted out of her mouth. She didn't have long to live. Pfff. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Bailu could no longer resist. She knelt on the ground and couldn't straighten her body anymore. In the end, she fell into a pool of blood. The faces of the White Tiger Mansion's experts turned pale with fright. Bailu and Baizhi were the backbone of the White Tiger Mansion, and they were the hope of the White Tiger Mansion. Now that the two of them had died one after the other, it was undoubtedly the descent of misfortune for the White Tiger Mansion. Even so, knowing that the situation was hopeless, they could not continue to make meaningless sacrifices, so they crushed the interspatial talismans in their hands one after another to escape from the small universe world. Even so, one of them was still hit by Big Yellow, and he died a graveless death. The White Tiger residents can't even withstand a single blow. That's all you've got, and you want to rob others? Still trying to act coquettishly? Pooh. De Huang said arrogantly and stepped on Bailu's body. Bailu's eyes widened as she stared at De Huang. In the end, she lost her life. She still had a breath left, but she was angered to death. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword. Although he had only attacked twice, he had already used up more than half of his energy. Even with the myriad Chi's recovery, it still felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Moreover, dealing with a 6th heavenly layer Star Lord was already his limit. It was absolutely impossible to kill a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord with a single attack. Xianxia was not even confident. 3 people from the White Tiger residence have died. I'm afraid that the White Tiger residence will not let this matter rest. Muibai said worriedly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, then I can only send them to hell. No one is an exception. Since the people of the White Tiger residence wanted to kill and rob, they should have thought that they might be killed by others. Xianxia sneered. That's right. If it weren't for little Chenzi who killed those 2 female Yixias, we wouldn't be in a better situation. Long Shisan nodded. The people of the White Tiger residence are already dead. I'm afraid the people outside must be in an uproar now. Muibai said with a solemn expression. Although the leaders of the 4 residences and 1 camp have said that killing is not allowed, we can't just wait for others to kill us, right? It's a normal defense. They deserve to be killed. Draconic Shursan said firmly. If they're killed, then so be it. Why are there so many rules? If anyone doesn't agree, just kill them. Xianxia's words made Muibai hold his breath. His teacher was too domineering. However, with just those 2 attacks, he had killed the 2 strongest experts of the White Tiger residence. Who wouldn't be terrified? Muibai was even more confident now. With Xianxia around, Kirin province would have a great chance to defeat everyone and become the final winner. Outside the microcosm world, it was incomparably quiet, because everyone was resting and cultivating silently, waiting for the final result. Residence Master, Bai Lu and Baizha, the 2 of them, the disciples of the White Tiger residence, rolled out of the microcosm world one after another, looking extremely wretched. Many people around them chose to close their eyes and rest, waiting for the good news. What happened? The residence master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, had a cold look in his eyes. Looking at the remaining 7 disciples who were covered in dirt, his heart sank. Many people gathered around. 7 disciples of the White Tiger residence had come out. What about the remaining 3? They were most likely dead, weren't they? What happened to Bai Lu and Baizha? Bai Bijiang asked. They were killed by Xianxia. Xianxia of the Kirin province is that unknown brat. The disciples of the White Tiger residence gnashed their teeth and said with lingering fear. They had almost died in the hands of Xianxia. Fortunately, they escaped in time. Otherwise, they would have died. What? Bai Bijiang's face darkened and his body trembled. Baizha and Bai Lu were his nieces. They were his blood relatives. How could they be killed in the microcosm world? Moreover, it was the Xianxia that everyone looked down on and disapproved of. The dark horse of the Kirin province was actually this strong? Everyone was shocked. Bai Lu and Baizha of the White Tiger Palace were famous, and they were even stronger than Muibai. They were the 2 peerless geniuses of the White Tiger Palace, and they had attracted the attention of many talented disciples of the Lin country. However, no one had expected that the grand competition of the 4 mansions and 1 battalions would result in the death of 2 young girls in the prime of their youth. It was a pity, and even a pity. However, life and death were up to fate. The 4 mansions and 1 camp competition was an extremely cruel trial. This time, the fearless prefecture master decided to set the battlefield in the microcosm world after some discussion. They were mentally prepared for the outcome. However, they didn't expect the 2 top geniuses of the White Tiger residence to die just like that. How could the prefecture master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, not be angry? Everyone knew that this was a trial and not a real fight to the death. The 4 mansions and 1 camp competition would leave some leeway. However, this Xianxia, who appeared out of nowhere, didn't know when to advance or retreat. He actually killed the 2 geniuses of the White Tiger residence in this battle. Moreover, he didn't even have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. How could the prefecture master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, not be angry? The entire plaza was in an uproar. Xianxia was originally just a disciple of the Kirin province. He only gained some fame after killing Zhu Chongqing. However, compared to the real outstanding geniuses of the 4 mansions and 1 camp, he was still a step behind. However, today's battle made Xianxia famous. The White Tiger residence was the first to be chased out of the microcosm world. In other words, the White Tiger residents had lost the qualification to compete for the final winner of the 4 mansions and 1 camp competition. Only a few days had passed? This kind of news spread out of the microcosm world and shocked everyone like a heavy bomb. Xianxia's name had become a nightmare in everyone's heart. Many of those who looked down on him fell into silence. Was this guy really that strong? Could Xianxia be the strongest dark horse of the Kirin province, the Qilin scholar? Mu Tianheng's expression remained the same, but deep down, he was extremely happy. Compared to Bai Bijiang, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Mu Tianheng was like heaven and earth. Mu Tianheng. We have repeatedly ordered them not to kill anyone in this trial. Don't you think the people of Kirin province have gone too far? Bai Bijiang pressed on, glaring at Mu Tianheng. My Qilin Mansion's disciples are absolutely not bloodthirsty people. But since your White Tiger Mansion's disciples are already dead, I have nothing to say. But we don't know the reason behind it. Maybe it was your White Tiger Mansion's disciples that made the first move? They wanted to bully Xianxia because he was a pushover, but they didn't expect to hurt themselves instead. It's not impossible. I believe the disciples of Kirin province. Otherwise, what would you do now? Do you want to pay with your life? They can only blame themselves for overestimating themselves, Mu Tianheng said calmly. Mu Tianheng said plainly. He didn't hesitate to answer Bai Bijiang's question. White Tiger Prefecture had become the laughingstock of the world for being the first to be eliminated in this competition. Plus, the death of Bai Lu and Bai Zhe had also caused the other 3 forces to panic. They had all underestimated Xianxia. It seemed like Mu Tianheng had come prepared. So what? Is this the reason for the people of Kirin province to kill people? Bai Bijiang said unforgivingly. You're so arrogant now because you're not as good as others? If you can't afford to lose, why did you come to participate in the competition of the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Don't tell me I have to smile and wait for you to kill me when someone puts a knife to my neck. Mu Tianheng asked in return. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Bai Bijiang. Bai Bijiang was so angry that he was speechless. This matter needs to be discussed. Lao Bai, it's still unknown who is right and who is wrong. When the trial is over, we will naturally know. Life and death are decreed by fate. The weak can only be eliminated. Chen Hongmin's words were impartial, but Bai Bijiang's face darkened when he heard it. Are the people of White Tiger Mansion going to die in vain? What else do you want? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Mu Tianheng was not to be outdone. Didn't you all look down on the ugly melons and cracked dates of our Kirin province? Now that you've suffered a heavy injury, you're not willing to accept it. What have you been doing? That's enough. Battalion Commander Chen is right. This matter cannot be concluded yet. Let's wait until after the 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition. If it's an intentional killing, then it's our duty. If it's an unintentional killing and there's a reason behind it, then it's another matter. Lin Tianlin's words were the final word. Even if Bai Bijiang was unwilling, he couldn't refute it. If he died, he could only blame the people of the White Tiger residents for not being skilled enough. Humph. Xianxia and the others continued to search for the flowerless fruit cautiously. After learning from the mistakes of the White Tiger residents, they were much more restrained. After all, the other 3 battalions were not easy to deal with. According to Mu Bai, the White Tiger residents was the weakest among them, even weaker than Kirin province. Those who killed the people of the White Tiger residents were not considered strong. The truly powerful ones were the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Camp. They were the real geniuses. However, for Xianxia, they were just as whetstones. This microcosm world is really not a good place. Even birds don't shit here. Except for those girls from the White Tiger residence, Lord Dog is bored to death. Sigh. If only a few people could jump out to play with me, then I can have fun to my heart's content. Hee hee. Big Yellow wagged his tail and ran all the way. He had a lot of fun playing with Xiaolong, but after a long time, he also felt that it was very boring. Fighting was still more enjoyable. Previously, when he fought with the experts of the White Tiger office, he had fought 4 experts at the 5th layer of the Star Lord realm alone. Xianxia, I finally found you. Looks like you've hidden yourself well. You're not very strong, but you're very good at running away. That's right. Xianxia, it's your bad luck to die in the hands of the Vermilion Bird Camp today. He he he. Several disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp said with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were cold as they surrounded Xianxia and the others. You really have a crow's mouth. Long Shersan's eyes darkened. De Huang, on the other hand, was eager to try because he was really bored. A slender young man with a jade-like face walked out of the crowd and stood at the front. He looked at Xianxia in silence. It's the people of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Master. Be careful. This Zhu Wuxin is very strong. He's Zhu Chongqing's older brother. He's a 7th Sky Star Lord and can't be underestimated. This guy probably came with ill intentions. Mui Bai said in a deep voice. Looks like he's here to take revenge for his brother. Xianxia smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. I didn't think you could still smile. Xianxia, kneel in front of me and accept your death. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact, Zhu Wuxin Lingling said. Zhu Wu Xian said coldly. He didn't have any good impression of Xianxia. His younger brother, Zhu Chongqing, had died in Xianxia's hands. He must avenge the Vermilion Bird Camp. Although he didn't have a good relationship with his younger brother, Zhu Chongqing was still a member of the Vermilion Bird Camp and his younger brother. He had to settle this score. Ha ha ha. Lord Dog is dying of laughter. Do you have no sense of shame nowadays? Do you really think you're something? Who do you think you are? A genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp? In Lord Dog's eyes, you're just a pile of sh*t. Big Yellow snorted disdainfully and said in disdain. This group of people came up and started to ridicule them. Did they really treat them as thin air? Who do you think you are? How dare you oppose the Vermilion Bird Camp? You're just a 4th Sky Star Lord. You overestimate yourself. That's right, you damn dog. If I don't skin you and cook you today, I won't be one of the 4 geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Seeing your brother Wuxin, why are you being polite with them? These guys are typical scum. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes I have. Shidi Chongqing's death was too unjust. The Vermilion Bird Camp will definitely get justice for Shidi Chongqing. Xianxia, kneel down quickly to avoid physical pain. The people of the Vermilion Bird Camp were all arrogant. They were almost the same as the arrogant Zhu Chongqing. However, Xianxia and the others didn't fall for this. If you wanted to use your power to suppress others, you had to have real ability. Bullshit. If you want to fight, let's fight. I won't be scared. Long Shersan waved the ultimate staff in his hand and was ready to fight. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, it seems that I can only teach you how to behave. Zhu Wuxin said with a smile. He suppressed the anger in his heart, and his eyes became colder. He looked at Long Shersan and De Huang, wanting to crush their bones. I'm afraid it won't be easy to avenge your brother. Xianxia said. He and Zhu Wuxin stared at each other. Both of them refused to give in to each other. Xianxia could feel Zhu Wuxin's overbearing aura. It wasn't something that Bai Lu could compare with. A 7th Heavenly Layer Star Lord was absolutely strong enough that even he had to give it his all. It's not up to you whether it's easy or not. Let's talk after I kill you. Zhu Wuxin stood up and faced Xianxia. He had to kill him personally to avenge his brother. 4 manners and 1 camp. Geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. The strongest of the younger generation of the country of Lin were gathered here. Vermilion Bird Camp was the cream of the crop. Even the White Tiger Mansion couldn't compare to them. Zhu Wuxin led the group. The 10 of them didn't leave any room for negotiation. They charged down, determined to kill Xianxia and the others in one go. Zhu Wuxin moved his palms together, causing the sound of the wind to be heard as he shouted out. He looked like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Although he looked calm, his movements were actually as fast as a thunderbolt. Xianxia's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. There was a gap of 4 heavenly layers between them, even he didn't dare act recklessly. Xianxia directly used the dragon transformation. His dragon form was extremely domineering as he clashed with Zhu Wuxin. Punches and kicks flew everywhere, and the sound of collisions rang out endlessly. They weren't any weaker than divine weapons. The terrifying waves of air made it so that no one could approach within 100 meters. The battle between the two instantly entered a white-hot stage. There was no probing at all. Once they attacked, they wanted to kill the other. It was the same for Xianxia. As long as there was a moment of slackness, it was possible that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Towards him, the soft persimmon of the Qilan matter, it was even more impossible for Jiwu Xian to give him a chance to breathe. His great enmity had yet to be avenged, and he wished that he could grind his bones to dust. Punches flew everywhere, and the wind from his palms crackled. Xianxia's dragon transformation gave him a great advantage. He was fearless in this bloody battle. Even Zhu Wuxin, a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord, couldn't break through Xianxia's defense. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. The more Zhu Wuxin fought, the more apprehensive he became. Xianxia's methods were truly unfathomable. No wonder even Zhu Chongqing's disappointing younger brother had fallen to his hands. But in the end, the two were siblings. Xianxia killing him was equivalent to challenging him. Since there was such an opportunity, he wouldn't let it go. He would kill one as a warning to others. Once Xianxia died, who would dare to cause trouble in the 4 manors and 1 camp? This was just a lesson. However, Zhu Wuxin had obviously underestimated Xianxia. There was a difference of 4 heavenly layers between the two. In his original opinion, he would be able to kill Xianxia within 3 to 5 moves. However, the latter's dragon transformation was constantly increasing in strength. His physique was also unprecedented, like an indestructible Vajra. Such combat strength was already undefeatable. If he didn't have an absolute advantage in strength, he wouldn't even be able to guarantee that he could suppress Xianxia enough. Killing intent surged in Zhu Wuxin's eyes. He punched heavily with the force to move mountains, continuously increasing the pace of the battle. His punches were unimaginably powerful and domineering. Even with his dragon transformation, he could barely cope with them. But for Xianxia, this made him even more excited. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. If they were all just a bunch of useless chickens and dogs, he wouldn't be able to make any progress. The Black King was up against Li Qiqi, who was also at the peak of the 6th heaven of Star Lord realm. As the mainstay of the Vermilion Bird Camp, her strength could not be underestimated. She was only second to Zhu Wuxin. Her sword was like a shadow, and rays of sword light cut through the void. The Black King had no room to retreat. However, the Black King was more at ease. At least, his experience and strength were ahead of Li Qiqi's. This was something that she would never be able to catch up to. The Black King only needed to slowly wear her down, and then he would have countless ways to deal with her. However, the masters of the Vermilion Bird Camp were indeed stronger than the masters of the White Tiger Mansion. At least, Longshan, De Huang, and the others were no longer as at ease as before. But at least they didn't look defeated. De Huang and Longshan were still in high spirits, and Little Dragon was constantly tempering his body. No one could kill him. One-on-one battles with people above the 3rd heaven were commonplace. Even if they weren't as terrifying as Xianxia, they were enough to be a problem for the Vermilion Bird Camp. Mui Bai retreated in order to stabilize the situation. He stabilized the situation, but the two sides were evenly matched. The only area that was lacking was Teacher. Because Zhu Wuxin was too strong, too strong. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. In the 4 mansions and 1 camp, this guy could definitely be ranked in the top 3. In this competition, the fight between individuals had been cancelled, but it had also established their positions as lords. Especially in the Vermilion Bird Camp, he was the supreme eldest Xixiang, and his words carried weight. Xianxia advanced with every step. In his dragonized form, he fought fiercely with Zhu Wuxin. The hot-blooded battle between the two made Zhu Wuxin even more determined to kill Xianxia. Otherwise, when this boy grew up in the future, he probably wouldn't have any chance. He had to kill this threat in the cradle. For the masters of the 4 mansions and 1 camp, he was a ticking time bomb. There was no telling when his strength would improve by leaps and bounds and completely break away from their control. At that time, Zhu Wuxin would probably be at the mercy of others. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Xianxia used the Soaring Dragon Art again. His strength soared again. He had reached the sixth sky of Star-Lord realm, and his strength was no weaker than Zhu Wuxin's. The battle between the two became even more intense. Xianxia changed his previous dejection and started to counterattack. The soaring dragon art was full of dragon might, and the roars of tigers and monkeys were like the roar of a furious river. Xianxia was unstoppable. At that moment, even Zhu Wuxin didn't want to face Xianxia head-on. This guy was a war machine. His shield of flesh and blood was unbeatable. His dragonized form was as tough as metal armor. Zhu Wuxin's attacks couldn't hurt him at all. That was the most troublesome part. Wuxin Absolute Shadow Sword. Zhu Wuxin unsheathed his sword and approached Xianxia in a flash. Terrifying sword chi suddenly appeared, but Xianxia wasn't worried at all. He put his palms together, continuously repelling the afterimages, and turned around with the dragon bone spear in his hand. His momentum was unparalleled. Sword and spear collided. Divine weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound. Xianxia didn't show the slightest sign of weakness by relying on the domineering power of a grade 6 Genesis weapon. He exchanged dozens of blows with Zhu Wuxin and was evenly matched. However, Zhu Wuxin had a bad premonition. This guy seemed to have an endless supply of source chi, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. If this continued, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. The Wuxin Absolute Shadow Sword continued to slash out, its shadows constantly changing, like the blade of the ninth heaven descending from the sky. Xianxia held his blade horizontally in front of him, unmoving like a mountain. The dragon bone spear in his hand swept downwards, and the sword shadows were directly shattered into nothingness. Xianxia's momentum was at its peak. The might of the dragon bone spear gave Xianxia great confidence. Although he couldn't completely control the heavenly dragon sword, the dragon bone spear was very easy to wield. Damn it! Zhu Wuxian gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His gaze was like lightning and his aura surged like waves washing away sand. He could not allow Xianxia to continue growing. He had to kill him. This move was originally prepared for the people from the Azure Dragon House, but it looks like I have to test it out on you first. You should be proud to die under my blazing sun sword art. Zhu Wuxian let out a low roar and the blood in his body boiled. Rays of flames ignited on his body and seemed to bathe him in raging flames. Holding the blazing sword in his hand, Zhu Wuxian was like a god of fire that had descended into the world. It's the blazing sun sword art, the secret technique of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Be careful, teacher. Muibai's pretty face turned slightly cold as she growled in a low voice. However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Camp did not give her any chance to breathe. Interesting. That's more like it. Xianxia's smile became even brighter. This was how a genius from the 4 houses and 1 camp should act. Zhu Wuxian's entire body was surrounded by flames. The fierce and violent appearance of the raging flames was daunting. Senior brother Wuxian is really amazing. I didn't expect him to successfully learn the blazing sun sword art. In the past 100 years, he is the first person to successfully learn the blazing sun sword art. Even the master of the house has not succeeded. Today, Xianxia will definitely die. Ha ha ha, you're right. Under the blazing sun sword art, a mere Xianxia can't escape. The blazing sun sword art requires one to refine one's own body, allowing the flames to bathe in the body and form the most perfect connection with the sword art. One needs to experience the agony of purgatory fire. Without great willpower, one cannot succeed. Many people from the Vermilion Bird Camp were shocked. Even they did not know that senior brother Wuxian had successfully learned the blazing sun sword art. Xianxia was definitely going to die. However, to be able to force senior brother Wuxian to use this move, it was clear that Xianxia was very strong. To die under my blazing sun sword art, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Die for me. Zhu Wuxin said. The flaming sword slashed through the thistles and thorns, its fiery chi soared to the sky like a raging fire. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode. The ardent sun sword art was extremely tyrannical. Anything that came into contact with the sword would be incinerated into ashes. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but is actually useless? Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said. Facing Ju Wu Xian's ardent sun sword art, no matter where the sword pointed, Xianxia would not budge. Xianxia held onto his battle spear as he soared upwards like an immortal crane flying from the east. The two of them constantly clashed, but the ardent sun sword art's flame aura was unable to suppress Xianxia. Xianxia did not feel any danger, but the people of Vermilion Bird Camp that were fighting in the distance all felt the heat of the fire. Hundreds of meters away, the fire sword seemed to be able to burn people's souls. Playing with fire with little Xianxia? You're courting death. Ha ha ha. De Huang sneered. He was not worried about Xianxia's safety at all. Even the ardent sun sword art that so many people revered like a god would not be able to be used in Xianxia's hands. Yes. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Little Xianxia, if you don't make a move, your limelight will be completely stolen by that damned dog. Ha ha ha. Long Shan snickered as he watched Xianxia's expression not change in the face of death under the ardent sun sword art. How is this possible? Back then, the 3/7 Stratum Star Lord Elders all experienced my ardent sun sword art, and even they could only avoid it. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could be killed. How did this Xianxia do it? Ju Wuxin was incomparably shocked. Could it be that his ardent sun sword art was so weak? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Your show ends here. Xianxia dodged a flaming sword chi and clenched his hands. The azure lotus starfire surged out. In an instant, the flames were like stars scattered all over the place, raining down like rain. At that moment, Ju Wuxin's face was ashen. He wailed hysterically in his heart. Impossible. This is impossible. Ju Wuxin's ardent sun sword art was strong, but Xianxia's body was like a smelting furnace. He had all 5 elements of fire, and the azure lotus starfire was his forte for refining pills and refining weapons. A single spark could start a prairie fire. The power of the flames was like a ferocious beast engulfing Ju Wuxin. Scram! Streaks of sword chi shot out, but the azure lotus starfire had already covered the sky and earth, sealing off all of Ju Wuxin's escape routes. Since you like the taste of being roasted by fire, how can I not help you? If you really have the ability, I will lend you a hand and help you break through in the azure lotus starfire. Ha ha ha. Xianxia's hearty laughter spread through the world. For Ju Wuxin, it was like a nightmare. The waves of fire from the azure lotus starfire continued to corrode and consume Ju Wuxin. Even his ardent sun sword art could not be used because his sword had already melted into the azure lotus starfire. The Vermilion Bird Camp disciples at the side were dumbfounded. Wasn't this Xianxia too freakish? How did he control such a terrifying flame? He was even immune to the ardent sun sword art. He was a super freak. That was Ju Wuxin's trump card, but it had not harmed Xianxia at all. How could he fight this battle? Now, you should have a taste of my flame. Xianxia's eyes were extremely cold. The 5-element fire had already been set into a formation, suppressing Ju Wuxin within it. The azure lotus starfire was like a meteor shower that continuously fell. Ju Wuxin's life hung by a thread. As a Vermilion Bird Camp disciple, how can he be afraid of fire? Isn't that right? Xianxia looked at the other Vermilion Bird Camp disciples. Everyone's face was ashen. Whether you can rise from the ashes depends on your ability. Ju Wuxin, I can only help you to this point. Xianxia had a righteous expression. There was a faint smile on his lips that made the Vermilion Bird Camp disciples' hair stand on end. Although the 5-element trigram fire formation could not kill Ju Wuxin, if Xianxia had set up the formation beforehand, no one would be able to escape. Adding on the azure lotus starfire, it was a complete purgatory. Ju Wuxin could not endure it for a long time. Xianxia, I've lost. I admit defeat. Ju Wuxian's hoarse and miserable voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Even the space talisman in his hand was melted by the azure lotus star flame. This was too fucking terrifying. Ju Wuxian's face was ashen. Once the flame completely entered his body, even the supreme deities of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be helpless. Admitting defeat in the face of death was not a shameful thing. At least, that was what Ju Wuxin thought. I still want to see you perform the Vermilion Bird rising from the ashes. Come on. Xianxia said. Juwu Xian was burned by the fire. His flesh was bloody and shriveled. He felt that his life had come to an end. Xianxia, you will die a horrible death. Juwu Xian roared at the top of his lungs, but his voice was almost inaudible. Xianxia's expression gradually became serious. Ling said, if the person begging for mercy was me, would you spare my life? Xianxia's rhetorical question made Juwu Xian speechless. He would not. He would only use all his means to torture Xianxia to death. But now he had no power to reverse the situation. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. There was no need to say more. Juwu Xian knew that he had no way out. He would definitely die. And those disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp would not have any solution. Otherwise, they would have rushed up a long time ago. No, Li Qiqi's pretty face was ashen. She and Juwu Xian had promised to be together a long time ago. If they could represent Vermilion Bird Camp and win this time, then they could be together. But this moment did not come. Go. Don't mind me. Juwu Xian's voice gradually dissipated because he had been completely burned by Xianxia's 5-element trigram fire formation and blue lotus star fire. Li Qiqi rushed towards the 5-element trigram fire formation without hesitation. At that moment, she was also burned by the fire. But at the moment of her death, she chose to fly into the fire like a moth to a flame. She could not save Juwu Xian. It's not bad to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks on the road to hell. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. He didn't show any mercy, because kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. If he showed mercy, he might be the one who died. Life was like grass. The most worthless thing in the world was life, and on the contrary, the most precious thing was life. The deaths of Juwu Xian and Li Qiqi instantly caused the expressions of the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp to change greatly. Their faces were ashen, and all of them unhesitatingly crushed the spatial seals in their hands. Only by doing this could they preserve their lives. They did not want to die like Juwu Xian and turn to dust. So weak, tsk tisk tsk. Little Xianxia, you've made a great contribution again. This Lord Dog has high hopes for you. De Huang patted Xianxia's shoulder and said in a mature manner. Get lost. You're simply too shameless. Xianxia kicked De Huang's butt, causing De Huang to grimace in pain. Xiaolong, on the other hand, was convulsing with laughter. On the other hand, De Huang's face was calm, neither red nor white, and he was not ashamed at all. Teacher, I'm afraid you'll definitely be in trouble after we get out this time. Mui Bai breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but worry for Xianxia. Little Xianxia killed the genius disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Camp. Moreover, they were all outstanding disciples. I'm afraid he'll inevitably be criticized after he gets out. At that time, even those mansion masters with high positions will reprimand him. Long Shisan said solemnly. Although Xianxia could kill Juwu Xian, Bai Lu, and the others, if those mansion masters disregarded their status and made a move, the situation would definitely be very chaotic. Yes. But no one knows what will happen. However, those that teacher killed were all peerless geniuses that they carefully cultivated as their successors, and they were the only seedlings in 1,000,000. Mui Bai said worriedly. It's just a seedling in 1,000 hectares of land, but it was uprooted by Xianxia. What can we do? At worst, we can uproot the 4 mansions and 1 camp. It's not like we don't have the strength to do so. De Huang said indifferently. Then you go. I don't have the ability to do so. Xianxia said with a smile. He, I'm just bragging to relieve my anger. Little Xianxia, can you at least give me some face? De Huang smiled awkwardly. I've already killed them. Everything is their own fault. I, Xianxia, am a righteous person, but if someone dares to threaten the lives of me and my brothers, I will only make them die without a burial place. Even the emperor has to step aside. Xianxia said with a domineering expression. So what if it was the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Could it be that they would eat him? However, at this time, outside the minor cosm world, Chen Hongmin was still comforting Bai Bijiang. His voice was full of emotion, and every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. Brother Bai, this matter is indeed quite regrettable. Don't be too sad. The truth will be revealed when Xianxia comes out of the microcosm world. If it was a deliberate murder, we won't let it go. As the saying goes, the weather is unpredictable, and people have their ups and downs. This is human nature. Pft. Pft. Puff. 8 people flew out of the microcosm world in succession and fell to the ground. All of them were covered in dust and looked miserable. You guys? Chen Hongmin, who had been so confident and eloquent just now, suddenly stuttered. He also had a bad feeling. Camp Commander, Senior Brother Wu Xin and Senior Sister Li are both dead. The disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp said with his head lowered. His face was full of sorrow, and there was a hopeless expression at the corner of his mouth. They had narrowly escaped death, but Zhu Wuxin and Li Qiqi could not escape the demon claws of the god of death. What's going on here? Chen Hongmin was no longer calm. He had just been chatting with Bai Bijiang and comforting him. He had not expected that in such a short time, all the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp would be killed. Most importantly, the successor he had carefully cultivated, Zhu Wuxin, was dead. For Chen Hongmin, this was like a bolt from the blue. It's Xianxia. He killed Senior Brother Wuxin. Senior Brother Wuxin had already begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but Xianxia still refused to let him go. He burned Senior Brother Wuxin alive. The disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp gritted their teeth and said, Xianxia, my Vermilion Bird Camp is irreconcilable with you. Chen Hongmin roared angrily. His face was gloomy and his veins were bulging. At this moment, all his hopes had turned into bubbles. For him, this battle could be said to be a heavy loss. Zhu Wuxin alone had already made him feel like all hope had been turned to dust. Xianxia. It was Xianxia again. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Just how strong was this guy? He had been ridiculed by countless people before, and now he was slapped in the face. This dark horse of Kirin province was simply everyone's nightmare. If killing Bai Lu and Bai Zhe was due to luck, then killing Zhu Wuxin this time had already given everyone a wake-up call. Wasn't this Xianxia too terrifying? Moreover, Zhu Wuxin had already begged for mercy, but Xianxia still wanted to kill him. It inevitably made the people of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp feel a chill in their hearts. This guy used his power to bully others and killed people like flies. Was he really suitable to be the role model of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp? Even if he won the final victory, he would most likely make all the forces hate him to the bone. The name of Xianxia had completely spread among the crowd and spread like wildfire. The unknown boy who had been ridiculed previously had now successively revealed killing moves, causing the people of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp to feel insecure. Barak Commander Chen, I feel that at this moment, you should be magnanimous. After all, this is not your Vermilion Bird Camp's decision. No one knows what the truth is. How do you know that this matter is Xianxia's fault? What if it was your Vermilion Bird Camp that provoked him? That would be a happy ending, he he he. Bai Bijiang mocked sarcastically. Previously, when his White Tiger Mansion's Bai Lu and Bai Zhe were killed, Chen Hongmin acted like a peacemaker, calm and unruffled. Now that it was his Vermilion Bird Camp's turn to be killed, his face was as red as a pig's liver. Bullshit! Chen Hongmin bellowed angrily, his whole body trembling. Others had no idea how much effort he had poured into Zhu Wuxin, the future Vermilion Bird Camp's sovereign. But now, everything had turned into a bubble. Chen Hongmin was on the verge of collapsing. As long as Xianxia came out, he would make him pay with blood. Vulgar. As the Vermilion Bird Camp's commander, please conduct yourself with dignity, hee hee. Bai Bijiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked more at ease, his smile incomparably bright. This time, his heart finally calmed down. This indifferent Chen Hongmin also had such a day? He couldn't be happier. At this moment, both Black Warrior Mansion's Xian Su and Azure Dragon Mansion's Murong Jia wore a solemn expression. This Xianxia didn't look easy to deal with. As a dark horse, he swept through the 4 manors and 1 camp. If this continued, they would have to worry about their own disciples. The most stable one was Mu Tianheng. At this moment, no matter what he said, it would be ignored by Chen Hongmin and Bai Bijiang, because no matter how nice his words were, they always felt it was sarcastic, making them feel uncomfortable. Success depends on the person. Whether he lives or dies, it's all fate. Xianxia said in a low voice, implying that if he died, he could only blame himself for being inferior. Although Jiangchen hasn't been in my Kirin province for long, he has a dignified appearance and righteousness. He will never do anything improper. When he comes out, the truth will be revealed. Mu Tianhing said lightly. At that time, if Jiangchen goes against our previous agreement, I hope that mansion master Mu will not protect your disciple. Bai Bijiang sneered. Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Mansion had been consecutively wounded, and were directly eliminated. There were casualties, and they were all geniuses of the mansion. How could people not be shocked? It seems like we've underestimated this Jiangchen. At this rate, even the Black Warrior Mansion's people will be in trouble. That's not necessarily true. The Black Warrior House's experts are on par with the Vermilion Bird Camp's strength, whereas the Azure Dragon House is the strongest. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. I actually hope that this Jiangchen will stay dark till the end. Ha ha ha. That way, everyone will feel more balanced. That's right. It's been many years since such a peerless genius has appeared in the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pail. Although this Jiangchen's strength isn't high, he was able to do something so shocking. It's worth thinking about. The disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp who were waiting outside the microcosm world were also filled with curiosity. Now that Jiangchen had killed the people of the Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Palace, it wouldn't take long for the 3rd wave of people to appear. The flowerless fruit wasn't important. What was important was who would come out on top in the process of competing. The 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition had become even more complicated and confusing. Following the appearance of the troublemaker, Jiangchen, Mu Tianhing couldn't help but feel excited. However, on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor. Teacher is indeed teacher. Lin Tianlin's eyes were burning with passion. Although it wasn't convenient for him to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition, if anyone dared to touch Jiangchen, Lin Tianlin would fight them to the death. Right now, teacher was his last hope. Whoever dared to go against Jiangchen would be going against Lin Tianlin. In Lin Tianlin's heart, Jiangchen would definitely come out on top in this 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to contend with the demon empress of the Lin country? Lin Tianlin had always been a good judge of character, but he couldn't see through his teacher, Jiangchen. His existence was filled with infinite possibilities. In the microcosm world, there was a mountain range with green water and green mountains. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lake that was thousands of meters wide. The reflection of the mountain and the trees was very beautiful. However, Morong Tianxi and Zhang Wanjing were surrounded in the center. The leader of the group was an expert from the Black Warrior Mansion, Xianxia. Dressed in a brown robe, he had delicate features and a pair of spirited eyes, looking down at the blue dome of heaven. What do you want? Xianxia, do you want to fight? Zhang Wanjing said in a low voice. The other side had 10 people, while they only had 5. Compared to the Black Warrior Mansion, their strength had shrunk by half. If this battle started, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. What do I want? Don't you know? Mu Jianqing said with a smile. As the number 2 genius of the Black Warrior Mansion, although there was a gap between him and Xianxia, he didn't care about Zhang Wanjing. Even if they were to fight, they would have the absolute advantage. Hand over the flowerless fruit and I can let you live. You should be a smart person, Morong Tianxi. Xianxia eyes did not waver as he said in an indifferent tone. Do you think I will give it to you? Xianxia, your thinking is too simple. As long as I, Morong Tianxi, still have a breath left in me, I will fight you to the death. You want the flowerless fruit in my hand? Sure, but you have to defeat me first. Morong Tianxi was fearless. Facing Xianxia's provocation, how could he lower his head? Both sides were top experts from their respective mansions, naturally they wouldn't fall behind. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers, in terms of momentum, Morong Tianxi wouldn't lose. It seems like we can only meet with weapons. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think that your Kirin province has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of our Black Warrior Mansion? Mu Jianxing said with a smirk. He had been itching to fight since a long time ago. The Black Warrior Mansion's experts were rolling up their sleeves, itching to fight. Looks like someone is here to deliver us a treasure. Wang Jing, prepare for battle. Morong Tianxi's eyes shone brightly, exchanging a glance with Xianxia Ling blades and swords glinted in the air as their fighting spirit soared. There was no room to stop. Despite Kirin province being at a disadvantage, Morong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing were confident that they could fight to the death. At the very least, they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Otherwise, if word of this spread out, wouldn't people say that their Kirin province was a bunch of cowards? This Morong Tianxi is quite hot-blooded. Kakaka, this lord dog really wants to see how much weight this guy has. Jiang Chen, De Huang, and the rest slowly approached, but they didn't show themselves, observing in silence. We can't lose in terms of momentum. This Morong Tianxi may look majestic, but he doesn't have the advantage in numbers. It won't be easy for him to go against the Black Warrior Mansion's people. Long Shersan said. Let's wait and see. At the critical moment, if we can't do it, we'll make a move. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, you're still a bit of a softie, to be able to let bygones be bygones. De Huang sighed. What I'm saying is, at the critical moment, we can give him another stab and kick him out of the minor universe world. Jiang Chen said calmly. You're ruthless, ha ha ha. But I like it. Big Yellow laughed out loud. Its eyes flickered, and it was beaming with joy. Looks like we can only pray for him in silence. Xiaolong covered his mouth as he laughed. Morong Tianxi is not weak, but Xianxia Ling's strongest move is his defense. As the strongest defense in the four mansions, he is invincible against Morong Tianxi. Now, the five of them are at a complete disadvantage. If Morong Tianxi doesn't go all out, they'll lose more than they win. Mui Bai analyzed. Looks like this guy is also a formidable opponent. Is the strongest defense really that powerful? Long Shersan smiled, half believing, half doubting. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened, but to be called the strongest defense, it was enough to prove that Xianxia Ling's means were not simple. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Morong Tianxi took the initiative to attack Xianxia Ling. Both of them had reached the seventh Heaven Star Lord realm, and their clash was filled with explosive power, akin to a rising comet. Morong Tianxi brandished his sword, exuding killing intent with each step. He did not hold back against Xianxia Ling. In his opinion, pity was reserved for the weak. Those who lacked strength would die in the Yellow Springs, not worthy of sympathy. If Xianxia Ling wanted to harm him, then he would have to face his own slaughter. Firmament Sword Art. The moment Morong Tianxi drew his sword, his aura changed. His sword slashed out in a frenzy, creating countless sword shadows that resembled a rain of petals. Morong Tianxi did not hold back at all. On the other side, Zhang Wangjing also took advantage of the situation to gain the upper hand. While fighting with Mu Jianxing, Zhang Wangjing unsheathed his sword and charged at Mu Jianxing. Mu Jianxing held the heavy sword in his hand, engaging in close combat with Zhang Wangjing. Waves after waves of chilling attacks flew out. The Black Warrior Mansion did not have the slightest hint of the usual calmness. Instead, Mu Jianxing and Zhang Wangjing entered a fierce battle. Zhang Wangjing exclaimed in admiration. This Mu Jianxing was completely different from the other Black Warrior Mansion disciples. The others used defense as offense, but he used offense as defense. If others were a shield, then he was an invincible spear. The two of them entangled with each other and unleashed their respective techniques. Neither of them had the slightest bit of hesitation. Both of them wanted to kill each other. Although it was forbidden for them to kill each other, unless it was a battle of life and death, it was impossible for them to unleash all of their battle prowess. Although the two of them fought back and forth, the most difficult one was the remaining 3 Kirin province disciples. Facing 8 Black Warrior Mansion disciples, even if the other side's attacks weren't strong, it was wishful thinking for them to win. Whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, the Black Warrior Mansion disciples were in an invincible position, advancing step by step, causing the 3 Kirin province disciples to suffer unspeakably. As the head disciple of Kirin province, Morong Tianxi was the leader of the group. He pulled out his sword and attacked like a dragon. He unleashed the Firmament Sword Art and unleashed a powerful aura that surged like a surging river. Earth Dragon Shield. Xianxia Ling bellowed, blocking with both arms. The wind from his palms changed and an illusory shield appeared, roaring like an earth dragon as it met Murong Tianxia head-on. The battle between spear and shield couldn't be simpler. Although it looked ordinary, it was filled with killing intent. As long as one of them hesitated, the other side's second wave of attacks was bound to follow. The earthy yellow shield was faintly discernible. Xianxia Ling's shield was akin to 1,000 caddies weighing down on Murong Tianxia. Murong Tianxia staggered back step by step. Xianxia Ling's strength was indeed ferocious, even exceeding his imagination. The firmament sword art's attacks were like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, but facing Xianxia Ling's shield, Murong Tianxia was forced into a difficult situation. Although the shield was heavy, every time it pressed down, Murong Tianxia's feet sank 3 inches into the ground. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Murong Tianxia's expression turned solemn, not daring to slack off. This guy does have a bit of ability. Long Shan watched from afar as Xianxia Ling's shield attacks made it impossible for Murong Tianxia to use his sword art. Every move was hindered, and in less than 30 moves, Murong Tianxia was forced into a passive position. If this continued, Murong Tianxia's situation would become extremely dangerous. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. This Murong Tianxia's eyes are always at the top of his head, but he's really just an embroidered pillow. De Huang said disdainfully. Their arrogance was more explosive than their strength, but in the end, they were beaten into a sorry state by the Black Warrior Mansion members. After showing off their arrogance, what followed was a ruthless slap to the face. Xianxia did not look to the side as his hands clenched into fists. Genesis Chi rose as his shield and armor transformed once more. He was akin to a charging god of war as he raised his shield and charged forward. Murong Tianxia continuously retreated, the footprints under his feet growing deeper and deeper. In the face of Xianxia Ling's attack, Murong Tianxia tightly gritted his teeth. He absolutely could not lose the dignity of the Qilin matter, nor could he allow his momentum to be broken. Waves cleaving the heavens. Murong Tianxia's anger surged. His sword aura soared to the heavens, and a single slash turned all the ancient trees within 100 feet radius to dust. Break! Murong Tianxia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His hands tightly gripped his sword, and a sword aura that could cleave the heavens and split the earth thundered forth. Boom! With a loud bang, Murong Tianxia's sword slammed into Xianxia Ling's shield, shattering it inch by inch. A sinister smile flickered in Murong Tianxia's eyes. Only knowing how to defend is ultimately inferior. How can the likes of you resist the edge of my sword? Murong Tianxia's expression was stern as he let out a proud chuckle, glaring at Xianxia Ling with a domineering glint in his eyes. Xianxia Ling's eyes hardened. With a jerk of his fists, the shield shattered into pieces, transforming into Genesis Chi fragments that shot outwards. Murong Tianxia's expression abruptly changed as his body shuddered violently. He stumbled backwards, nearly falling to the ground. The tens of thousands of shield fragments instantly tore apart his body, leaving hundreds of wounds all over his body that were a mess of flesh and blood. Ahhh! Murong Tianxia let out a blood-curdling scream, his hands clutching his disfigured face. His entire body trembled in fear as he tumbled to the ground. Zhang Wanjing and the other 3 Kirin province members were also knocked back by Murong Tianxia's attack due to their distraction, losing miserably as they tumbled to the ground with fear in their eyes. After watching for so long, it's about time for you to come out. Xianxia Ling looked at Jiang Chen's group and said in a low voice. Murong Tianxia was also taken aback, but when he looked over, he saw Jiang Chen's group walking over. It was none other than the 5 members he had expelled from his team. Interesting, as expected of an expert from the Black Warrior Mansion, your dieting art far surpasses the average person. Admirable, admirable. Mui Bai chuckled. Murong Tianxia did not notice them at all, but Xianxia Ling had long noticed them. Jiang Chen, you guys came at the right time. Kill them, Kirin Province's honor cannot be violated. Murong Tianxia said excitedly, as if he had found his pillar of support. Don't worry, Murong boy, we will protect Kirin Province's honor. I'll send you away now, 1,000 li away. Kakaka. De Huang kicked out, sending Murong Tianxia and the rest flying 1,000 zhang away. Everyone was in excruciating pain, their souls leaving their bodies as they hurriedly crushed their spatial talismans and rolled out of the mini-universe world. Xianxia. This daddy here will not coexist with you. Morong Tianxi, Zhang Wangjing, and the rest rolled out of the minor-cosm world. Countless people gathered around them, bewildered and doubtful. What's going on? Xianxia again? It can't be, right? Morong Tianxi is Kirin Province's #1 genius. Internal strife? Ha ha ha, isn't this a little too exciting? It's hard to say, this Xianxia really doesn't care about his own family. The disciples of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them, watching the show from the sidelines. As for the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and Vermilion Bird Camp who were severely injured, their faces were filled with schadenfreude. After all, Xianxia was beating up his own people. Wasn't this too cruel? Looks like your Kirin province is only SOSO, right? Bai Bijiang sneered. At this time, he naturally wouldn't let go of the chance to mock Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng's expression was solemn, his expression grim. What the hell was Xianxia doing? What exactly is going on? Mu Tianheng looked at Morong Tianxi. Xianxia, it's this bastard who kicked me out of the minor cosm world, not caring about my own family. My heart has always been loyal to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the gutter. Please, Manor Head, give us justice. Please, Manor Head, give us justice. Zhang Wanjing and the others had ugly expressions on their faces, burning with anger. Mu Tianheng harumphed coldly, not saying a word. Whether Xianxia was right or wrong, he didn't care. As long as he could have the last laugh, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to sacrifice Mu Tianheng. Being weaker than others, there was no one to blame. Looks like this Xianxia does have some ability, but he's too arrogant. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Morong Jia said nonchalantly. Whether he's a tiger or a dragon, we'll see the results sooner or later. Xianxia too had a proud expression on his face. Now, only the Azure Dragon Mansion and Black Warrior Mansion's people were left. Xianxia deserves praise for his methods. No matter who he is a disciple of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. He is a pillar of our country. If he can come out on top, I will personally reward him. Lin Tianlin had a calm expression on his face as he laughed heartily. After all, since the Crown Prince had spoken, no one dared to say anything. This was a world where the strong were revered. Whoever had the biggest fist would be the hard truth. What are you looking at? Do you have a problem with that? Do your parents know you're so arrogant? De Huang looked at Xianxia Ling and the others and said arrogantly. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. From the looks of it, he was much more arrogant than Xianxia Ling. Looks like Kirin Province has declined. They even recruited a bunch of repulsive people like you. They really aren't picky at all. Hee hee. Mu Jianqing said disdainfully. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with killing intent. These weak people actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Io, you're so arrogant. This master dog can't stand it anymore. I won't allow others to be more arrogant than me. De Huang dog pointed at Mu Jianqing. This guy was a 6th heavenly layer star lord. This guy was 2 heavenly layers stronger than him, but in De Huang's eyes, he was nothing. Make your move, little brat. This master dog's time is very precious. Then, I'll fight you. Lan Shan held the divine staff in his hand and pointed it at Xianxia Ling. This was a good chance to show off in front of Mu Bai. He couldn't miss it. Xianxia, on the other hand, was calm and unhurried, waiting for the two to make their moves. Looks like you people from Kirin Province are really good at putting on airs. Fine, I'll play with you too. Xianxia Ling shook his head, slightly disappointed that Xianxia didn't make a move. However, after these 2 guys were defeated, Xianxia wouldn't have the leisure to sit on the fishing platform. Be careful. Mu Bai warned. Xianxia Ling was 3 heavenly layers stronger than him. The battle between De Huang and Mu Jianqing was already fraught with danger. Even she wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Xianxia Ling. Although the Black Warrior Mansion excelled in defense, known as the strongest defense in the 9 heavens 10 earths, Their offensive methods were not to be underestimated. Don't worry. I want to see how strong his defense is. Long Shersan's eyes lit up. With Muibai's encouragement, his fighting spirit soared to new heights. Teacher, Long Shersan, he won't have any problems, right? Muibai asked in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen. The monkey's potential is not as weak as you think. If it comes to a life or death situation, there's still me. Jiang Chen smiled. Only he had complete confidence in De Huang and Long Shersan. This was how brothers should be. Brother Shersan and brother De Huang are both so strong, I can't lose face for big brother. Xiaolong grinned, teaming up with Muibai to face the remaining Black Warrior Mansion disciples. Watch carefully, Tortoise Mansion bastards, this Lord Dog is coming. De Huang was the first to attack. With a loud roar, he charged at Mu Jianqing. Mu Jianqing's eyes were sharp, wielding his heavy sword. With a sweep, the heavy sword contained enough power to uproot a mountain. A sixth heavenly layer Star Lord, one of the best in the 4 mansions and 1 barracks. Not to mention, he suppressed De Huang's second heavenly layer Star Lord, holding an innate advantage. Mu Jianqing didn't put De Huang in his eyes at all. Go to hell, you damn dog. Mu Jianqing's swordplay was swift and fierce, steady and orderly. Like a heavy caddy, the mountains and rivers were stirred up, incomparably tyrannical. De Huang did not retreat but advanced instead. It wasn't easy to find an opponent who could fight him head-on. How could he retreat now? The Iron Head was ferocious, directly locking onto Mu Jianqing. Both of their attacks were not weak, evenly matched. De Huang had always been fearless. His Iron Head clashed with Mu Jianqing's sword, causing Mu Jianqing to be dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy's head was indestructible? Mu Jianqing was unwilling to give up, madly attacking with all his might. However, De Huang's head was tougher and more resilient. The majority of Mu Jianqing's heavy sword's force was dissipated by De Huang's head. On top of that, De Huang had drunk Xiaolong's blood, increasing his physique to an unparalleled level. This kind of tyrannical strength was even stronger than divine weapons. The more Mu Jianqing fought, the more apprehensive he became. He was completely stunned by De Huang's iron head. At the same time, his sharp claws and fangs displayed the might of a mad dog to the fullest. Mu Jianqing was forced to retreat. He originally wanted to clash head-on with this De Huang dog. His heavy sword was filled with lofty aspirations, but the result was indescribable. The heavy sword in his hand slashed down on De Huang's head, causing many wounds to appear. On the other hand, De Huang wasn't injured at all. His sharp claws tore into Mu Jianqing's body, causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was also bleeding from De Huang's iron head technique. The two of them fought for a long time. Although the victor was yet to be determined, it was clear that Mu Jianqing was starting to feel weak. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He wasn't worried about De Huang. After all, with Mu Jianqing's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for De Huang to defeat him. However, it wouldn't be so easy for Long Shersan to fight against Xianqi Ling. Xianqi Ling could be considered the strongest among the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. His methods weren't something Mu Jianqing could compare to. In addition, Mu Jianqing had seen Xianqi Ling fighting against Murong Tianxi. Battle Saint Art. Long Shersan brought out all of his trump cards, his battle intent surging as he used offense as defense. His goal was very simple, only by breaking Xianqi's defenses would he have a chance at victory. Otherwise, everything else would be for naught. However, Xianqi Ling's Genesis Qi shield was even stronger than before. Strand after strand of Genesis Qi flowed through it, and even Long Shersan's Battle Saint Art was unable to break through it. Staff after staff filled the sky, and even the unparalleled god was helpless against it. Long Shersan blasted again and again, but the results were stupefying. Xianqi Ling did not move at all, raising his shield high into the air as he began a frenzied assault. The might of his shield and his blade were not the slightest bit weaker than Long Shersan's attacks, and the feeling of being as steady as Mount Tai. Long Shersan felt an incomparable headache in the face of Xianqi Ling's attacks. In Xianqi Ling's eyes, if you couldn't break his defenses, you had already lost. You're not my match. Mountain shield armor. Xianqi Ling coldly snorted as he formed a seal with his hands. Genesis Qi rose as his shield transformed, crushing down like a mountain. He had changed his previous defensive stance, and was now using his shield to suppress his opponent. Lan Shishan's expression was grave. In the face of Xianxia Ling's attacks, he was forced to retreat step by step, and even began to show signs of fatigue. Break his defenses with a single point, and use 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. Attack his strongest point, and don't clash head-on with him. A single point is enough, gather all of your power, and finish in one go. Jiang Chen indifferently said. Lan Shishan's eyes lit up, and he retreated again and again. He withdrew his previous attacks, and focused all of his power on a single point. His entire body rose, and all of it gathered on his staff. A single point to break 1,000 caddies. Boom. Sure enough, under Jiang Chen's guidance, Lan Shishan turned the tide. Xianxia Ling's expression changed, and his shield shrank. Lan Shishan's staff fell from the sky. Xianxia Ling's eyes narrowed, and with a shout, he used everything he had to block Lan Shishan's attack. His shield shattered, and Lan Shishan's footsteps became disorderly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he snorted coldly and began another round of attacks with his divine staff. Earth Dragon Armor. A yellow mist gathered in Xianxia Ling's palm, forming an oval-shaped shield that covered his entire body. However, it wasn't big, only about 1 zhang wide. On the surface of the shield, there were dragon patterns that crisscrossed like flowing water. This time, Lan Shishan had learned from the previous lesson. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, he once again condensed and broke through the surface with a single point. A cold glint arrived first, followed by a shocking shadow of the staff. Pung, Xianxia Ling was forced back again, and the shield in his hand was also broken. Lan Shishan took advantage of this opportunity to pursue. With a roar, the giant ape roared, and the wind howled. His battle saint art was pushed to the limit, and there was nothing it couldn't conquer. Xianxia Ling's strongest skill against his strongest shield skill, Xianxia Ling was defeated again and again. The dragon 13-rod shadows continued to appear, stirring up the air. Xianxia Ling's 2 shields had already been pushed back more than 10 steps, his face was red and white, he was extremely nervous. Xianxia Ling gritted his teeth and raised his shield again, but Lan Shishan's attacks rose again and again, reaching an unstoppable momentum. As strong as the shield was, it was shattered by a single strike of the staff. Although Xianxia Ling's defense was strong, when Lan Shishan pushed his battle saint art to the limit, Xianxia Ling's shield was rendered useless. Lan Shishan's battle saint art was akin to a cultivation technique that could continue to grow. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Once he fully utilized it, it was akin to opening the floodgates of an endless river, flowing endlessly, surging for 1,000 li. Mu Bai's eyes shone brightly, the worry in her heart vanished without a trace. Lan Shishan actually defeated the Black Warrior Mansion's strongest expert. This guy's strength was already comparable to her teacher, it seems like she didn't misjudge him. Thinking of this, Mu Bai's face turned slightly red, her heart palpitating with excitement. Even she had to admit it. Break for me. Lan Shishan's momentum soared to the sky, unstoppable. At this time, even if Jiang Chen were to fight with him, he would have to evade the sharp edge. Bringing out all of his fighting spirit and fighting skills, Lan Shishan fought to his heart's content, one staff strike breaking 10,000 techniques. Pooh, Xianxia Ling spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both his arms were broken by Lan Shishan, inch by inch. His entire being felt as if his spirit had been hollowed out as he tumbled to the ground. The long staff swept out, aiming straight for Xianxia Ling's life gate. Lan Shishan stood tall and proud, but he did not make a move. Scram. Xianxia Ling's face was extremely ugly. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life, but the fact that Lan Shishan didn't kill him was already a great mercy. If Lan Shishan had attacked just now, he wouldn't have had the time to crush the space talisman and would have died without a doubt. Bang! Mu Jianxing was knocked unconscious by De Huang's attack. More than half of his bones were broken, and he also fell to the ground beside Xianxia Ling. Both of them smiled bitterly, looking at each other, and crushed the space talisman in their hands at the same time. Shit. De Huang frowned and said in a low voice. Jiang Chen and Lan Shishan looked at him in confusion. You've already acted tough, and the limelight has been stolen by you. Damn it. De Huang said indignantly. Jiangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He punched De Huang's dog head. This guy really put in a lot of effort to act tough. No, 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 it doesn't hurt. De Huang yelled as he ran. Mui Bai looked at Longshan with a tranquil smile. His previous worries were all gone. Longshan also felt like a spring breeze, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although he didn't say anything, Longshan knew that Mui Bai's heart had gradually fallen for him. Wasn't this because he was subdued by his domineering aura? Little guys, have you had enough fun? It's time for you to hand over the treasures you've obtained. More than 100 flowerless fruits, TSK, you're really lucky. But from this moment onwards, your luck has run out. In the distance, a tall and burly young man like a mountain slowly walked over. He was as strong as a bull, and his arms were as thick as the mouth of a jar. His domineering aura was suffocating. Azure Dragon Manor, Tingshan. Mui Bai's eyes sharpened. This guy was stronger than everyone else here. His domineering aura was like that of a wild dragon. No one could match him. Looks like the people from the Azure Dragon Manor have finally appeared. Jiangchen said in a low voice. There was no wall in this world that didn't have a crack. These guys had finally found their way here. You only have two choices, submit, live, or die. You're very arrogant, but it's a pity that De Huang said that no one is allowed to be more arrogant than us. Jiangchen laughed, the battle intent in his eyes surging. This person was stronger than Xianxia, and he wasn't someone like Xianxia who only knew how to defend passively, retreating in order to advance. As the strongest existence among the 4 mansions and 1 barracks, the Azure Dragon Manor's disciples' talents were also top-notch. Among them, the 2 brothers Tingshan and Ting Yunwu were the most outstanding, garnering a lot of attention, earning the Azure Dragon Manor a lot of praise and fame. Kaka, *CK them, little Xianxia, so what if it's the Azure Dragon Manor? This daddy will still beat them up. De Huang raised his head and said, taking a step forward, standing at the front, looking at Tingshan with a provocative expression. Your tone is not small, none of you can escape. The Azure Dragon Manor will always be the boss of the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, no one can replace it. Tingshan said with disdain. From today onwards, it won't be. Jiangchen took a step forward, meeting Tingshan's gaze. Swords were drawn, ready to break out at any moment. Be careful, teacher, this Tingshan and Ting Yunwu are the true peak experts of the Azure Dragon Manor. It's said that they have never tasted defeat since their debut. Mui Bai was very familiar with the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, which was why she was even more worried. After all, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Tingshan wasn't someone like Morong Tianxi or Xianxia. Once they fought, there was only a slim chance of survival. Little Xianxia only kills geniuses, he won't kill those who aren't geniuses. Longshan smiled. No matter what, he and De Huang trusted Jiangchen. From the mortal world to the immortal world, and now to the divine world, Jiangchen had led them all the way, killing countless enemies. There was never a time when they were defeated. The eternal world was no exception. Opinionated, go to hell. The Azure Dragon Manor is something despicable people like you can't afford to offend. Tingshan leaped into the air, his flying legs crisscrossed, and closed in on Jiangchen's face. He launched a series of heavy punches, a series of violent attacks, each one of them fatal, striving to kill in one hit. Tingshan's means were extremely domineering. He was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Star-Lord realm, so he wasn't an ordinary person. The difference between him and Jiangchen was 4 heavenly layers, but the moment they started fighting, Jiangchen rushed over at lightning speed with murderous intent. Jiangchen lowered his shoulders and squatted, not moving like a mountain. He clenched his fist tightly and directly clashed with Tingshan. Under the dragon transformation, Xiaochen's bloodline continuously strengthened. Tingshan was astonished by Xiaochen's human dragon body, and his strength also continuously soared. Interesting. Unfortunately, you will still lose in the end. Tingshan punched out with both of his fists, crushing Jiangchen like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He wanted to crush Jiangchen with his strength alone. True dragon's palm. Jiangchen's breathing was heavy. Under the support of the dragon transformation, he did not retreat in the slightest when facing Tingshan. Instead, he rushed forward crazily, punching out continuously. The battle between the two was also becoming more and more intense. This was a battle of life and death, and they were in a precarious situation. You want to fight with me? Wishful thinking. Tingshan and Jiang Chen's fists collided, charging and breaking through the enemy lines. Neither was willing to retreat. Punches after punches landed on each other. Both were fearless, and Tingshan's strength was 4 layers higher than Jiang Chen's. It was even more impossible for him to take half a step back. The two faced each other head-on. The feeling of tearing flesh from the collision of flesh and blood made Mu Yibai and Xiaolong tremble with fear. Big Brother is really too fierce. When can I be like Big Brother? Xiaolong could not help clicking his tongue in wonder. He was very clear about Big Brother's strength. However, there was such a huge gap between the two of them, yet Big Brother could still be so calm and leisurely. This was simply unprecedented. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was almost on par with Tingshan. They charged and broke through the enemy lines, fighting to the death. Both of them wanted to kill the other. Flying kick. Tingshan closed in step by step. His leg technique was as fast as lightning, and his momentum was ferocious. He was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky with a terrifying might. Should we make a move? Mu Yibai was a little worried about Jiang Chen. If they made a move now, they would not let Jiang Chen continue to be in a passive state. Little Chenzi doesn't want us to make a move. He didn't even summon the Black King. He just wants to use Tingshan to train his troops. De Huang said calmly. Little Chenzi never fought an unprepared battle. So what if it was the Azure Dragon Manor? Just watch, Little Chenzi will definitely beat Tingshan into a pig's head. Long Shersan's eyes glimmered. It was not time for Little Chenzi to go all out. This battle was far from over. Not to mention, the Azure Dragon Manor's people might be nearby. This Tingshan was just a vanguard. Once they made a move, the Azure Dragon Manor's people would definitely move in full force. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen once again activated the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, reversing the heavens. As his strength continued to rise, he now held an absolute advantage against Tingshan. The two continued to exchange blows. Just the violent clash of flesh and blood had ignited everyone's battle intent. Jiang Chen's madness also began at this moment. Using both the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength was no weaker than Tingshan's. Between the two, there was only the clash of flesh and blood, stimulating a man's boiling blood. Long Shersan and the others felt proud of Jiang Chen. He was too strong. Just relying on his flesh and blood, he was able to crush Tingshan effortlessly. Compared to Long Shersan's battle saint technique, Jiang Chen's true dragon physique was even more terrifying. Tingshan did not dare to face Jiang Chen's sharpness head-on. There was even a hint of evasion in his eyes. This was because Jiang Chen's charging force was too strong. Every punch, every kick, made Tingshan feel pressured. Tingshan already felt like his flesh was being torn apart. One punch from Jiang Chen was equivalent to 10 of his punches. Jiang Chen's momentum was like a rainbow as he began to madly charge forward. Tingshan's footsteps were messy and his face was ashen. The arrogance from before had vanished without a trace. Every move Jiang Chen made increased the danger he was in. His life was in danger at any moment. Every punch that landed on his body felt like a heavy hammer. Cold sweat trickled down Tingshan's face. Dragon drawing art. Tingshan roared as his body underwent a huge change. A mouthful of dragon chi engulfed Tingshan, causing his aura to soar. Prepare to die. Soaring dragon chi. Tingshan spat out a mouthful of turbid chi that was as sharp as a sword. Insignificant skill, what's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid at all. Facing Tingshan's soaring dragon chi, he dispersed it with a wave of his hand. He had the true dragon physique, which was comparable to the eternal dragon. Dragon marks covered his body, and his dragon soul was unrivaled. In his eyes, Tingshan's attack was like a 3-year-old child, unable to withstand a single blow. Impossible. There are many things that are impossible. You can't possibly believe that you'll die here, right? Jiang Chen icily snorted as a series of palm strikes followed. Terrifying waves of qi continuously swept outwards as Genesis qi surged. Jiang Chen's successive attacks made Ting Shan suffer unspeakably. His hands grew increasingly disorderly as he was pushed back with every strike. In the face of Jiang Chen's suppression, Ting Shan did not even have the chance to catch his breath. "Big bro, save me!" Ting Shan roared as he tumbled backwards. Jiang Chen had struck him 3 times in a row, and his life was hanging by a thread. In the blink of an eye, a glowing silhouette arrived. In the face of Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks, the silhouette sent out 2 kicks, forcing Jiang Chen back. The silhouette was calm and unruffled. A steel-like body stood proudly as it met Jiang Chen's gaze. His eyes were like copper bells as they glowed brightly. "Ting Yunwu," Mui Bai said in a low voice. The 8 great guardian warriors slowly walked out from behind him, each of them possessing the strength of a 6th-layer Star Lord. An earth-shattering aura crushed downwards. This was the strength of the Azure Dragon Hall, the undisputed champion of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. The dark horse of Kirin province is indeed extraordinary. Even Ashan has lost to you. Looks like I have no choice but to act. Ting Yunwu's voice was calm and indifferent. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's frenzied attacks, a few punches and kicks were all it took for Ting Yunwu to completely shake off the latter's attacks. 8th-layer Star Lord. Xiaolong's expression was quite solemn. This guy was stronger than his big brother by 5 layers. This kind of strength battle was completely unfair. However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. The strong were respected. Whoever was stronger would have the ability to lead the crowd and look down on the world. I wouldn't dare, but I'm afraid that no one in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion is my match. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The arrogance in his eyes was naturally not something Ting Yunwu could compare to. "Big brother, you must teach this bastard a good lesson." Ting Shan gritted his teeth. In the 4 constabularies and 1 battalions, other than his brother Ting Yunwu, no one was a match for him. Even Xianxia Ling was no match for him. However, he was defeated by a nobody. How could he not be angry? A bunch of ugly people from Kirin province wanted to be the champion? Wasn't that just bullshit? As long as their Azure Dragon matter was present, no one would dare to shit on their heads. Humph. Ting Yunwu glanced at Ting Shan. This useless fellow actually wanted him to make a move. Arrogant and conceited. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? It seems like the people of Kirin province are so shameless. You are actually with a group of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity, you white lotus. He he he. Ting Yunwu said with a smile. His eyes were filled with pity. So long-winded, but still so pretentious. Little Chinzi, beat him up. De Huang huffed. He knew that he wasn't Ting Yunwu's opponent. He could only rely on Little Chinzi. The other 8 people were all 6th-layer Star Lords, no weaker than the Black Warrior Mansion's Mu Jiansheng. To them, this was also a great test. A bunch of trash. Today, I will clean up the trash for your Kirin province. Ting Yunwu said in a low voice. He drew his saber and faced Jiang Chen. A cold glint flashed on the long saber. The sharp edge of the saber was like an unsheathed dragon, unstoppable. Make your move, or else you won't even have the chance to. Ting Yunwu walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. He was calm and collected, and his expression was gloomy. Jiang Chen's eyes turned solemn, not daring to be negligent. An 8th-layer Star Lord. Even the Black King was not his opponent. This time, he had to rely on himself. This was a good opportunity. Since he was about to break through, he must take down Ting Yunwu. As long as he defeated Ting Yunwu, the 4 mansions and 1 battalion grand competition would come to an end. As you wish. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword. The heavenly dragon sword's power was unparalleled. The tip of the sword was like a waterfall. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the heavenly dragon sword. It was too powerful, too overbearing. Ting Shan was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen did not even unsheath the heavenly dragon sword and defeated him. It seemed like he was no match for him. Ting Yunwu's eyes narrowed, filled with greed. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand made him feel suffocated. If he could get his hands on this peerless divine weapon, then his strength would definitely rise to another level. A good sword indeed. Unfortunately, you're not qualified to own it. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Today, it's mine. Ting Yunwu was incomparably excited. Now that he had surpassed Xianxia by 5 heavenly layers, he had nothing to fear. The Azure Dragon Mansion had always been a dominant force, and no one could change this situation. Furthermore, Ting Yunwu's current strength had almost reached the level of a mansion lord. Therefore, he was extremely confident in this battle. Xianxia and Ting Yunwu stared at each other, approaching step by step. Neither of them made a move. Both were waiting for the other's weakness. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two continued to shrink. They attacked at almost the same time, flawless. Blade and sword were like shadows, splitting apart the wind and waves. Xianxia directly used dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, raising his strength by at least 3 layers. Together with the power of the heavenly dragon sword, the domineering power of a grade 7 Genesis weapon, and Xianxia's limitless sword, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even against the 8th layer Star Lord Ting Yunwu, he was still very calm. However, Ting Yunwu's blade was also extremely terrifying, forcing Xianxia to use his full strength. After all, the strength of an 8th layer Star Lord was real. Every blade strike had the terrifying domineering power that could cut through all obstacles, making everyone tremble in fear. The clash between the two was like a collision of planets, incomparably horrifying. Kill. Everyone from Kirin province, kill without mercy. Ting Shan gritted his teeth, leading the charge, closing in on De Huang, Long Shan and the others. 8 Star Lords at the 6th layer, such battle power could completely crush De Huang and the others. However, no one dared to underestimate the enemy in front of them. Damn it, let's fight it out with them. De Huang said fiercely, his cold eyes emitting a chilling aura. He bared his fangs, determined to fight to the death with them. Those bastards, even if I die, I will make them scapegoats for us. Humph. Long Shan's face was ice-cold, fearless even in death. His breathing became incomparably solemn as he gripped the peerless divine staff. Little Qinzi was in a worrying situation. They could not be a burden to him against an 8th layer Star Lord. Be careful. Mui Bai glanced at Long Shan. Long Shan felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Mui Bai's worry warmed his heart. The 4 stood back to back, facing the Azure Dragon Mansion crowd. A battle of life and death was about to begin. Although Ting Shan was defeated, he was still a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord expert. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Under his lead, the 8 Azure Dragon Mansion experts charged forward like ferocious tigers. The Azure Dragon Mansion's arrogance was unparalleled, causing Long Shan, De Huang, and the others to raise their guard. They couldn't underestimate the Azure Dragon Mansion. De Huang let out a low growl, converging with Ting Shan and colliding with each other. Time and time again, Ting Shan was in a miserable state. Xianxia's strength made him suffer. In this battle against the remaining people of Kirin province, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. This damn dog was the loudest. He had to teach him a lesson. Ting Shan gritted his teeth and drew his saber. Motherf asterisk cur, you shameless be asterisk starred. I, Grandpa Dog, will definitely beat you until your teeth fall all over the floor. De Huang's figure was swift and fierce, like a bolt of lightning. He charged left and right, exchanging blows with Ting Shan more than 10 times. Every time, Ting Shan would grimace in pain, especially his dog head. Even Ting Shan's saber was knocked back time and time again. This guy was like a giant shot put. Such strength and a dog head were truly incomparable. Ting Shan was dizzy from all the collisions with De Huang. His face turned ashen as he fell into a dangerous situation. What are you waiting for? Help me! Ting Shan bellowed. 2 6th heavenly layer Star Lords turned around in an instant, rushing toward De Huang. 1 against 3, De Huang's situation took a turn for the worse. He kept baring his fangs and barging his way forward. The 3 experts had already forced De Huang into a corner. The ancient trees behind him were broken one by one, and the mountain rocks were shattered. De Huang's footsteps were messy, but he was still unyielding. Although he was in a disadvantageous position, his battle intent was as strong as ever. "You're not qualified to behave atrociously in front of my Azure Dragon mansion." Tingshan snorted coldly. He clenched his fists tightly and thrust his long saber forward with a murderous aura. Every step he took was a sharp blade, causing quite a bit of trouble for Big Yellow. Most importantly, the two Star Lords at the sixth heaven brought unimaginable benefits to Tingshan, making him like a tiger that had grown wings. Big Yellow breathed heavily, but he could only defend passively and retreat 30 steps. "If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll treat me like a sick cat. This Lord Dog will give you a good lesson today." De Huang transformed with a shake of his body. He bared his canine teeth and glared angrily at Tingshan. In an instant, he transformed into the graceful and handsome young man in white who was even more exquisite than a woman. He leaped up and pointed the violet gold spear at Tingshan. The battle between the two continued to escalate. De Huang had already used all of his skills. If he did not fight with his life on the line, they would all be in danger. What a handsome and extraordinary young man. I wonder if you're just a wax spearhead made of silver. Good for the looks but useless. Humph humph humph. Tingshan sneered. His aggressive attacks made it impossible for De Huang to defend. He had no choice but to bring out his strongest attack. Die. No one from the Azure Dragon Mansion will be able to leave this place alive. De Huang bellowed. His spear was like a dragon as the battle escalated once again. On the other side, the battle between Xianxia and Ting Yunwu was extremely tense. The might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword had been completely unleashed and was on par with Ting Yunwu. The battle between the two was also the most intense. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Ting Yunwu had never seen the domineering might of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Even though there was a 5-layer difference in strength between him and Xianxia, he still did not dare to be careless. The combination of the Limitless Sword and the Heavenly Dragon Sword was flawless. Xianxia used all of his skills while Ting Yunwu's suppression increased. However, Xianxia was still able to deal with them with ease. The clash of blades and swords grew increasingly ferocious and shocking, stirring one's heart and making one's blood boil. The domineering might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword made Xianxia feel incomparably gratified. This battle had truly brought out his bloodlust and domineeringness. Ting Yunwu was the strongest person in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Although he hadn't been tested yet, he was almost universally recognized as the strongest. He was at the 8th sky of the Star Lord realm. Such combat power was second to none even in the entire Lin Kingdom. As the symbol of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the leader of the younger generation, Ting Yunwu naturally did not fear Xianxia. Flowing Cloud Blade Technique. Ting Yunwu's blade spun like a flowing cloud, incomparably sharp and fast, like a cloud shadow moving with the wind. It broke through the air like a bolt of lightning, swift and orderly, completely sealing off all of Xianxia's routes of advance. Although Ting Yunwu was surprised by the domineering might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the clash between the two grew increasingly intense. Xianxia relied on the strength of the true dragon body and the perfect physique of the dragon transformation. Even if the Heavenly Dragon Sword could not fully control it, the domineering might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword was even more impactful than Xianxia himself. The Heavenly Dragon Sword already had a kind of consciousness, but the sword spirit had already completely collapsed. The current Heavenly Dragon Sword was forged with an unprecedented sword embryo. It had surpassed the original, and it would take a long time for Xianxia to fully control it. The fusion of the Limitless Sword allowed Huang Xiaolong to execute the sword skill more perfectly. The sword moved according to his heart, and the sword finger hummed. The flowing cloud blade technique was also Ting Yunwu's specialty, but Xianxia's Heavenly Dragon Sword was unparalleled. Both of them had brought out their most powerful skills, and the battle was getting more and more intense. The more Ting Yunwu fought, the more apprehensive he became. Xianxia's strength and means had completely exceeded his imagination. This peak battle made De Huang and the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion filled with worry. The Black King had already joined the battle with De Huang and Long Shersan. The situation was quite urgent. The demonic beast army was Xianxia's last resort. Before he was certain that he could kill everyone from the Azure Dragon Mansion, Xianxia would not use his trump card. That was his last resort in the battle against the Lin country, and it must not be revealed. The Black King was fighting 1 against 2, but it was very easy for him. Long Shan and De Huang were the same. Only Mu Bai and Xiaolong had to face a sixth heaven star lord each. Although Xiaolong was weak, he had the eternal immortal body's recovery ability, which was beyond imagination. As for Mu Bai, as the young mistress of Kirin province, she definitely lived up to her name. The battle was getting more and more complicated, and more shocking. Without any worries, Jiang Chen could use his full strength against Ting Yunwu without holding anything back. Dragon Guiding Technique. Ting Yunwu also used the Dragon Attraction skill, but this time, it was much stronger than Ting Shan's. Ting Yunwu's physique had been greatly improved, it was almost comparable to Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. Such a cultivation method even made Jiang Chen feel amazed. Compared to Ting Shan, Ting Yunwu was much stronger. Veins popped out on Ting Yunwu's body, and dragon qi filled the air, even comparable to Jiang Chen's. Although it was not as powerful as Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Zhang Tian's strength was restricted again. Even with the heavenly dragon sword in hand, it was difficult for him to move forward. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. Ting Yunwu's methods were sharp and his blade swift. Coupled with the domineering dragon guiding art, Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position step by step. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. You have no qualifications to bark at me. Jiang Chen, this is your fate. Die. Ting Yunwu icily said, sealing off all of Zhou Yuan's escape routes. Zhou Yuan did not even have the chance to crush the spatial talisman in his hand. Wave after wave of attacks, the pressure on Jiang Chen grew greater and greater. Even breathing was a luxury. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Jiang Chen's shoulders. Ting Yunwu would not give him the slightest opening. Since Ting Shan had already been defeated, he naturally wanted to put Jiang Chen to death. Only then would he be able to display the transcendent status of the Azure Dragon Hall. Jiang Chen tightly gripped the heavenly dragon sword, advancing by retreating. Every step he took was akin to a lotus, withstanding the astonishing pressure. Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from his body, the Genesis pill revolving, and dragon runes covering his entire body as he began his counterattack, turning pressure into motivation, and motivation into battle power. Jiang Chen did not look to the side as his sword soared into the sky. His spirit was at the forefront, dealing with the myriad changes by remaining unchanged. The heavenly dragon sword's furious slash swept through the universe, an unprecedented victory. Ting Yunwu did not slow down in the slightest. Two glowing figures constantly intersected and collided, clanging endlessly like an overturning sea. It was a terrifying sight. If the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were to see this, it was unknown how much of a commotion it would cause. However, this battle between trapped beasts in the microcosm world was exceptionally dangerous and exciting. You're still too inexperienced to break the might of my Azure Dragon Hall. Ting Yunwu's blade split the sky, containing the power to destroy the world. 100 feet long blade light streaked across the horizon, Genesis Qi surging, causing even space itself to freeze. 23 swords. 24 swords. 25th blade. Streaks of terrifying sword qi intersected with Ting Yunwu. The two of them fought from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the ravine, from the dense forest to the misty clouds. The power of the boundless sword shocked Ting Yunwu greatly. Initially, he thought that victory was within his grasp, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to last for so long. To him, this was an absolute humiliation. There was a difference of 5 layers of heavens between them, yet he couldn't suppress Jiang Chen. If this matter were to spread out, how would he, as the Azure Dragon Manor's first seat, face the world again? The counterattack that the limitless sword gave to Ting Yunwu was also quite strong. The two of them were opposing each other with no fear at all. The layers of suppression caused Jiang Chen's strength to erupt continuously. His blood surged, his qi and blood gathered, and the origin core in his body began to circulate wildly. Great sword technique. Ting Yunwu's eyes grew brighter, and the sinister smile on his face grew fiercer. Jiang Chen's resistance was still very strong. Even after using the dragon guiding art and the flowing cloud saber art, he still couldn't kill him. Ting Yunwu was more anxious than anyone else. Weeping blood reverse scale. Ting Yunwu held a golden scale the size of a millstone in his hand. He spat a mouthful of blood on it, and the color of blood and gold gradually blended together. Ting Yunwu's reverse scale carried an unparalleled dragon might, and his aura skyrocketed in an instant. Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy, and the pressure he exerted with every step he took was even more terrifying. Everyone looked at Ting Yunwu, including De Huang and Lan Shisan, because Ting Yunwu was currently holding the dragon's reverse scale in his hand. Dragon might rippled out, and everyone felt an immense pressure. "Retreat quickly," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone was affected by the shockwave. Originally, they had already stabilized the situation, but now, they were in deep trouble. "You should be proud to die under my dragon's reverse scale. This is the scale of the ancient Eternal Dragon clan's royal family." Even Jiang Chen felt tremendous pressure from the dragon's reverse scale in Ting Yunwu's hand. It seemed that the Eternal Dragon clan's reverse scale was indeed extraordinary. "Go to hell." Ting Yunwu held the dragon's reverse scale in his hand, and his murderous aura permeated half of the mini-universe world. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. He was frantically suppressed by the dragon's reverse scale again and again, and had become very passive. As the pressure reached a certain limit, Jiang Chen's reaction became faster and faster. The heavenly dragon sword soared into the air, and he began his final frenzied attack. The dragon runes in Jiang Chen's body continued to soar, and his Genesis chi constantly changed. His strength had reached its peak, and he was close to breaking through the shackles. Boom! The Genesis chi in Jiang Chen's body produced a deafening roar. His body, 8 extraordinary meridians, and every bloodline seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. His battle strength of the 4th layer of Star Lord had become even stronger. As his strength transformed and he broke through, Jiang Chen was like an azure dragon rising from the ground. He instantly clashed with Ting Yunwu again. The suppression of the dragon's reverse scale was no longer as powerful as before. The edge of the scale armor was still domineering, but Jiang Chen already had great defensive power, and the boundless sword was like a tiger that had grown wings. The heavenly dragon sword was like a raging bull. As his strength grew stronger, the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon art had also reached a higher level. Jiang Chen no longer had any scruples, and he fought fiercely with Ting Yunwu. "Damn it! This guy has made a breakthrough." Ting Yunwu's eyes turned cold, and his heart sank. Jiang Chen's strength had changed, and his previous style was like a sharp thorn piercing into the enemy's heart. Ting Yunwu's dragon's reverse scale was also a little overwhelmed. 26 swords. Jiang Chen tightly clenched the heavenly dragon sword, and repeatedly hacked and slashed. No matter how simple his strength was, under the coordination of the heavenly dragon sword, he could achieve unexpected results. As his strength grew stronger, his control of the heavenly dragon sword became more smooth and irreversible. Layer after layer of sword techniques followed him like a shadow. The dragon's reverse scale was even more fearless. Even in the face of the heavenly dragon sword's furious slashes, it remained as still as a mountain, and its dragon might was unstoppable. Ting Yunwu was astonished that he could remain unaffected by the Eternal Dragon clan's reverse scale. True dragon's physique. Jiang Chen displayed it once again. Facing the Eternal Dragon clan's reverse scale, he was 100 times more confident. The dragon's pressure was completely useless against him. Jiang Chen took a step forward, and the dragon's reverse scales might couldn't kill him. Ting Yunwu had already lost the initiative. Although he was fighting with Jiang Chen, he was more worried than Jiang Chen. 27 swords. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The ultimate sword strike landed on the dragon's reverse scale. At that moment, Ting Yunwu was pushed back, and all the bones and meridians in his body were shattered. Despair flickered in his eyes. Death, that scene left everyone in the Azure Dragon Manor dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine what had just happened. That scene left Ting Shan completely dumbfounded. His elder brother was the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, the greatest genius of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. How could he be defeated by Jiang Chen? Ting Yunwu knelt on the ground, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. His hand clutched the dragon's reverse scale tightly, but his eyes were still open. The faith of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the legend of the Azure Dragon Hall, had come to an end. Ting Yunwu's heart meridians were broken, and his death became everyone's nightmare. No. Ting Shan's face was filled with shock. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he was sent flying by De Huang's spear. His entire body was sent flying, completely unguarded. Tingshan's face was ashen as he tumbled through the air, blood spurting out from his mouth. Not only Tingshan, but Ting Yunwu's departure also stunned everyone from the Azure Dragon Hall. They never imagined that Jiang Chen's strength would be so strong. A single sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth actually killed Ting Yunwu, who was an 8th Heaven Star Lord. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? That sword was too powerful, it was unparalleled. No one could dodge it. Even if they were all peerless geniuses, they were still terrified by Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen's sword strike was enough to make them tremble in fear. The Black King and Dragon Shursan attacked one after another, accumulating their strength and waiting for the right moment to strike. Their continuous attacks caused the people of the Azure Dragon Hall to be defeated in an instant, falling into an endless predicament. This was because they had yet to recover from the death of the Azure Dragon Hall's big boss Ting Yunwu, especially Tingshan, who was repeatedly pushed back by Big Huang, his life hanging by a thread. Only when he finally felt the danger did he realize that his big brother was already dead. Ting Yunwu had already lost his life, but the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was still in his hand. Jiang Chen's 27 swords and the mightiness of the Heavenly Dragon Sword could not break this reverse scale. One could imagine how precious this reverse scale was. Even Ting Yunwu, who had the reverse scale, could not escape death. However, the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was still intact. Jiang Chen looked at Ting Yunwu coldly. Ting Yunwu had lost his life, but the reverse scale was still intact. Jiang Chen carefully picked up the reverse scale. In an instant, a terrifying dragon might pressed down on him, as if it wanted to devour his soul. What a strange reverse scale! Jiang Chen shouted with a deep voice. His entire body was filled with dragon might, and a thick source of energy was unleashed, gradually stabilizing the reverse scale. However, the dragon might emitted from the reverse scale was extremely cold, and Jiang Chen couldn't understand it at all. Even with his soul force, he couldn't figure out the secret behind it. However, he was sure that this reverse scale was no ordinary object, and it seemed to have its own self-defense mechanism. Jiang Chen couldn't do anything to it. However, Jiang Chen was very clear that this reverse scale was very terrifying. It could withstand his heavenly dragon sword and was as hard as metal. This reverse scale was definitely not ordinary. Master, how should we deal with all of them? The Black King said in a low voice. His death affected the hearts of everyone. Their backbone had collapsed, and they had no desire to continue fighting. The remaining people were like a plate of loose sand, and were captured almost instantly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will return the favor 10 times, 100 times more. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Tingshan and the others did not intend to let him live. At this moment, he would not show any mercy. Kill without mercy. Jiang Chen's words caused Muibai's heart to skip a beat. Jiang Chen was like a high and mighty monarch, cold, emotionless, and filled with killing intent. He was completely different from the master she had seen and heard of. That was because she had yet to truly understand Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was closer to his family than anyone else. Towards his enemies, he would never show mercy. Letting the Black Warrior Mansion disciples escape was understandable, but these Azure Dragon Mansion disciples wanted to kill them all. Then, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. No. Chi chi chi, the sounds of swords falling could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. Tingshan and the rest were filled with fear, but none of them could escape from the Black King's sword. All of them died. Damn it, these bastards deserve to die. I was almost killed by Tingshan. De Huang once again reverted to his yellow dog form, shaking his head excitedly. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Only by being stronger than others could you survive in this cruel world. The human race was like this, the immortal world was like this, the divine world was like this, and the eternal world was even more so. Black King, do you recognize this golden scale? Jiang Chen looked at the Black King and asked. The Black King's eyes lit up. His expression turned solemn as he carefully examined the reverse scale. This is indeed the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale. It is definitely a treasure. The Eternal Dragon Clan has always attached great importance to the reverse scale. This reverse scale must have an extraordinary origin. Once the Eternal Dragon clan finds out about it, they will definitely chase after it for thousands of miles. Every Eternal Dragon clan's expert only has one reverse scale in their life. It is said that the reverse scale is the lifeline of the Eternal Dragon clan, but I don't know what it does. In the past, someone killed an expert of the Eternal Dragon clan and snatched the reverse scale. He was hunted down by the Eternal Dragon clan for more than 300 years. 9 clansmen, 1,000 clansmen, were all exterminated. The Eternal Dragon clan's reverse scale shocked the entire Eternal world. Xianxia nodded in agreement and kept the reverse scale. He still didn't know what use this Eternal Dragon clan's reverse scale had, but at least it was a rare treasure. It could be considered as his reward for the 4 manors and 1 battalion grand competition. Of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, we're the only ones left. Mui Bai heaved a long sigh of relief, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. Out of the 4 manors and 1 battalion's experts, some were dead, some had escaped. Now, they had defeated everyone. The Azure Dragon Manor, Black Warrior Mansion, White Tiger Manor, as well as the Vermilion Bird Camp, none of their experts were spared. Gagaga, this group of fellows, aren't they courting death by fighting with us? De Huang said excitedly. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. I also feel that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Longshan said solemnly. Me too. Xiaolong was itching to give it a try. His eyes sparkled. This battle was a big breakthrough for all of them. Then let's do it together. We can go out after we break through. Jiangchen smiled. Everyone sat down cross-legged, gathered their source energy, and started cultivating. Jiangchen was no exception. He completely stabilized his strength at the 4th sky of Star Lord, which was 30% stronger than before. Xiaolong's strength improved rapidly. He had reached the 3rd sky of Star Lord. De Huang and Longshan had reached the 5th sky of Star Lord as well. Mui Bai had broken through to the 4th sky of Star Lord. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Outside the minor cosm world, the experts of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, as well as the mansion lords, were all waiting in silence. Only Jiang Chen's group from Kirin province and the experts of the Azure Dragon Mansion had yet to show up. The battle in the minor cosm world was coming to an end. Looks like Jiang Chen won't be able to escape death this time. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for our Azure Dragon Mansion. That's right. Senior Brother Ting's strength is publicly acknowledged by the 4 manors and 1 battalion. Even the Dark Horse of Kirin province can't beat him. Let's wait and see. It won't be long before we see the results. Look, someone else is coming out. It really is Jiang Chen's group. I knew it. Senior Brother Ting's group will be the final winner. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen. Everyone was looking forward to it. They won't come out again. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone and caused an uproar. His words were filled with deep meaning. Even an idiot could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Didn't he mean that all of them had died in there? How was that possible? They were all from the Azure Dragon Mansion, the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Dragon Mansion, especially Ting Yunwu and Ting Shan. Even in the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, their names had already spread far and wide. How could they all die in the minor cosm world? This was simply inconceivable. This is impossible. An Azure Dragon Mansion disciple bellowed, unable to believe what he had just heard. Among the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the one with the highest chance of winning the championship is none other than Senior Brother Ting Yunwu and Senior Brother Teng. Don't tell me, they really died inside the minor cosm world? Some couldn't believe it, their eyes filled with doubt. Ever since the Azure Dragon Mansion was established, it had always been the representative of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the pride of the Lin country. How could it be possible that all of them died? If this news was true, it was no different from a bolt from the blue to the Azure Dragon Mansion. Say that again? Where are they exactly? The Azure Dragon Mansion principal, Morong Jia, took a step forward, his eyes sharp. Lung Lung's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen's group. Even his breathing became heavy. He had high hopes for the Ting Yunwu and junior brother Teng. This time, the 4 manors and 1 battalion grand competition was waiting for them to perform. Yet, they were swept away by a dark horse from Kirin province. No matter what, Xianxia was unwilling to believe this. He's already dead, there's no way he'll come out again. Isn't it clear enough? De Huang said calmly. His expression was cold as he looked at the various faces in disdain. There was anger, sorrow, sighing, and gloating. There were all kinds of emotions in the world. Arrogant country bumpkins, how dare you kill someone from my Azure Dragon mansion? Xianxia's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his killing intent was overwhelming. A terrifying aura enveloped them, firmly locking onto Xianxia and the others. At this time, the White Tiger Manor and Vermilion Bird Camp were no exception, all of them were on high alert. Once Xianxia made a move, they wouldn't let the matter rest. After all, Xianxia had incurred the wrath of the public, killing one of their geniuses. He had long been viewed as a thorn in the side by these 4 manors and 1 camp. Other than the Black Warrior Mansion's people who didn't suffer any casualties, even Xianxia was holding a grudge against Xianxia, extremely angry. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. Who can be blamed for not being as skilled as others? If the ones standing here today were people from the Azure Dragon Manor, and the ones who died were us, I'm afraid you would have a different story, right? I gave them a chance, but they couldn't escape. Xianxia was fearless, speaking in an indifferent tone. Facing Xianxia, Bai Bijiang, and the Vermilion Bird Camp's Chen Hongmin, this battle could be said to have greatly damaged the morale of the 4 manors and 1 camp. However, some people were happy while others were sad. At least to the Qilin mansion, this was a rare piece of good news. Xianxia was the dark horse that led the crowd and stood his ground against the opinions of the masses. This was something that no one could refute. There was no need to look at the flowerless fruit in his hand as everyone had already retreated in defeat. Are you trying to challenge my bottom line? Xianxia Lingling said, glaring at Xianxia. The anger in his heart had long been ignited. You can't say that, brother Morong. The winner is king, and the loser is a thief. If you lose, it can only be your Azure Dragon Mansion's people. If Xianxia's group lost, I don't think they would be able to come out. Mu Tianhing said coldly. Facing the confrontation between the 3 manors, he didn't back down. After all, as manors, they couldn't oppress others with their power, could they? Although Xianxia was in the wrong for killing people, they couldn't just ignore their status and attack Xianxia, right? If they did that, wouldn't they make a fool of themselves? He violated our previous agreement. Shouldn't he be punished? This kind of evil person has killed countless people, yet he doesn't know how to repent. He has talent but no virtue. So what if his talent is high? Chen Hongmin sneered as he pressed forward. Since there is a battle, there will be sacrifices. What is the purpose of our cultivation? Where is the great Tao? Isn't it to protect ourselves? Are you going to remain indifferent when someone puts a knife to your neck? Are you not allowed to resist when someone's knife is pointed at you? What's the point of this 4 manors and 1 campground competition? Are we going to be trampled on by others? Humph, what a joke. I believe in my disciple, and I believe that the people of Kirin province are not murderous devils. They won't do this unless they have no other choice. Mu Tianhing argued. He didn't care about Xianxia and the other 2 at all. You're twisting words. An eye for an eye. Don't you know how many of our people Xianxia has killed? Bai Bijiang said in a deep voice. If you're afraid of death, why didn't you stay at home? Why did you come out to embarrass yourself? Are you a sore loser? He he he. De Huang snorted. A bunch of barbarians. They're hopeless. Chen Hongmin said in a low voice. Enough. Lin Tianlin furrowed his brows and harumphed coldly. In an instant, the square became deathly silent. Since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. Since it's a battle, there must be sacrifices. Survival of the fittest. I believe that you all agreed to let them fight like cornered beasts in the microcosm world. Since you've made this decision, you should understand that death is inevitable. Now, all of you look indignant. What a scandal. Where is the prestige of the 4 prefects and 1 battalion? I think you're all like the middle-aged women haggling in the market. I feel ashamed for you. If you win, you have to win with honor. If you lose, you have to lose with dignity. You're all heroes of your generation. Don't you understand this? Among those present, there are also seniors of mine. This is a breach of etiquette. What a scandal. Lin Tianling's words made everyone blush with shame. They didn't say another word. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. As the crown prince of Lin country, he still had this bit of authority. No one dared to refute him. Your Highness, you're right. Mu Tianheng was the first to stand up and agree with Lin Tianlin. Everyone looked at each other and snorted. They were speechless. Although they had suffered a great loss, they could only let it go in the end. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Tianlin and nodded slightly. His Highness, the Crown Prince, had stood his ground and won the competition of the 4 prefects and 1 battalion. There was no doubt about it. Lin Tianlin had made the final decision. No one dared to disobey him. After all, he was the Crown Prince of Lin country. Not everyone dared to disobey him. What Lin Tianlin said was right. There was nothing wrong with it. Everyone could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. All of the disciples of the Qilin mansion were incomparably excited. Moron Tianxi and the others were gnashing their teeth and they were unwilling in their hearts. But, after all, they were the biggest geniuses of the 4 manors and 1 camp. They were also disciples of the Qilin mansion, but they felt a sincere humiliation. Jiang Chen. I will never forgive you. For Jiang Chen, the greatest reward from the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was not the empty reputation. Although he was praised as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius by the people of the Qilin prefecture, he did not care about it. To be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer of Star Lord and obtain a reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was the greatest reward for him. Sure enough, there were many talented people in the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Ting Yunwu, Ting Shan, Xianxia Ling, these people were not ordinary people. However, for Jiang Chen, they were just stepping stones for him to reach the top. This tournament had established his position in Kirin province. Even Mu Tianheng liked him more and more. He even summoned Jiang Chen and the others to a banquet to congratulate them. Father has prepared a banquet for Master and the others. Yibai has been waiting for a long time. Mu Yibai said with a smile. He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Sure. I've been wanting to drink with the clan master for a long time. Haha. Long Shan was also overjoyed. I think you have an ulterior motive. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Long Shan blushed and remained silent. By the way, where's De Huang? Where did he go? Long Shan changed the topic and looked at Xiaolong. The two of them were almost inseparable. Ever since De Huang was saved by Xiaolong's eternal blood, he had become Xiaolong's mentor. Big brother De Huang is sleeping. Xiaolong shrugged. Let him sleep. Let's go. Long Shan looked at Mu Yibai eagerly. Mu Yibai blushed as well. Why was this guy in such a hurry? Even a bride wouldn't be as anxious as him. The residence of the clan master in Kirin province was a place rarely visited. Apart from Mu Tianheng's daughter, no one could set foot here. Today, Mu Tianheng held a banquet here to show his appreciation for Jiang Chen and the others. Greetings, clan master. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. You're welcome. Ha ha ha, come and sit. All of you are the pillars of Kirin province, the pillars of our province. In the 4 manors 1 battalion grand competition, Mu Tianheng had finally vented his resentment. In the past, he had always been very reserved when interacting with the manor lords, especially the Azure Dragon Manor's Murong Jia, who had always been above everyone else. Today, he had let them experience what it felt like to feel bitter and resentful. You flatter me, you flatter me. Shan waved his hand with a smile on his face. You flatter me, Lord Mansion Master. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Beside him, Mu Yibai's face was also full of smiles, filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Mu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, since ancient times, heroes have always been young. Sure enough, Jiang Chen, you are worthy of being the first seat of Kirin province, a young hero. This manor lord has a request, can you agree to it? What's the matter? Mansion lord, please speak your mind. Jiang Chen said. This little daughter of mine has admired you for a long time. Today, I'll marry her to you. You're a perfect match. What do you think? Mu Tianhing's words almost made Xianxia spit out the tea in his mouth. F***ck. Isn't this a messed up matchmaking? A black line flashed across Xianxia's forehead. His future father-in-law was just too detestable. Mu Yibai's face was also flushed, feeling very embarrassed. Father, don't talk nonsense. Teacher Jiangchen has always been my respected teacher. Mu Yibai felt uneasy. She looked at Dragon San. She knew that Dragon San was already in her heart. Although it wasn't to the point where they would die together, at least she admired and respected Jiangchen. She didn't have any other feelings for him. Mansion Lord, I don't think this is appropriate. Long San's face turned red. At this moment, he couldn't care less. This father-in-law is messing up the matchmaking. Who can stand it? My son has always admired Jiangchen. This marriage is destined by the heavens. Isn't that enough? Even an outsider like me could clearly see their admiration for each other. What's wrong with it? Mu Tianhing frowned, feeling displeased. Because I like Yibai. Long San said with a solemn expression. Is this a confession? Brother San is really brave. It's a pity that Brother De Huang didn't see it. Xiaolong shook his head and sighed excitedly. F***ck, even Jiangchen was dumbfounded. Not bad, monkey. Even Mu Tianhing was dumbfounded by this explanation. This explanation was simply invincible. Mu Yibai's face turned red instantly. Her heart was beating wildly, but she was more shocked and embarrassed. She had also sensed it, but she didn't expect Long San to be so direct. Moreover, he made it clear to her father directly. His courage and boldness made her even more gratified and surprised. However, as a girl, she was too ashamed to stay there. In the blink of an eye, she ran away. Even Mu Tianhing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Long San. He looked at Jiangchen again. Jiangchen also had an innocent look on his face. I think the two of them are a perfect match. Mansion Master, Long San is deeply in love with your daughter. I have always treated Yibai as my child, and she has always respected me as her teacher. This identity can't be messed up. Moreover, marriage can't be tied down by parents. That won't bring happiness. Lovers will eventually get married. I think that's what you want to see, right? Things like breaking up a loving couple can't be done. Jiangchen said seriously. Why aren't you going after them? Jiangchen gave Long San a look. Long San's eyes lit up, and he decisively chased after them. Mu Tianhing was speechless. What the hell is this? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I didn't put a knife on your neck to force you to marry me. Why did I become a sinner? Why am I breaking up a loving couple? Sigh, if she really has someone in her heart, I will naturally fulfill her wish. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Mu Tianhing said with a smile. He wasn't a fool. He could naturally see that this Long San really liked his daughter. As for the fate of their marriage, it would depend on their own fate. Mansion Master is wise. Jiangchen laughed and gave Mu Tianhing a thumbs up. Outside Kirin province, Long San chased after them. His heart was filled with excitement and joy. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to be brave enough to say his love. Otherwise, if he continued to wait, he didn't know when he would be able to bring home the beauty. Yibai. Long San quickly chased after him. In fact, Mu Yibai didn't run too far. I like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I beg you, give me a chance. Let me protect you for the rest of my life. I don't know how to sweet talk, and I don't know how to flirt, but you have always been the goddess in my heart. Long San's voice was deep and powerful. Every word he said was sonorous and heartfelt. Mu Yibai's face was red. With her back to Long San, her heart was thumping, but she didn't know what to say. In short, she felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. Mu Yibai mustered up her courage. She was very shy. The moment she turned around, she saw more than 10 black figures quietly approaching from behind Long San. watch out! Muibai yelled. Long Shan had already sensed it and immediately sprinted towards Muibai. The two held hands and flew into the air. Muibai drew his sword, and with a flash of light, he forced back several people. However, these people were all extremely powerful. As he turned around, Long Shan also threw a heavy punch, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The situation was urgent. The two faced off against a dozen experts in black, and they were instantly suppressed to the point where they couldn't fight back. Long Shan retreated in order to advance. Holding the peerless staff, he used the battle saint technique and fought the demons with all his strength. The dozen or so experts in black were all between the 5th heaven and 6th heaven of Star Lord, and they were all holding weapons as they fought in close combat. Long Shan growled and glared at them. He was fighting 1 against 5, Muibai was not to be outdone either. The two steadied themselves and fought with all their strength, but the pressure they felt was the same. These people were ferocious and well-trained. They were definitely not ordinary experts. They were 5th or 6th heaven of Star Lord experts, and there were 10 of them at the same time. No ordinary person could mobilize such a force. Muibai and Long Shan stood back to back and fought in close combat. Both of them used their strength to the limit, but the other party was not easy to deal with either. This was clearly a premeditated assassination, and the target was very clear. There was only one goal, and that was to kill without mercy. You go first. Go find little Xianxia. Long Shan swung his staff and fought against many 6th heaven of Star Lord experts. The situation was dangerous. These people were like puppets without any humanity. Even at the risk of being heavily injured by Long Shan's staff, they had to punish the two of them. Fight for fight, life for life, Muibai and Long Shan's injuries were getting more and more severe, and the situation was getting more and more serious. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Especially Shan, who had shielded Muibai time and time again, the injuries on his body were much more severe than Muibai's. Muibai's face was filled with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. These guys were all men of sacrifice, and they were much stronger than the two of them, as if their combat strength had been enhanced. Long Shan's body was drenched in blood. Muibai's heart ached when he saw this. If she just left like this, there was a high chance that Long Shan would die. No, you go first, I'll watch them. Muibai bit her lip. She could not leave Long Shan alone here. Bullshit. Hurry up and scram, I won't die. Go look for little Xianxia. Long Shan roared angrily. Muibai's expression froze, and she didn't know what to do. She was used to Long Shan's jokes and curses. At that moment, Long Shan's determination and rage made her a little dazed. Muibai knew she had no choice. You're not allowed to die, or I'll never forgive you. Muibai gritted her teeth. She turned around and ran toward Kirin province without hesitation. Long Shan roared and fought in all directions with the eternal ape inheritance and the peerless staff in hand. The spiritual stone monkey of the ancient desolate world of gods was no weaker than the eternal ape. The combination of the two inheritances allowed Long Shan's bloodline and strength to grow continuously. He transformed into a giant ape that was as powerful as a god and fought against the top 10 experts. Blood and sweat crisscrossed, but Long Shan stood his ground and blocked the pursuers. Once they caught up to him, both of them would not be able to escape. In such a dangerous situation, even if he died, he would not let them have their way. It all depended on how long the eternal ape inheritance could last him. He continued to use his battle saint technique. Facing 10 experts who were no weaker than him, Long Shan could only advance step by step. Even the power of the eternal ape could only prevent him from being defeated so quickly. Long Shan knew that these people must be the Lin Empress men. In other words, they were the evil tyrants of the Yu tribe who stirred up trouble in the imperial capital of the Lin kingdom with ulterior motives. Back then, he had joined hands with Crown Prince Lin Tianlin, but in the end, they were still plotted against. Now, it seemed that the evil empress had made a comeback. Other than her, in the entire imperial capital, there were probably only a few people who would dare to make such a big move. Assassinating an expert from the Qilin manor was definitely not a small matter. The deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. Long Shan knew that if he did not leave, both of them would be in danger. If he blocked these people and waited for reinforcements, they might have a chance of survival. His arm protected Muibai. He was their last hope. Even though he was covered in wounds, Long Shan was fearless. "All of you, scram!" Long Shan's roar was deafening. His palms whistled and the shadows of his staff reached the sky. The 10-star lords of the 5th or 6th heaven became more and more courageous as they fought. Without the help of Muibai, Long Shan resisted for a long time with the power of the eternal ape, but it was ultimately a drop in the bucket and he staggered. Dragon Shan gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. With an indomitable spirit, he would have no regrets even if he died 9 times, battle saint technique, soaring battle aura. But under the suppression of the 10 experts, Long Shan was still forced to retreat. His eyes burned with the desire to fight. Even if he died, he would die standing. This was Long Shan, using battle to nurture battle. The battle saint technique seemed calm, but his footwork was extremely passive. Under the continuous attacks of the 10 experts, even the 9-meter eternal ape was forced to retreat. Huge tremors could be heard as his footprints sank in. He was in a dire situation. "Brother Shan, I'm coming." Just as Long Shan was forced to retreat and his life was at stake, Xiaolong was the first to rush up and fight against the many experts. The Black King followed closely behind. After the two joined in, Long Shan breathed a sigh of relief and began his counterattack. "Good." Long Shan's eyes lit up. Muibai and Xianxia also came up at this time. The 10 experts were instantly forced into a passive position, especially with the Black King and Xianxia joining in. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the Black King's killing intent surged like thunder. In a flash, the 10 experts were completely defeated and fled. However, Xianxia did not give them the slightest chance to escape. With a slash of the heavenly dragon sword, the 10 experts all fell into a pool of blood, completely dead. Muibai's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly and silently stared at Long Shan. Slap! Muibai didn't hold back and slapped Shan's face. Shan was also at a loss. Immediately, Muibai burst into tears and rushed into Long Shan's arms. Long Shan grinned and looked at Xianxia and the others with a calm face. There was no sense of crisis like before. "Congratulations, Brother Shan. You've gotten a beauty," Xiaolong said like an old man. Long Shan hugged Muibai tightly and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. "If you yell at me again, I won't let you off even if I die." Suddenly, Muibai's face turned red and he retreated, leaving Long Shan's embrace. Long Shan scratched his head helplessly. He was forced by the situation, and there was nothing he could do. "I'm afraid this Lin Empress has already made her move. Hurry and find De Huang," Xianxia said in a deep voice. The only thing he was worried about now was De Huang. That guy was much more reckless than the monkey. When Xianxia and the rest returned to Kirin province, they did not find De Huang. Someone said that he went out with Murong Tianxi angrily, as if they were going to fight to the death. "Hurry and find De Huang." Xianxia looked at the Black King. "Mobilize 1,000-star Lord-level demonic beasts and search every inch of the area. We must find De Huang." Xianxia had a bad feeling in his heart. "I'll go find Father now and mobilize the people in Kirin province to find De Huang and Murong Tianxi." Muibai had already wiped the tears on his face and rushed out. "I hope nothing will happen to De Huang," Long Shan said with a serious expression. "If De Huang is just fighting Murong Tianxi, I won't be worried. I'm just worried that this is a trap," Xianxia said with a frown. "This must be Lin Empress's doing. Looks like we have to move ahead," Long Shan said. "That's not necessarily the case. It could be the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Even Murong Tianxi holds a grudge against us, let alone the people from the other prefectures. However, no matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on De Huang's head, I will make the entire imperial city bleed." Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Now was not the time. If they fought with Empress Lin now, they would not have any advantage. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the entire Lin kingdom. If they could not gradually weaken Empress Lin's power and declared war on her, it would be a great loss for them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would end up dead in the end. There were many powerful cultivators in the Lin kingdom. Even though Xianxia had the Black King to back him up, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, Lin Tianlin would be doomed. Although he had the stairway to heaven, if they started the war and Empress Lin gained the upper hand, not only the Lin kingdom, but the entire Qizhong region would also fall. At that time, the Yu race would launch a large-scale attack and completely occupy the Qizhong region. That would be the true end of the world. Although Lin Tianlin did not have many trump cards, he was the last thing they could rely on to defeat Empress Lin. Because he was the symbol of the imperial power, if they could make this war truly beneficial to the country, then Empress Lin's plot would collapse on its own. At that time, Lin Tianlin would have an overwhelming advantage in public opinion. The one who won the hearts of the people would rule the world. That was the only way they could control the situation of the Lin kingdom. If Empress Lin wanted to cover the sky with one hand, it would be impossible. However, until now, they still did not know who the other party was. Were they killed by the 4 constabularies or were they killed by Empress Lin? At least, Xianxia did not have enough confidence, and Lin Tianlin did not dare to act rashly. Xianxia also could not wait to look for De Huang. Hard work pays off. In less than half an hour, they found traces of De Huang and Xianxia. They are at Mount Baimu outside the imperial city. The Black King said to Xianxia. There was no time to lose. They rushed forward at top speed, not daring to stop for even a moment. If not for the Black King's demonic beasts, they would not have been able to find them in such a short time. 800 miles away from the imperial city, Mount Baimu was a dangerous place with steep mountains and precipitous ridges. De Huang was gasping for breath. Looking at the 14 figures around him, he was bleeding profusely. Every one of them was staring at De Huang like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for an opportunity to kill De Huang. Ha ha ha, you stupid dog, now you know how powerful I am? Zhang Wangjing said with a cold smile. His face was extremely cold, his eyebrows were dancing wildly, and he was hysterical. You bastards, little Xianxia should have killed you all back then. He should have spared your lives for the sake of us being from the same sect in Kirin province. But you scum, how dare you be so despicable? Big Yellow and Xianxia agreed to face each other in the Qilin manner to fight to the death. Right outside the imperial city, the two of them had a life and death battle. Big Yellow suppressed Xianxia, but who would have thought that Xianxia would use the tactic of dragging things out and retreat again and again? Big Yellow was relentless and Xianxia escaped to Mount Baimu. In the end, he was surrounded by 13 people led by Zhang Wangjing and his life was hanging by a thread. De Huang had resisted with all his might, but he was outnumbered. He was heavily injured and fell into Xianxia's trap. That was why he was in such dire straits. Don't be so full of yourself. Xianxia wants to kill us, but does he have the ability to do so? Humph. Do you really think I can't win against you? If it wasn't for the sake of safety, I wouldn't have pretended to be weak. Now that you are in such a desperate situation, I can kill you with a single thought. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Xianxia crossed his arms and said disdainfully. In his eyes, De Huang was just a wild dog waiting to be slaughtered. Pfft. You shameless be ****. You can't win against Master Dog, so you dare to play tricks on me? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. De Huang gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. He was ready to fight at any time. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think Xianxia can save you? Do you think he is a savior? I will kill you first, then I will kill him. In Kirin province, I will not allow anyone to bully me, Xianxia. Xianxia said with a domineering face. His eyes were cold and narrow, giving people a feeling that he was cunning. You? You want to fight against little Xianxia? You can't even win against me. What makes you think you can fight against little Xianxia? Ha ha ha, such wishful thinking. If I wasn't ambushed by you, would Master Dog end up like this? Big Yellow said fiercely. He hated himself for not guarding against Xianxia, who was a vicious and despicable man. He thought that they would have a fair fight, but who would have thought that this was a premeditated plot? These people are probably not from Kirin province, right? Most of the experts in Kirin province have participated in the competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. However, apart from Zhang Wanjing, I have not seen a single one of them. Who are you people? Big Yellow's mind raced. He knew that Morong Tianxi was not the only one who came up with this. The silent powerhouses beside Zhang Wanjing were all 5th or 6th Heaven Star Lords, and they were all filled with killing intent. If it was not for the fact that Big Yellow resisted with all his might and bit one of them to death, the powerhouses would have swarmed him and killed him already. Zhang Wanjing's expression changed. However, De Huang was like an arrow at the end of its flight. They did not move. Once he was dead, everything would be over and no one would know. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Death is your only escape. Morong Tianxi waved his hand. Zhang Wanjing and a dozen other figures charged towards De Huang. Both attacks were blocked by Big Yellow. It resisted stubbornly with all its might. This time, there would be no leeway at all. Mother ****, this master dog will kill you all. De Huang's eyes widened in anger. He swung his long tail and charged into the crowd. Little Chinzi, if anything happens to this master dog, take care of Xiaolong for me. In our next lives, we will still be brothers. Big Yellow murmured. He roared and howled as he fought against the many experts. Even though every step he took was difficult, he did not hesitate at all. Even if he were to die, he would drag a few of them down with him. Morong Tianxi frowned. Seeing that Zhang Wanjing and the others could not take down De Huang, he decided to attack again. He wanted to kill him in one strike. Go to hell. Morong Tianxi threw a heavy punch, aiming for Big Yellow's vital point. At that moment, a flying kick sent Morong Tianxi tumbling to the ground. What the f***ck? Little Chinzi, you came at the right time. Otherwise, I would have killed them all. De Huang bared his teeth. Even though he was on the verge of death, he did not want to give up. Alright, I was being a busybody. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng smiled. Looking at De Huang, who was covered in wounds, the anger in their hearts burned even brighter. You are seeking death. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He glanced at Zhang Wanjing and the others. Morong Tianxi was kicked to the ground by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're finally here. Today, I will kill all of you. Morong Tianxi said in a low voice. I spared your dog life, but you almost killed my brother. Looks like there is no such thing as mercy. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably cold. Morong Tianxi felt a chill down his spine. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be an easy opponent. Although they hadn't fought before, Jiang Chen had defeated all the experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Morong Tianxi was more or less afraid of him. Morong Tianxi, how dare you kill your fellow disciples? The Qilin Manor has always treated you well, yet you colluded with the people from the White Tiger Manor and Azure Dragon Manor. Colluding with them, you even wanted to kill our own people. You are simply a deranged person. Mui Bai snapped. Her furious eyes were filled with disappointment. She did not expect Morong Tianxi and Zhang Wanjing to do something so infuriating. She recognized a few of them, they were from the White Tiger Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion. Morong Tianxi's eyes were cold. Even Mui Bai couldn't save them. Since things had come to this, he could only persevere. Otherwise, he would die. Wishful thinking. Even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you today. Long Shan said through gritted teeth. Seeing De Huang in such a difficult situation and covered in wounds, Long Shan couldn't contain his anger. There was no need for words. Although they quarreled fiercely, there was a saying that they were brothers in war and father and son in battle. At this moment, Shan wished that he could kill everyone here and burn their bones to ashes. Today, all of you must die. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Morong Tianxi. His killing intent was unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword was majestic and domineering. Although Morong Tianxi had the battle strength of a 7th layer Star Lord, there was only a difference of 3 layers between him and Jiang Chen. The grade 7 Genesis weapon, the heavenly dragon sword, was more than enough to make up for this difference. Morong Tianxi's weapon trembled as he advanced with each step. He was no match for Xianxia at all. There were no flashy moves. Each sword strike was like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. The web between Morong Tianxi's thumb and forefinger was completely split open, blood gushing out. His arm had already become numb by the time he received Xianxia's seventh sword strike, losing all feeling. Every strike of Xianxia's sword was like the end of the world to Morong Tianxi. Xianxia was too strong, he couldn't fight back at all. The sword in his hand was full of cracks. Morong Tianxi's chi was completely suppressed. He couldn't even lift his head up. The last strike of Xianxia's sword had shattered his weapon and landed on Morong Tianxi's shoulder, cutting off his arm. Morong Tianxi's face was filled with fear and his body was trembling. At that moment, Morong Tianxi finally knew how big the gap between him and Xianxia was. The Black King and the others did not hesitate to capture all of them. Zhang Wanjing's heart arteries were severed by De Huang's final strike, causing him to die in a pool of blood. "Don't kill me." Morong Tianxi retreated again and again until he fell to the ground. He stared at Xianxia in despair, his mouth dry and his face ashen. "I gave you a chance." Xianxia shook his head. "But you don't know how to cherish it." "De Huang, I'll leave this to you." "Alrighty." De Huang's eyes lit up. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he leaped into the air. His claws tore through Morong Tianxi's head, shattering it into pieces. Blood spurted everywhere, scaring the remaining people into shivering uncontrollably. Muibai wanted to say something but hesitated. However, he knew his teacher's methods well. He had always been ruthless. Moreover, Morong Tianxi had crossed his bottom line again and again. "Who sent you here?" Xianxia looked at the group of people. "Speak and I won't kill you." "The Azure Dragon Mansion Principal." "The White Tiger Mansion Principal." The group of people scrambled to speak, afraid that they would lose their chance to live. "Looks like it really was these bastards. I provoked everyone's anger, everyone wants me dead. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Even if it's the 4 manors and 1 battalion, this daddy will still kill them without hesitation." Xianxia's anger soared to the heavens. Even if it wasn't Empress Lin who plotted against De Huang and the monkey, it was definitely the 4 manors and 1 battalion's doing. He had offended quite a number of people in the grand competition, and now, all of them were playing dirty tricks. It seemed like he had to take action. It's impolite not to reciprocate. "Azure Dragon Mansion, White Tiger Mansion. I, Xianxia, will definitely make you pay with your blood." Xianxia said in a low voice. De Huang and the monkey's blood must not be shed in vain. Since the battle had already begun, how could he retreat now? In the time Xianxia turned around, De Huang had already bared his fangs. With a sweep of his claws, more than 10 people lost their lives in an instant. "Little Chinzi, I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. This is not a trivial matter. Xianxia, you must think twice before you act." In Kirin province, Mu Tianhing immediately went to look for Xianxia after learning the whole story. Morong Tianxi and the others deserved to die, so he wouldn't pursue the matter. However, if Xianxia wanted to make a move on the people of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, it wouldn't be his problem alone. This matter concerned the whole of Kirin province, and if a war broke out, it wouldn't be a good thing for anyone. "I didn't mean it, but they went too far. I can't just sit and wait for death. Do they really think that I, Xianxia, am someone to be trifled with? Even if it's the God of heaven, don't even think about touching my brother." Xianxia said firmly. Mu Tianhing sighed, frowning slightly. He couldn't blame Xianxia at this moment. It was true that those people from the Azure Dragon Mansion had gone too far, but if they were to fight, it wouldn't be his alone. "Lord Mansion Lord, please rest assured. From this moment on, I will announce my withdrawal from Kirin province. I won't implicate any of you." Xianxia said. "Teacher," Muibai wanted to say something, but Xianxia waved his hand, signaling him not to say anything more. "The reason why the Azure Dragon Mansion and White Tiger Mansion dared to make a move on you, they must have come prepared. You're alone and weak. It won't be easy for you to go against them." Mu Tianhing said in a low voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Xianxia. After all, he was the lord of Kirin province. The 4 manors and 1 battalion were like the same branch. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. They were the imperial swords of the Lin country's emperor. How could he break his own sword? Although the Azure Dragon Mansion and White Tiger Mansion had indeed gone a little overboard, they were still family. It wouldn't be easy for them to fight each other. Mu Tianheng felt guilty. After all, Xianxia had just won the 4 prefectures 1 battalion competition on behalf of Kirin province. At this time, Xianxia was in trouble, but he could only stand by and watch. No matter what, it was not justifiable. Thank you, Mansion Lord, for your concern. Xianxia knows his place and will take his leave now. Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't mean to blame Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng wasn't alone, but the entire Kirin province of the empire. Xianxia alone wouldn't be able to control the situation. Especially in this competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 camp, many of them were elite disciples of various prefectures. Xianxia had already become the target of public criticism. Even Mu Tianheng didn't expect such a situation. However, Xianxia was a lone tree that couldn't support the situation. As the prefecture lord of Kirin province, he could only say this much. Father, Ibai is willing to advance and retreat with teacher. Please forgive me for being unfilial. Mu Ibai took 2 steps back and stood next to Long San. The two looked at each other. Long San smiled faintly. He respected Mu Ibai's decision. Sigh, forget it. Mu Tianheng sighed, turned around, and left. How could he not understand his own daughter? She would never change her mind once she decided on something. This daughter was even more stubborn than a man. She hated that she wasn't a man. Mu Ibai's eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at Mu Tianheng's lonely back. Only she knew how much her father had to bear. Her teacher's actions were all for the sake of his brother. It was understandable that people fought for pride. Her father's choice wasn't wrong. Big brother, where are we going now? Xiaolong asked curiously. White Tiger Prefecture. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. He stepped into White Tiger Prefecture and challenged by Bijiang, the Black King had just broken through to the 7th heaven of Star Lord. With him and the Black King working together, they might be able to fight against the Prefecture Lord of White Tiger Prefecture. Since they had secretly made a move, he would openly challenge the White Tiger Prefecture and let them know who the real tiger was. Kaka, I can't wait any longer. Little Chinzi, we must settle this debt with them. Even without Kirin province, Lord Dog is not someone to be trifled with. De Huang's eyes shone brightly. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion had always been a transcendent existence in the Lin Kingdom. Since the moment he entered the imperial capital of the Lin Kingdom, he had been troubled by the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. This time, he must vent his anger. I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter, Ibai. Long San said in a low voice with an apologetic look on his face. Mu Ibai didn't have to participate in this matter, but from the moment she confessed to Long San, she was already Long San's woman in Mu Ibai's heart. If she married a chicken, she married a chicken, if she married a dog, she married a dog. When Long San was chased by the experts of White Tiger Prefecture and Azure Dragon Prefecture, the brothers were plotted against one after another. Neither of them could overcome this hurdle in their hearts. How could she let Long San be disappointed? Their eyes met and their hearts were connected. Mu Ibai blushed. She didn't regret being together with Long San at all. From the beginning, he had been infatuated with her. He had risked his life several times to stand in front of her. If she couldn't entrust her life to a man like this, who else could be worthy of her heart? You are a rock, and I am a reed. The rock cannot be shifted, and the reed is sewn like silk. You and I are forever connected, in life and in death. Mu Ibai said softly, her heart unwavering. With me around, I won't let anyone hurt you. Shursan's smile was mellow as he held Mu Ibai's hand tightly. Their relationship was set. TSK, 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 this is too mushy. I can't stand it anymore. Little Chinzi, let's hurry up and leave. De Huang said with a pout. His body trembled, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Jiangchen smiled and patted De Huang's head. This guy was always so frivolous, even though he had just experienced a life and death crisis. Being able to see the two of you being fated in this life, I'm really happy. Ha ha ha. Don't call me teacher in the future, just call me big brother. Xianxia said. N. Mu Yibai nodded silently. She knew that from this moment onwards, Xianxia had truly treated her as one of his own. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the White Tiger Mansion now. Xianxia said in a deep voice, clenching his fists. He could not wait to sweep the White Tiger Mansion away. There's no hurry. Let's rest for a day. You and De Huang are both injured. Tomorrow, we'll set foot on the White Tiger Mansion. At that time, let's see how Bai Bijiang will explain himself. So what if you have 4 mansions and 1 battalion? You hurt my brother, I'll make sure you never have peace. Xianxia said coldly. Yes, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to nest. He, I haven't been so excited in a long time. This time, I'll beat the White Tiger Mansion into a White Rat Mansion. De Huang waved his paws, looking very arrogant. The 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had always been the mainstay of the Lin Kingdom. Even the 5 leaders of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had the right to dismiss them. For the entire Lin Kingdom, the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had absolute power. They were below 1 person and above tens of thousands of people because they were only the emperor of the Lin Kingdom. No one could order them. Even the empress, who was the motherly model of the world, or the crown prince of the Eastern Palace had no right to order them around. The existence of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion in the Lin Kingdom was powerful and aloof. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, even the emperor of the Lin Kingdom was no exception. Whoever dared to touch his brother must pay for it. White Tiger Residence. Xianxia, De Huang, Xianxia, Mu Yibai, and Xiaolong stood in front of the door to challenge the White Tiger Residence. Not long after, a lot of people gathered in front of the White Tiger Residence. They were all people of the White Tiger Residence. Their strength varied, but there was a considerable number of them. Who is this? How dare he challenge the White Tiger Residence in front of the door? Is he courting death? Xianxia. The final winner of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition, Bai Lu and Bai Zhe of our White Tiger Residence, died in his hands. What? He is Xianxia? Bastard, he killed the goddess of our White Tiger Residence, and he still wants to challenge us? He's going too far. Damn it, this guy must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Isn't he shitting on our White Tiger Residence? The group of experts of the White Tiger Residence was agitated and full of anger. During the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition, he attacked the White Tiger Residence. This time, he dared to go alone and challenge the White Tiger Residence. Did he really think that the White Tiger Residence was a pushover? Where's the Manor Lord of your White Tiger Manor? I only want your Manor Lord to come out and give me an explanation. This has nothing to do with you. Xianxia said faintly with a cold expression. To him, these experts of the White Tiger Prefecture were just the lackeys of the prefecture lord, Bai Bijiang. As long as Bai Bijiang was killed, the hatred in his heart would be appeased. You? Ha ha ha, you are really arrogant and conceited. Do you think that you can be unbridled just because you defeated so many experts in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition? Do you really think our Manor Lord is someone you can meet just because you want to? Since you've killed Bai Lu and Bai Zhe, your life will end here today. Within the White Tiger Residence, a skinny youth carried a broadleaf broadsword as he slowly walked out from within the White Tiger Residence. As he walked out from the crowd, his skinny body seemed as though it could be crushed by that broadleaf broadsword at any time. You're as skinny as a stick. Can a small fry like you represent the White Tiger Residence? Caca. De Huang held his belly and laughed. Stupid dog. Who do you think you are? Today, I, Subei, will teach you a good lesson. You must have the capital to be arrogant. Subei suddenly took out his 9-foot silver-ringed broadsword. The saber radiance was like a shadow, and its momentum was turbulent. He pointed it at De Huang. Then I'll go and meet him. Little Chinzi, you rest first. Let me do it. De Huang swaggered to the front. Xianxia nodded slightly. Subei, this man's strength is not weak. You must be careful of De Huang. Mui Bai said in a low voice. Senior brother Su, CK them up. These people don't know what's good for them. Do they really think our white tiger matter is a market? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and provoke us. That's right. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. I don't think Kirin Province is a good person. Behind Subei, countless people were cheering for him. Subei's confidence was boosted. He held his head high and chest out. He held his broadsword in his hand, ready to strike. We are no longer people of Kirin Province. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything. There is no winner or loser in this battle. It's just a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. De Huang's lips curled up slightly. His footsteps were steady. With a swoosh, he leaped forward and collided with Subei. His iron head charge met Subei's broadsword head-on. Subei clenched his teeth and held the broadsword in his hand. The saber radiance was 10 feet long, sweeping across the sky. Clang, an ear-piercing sound was heard. No one expected De Huang's iron head to be able to block Subei's broadsword. Even Subei's arm was sore from the impact. He was shocked. Again. Big Yellow let out a low roar and advanced instead of retreating. Subei's eyes flickered, and his silhouette changed in a strange manner. His short and lean body and the silver-ringed broadsword in his hand seemed extremely out of place. However, his saber skills were extremely exquisite and incisive, causing many White Tiger Mansion's disciples to slap the table and exclaim in admiration. For a moment, the two of them fought back and forth. It was very exciting. Evil dog pouncing. De Huang bared his teeth. As he roared, his sharp claws kept swinging down, repelling the saber radiance. His aura was turbulent. It felt like the clouds were dispelled and the sun was shining. Although Subei was shocked, he did not panic. He steadied himself, and his breathing was steady. He was representing the White Tiger Palace. If he were to lose at this moment, not only would he lose face, but the entire White Tiger Palace would also lose face. With so many fellow disciples watching, he definitely had to defeat his opponent to vent his anger. As one of the top geniuses of the White Tiger residence, his strength as a seventh heaven star lord was a role model for countless people to learn from. At this moment, he wanted to show his strength and the prestige of the White Tiger residence. He wanted to kill one as a warning to the others. Skyward form. Wherever the saber passed, it was like screens sealing off all of Big Yellow's paths of retreat. The strong pressure caused Big Yellow to be in a very passive state, unable to deal with it. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you're treating me like a sick cat. De Huang narrowed his eyes and charged forward. His whole body was like King Kong, and his sharp claws directly tore apart the saber's momentum. Subei's expression changed. He did not expect De Huang's defense and momentum to be so fierce. He was not prepared at all. The countless saber radiance was directly torn apart by De Huang. The means that he was so proud of were so vulnerable in the hands of his opponent. After the saber radiance, Subei raised his saber again. However, De Huang did not give him any chance. With a sweep and a kick, he threw Subei to the ground. Then, he used the Black Tiger Steals the Heart and crushed Subei to death. Blood spurted and splattered everywhere. Suddenly, there was an uproar in front of the White Tiger residence. Subei's saber was inserted into the ground, constantly shaking. As for Subei, he had completely fallen. The geniuses of the White Tiger residence were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. No one expected that this De Huang dog would be so fierce. Even their White Tiger residence's frenzied saber, Subei, was no match for him. Subei was one of the top 5 geniuses of the White Tiger residence. He was comparable to Bai Lu and Bai Zhe. However, the final outcome was extremely miserable. The bloody hole on his chest was so clear, shocking, and ghastly in the eyes of all the disciples of the White Tiger residence. The White Tiger residence seems to be nothing more than this. He he he. Big Yellow sneered in disdain. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the crowd. The crowd was in an uproar, but no one dared to take a step forward and look Big Yellow in the eye. A dog can also be so rampant in the White Tiger residence. You all really disappoint me. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is back. This time, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. With eldest senior brother around, no one will be able to set foot in our White Tiger residence. Everyone had been feeling uneasy, and their faces had turned green. Especially after killing Blade Sube had been defeated, they had fallen into a passive position and had no way to deal with it. Everyone in the White Tiger residence felt insecure. The pressure that De Huang Dog had brought them was too great. Fortunately, when their eldest senior brother returned from seclusion, they finally found their backbone. The crowd was stirred up, and the anger in their hearts was constantly roaring and venting. Their heads could be cut off, but the dignity of the White Tiger residence couldn't be lost. He had long hair and a white robe, looking valiant as he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The man was tall and handsome, and his skin was extremely fair. He was already 1 in a million. His blue eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the autumn waters. He was graceful and calm. The eyes of the people in the White Tiger residence were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. In their eyes, eldest senior brother Wu Bai was their savior. The hope of the White Tiger residence rested on his shoulders. You look like a dog, but I don't know what you're really capable of. De Huang sneered as he extended his hand without hesitation. His razor-sharp claws tore through the void and headed straight for Wu Bai. A blood-stained edge flashed past Wu Bai's face. Wu Bai was unruffled. With a palm strike, he pushed Big Yellow back for a dozen steps. Big Yellow's face was unusually cold. He still wanted to charge forward, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slapped Big Yellow's back with his palm, stopping him from retreating. Wu Bai calmly looked at Big Yellow. Back off. You're no match for him, Jiang Chen said. Although De Huang was a little angry, he could only let out a cold snort. Since little Chenzi said so, this guy must not be easy to deal with. This guy seems to have some skills. Even the Azure Dragon Manor's Ting Yunwu might not be as ruthless as him. Long Shersan's expression was grim. It wasn't a shameful thing for De Huang to be defeated by him. White Tiger Mansion's eldest senior brother, Wu Bai, has been the #1 expert in White Tiger Mansion since 10 years ago. However, he has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 years in order to break through to a higher realm. This guy was extremely dangerous. Compared to Ting Yunwu, he was definitely more dangerous. Although he hadn't reached the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm, he was at the peak of the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm. Such strength made countless people flinch. Apart from the mansion master and the elders, Wu Bai should be the strongest in the White Tiger Mansion. He is also the most well-known, Wu Bai said in a deep voice. This guy had already come out of seclusion. It wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to defeat him. You're Jiang Chen? Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and looked Jiang Chen in the eye. His gaze was cold and carried a hint of innate arrogance. You still dare to be so arrogant after knowing my name? Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Wu Bai shook his head and said, You're quite arrogant. You're quite arrogant. Back when I was dominating the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks, you were still playing in the mud. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me now? When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. He he he. If you kneel on the ground now, I might leave your corpse intact. But I won't let you go after killing Bai Lu and Bai Zhe. I watched them grow up. They are the mansion master's favorite. If it weren't for your identity, I'm afraid you would have died in the mansion master's hands. However, the heavens have eyes. Since you have come to me, I can only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and clear the name of the White Tiger Mansion. Wu Bai said coldly. A ferocious glint flickered in his eyes. He watched Bai Lu and Bai Zhe grow up and taught them many things. They were good teachers and helpful friends. For Wu Bai, killing Jiang Chen wasn't enough to appease the anger in his heart. Dream on. Xiaolong clenched her teeth. Her battle intent surged. Brother 13 and Brother De Huang were plotted against. She must avenge them. I won't offend those who don't offend me. If your White Tiger Mansion wants to kill my brothers, I'll have no choice but to fight you to the end. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand in my way, Jiang Chen's way. If your mansion master doesn't give me an explanation, then I, Jiang Chen, will make sure your White Tiger Mansion doesn't have a day of peace. Jiang Chen stared straight ahead at Wu Bai. Both of them had drawn their swords, and neither was willing to back down. You dare ask us for an explanation after killing the people of the White Tiger Mansion? I'll give you an explanation today. Wu Bai stared at Xianxia, ready to strike. Gladly. Xianxia let out a hollow laugh. There was no need for him to waste time with the stubborn people of the White Tiger Mansion. Force was the ultimate way to solve all problems. The world would only calm down if he forced them to submit with his fists. Eldest senior brother, get rid of him. This bunch of ungrateful fools. Do they really think our White Tiger Mansion is a pushover? Who dares to challenge eldest senior brother? With eldest senior brother here, what's there to be afraid of from the White Tiger Mansion? Xianxia, you bunch of stupid pigs. Just wait for your death. The White Tiger Mansion isn't a place you can touch. You're overestimating yourself. With Wu Bai's support, the people of the White Tiger Mansion once again regained their previous arrogant attitude. Their arrogance was unparalleled, and their words were unforgiving. Their eldest senior brother, Wu Bai, was an existence they had always revered. In this battle, they would definitely be able to avenge their humiliation, and the White Tiger Mansion would definitely be able to hold their heads up high. The deaths of Bai Lu and Bai Zhe had always been a thorn in the hearts of the White Tiger Mansion. Now that Xianxia actually dared to challenge the White Tiger Mansion, if they didn't teach him a lesson and dampen his spirit, this fellow would definitely be even more lawless. Make your move. Xianxia's eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he looked forward. This battle was full of challenges for him, and it was the result he wanted. If no one from the White Tiger Mansion could step forward, Xianxia would be extremely disappointed. Dying in my hands is the glory of your life. Wu Bai did not take a mere fourth heaven star lord seriously at all. Even if Xianxia had already made a name for himself, he would only be a loser in Wu Bai's eyes. Wu Bai stepped forward and looked at Xianxia with disdain. His attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and as his fist and palm collided, it was unstoppable. Xianxia immediately used the dragon transformation. His aura was surging, majestic, and domineering. Wu Bai's palms moved as fast as lightning. The terrifying energy caused everyone to feel suffocated. This was how a genius of the White Tiger residence should be. As the eldest senior brother of the White Tiger residence, Wu Bai's strength was astonishing. Hiding for 10 years didn't mean that he had declined, but rather that he had chosen to lay low and fight a blazing sun in the future. Xianxia had a serious expression on his face as he advanced step by step. Wu Bai's attack was truly unprecedented. Both of them were evenly matched, and although Xianxia was forced into a passive position, at least he wasn't trapped in a disadvantageous situation. He took one step at a time, and he didn't stop for even a second. Punches and palm blades were flying between the two of them. Tiger subduing stance. Wu Bai took the initiative to attack, breaking the gap between the two of them. Sharp palm winds whistled past Xianxia's ears like ferocious tigers, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. He seemed very anxious. At this time, he started to become more and more embarrassed. In the eyes of the disciples of the White Tiger residence, Xianxia was already at his wits' end. As long as he continued to fight, the eldest senior brother would definitely be able to defeat him. Good fight. Eldest senior brother. This Xianxia doesn't know what's good for him. Now he finally knows how powerful the White Tiger residence is. Good. This is simply too satisfying, he. Wu Bai's mind was as one. The many experts of the White Tiger residence kept cheering him on. However, in his eyes, defeating Xianxia was something that should be done. It wasn't something worth showing off. Xianxia moved like a tiger and moved like a dragon. Under Wu Bai's ferocious palm technique, the azure dragon's 5 steps ascended to the sky with each step. He began to constantly stabilize his body, using the battle to nurture his strength. To him, Wu Bai was a blade hanging over his head. Only by defeating himself could he break that blade. It was easy to challenge others, but to defeat himself and make continuous breakthroughs was not so simple. The difference of 4 heavens between the two was not something that could be easily made up for. Xianxia's expression was grim. He gripped the heavenly dragon sword and began his counterattack. It was not easy to find an evenly matched opponent for him. Hence, he needed to find a breakthrough point as soon as possible. At the very least, he could not allow himself to be suppressed by Wu Bai and allow himself to fall into a passive state. The perfect fusion between the dragon transformation and the heavenly dragon sword had already made Xianxia feel as if they had become one. A grade 7 Genesis weapon was not to be underestimated by anyone. Even Wu Bai's eyes blazed with excitement. The heavenly dragon sword was far too domineering. In Xianxia's hands, it was practically a peerless divine weapon. The only thing that truly attracted him was the sword. This was why Wu Bai's heart was filled with excitement. Defeating Xianxia and obtaining the grade 7 Genesis weapon was his ultimate goal. However, Xianxia, who possessed the heavenly dragon sword, was not someone that an ordinary person could contend against. The only way to lay a finger on the heavenly dragon sword was to step over Xianxia's head. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Letting this sword follow you is basically burying it. You don't deserve it. Wu Bai continuously shook his head, his face incomparably excited. His greatest gain from this battle was perhaps this peerless treasure sword. It's not up to you to decide whether I deserve it or not. It's still too early to say who will win and who will lose. Xianxia raised the sword once again. Boundless swords continued to stack, causing Wu Bai to no longer dare to underestimate Xianxia. Every sword chi seemed to be completely natural, and the might of the boundless swords was only the tip of the iceberg. Sword 22. Xianxia immediately swung his blade horizontally. With the heavy sword in hand, he crossed the sky and swept across the void, blotting out the sun and sky. Wu Bai's palms constantly changed. The tiger-crouching stance was like a ferocious tiger roaring. The palms turned into claws, leaving behind sharp afterimages as they continuously clashed with the sword 22, forcing back wave after wave of White Tiger residents' disciples. Everyone's expression was rather grave. The excitement of this battle made them exclaim in satisfaction. They had not even witnessed the mini-cosmos World Grand Competition, so this battle was extremely important to them. They had benefited a lot from watching a battle between experts. Wu Bai's expression was solemn. Xianxia's power was unstoppable. Both the heavenly dragon sword and the boundless swords were incomparable, and it was not a problem for Xianxia to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Even if Xianxia had an absolute advantage in terms of strength, it was difficult for Wu Bai to gain the slightest advantage. Damn it! Wu Bai was incomparably furious. A mere 4th-layer Star Lord was able to fight evenly with him. If news of this were to spread, his reputation would surely be tarnished. Xianxia was really not someone to be trifled with. To be able to stand out as a dark horse in the 4 prefectures and 1 campground competition, it seemed that he could not be underestimated. Martial God armor. Wu Bai's eyes were sharp and fierce. Clad in Genesis Chi armor, he looked like a valiant general in a white robe. His imposing manner was like a devouring dragon. Palm winds rose and fell, accumulating power as he once again clashed with Xianxia. However, even with the martial god armor, Wu Bai was still not invincible. In the face of Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword, he did not dare to face its sharpness head-on. He could only temporarily avoid the sharpness of Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. The martial god armor greatly boosted Wu Bai's strength, and he was fearless with his Genesis Chi armor. The heavenly dragon sword was indeed domineering, but it wasn't so easy to break his martial god armor. Moreover, the martial god armor could deflect the majority of attacks, allowing Wu Bai to be more at ease. This was his special skill. Even in a battle of the same level, almost no one could break his martial god armor. Even if they were evenly matched, he would gradually exhaust his opponent to death. However, Wu Bai did not know how terrifying his opponent, Xianxia, was. Xianxia's Genesis Chi was endless, and even 10 8th-layer Star Lords might not have his Genesis Chi foundation. Moreover, the recovery power of the myriad Chi was unimaginable. Xianxia was also fighting to his heart's content against Wu Bai. He had been at the peak of the White Tiger residence for 10 years, and had been dormant for 10 years. He was indeed much stronger than Ting Yunwu, and both of them had already reached the pinnacle of their strength. With the ancient soaring dragon skill, Xianxia was like a tiger that had grown wings. He fought back and forth with Wu Bai, and the momentum of both men's attacks had shocked everyone. The battle was bloody, and it caused the blood of the spectators to boil. No one could tell who was the final winner of this battle. This Wu Bai is too powerful, even little Chen is having a hard time fighting him. It seems that the foundation of the 4 residences and 1 camp really cannot be underestimated. Long San said in a low voice. The worry and graveness in his voice were self-evident. It's not only the White Tiger residence, but also the Azure Dragon residence. Wu Bai became famous much earlier than us. The fact that he is participating in this battle shows how much importance the White Tiger residence places on this battle. The person who can defeat little Xianxia hasn't been born yet. Don't forget that little Xianxia hasn't shown his true strength. Even the Black King hasn't made a move yet. This means that he wants to challenge me, not Wu Bai. As an opponent, Wu Bai is indeed very strong, but not to the extent that little Xianxia is helpless. De Huang didn't seem worried at all. He rubbed the little dragon's head and yawned calmly. That's right. Little Xianxia must have nothing to fear since he dared to challenge the White Tiger residence. He. Long San smiled bitterly and couldn't help but scratch his head. In this Lin kingdom, they had been repeatedly plotted against, and danger lurked everywhere. This made him a little worried. It felt like the eunuch was anxious even though the emperor wasn't anxious. Anyway, as long as Big Brother is here, the sky won't fall. The little dragon pointed to the top of his head and said calmly. That's right. Stinky Monkey only knows how to make a fuss about nothing. We brothers are the ones who know each other better. Ha ha ha. De Huang laughed and made a crying face at Long San. Mother ****. Even a dog like you dares to make fun of me. Believe it or not, I will cut off your legs and make soup. Long San scolded angrily. Tisk, you're always making a fuss. Wait until you can really defeat Lord Dog. De Huang said with an arrogant attitude. I'm a righteous person. I don't have time to talk nonsense with a dog like you. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. Long San's eyes focused on Jiang Chen and Wu Bai again. The battle between the two was still bloody. Although Jiang Chen was 4 heavens lower than him, he didn't slack off at all. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27 swords. Jiang Chen had already unleashed the limitless sword to its peak. As soon as the 27th sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color, completely sealing off Wu Bai. Even the people of the White Tiger residence were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. The sword chi combined with the heavenly dragon sword was like a peerless monument in the sky. Too strong. How was this possible? Isn't the sky a little too abnormal? Eldest senior brother, can he really hold on? This sword is so cool. Damn it, I can only say that apart from eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that everyone in our White Tiger residence will be torn apart by 5 horses. Look, eldest senior brother lost? Jiang Chen's sword swam like a swan. Under the roar of the heavy sword, the 27th blade had reached its peak. It was the ultimate swordsmanship, without any flaws. Kill, Jiang Chen let out a low roar. The word kill penetrated deeply into everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Bai's pupils contracted, and he kept staggering. He even felt like his heart was about to collapse. The 27th blade had left him with no room to escape, and he could only resist with all his might. Martial God armor. God will descend. Wu Bai could only resist with all his might. Although he knew that he was no match for Yi Futian, he had no other choice. The 27th blade finally erupted completely. Endless sword shadows and sword chi swept across the sky. Wu Bai felt as if his heart had been pierced by thousands of swords, and he was sent flying backward. His injuries were extremely severe, and it could be said that he only narrowly escaped death. On his body, the martial god armor cracked inch by inch, like layers of cracks in ice. It completely shattered, causing the hearts of everyone from the White Tiger residence to skip a beat. Wu Bai knelt on one knee with a gloomy expression. He slowly raised his head. His face and body were covered in sword scars, and his snow-white robe was dyed red with blood. It was a frightening sight. Jiang Chen gasped for breath. Using the 27th blade was a huge burden on him. Although his strength had improved compared to before, the heavenly dragon sword was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins once it was unleashed. His body couldn't even withstand the devastation of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword had yet to completely fuse with him, making it a double-edged sword. I have to say that you are indeed very strong. I would have already been defeated 10 years ago, but today, I will let you know the true meaning of the White Tiger Residence's dignity. Time sharpens a sword, and this sword will let you feel the fear of death. Wu Bai's eyes were sharp and fierce. He clenched his fists and put his palms together. His hands formed a series of hand seals that changed unpredictably, giving off an incomparably profound feeling. His pupils gradually shrank, his expression solemn and murderous intent surged. He was like a ferocious tiger from ancient times, giving everyone an irresistible pressure. So strong. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword with all his might. He was going to take advantage of Wu Bai's weakness. He had to nip this unknown danger in the bud. Even if he had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, it would be useless if he could directly kill Wu Bai. However, Wu Bai was already prepared. He took on Xianxia's 27th blade head-on, even though his martial god armor had been completely shattered. He had been waiting for this moment. Sky-overturning tiger roar. Wu Bai did not look sideways. Like a bolt of lightning, he met Xianxia's attack without any hesitation. In an instant, he struck out with both of his palms and formed a series of seals. A deafening tiger roar resounded through the sky. The seal overturned the sky, and it was irreversible. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they looked miserable. This seal was like a divine palm descending from the heavens, and it was unavoidable. Everyone's heart became heavy and solemn, as if doomsday had arrived. Big brother, Xiaolong mumbled. At this moment, even he was unable to remain calm. Even though he had absolute trust in his big brother, this Wu Bai was simply too strong. That sky-shattering roar of his caused everyone to feel the threat of death looming over them. Xianxia's breathing stagnated. His palms ascended the sky-ascending stairway, and he instantly vanished from the spot. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, shocking the world. However, that seal, under the gigantic palm, almost half of the White Tiger Manor was razed to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in shock. Wu Bai's eyes stared at the dust that had fallen to the ground. Smoke and dust were rising everywhere. Xianxia must have been turned into ashes under that dust. Xianxia, in the end, you still lost to me. Ha ha ha. Wu Bai laughed maniacally, as if he had gone mad. He was incomparably happy in his heart. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? An ice-cold roar poured down on Wu Bai's head like an icy waterfall, causing all the disciples of the White Tiger Residence to inhale a mouthful of cold air. Xianxia appeared out of nowhere in the sky. His sky-splitting sword caused Wu Bai's face to turn deathly pale. He retreated in great shock, but was unable to withstand the sweep of Xianxia's sword. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was directly flipped to the ground and rolled among the dust. He looked even more miserable than a tiger that had fallen to the ground. Viscous blood dripped down from the tip of the sword. Xianxia's figure was like a mountain, looking down on the crowd as he stood on the rubble, like a god passing judgment. The surrounding crowd kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. Even breathing had become extremely difficult. That sky-piercing sword, the celestial flying immortal, had even dodged Wu Bai's fatal attack. In the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. This is impossible. Wu Bai crawled up with great difficulty and knelt on the ground. His bloodied eyes stared at the illusory figure of Xianxia. His heart was like dead ashes. Everyone was silent. They held their breaths in concentration, because none of them believed that Xianxia could turn the situation around at the last moment. Originally, Wu Bai was supposed to kill Xianxia and restore the reputation of the White Tiger Mansion. However, the last sword strike made every single disciple of the White Tiger Mansion understand that it was just a fantasy in their hearts. Xianxia was the one who had the last laugh. The great senior brother of the White Tiger Mansion, Wu Bai, who had been sharpening his sword for a long time, still died in Xianxia's hands. Even though they didn't believe it, the result couldn't be changed. All of Wu Bai's beliefs had been crushed by Xianxia. He would remember this battle for the rest of his life, and it would also be the greatest pain of his life. First senior brother really lost? How is that possible? Sigh, it seems that this Xianxia is indeed insufferably arrogant. Damn it. Doesn't our White Tiger Palace have someone who can hold up the sky? Even though the people of the White Tiger Palace were unwilling, they couldn't change the fact that they had been crushed by Xianxia. Wu Bai stared at Xianxia in a daze. He had given his all, but he was still defeated in the end. This fourth heavenly layer Star Lord had truly made him feel what it meant to have his confidence completely crumbled. There was no room for him to recover. Defeating someone wasn't scary, what was scary was crushing his confidence. Wu Bai was unparalleled, but in the end, he still failed miserably in such an easy task. Your pride is nothing much to me, Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia said coldly. Killing someone was not necessarily the most painful thing to do. Destroying his faith was the true way of killing him. Even though I lost, there's always someone better out there. One day, you'll definitely lose to someone else. Wu Bai smiled bitterly, but he believed that someone would defeat him eventually. Perhaps, but since your White Tiger Palace wanted to kill my brother, don't blame me, Xianxia, for being cold-blooded and merciless. Xianxia sneered and walked toward the disciples of the White Tiger Palace. He drew his sword and rose with killing intent. What do you want? Wu Bai used the last of his strength to block in front of Xianxia. His eyes narrowed, and his heart was uneasy. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. This guy actually wanted to slaughter the entire White Tiger residence? In the cycle of the heavenly Tao, retribution is inevitable. Today is the doom of the White Tiger residence. Xianxia slashed out with his sword. At that instant, Wu Bai's breathing stagnated. He used the last of his strength to block Xianxia's sword, but he was heavily injured once more. Both his arms were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. All the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion raised their heads in anticipation. They were extremely nervous. Did this Xianxia really want to kill all the experts of the White Tiger Mansion? Get lost. Accompanied by a loud roar, a palm wind came down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia took advantage of the momentum and slashed out with his sword, slashing the palm wind away. However, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Watch out, little Chinzi. Big Yellow and the others could not help but blurt out. In the void, a majestic figure stood on the ground like an immovable mountain. Bai Bijiang. You finally come out. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes became even colder. Bai Bijiang frowned, and the anger in his eyes burned continuously. Xianxia actually wanted to destroy the White Tiger Mansion. How could he sit back and do nothing about such a great feud? Even the number one genius of the White Tiger Mansion, Wu Bai, had almost died at Xianxia's hands. Master. Your disciple is useless. Wu Bai said through gritted teeth. He had long lost all his combat strength and was no different from a cripple. This isn't your fault. Others have come to bully the White Tiger Mansion. Naturally, I can't continue to stay silent. Bai Bijiang patted Wu Bai's shoulder and said. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He knew Wu Bai's strength better than anyone else. This Xianxia was a freak and a bastard who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Did he really think that he, the master of the White Tiger Prefecture, was just a nobody? Mansion Master. Kill him. Avenge eldest senior brother and senior brother Subei. That's right. This guy is too arrogant. Since when has the White Tiger Mansion suffered such humiliation? The disciples of the White Tiger Mansion were extremely indignant. However, they could only look at Xianxia and sigh helplessly. Even their eldest senior brother had been defeated. Only the mansion master of the White Tiger Mansion could fight against him. Bai Bijiang abruptly turned his head and glared at Xianxia. He said fiercely, Xianxia, you're courting death. So what if I'm courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia stared at Bai Bijiang coldly. He was not afraid at all, even though his opponent was an expert at the ninth heaven of the Star Lord realm. Back then, outside the minor cosm world, I spared your life. However, you didn't know how to cherish it. Today, for the sake of the White Tiger Mansion's dignity, I must tear your body into 10,000 pieces to warn the world. Bai Bijiang's eyes were blazing with fury. He was determined to tear Xianxia into 1,000,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Today, either you die or I die. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword tightly. A real battle of life and death was about to begin. Bai Bijiang was the mansion master of the White Tiger Mansion, not someone like Wu Bai. Xianxia might not be a match for Bai Bijiang on his own. He had to ask the Black King for help. Good. 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 Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Go to hell. You'll pay for what you've done. Bai Bijiang took a step forward with overwhelming killing intent. De Huang, Longshan, and the others also became nervous. Let's get ready. Big brother can't defeat Bai Bijiang by himself. Mui Bai's eyes were solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the moment, the 500 disciples of the White Tiger Mansion were also itching for a fight. Xianxia took a deep breath and pointed his sword at Bai Bijiang. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows. Xianxia's heart sank. Facing Bai Bijiang's terrifying pressure, Xianxia was forced into a passive position. He had already consumed a lot of his energy, which made this battle even more strenuous for him. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Bai Bijiang alone, he didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. In less than 10 moves, Xianxia was completely on the defensive. He could barely move. Black King! Xianxia called out. The Black King arrived in an instant. The two were telepathically connected. They slashed at Bai Bijiang and began their counterattack. However, Xianxia had still underestimated Bai Bijiang. As the lord of a prefecture, Bai Bijiang's strength was absolutely 1 in a million. Even among the 9 Heaven Star Lords, he was definitely one of the best. There was no doubt about it. Bai Bijiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he raged. The thunderbolts from his palms were unstoppable, forcing Xianxia to defend passively. The Black King and him were in great danger even when they teamed up. This battle was indeed too difficult for him. However, Xianxia remained the same. He wanted to squeeze out every last bit of his strength. He wanted to continuously become stronger. Only by doing so could he continue to improve. How dare you fight me? You don't have the ability to do so. Bai Bijiang's every move carried endless momentum. The invincible might of a 9th-level Star-Lord was unstoppable. Xianxia and the Black King used all their means, but they were still losing ground. Bai Bijiang's momentum greatly inspired the disciples of the White Tiger residence. This battle completely ignited the flames on the ruins. Facing the counterattack of the disciples of the White Tiger residence, De Huang, Longshan, and the others also gritted their teeth and charged forward. With the help of the monsters of the 9th-level Star-Lords, the fierce battle did not stop for a while. Xianxia was the only one who kept looking for an opportunity while retreating. Although he knew that he would lose, Xianxia's indomitable spirit shocked even Bai Bijiang. This guy was completely courting death. However, he was able to escape from Bai Bijiang's hands and retreat unscathed. Although he was in a sorry state, the black-robed man took most of the attacks for him. He was slippery like a loach and always managed to escape from death. Damn it. Since you only know how to escape, let's see my real killer move. Bai Bijiang struck out with both palms. Winds howled from his palms, and the winds and clouds shifted. A frightening palm strike came from all directions. His target was only one, to kill Xianxia. That was because Bai Bijiang was no longer in the mood to continue playing with him. Master, be careful. The Black King's pupils constricted. He took the lead and stood in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He grasped the Sky Ascension stairway and instantly teleported himself and the Black King away, vanishing from the spot. How is this possible? Bai Bijiang's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes narrowed. Xianxia's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Bai Bijiang was extremely puzzled. How did this guy do it? Die. Bai Bijiang's palm strikes were getting closer and closer. Xianxia was able to escape each time, but he could only passively defend himself. Every time he fought with Bai Bijiang, it was extremely dangerous, and he had a slim chance of survival. What Xianxia wanted was the pressure of a life-and-death battle. Although he knew he was no match for Bai Bijiang, he still relied on the stairway to heaven. He knew he couldn't defeat Bai Bijiang, but with the help of the stairway to heaven, he still went ahead even though he knew he couldn't defeat Bai Bijiang. Bai Bijiang couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Every time he was close to killing Jiang Chen would always escape. Although Jiang Chen wasn't a match for him, Jiang Chen must have some amazing secret treasure that allowed him to teleport. That was enough to put him in an invincible position. Ah! 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 Bai Bijiang's palm slashed down like a blade. Jiang Chen retreated with great caution. His strength was constantly being squeezed out, but this wasn't the thrill of being abused. Instead, it was the growth that came from fighting an expert. He was growing with every exchange, and he was transforming with every second. Master Bai, please show mercy. Following a loud shout, a yellow-robed figure suddenly flew over and appeared between Jiang Chen and Bai Bijiang. His expression was grim and solemn. Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? Bai Bijiang's eyes were sharp. Lung Lung asked a question he already knew the answer to. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. I hope Master Bai will show mercy. We can sit down and talk about it, Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. Bai Bijiang was the crown prince after all. Although he was angry, he had to put aside his anger for the time being. A life for a life, a debt for a life. It's only right and proper. I couldn't do anything about Bai Lu and Bai Zhi's deaths in the 4 mansions and 1 battalion grand competition. I've already done my best. However, he doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he behave atrociously in front of the White Tiger Mansion and kill the people of the White Tiger Mansion? This matter concerns the dignity of the White Tiger Mansion. Please make a decision, Your Highness. Bai Bijiang harumphed coldly. His words were like pearls, pointing to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has saved my life before. He's like a famous teacher. Please calm down for the time being. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Lin Tianlin said. Teacher, may I know why this matter started? Lin Tianlin knew that Jiang Chen was not an unreasonable person. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Jiang Chen to behave atrociously in the White Tiger Prefecture and kill people to show off his power. To him, this was indeed not in line with his identity and temperament. De Huang and Long San were almost killed by the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the White Tiger Mansion. If I hadn't arrived in time, they would have died. How do you explain this matter, Master Bai? The competition in the Minorcosm world is a battle of life and death. Blades and swords have no eyes. Yet, you actually ordered your disciple to do such a dishonorable thing. Looks like this isn't what a gentleman would do. Jiang Chen sneered. Bullsh*T. As the mansion master of 4 manors and 1 camp, how could I do such a despicable thing? You're right, I do hate you and want nothing more than to hack you into 1,000 pieces. However, as the mansion master, do you think I'd do anything to a junior? If I wanted to kill you, why would I cower and do such a dishonorable thing? Humph, you're slandering me. Bai Bijiang's face was filled with arrogance. Who knows if the White Tiger Mansion is filled with repulsive, sinister, and cunning people? Humph humph. Jiang Chen said indifferently. You, nonsense. Today, I must seek justice for my dead disciple. Bai Bijiang's palm wind rose again. It was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and its killing intent was unstoppable. Mansion Master Bai. Wait. There's something fishy about this. Please think twice. Bai Bijiang's palm wind landed in front of Lin Tianlin, but it didn't strike him. After all, Lin Tianlin was the crown prince of the Lin Kingdom. His status wasn't something that could be shaken by anyone. Although he didn't have any real power now, nobody dared to ignore his status. Teacher. Tianlin is willing to swear on my head that this is not Mansion Master Bai's doing. It's highly possible that there's more to it. Please calm down. Let's discuss this further. Lin Tianlin wore a solemn expression. As the mansion master of 4 manors and 1 camp, Bai Bijiang was the emperor's confidant. He only took orders from the emperor. His status was second only to the emperor, and he was extremely arrogant. The mansion masters of the 4 manors and 1 camp were all upright people. Otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with such an important task by the emperor. Lin Tianlin believed this very much. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was just as Lin Tianlin had said. This matter might have something to do with the White Tiger Mansion, but it might not have been planned by Bijong. Chapter 4273, Death Die for me to see in a side hall of the White Tiger Mansion, Jiang Chen and Bijong sat facing each other. Their eyes were filled with the desire to fight. Lin Tianlin sat in the middle. The three of them had complicated looks in their eyes. I trust Mansion Master Bai's character very much. As the Emperor Father's most trusted man, he would never secretly order the White Tiger Mansion to assassinate De Huang, Brother Long, and the others, even though he has a grudge against Master. I can guarantee that. Everyone knows that Master has offended many people in the competition of the 4 manors and 1 camp. Therefore, it's highly possible that someone is making a big deal out of this matter to mislead the public. They want us to kill each other. Whether it's to kill Master or to weaken the strength of the 4 manors and 1 camp, it'll be of great benefit. Lin Tianlin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. You're saying that someone is trying to make things difficult and mislead the public so that the 4 manors and 1 camp will fight against Jiangchen? Bijong said in a low voice. That's right. Therefore, I suspect that it's that person's doing. If it's really him, it's obvious that he's up to something. Lin Tianlin looked at Jiangchen and took a deep breath. If it's really him, perhaps you should be prepared. Jiangchen said. What on earth are you two talking about? Bijong was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Jiangchen and Lin Tianlin were talking about. Now that things have come to this, there's something I must tell you. Please keep it a secret for me, Mansion Master Bai. Lin Tianlin rose to his feet and bowed slightly. He looked at Bijong with a solemn expression. Your Highness, I can't do that. Bijong rose to his feet immediately. No matter what, Lin Tianlin was the future crown prince. He couldn't afford to lose his status and etiquette. Your Highness, feel free to speak your mind. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation, so you're half a master of the Lin Kingdom. I dare not act rashly. Very well, Mansion Master Bai. I'll be frank with you. You're my father's most trusted aide. Tianlin doesn't dare to hide anything from you. Lin Tianlin took a deep breath. To him, making this decision was akin to putting his life in someone else's hands. He couldn't afford to underestimate it. I think the person who wants you to kill each other is the current empress. How is that possible? Bijong's body sank and his expression changed. The empress was the crown prince's mother. Why would he suspect his own mother? Empress Lin was the motherly model of the entire Lin Kingdom, and everyone knew about her. I didn't believe it when I heard the news, but it's the truth. But the truth is that my mother has left me forever. The current Empress Lin is the Feather Clan member who was spurned by the Lin Kingdom. My mother is the Feather Clan member who was chased away by the Lin Kingdom many years ago. Lin Tianlin's eyes were moist as he spoke in a low voice. I can't talk nonsense about my mother's identity. The current Empress Lin is the evildoer of the Feather Clan. But I don't have enough evidence. Moreover, the Feather Clan's monster empress's influence in the Lin Kingdom is spread all over the Lin Kingdom. Since my father went into closed-door cultivation, she's practically in control of the Lin Kingdom now. The Lin Kingdom could be overthrown at any time. Once that Feather Clan demonic woman joins the Feather Clan and causes trouble for the human race, it will be the end of the human race. The consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Tianlin's words made Bijong's face darken, but he didn't say a word. He knew how serious this matter was, and it wasn't something that a mansion master of the 4 mansions and 1 camp could control. I wanted to compete with her secretly, but I almost got Brother Long Shersan killed. Now, many people in the Lin Kingdom, including the 4 mansions and 1 camp, have turned to the Feather Clan's monster empress. So, the whole story is probably the Feather Clan's monster empress's plot. As long as she gradually controls more than half of the Lin Kingdom's power, the Lin Kingdom will be in danger. Back then, she wanted to blacklist me, and that was why my strength plummeted. It wasn't until recently that I met Teacher that I gradually recovered. All of this is the Feather Clan's monster empress. Teacher and the others have always been a thorn in her side. I'm guessing that she definitely wants to use this opportunity to kill Teacher. He has offended too many people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, And she just so happens to have the ability to mobilize the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion to plan this assassination. Even if she kills teacher and the others, no one will suspect it. It's only logical because he has already been at odds with the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. If he can kill the people from the 4 mansions and 1 camp, it's a good thing for her. No matter what the result was, it would only benefit her and not harm her at all. It seemed to be a flawless plan, but it was precisely because she had misjudged the character and determination of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp lords that she had failed to take them down for so many years. This was enough to prove that Imperial Father's trust in them was unparalleled. However, it's also a good thing for her to be able to exhaust her strength in the end. It's very likely that Master misunderstood because of the assassination attempt by the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion. This could be a meticulously planned scheme. In summary, these are Tianlin's words from the bottom of his heart. I hope Master Bai will understand. Xianxia didn't refute Lin Tianlin's words because he trusted Lin Tianlin's words. Since Lin Tianlin was willing to use his life as a guarantee, he must have a lot of trust in Bai Bijiang. Moreover, he was telling Bai Bijiang everything he had. If he didn't have enough trust in Bai Bijiang, he wouldn't have done so. Bai Bijiang sighed and nodded heavily. His Majesty once said that Crown Prince is his only successor. Now, it seems that it's true. His Majesty has a unique vision. Your Highness's words have enlightened this old man. The Lin nation seems peaceful now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Maybe we really need to prepare for a rainy day. I, Bai Bijiang, have a clear line between love and hate, but I also know what is righteous. I am indebted to His Majesty for appointing me as the Mansion Master of the White Tiger Mansion to protect the Lin nation. I, Bai Bijiang, am willing to listen to your Highness's orders to eliminate the Demon Empress and help the human race. Until death. Mansion Master Bai is a righteous man. Tianlin is deeply indebted to you for the Lin nation. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice with a hint of joy in his eyes. Since that's the case, since the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan wants to kill us with a borrowed knife, we'll beat her at her own game. Xianxia said in a low voice. His eyes were sharp and murderous. That damned Demon Empress could only blame herself for attacking his brother. Not only her, but Xianxia would also kill the Feather Clan. Those demons with wings always wanted to unify the human race and take over the human race. This time, Xianxia would make them pay the price. What do you mean by that? Bai Bijiang and Lin Tianlin looked at Xianxia at the same time. Since she wants to kill me, then I'll die for her. Lin Tianlin was stunned. Die in front of her? What was going on? Both Lin Tianlin and Bai Bijiang were puzzled. It seemed that Xianxia already had a plan. Please enlighten me, Master, Lin Tianlin asked eagerly. Killing Empress Lin had always been his lifelong dream. His biological mother had been killed by the sinister and cunning monster of the Feather Clan. However, he was alone and had no evidence. He had almost gotten Long Shersan killed because of his slight actions. Now, he had to be even more careful. However, the person he wanted to kill the most was his master. Xianxia was his only hope. Since Empress Lin wants me dead so badly, why don't we go with the flow and let Chief Bai kill me so that she will give up? When water is full, it will overflow. When the moon is full, it will be waning. If you want to destroy a person, you must first inflate them. Then, she will be more unscrupulous and we will be able to carry out our plan in the open. Xianxia said. Bai Bijiang looked at Lin Tianlin, his heart filled with confusion. Although he was filled with hatred towards Xianxia, his personal grudges could only be put aside for the sake of his country. Currently, the safety of Lin country and the rise and fall of the human race were at stake. Bai Bijiang understood the stakes better than anyone else. There must be a reason why Xianxia was trusted by the Crown Prince. Although Xianxia's strength wasn't as good as his, he had to admit that Xianxia was the most outstanding genius in the past 100 years in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. Even the Crown Prince thought highly of him, which was enough to prove his ability. As the Crown Prince of the Lin Kingdom, the Crown Prince shouldered great responsibilities. Even though Xianxia had saved his life, the Crown Prince would not listen to Xianxia and respect him as his master if he did not trust Xianxia so much. I'd like to hear the details. Bai Bijiang looked at Xianxia again. He had already let go of his prejudices. He would not be ambiguous when it came to important matters. Xianxia nodded slightly. He could tell that Bai Bijiang was a talent of his generation. Lin Tianlin and Bai Bijiang raised their heads in anticipation of Jiang Chen's next plan. If I die, Kirin province will be enraged and the chief will come to investigate. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp will be in chaos. I think Empress Lin will definitely make a move. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp will take this opportunity to attack. Even if we can't kill Empress Lin, we will definitely make her panic. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp are the last lines of defense of the Lin kingdom. The Empress of the Feather clan has not made a move all these years, partly because the Emperor is in seclusion and partly because she fears the 4 constabularies and partly because she is afraid of the 4 constabularies and the camp. But only you. However, to completely stir up the internal strife of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion, only your highness has the ability to do so. Jiang Chen said. This was the best plan he could think of so far. Empress Lin had repeatedly attacked and manipulated things from behind the scenes. If they continued to sit back and wait for death, they would only become more and more passive. It was better to take the initiative and prepare for a rainy day. Only in this way could they seize the best opportunity. Lin Tianlin's eyes lit up, and Bai Bijiang's lips curled up. This Jiang Chen was really a schemer. It was not unreasonable for the crown prince to trust him. This plan is simply brilliant. Teacher, you are a genius. Ha ha ha, if the 4 constabularies and 1 camp can contend with her, then we will definitely achieve great success. The only thing that the Empress is afraid of now is the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. If we start an internal conflict, she will definitely seize the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to us. I will go to the other governors now. This is a brilliant plan. Bai Bijiang kept nodding, agreeing with Jiang Chen's plan. I'm afraid the entire White Tiger residence will be overturned in the last battle. Jiang Chen smiled. The corner of Bai Bijiang's mouth twitched slightly. This was his painstaking effort over the years. Forget it. Bai Bijiang said while gritting his teeth. How could the Empress trust him if he didn't destroy the White Tiger residence? Watch out. I won't show any mercy. Bai Bijiang's eyes turned cold. He could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. Although he wouldn't really kill Jiang Chen in this battle, he had to vent his anger. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the side hall of the White Tiger residence was completely overturned. Dust was flying, chickens were jumping, and debris was flying everywhere. The negotiation failed? I'm afraid even the crown prince can't save Jiang Chen. That's right. With the residence master's fiery temper, he will definitely kill Jiang Chen, who doesn't know what's good for him. He will avenge the dead disciples of the White Tiger residence and clear the name of the White Tiger residence. Humph, this is called asking for it. Who asked him to be so arrogant and dare to break into the White Tiger residence? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Sigh, we'll lose 800 men to kill 1,000 enemies. Our White Tiger residence is completely destroyed this time. Countless disciples of the White Tiger residence couldn't help but feel bitter. This battle had completely razed the White Tiger residence to the ground. Although Jiang Chen was losing ground and his life was hanging by a thread, they even lost their homes. Their hatred for Jiang Chen was even more intense. Jiang Chen, I'll grind your bones to ashes today and behead you as an example to everyone. Bai Bijiang's methods were turbulent, and his momentum did not diminish. The battle between the two of them once again blew up the White Tiger residence, causing the disciples of the White Tiger residence to suffocate. Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he could not be lawless in front of the residence master. When Jiang Chen and the Black King joined forces, the situation became more and more difficult under Bai Bijiang's suppression. This old thing is actually abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He clenched his teeth and persevered. Compared to before, he was even stronger. However, Jiang Chen was doing it in an orderly manner. Although the pressure was great, it also allowed his strength to increase continuously, which would be very beneficial to his breakthrough. The battle between Bai Bijiang and Jiang Chen was in full swing, causing the disciples to tremble in fear. Even De Huang and Long Shersan exchanged glances. It seemed like little Xianxia was planning to fight to the death with the White Tiger residents. "Residents Master Bai, please show mercy," Lin Tianlin shouted with a gloomy expression. "Go to hell." Bai Bijiang struck out with his palm and hit Jiang Chen's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jiang Chen was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Even his aura was extremely weak. "No," Long Shersan and De Huang roared almost at the same time. Their eyes widened in anger. Jiang Chen had failed to resist Bai Bijiang's palm. There was no doubt that he would be defeated. However, no one expected Bai Bijiang to be so ferocious as to defeat his enemy with a single move. His murderous aura filled the sky. Even Lin Tianlin was stunned on the spot with a sorrowful expression on his face. "Those who offend the White Tiger residents will be killed without mercy." "Impossible. This is impossible." De Huang and Long Shersan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as their faces turned pale. Xiaolong, Muibai, and the rest all rushed towards Jiang Chen. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was invincible. No matter what, he would always be able to escape. But at this moment, he had fallen down and lost his life. How could this be possible? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Little Xianxia. Big Yellow clenched his teeth, his body was trembling. For so many years, they had been working hand in hand. He never thought that Jiang Chen would leave this world before him. For them, this was completely unacceptable. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. At least you have a conscience. Ha ha ha. Don't resist. I'm faking my death. Bai Bijiang will still attack you guys. Just pretend to be dead. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice. De Huang's eyes were even a little wet. F***ck. You actually lied to Master Dog. Damn it. De Huang was stunned for a moment. His heart was completely relieved, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Mother F***ker, you bastard. Little Xianxia, you F***king scared me to death. Long Shersan also complained about Jiang Chen. This guy had silently reached an agreement with the White Tiger Mansion's mansion lord. Although they didn't know what Jiang Chen's plan was, Long Shersan and the rest still believed in his words. All of you can go to hell too. Bai Bijiang's attack was incomparably ruthless. With a slap, De Huang and the rest were all pushed back. They were completely defeated. You dare to show off in my White Tiger Mansion. This is your fate. Bai Bijiang's eyes were like lightning, causing the entire White Tiger Mansion to become incomparably excited. Jiang Chen was insufferably arrogant and had killed countless people. However, in front of their wise mansion lord Bai, he was still defeated. Moreover, all 5 of them died here. This was simply too satisfying. Humph. Unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. This is Jiang Chen's fate. He destroyed our entire White Tiger Mansion. Killing him is too easy for him. Mighty Mansion Lord. Mighty. Bai Bijiang's face was full of pride as he slightly nodded his head. However, his heart was incomparably bitter. The White Tiger Mansion was completely razed to the ground. This was an extremely embarrassing matter for them. The White Tiger Mansion's reconstruction was even more a headache. However, for the sake of the Lin country, Bai Bijiang's in his heart. White Tiger Mansion Lord. You will definitely regret this. Lin Tianlin said fiercely. Even the Crown Prince was humiliated in front of Bai Bijiang. This made countless disciples of the White Tiger Mansion proud and elated. Even if they had the Crown Prince's backing, what could they do? Didn't they still become ghosts under the hands of Mansion Lord Bai? The disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp had always been extremely arrogant, and they were no less conceited than anyone else. In the Lin country, they were proud and arrogant. Although the White Tiger Prefecture was destroyed, they had won the battle. Jiang Chen and his group of 5 were all killed by the prefecture chief. Lin Tianlin was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the mansion lords of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were directly under the emperor. Even the Crown Prince could not give orders to the mansion lords of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. This is my duty. As the mansion lord of the White Tiger Mansion, Bai Bijiang is duty-bound. I hope your highness will not be angry. Finishing his words, Bai Bijiang turned and left. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the crown prince could not resist Bai Bijiang's anger. He could only take the corpses of Jiang Chen and his group and leave the White Tiger Mansion. The next day, while the White Tiger Mansion was in the midst of reconstruction, the Kirin province's mansion Lord Mu Tianhing directly went to the mansion and fought with Bai Bijiang for 300 rounds. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses and died. The Azure Dragon Manor was involved, while the Black Warrior Manor and Qilin Manor were of the same breath and branch, breathing out from the same nostril. Among the 4 manors and 1 camp, only the Vermilion Bird camp did not participate, but a chaotic battle had already begun. Jiang Chen's death could not be counted as a victory for the Kirin province. After all, he had already declared that he was no longer part of the Kirin province. However, Mu Yibai's death had completely driven Mu Tianhing crazy. That was his own daughter, killed by Bai Bijiang. How could Mu Tianhing sit and wait for death? The chaotic situation of the 4 mansions and 1 camp had already unfolded. The entire imperial capital was in turmoil, and no one dared to interfere. After all, the experts in the 4 mansions and 1 camp were as numerous as the clouds. Even the great general did not dare to order them around. The White Tiger Mansion's destruction and the deaths of Jiang Chen and Mu Yibai had once stirred up a storm in the Lin country's imperial capital. Countless people were looking forward to it. Imperial capital, Imperial Harem Palace. Behind the beautiful forest, there was a graceful bearing, graceful and magnanimous. Leaning on a phoenix couch, her breath smelled like orchids. Her eyes were bright and enchanting. Behind the curtain were 4 palace maids fanning themselves with feather fans. In front of the door, 3 black-clothed men were kneeling. They were fully armed, wearing black robes. Even their noses and mouths were covered, not revealing a trace of their appearance. "How is the investigation going?" Lin Empress said faintly. Her voice was incomparably lazy and calm. "Jiang Chen is already dead, and was buried by the crown prince. Mu Yibai's death caused Kirin province's Mu Tianhing to completely go berserk. He fought with Bai Bijiang for 3 days and 3 nights, shaking the entire imperial capital. Countless people watched and did not dare to make the slightest move. Now that the 4 mansions and 1 camp are in chaos, the situation in the imperial capital is also becoming more and more difficult. Now that all the factions have entered the situation, only the Vermilion Bird camp is not participating. They are sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight." Lin Empress smiled faintly. She gently supported her cheek with her hand. Her eyes were ambiguous as she muttered, "God is really helping me. The heavens are helping me. Ha ha ha, for so many years, the 4 manors and 1 camp have been my biggest stumbling block. These fellows think highly of themselves and only listen to His Majesty. Today, you've thrown yourselves into disarray and made a big fuss. You can't blame me for this." Lin Empress's heart moved. This was the best time for her to make a move. For so many years, she did not make a move mainly because of the existence of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Now that they had made a big move after the grand competition, it was the best time for her to make a move. She had waited for too long for this moment. As long as the 4 mansions and 1 camp completely collapsed, then it would be much easier for her to topple the Lin Empire. At that time, she only needed to mobilize her forces and stir up the crisis of the Lin Empire. Then, everything would be within her reach. After hiding in the human race for so many years, her goal was about to be realized. "Congratulations, Empress," the 3 of them said at the same time. The chaotic battle between the 4 mansions and 1 camp would definitely cause them to turn against each other and suffer great losses. Lin Empress's initial plan was like this. But even she did not expect that the death of Jiang Chen would make the situation so clear. It seemed that the most correct move she made was secretly scheming against Jiang Chen and the White Tiger Mansions to turn against each other. "Everything is under control. Ha ha ha, it seems that the day of our success is not far away. Ha ha ha, damn monkey, I've reached the 6th sky of Star-Lord." In the Buddha prison palace, Big Yellow bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he spoke to Shirsan. Xiaolong followed behind him happily. 1 big and 1 small. Xiaolong had reached the 4th sky of Star-Lord as well, but he wasn't much weaker than De Huang. The terror of the eternal indestructible body was gradually being revealed. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Just the sixth sky of Star-Lord? Do you think you're the only one in the world who's reached the sixth sky? TSK, Muibai is already at the seventh sky. Can you do it? Muibai blushed and rolled his eyes at Long Xianxia. However, there was still a hint of intimacy between the two. De Huang curled his lips. Well. Don't lead the child astray. Xiaolong, you can't be like that damn monkey when you grow up. Do you understand? De Huang said sourly. Piss off. Is little Xianxia awake yet? Long Xianxia said coldly. He's awake? Big brother is awake. Muibai's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed like lightning. His chi skyrocketed. Compared to before, it was many times stronger. The battle with Bai Bijiang was a great fortune. Although it was a narrow escape from death, the rewards were unimaginably good. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Bijiang. F***CK. Little Xianxia, you've reached the second sky of Star-Lord? De Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always been the most stable one, taking things one step at a time. This time, he had reached the sixth sky of Star-Lord from the peak of the fourth sky of Star-Lord, on par with De Huang. However, De Huang knew that little Xianxia was a freak. His strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. I did gain a lot from this battle with Bai Bijiang. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. The smile on his face was self-evident. It seems like it will be difficult for me to defeat you in the future. De Huang sighed, as if he was in great pain. I don't think you've ever beaten Big Brother. Xiaolong mumbled. Jiang Chen and Long Xianxia burst out laughing, but De Huang's face was as red as a pig's liver. Little wimp, what do you know? Back in the god world, your big brother De Huang was a true ancient god who could move unhindered. Don't be so shameless. Little Xianxia won't stoop to your level, but do you think I'm a vegetarian? Keeping a low profile was the way to go. Back then, I was the most talented spiritual stone monkey in the world. I jumped out of the three realms and wasn't within the five elements. I wasn't inferior to the eternal apes at all. Was I arrogant? Long Xianxia patted his chest and said with a smile. Pfft, don't bring up these old matters. De Huang said disapprovingly. I have something good to tell you guys. Do you guys still want to hear it? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. What is it? De Huang's eyes lit up as he raised his head in anticipation. These are 11 Dao laws that I found on the 5th level of Buddha Prison Palace. 2 for each of you. It should be able to increase your strength. Jiang Chen said. Why don't you share such good stuff with us? He. De Huang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he was overjoyed. He didn't need to be courteous with Jiang Chen. Long Xianxia, Muibai, Xiaolong, and everyone else's eyes were shining brightly. They had just broken through and obtained 2 Dao laws. This was even more exciting than a pie falling from the sky. Little Xianxia, don't you want to keep some for yourself? Long Xianxia said in a deep voice. The Genesis Qi and Dao essence contained in each Dao law were extremely terrifying and could allow them to break through to the first heavenly layer in an instant. However, Jiang Chen gave them all. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't need it. Don't worry, I've broken through to the second heavenly layer directly this time. I still need some time to stabilize my foundation. Long Xianxia kept the Dao laws. It won't be long before we have to fight with the Demon Empress. If we don't hurry up and improve our strength, we'll become cannon fodder. Jiang Chen said. I wonder what's going on outside. Muibai was worried. The fight between the 4 residences and 1 camp was bound to continue. If the situation outside goes out of control, Lin Tianlin will come to me. He should be able to control the internal strife of the 4 residences and 1 camp. Although he can't control the 4 residences and 1 camp, as the Crown Prince and the Emperor's hand-picked heir, he won't be qualified to inherit the imperial power if he doesn't even have this ability. Jiang Chen smiled. Black King, this is yours. Jiang Chen handed the last 3 Dao laws to the Black King. The Black King's face flushed red. He didn't expect his master to give him more Dao laws than his brothers. Don't worry. You should recover your strength as soon as possible. These 3 Tao laws should be the most helpful to you. Xianxia's words touched the Black King greatly. The Black King nodded heavily. He knew that the situation was imminent and he would never let his master down. In the 5th level of the Buddha prison pagoda, Xianxia still obtained Tao laws. For him, Tao laws were of little value, and the astral pole was not something he could cultivate at the moment. However, this time, he had directly increased his battle strength by 2 heavens. At this moment, Xianxia was preparing to stabilize his strength and refine the Genesis weapon he obtained in the deep-sea dragon abyss. He would set up a formation and evolve a sword formation, which would definitely be his trump card. A grade 6 Genesis weapon was just right for Xianxia. It was an absolute grade battle weapon that only Star Emperor experts could possess. Therefore, the Heavenly Dragon Sword, which was at least grade 7 or above, was extremely difficult to control because it had not been completely integrated by Xianxia. Therefore, every time he used the Heavenly Dragon Sword, it was extremely compatible with Xianxia. Sword 27 was indeed terrifying, but the Heavenly Dragon Sword could only display 1,000th of its battle strength. 18 grade 6 Genesis weapons. Xianxia had never dared to try before, but at this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and he had to give it a try. The Azura sword formation from back then had to be reactivated, but 18 grade 6 battle swords might not be something he could control. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Xianxia. However, if he could use 18 grade 6 battle swords to form a sword formation to defend against the enemy, it would certainly be world-shaking. Whether he would succeed or not depended on this. Big Yellow, Black King, and the others were all silently cultivating and comprehending the laws of Tao, hoping to reach even greater strength as soon as possible. He couldn't be careless either. Whether or not he could succeed in the Ashura sword formation would depend on his luck. The chaotic battle between the 4 residences and 1 camp was getting more and more intense. The entire imperial capital was in an uproar, as if a storm was brewing. Many of the major forces watched from afar, not daring to slack off. The 4 manors and 1 battalion were the foundation of the Lin Kingdom. It was the place where the geniuses of the human race gathered. Now that such a great battle had occurred, everyone was anxious. The White Tiger Mansion and the Kirin Province were like fire and water. The Azure Dragon Mansion and the Black Warrior Mansion were helping from the side, fanning the flames. The Vermilion Bird Camp was restless. Although the battle had not yet begun, all the mansion chiefs had already joined in. The imperial capital was in a state of chaos. The chaos in the Lin Kingdom was becoming more and more unpredictable. It wasn't just the 4 manors and 1 battalion. The officials of the Lin Kingdom and the royal court were all waiting for the final outcome. Lin Tianlin was also extremely nervous. The Lin Empress hadn't made a move yet. Had she already sensed something? Or had she been waiting for an opportunity? As the heir to the throne of the Lin Kingdom, Lin Tianlin's shoulders were heavier than anyone else's. Moreover, the Demon Empress' every move could topple the Lin Kingdom. At this critical moment, no one was more worried than Lin Tianlin. His strength wasn't enough to change the situation. The only thing he could use to intimidate people was his identity. Therefore, he could only hope that his teacher would bring him a pleasant surprise. He hoped that the Demon Empress would be deeply involved in this conspiracy. Even if he couldn't kill her in one fell swoop, he could at least hurt her to the bone. With this, he could gradually gain a foothold and gain the support of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. When the time came, he would be able to stand up to the Demon Empress. Half a month later, the sun was setting in the west. Lin Tianlin received a notice from all the 4 manors and 1 battalion. The Lin Empress was finally making a move. In order to maintain the safety of the imperial capital and ensure the safety of the people, she had invited the 5 mansion chiefs to a banquet to discuss and prevent the internal strife from happening. Although he knew it was a banquet, he had to go. Lin Tianlin knew that the Lin Empress wasn't just trying to stabilize the situation in the imperial capital. It was very likely her conspiracy. Once the conspiracy succeeded and the 4 manors and 1 battalion were under her control, the entire Lin Kingdom and even the human race would be in deep trouble. Lin Tianlin had used all of his means to gather the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion to launch a powerful strike at Lin Empress. As for whether it would work or not, it all depended on God's will. Lin Tianlin couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia was still in the midst of cultivation. What he could do now was to gather the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Only by doing so would he have the chance to defeat Lin Empress. Since Lin Empress had already made her move, he had to seize the opportunity to rise up. There weren't many chances like this. He could still control the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, but once the situation went out of control and the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion fell into a passive position, it would be difficult for him to move forward. "Father, when will you be able to come out of seclusion?" Lin Tianlin murmured. Ever since his father went into seclusion, the Lin kingdom had been in a slump. Although nothing major had happened, the Demon Empress people had gradually taken control of the Lin kingdom. His father was the stabilizing force of the Lin kingdom. Lin Tianlin could only hope that his father would wake up as soon as possible. If the Demon Empress was allowed to continue, when his father woke up, he might not be able to stabilize the Lin kingdom. A large part of the human race's power had already been infiltrated by the Demon Empress. The Feather race and the Fairy race were the biggest threats. Once the Qizhong region fell, the entire planet Xianxia would be under the control of the Feather race. At night, the wind was gentle and the clouds were light. The imperial palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. In front of the Chongyang Palace, there were people singing and dancing. Morongjia of the Azure Dragon Mansion. Xianxia of the Black Warrior Mansion. Bai Bijiang of the White Tiger Mansion. Chen Hongmin of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Mu Tianhing of the Kirin Province. "Greetings, Your Highness." The 5 of them bowed slightly and greeted Empress Lin. "You may rise." Empress Lin smiled and said calmly, "Today is a family banquet. There is no need to stand on ceremony. You are all His Majesty's loyal subjects. I am relieved that you are all here. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone nodded their heads in greeting and took their seats one by one. However, everyone's faces were not very pleasant. As a member of the imperial harem, I shouldn't be involved in politics. However, this is a special time. His Majesty is in seclusion and the imperial capital is in a precarious situation. You are all the most trusted people of His Majesty and the pillars of the Lin Kingdom. You are the most important people in the Lin Kingdom. If you have disagreements at this time and the civil war continues, I will be very worried. What if the Feather race and the Fairy race take advantage of the situation and invade us? Empress Lin's every move was full of worry. She only had her country in her heart. The way she worried about the country and the people made everyone admire the Empress. She was indeed the model mother of the world. Empress Lin is right. However, Bai Bijiang killed my daughter. If I don't avenge him, I am not a father. Mu Tianhing said in a deep voice. He didn't back down at all. That was the people of the Kirin province. They brought about their own destruction. The White Tiger residence was razed to the ground. Who am I going to complain to? Is this how you teach your disciples in the Kirin province? Then I really don't dare to flatter you. Bai Bijiang sneered, unwilling to give up. You are twisting words and forcing logic. A life for a life, a debt for a life. This is the law of the world. Mu Tianhing shouted angrily. The 2 of them argued and didn't give way to each other. It felt like they would fight each other at the slightest disagreement. They had fought several times before, but there was no clear winner. If it weren't for the Empress banquet in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace, they would have fought a long time ago. This matter is of great importance. I know that both of you have grievances in your hearts. However, after all, your country is the most important. Now, the imperial capital is in a precarious situation. I am just a woman and don't have much power. In order to let His Majesty cultivate in seclusion peacefully, I can only show my face and uphold justice. If I am biased and unfair, I hope all the prefecture masters won't be unhappy. Everything is for His Majesty and for the future of the Lin Kingdom. If you continue to fight, the Lin Kingdom will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The country will no longer be a country. That is not what you want to see, right? Even if His Majesty knows about it, I don't know how disappointed he will be. Ladies and gentlemen, today, this imperial palace is willing to sacrifice my face to ask you to shake hands and make peace, to drink a cup of wine to bury the hatchet. Empress Lin said faintly. Her voice became a little cold and domineering. Although she claimed to be a woman, Empress Lin's prestige was quite high. Even in the imperial court, no one dared to oppose her. After His Majesty cultivated in seclusion, she seemed to have become an existence above tens of thousands of people. Now that she had deployed the prefecture masters of the 4 residences and 1 camp, she already had an idea. The destruction of the White Tiger residence has incomparably enraged me. Many of my disciples have died in Kirin province, but for the sake of the world and the Lin kingdom, I, Bai Bijiang, am willing to give up. Bai Bijiang said in a deep voice. That's a good thing. Everyone is united and will work together to solve His Majesty's problems. The people of the world will definitely applaud the residence masters. Empress Lin said with a smile. She was calm and dignified, like a motherly model of the world. Since Your Majesty has said so, if I, Mu Tianheng, continue to make a fuss, it will seem like I don't have the slightest magnanimity. However, I will always remember my daughter's death. By Bijiang, we will settle our enmity in the future. Humph. Mu Tianheng could only lower his head, his face full of resentment. However, for the sake of the Lin kingdom, he couldn't lose the big picture because of a small gain. Ha ha ha, that's good. Isn't it a beautiful thing to shake hands and bury the hatchet with a cup of wine? Come, my beloved subjects, although I can't drink much, I still have to offer you a toast. If it wasn't for all of you, how could the Lin kingdom prosper? Empress Lin raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. The residence masters of the 4 residences and 1 camp also nodded slightly and thanked Empress Lin. They toasted each other, each with their own ulterior motives. As they raised their cups, their eyes flickered and their hearts were unfathomable. Everyone, the moonlight tonight is intoxicating. Stay here for the night. The world will be peaceful tomorrow morning. Empress Lin smiled and a cunning look flashed in her eyes. She slowly stood up, looking elegant and poised, as if she was the one who was going to give orders. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. From tomorrow onwards, the 4 residences and 1 camp will no longer exist in the Lin kingdom. Empress Lin's voice gradually turned cold. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with gloom. Your Majesty, you are the motherly model of the world. The entire Lin kingdom is under your control. How did we offend you? Although we don't work for the imperial court, we are still His Majesty's trusted aides. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you for doing this? Bai Bijiang said in a low voice, his voice incomparably solemn. He already felt his body was exhausted. He wanted to mobilize his Genesis Qi, but he couldn't gather it. This wine is poisoned. Morong Jie glared angrily at the back of the forest. Isn't it a little too late to know now? However, this poison isn't fatal. It's colorless and odorless, and it can only gradually make you lose your fighting strength. Empress Lin smiled brightly. If she used poison, these experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion might be able to sense it. Thus, she had to make them lower their guard. Only this kind of soft poison would be able to make them lower their guard, and then she would be able to capture them all in one fell swoop. You've disrupted the order of the imperial capital. His Majesty is still in seclusion. No one in the imperial capital can deal with you. When the world is in chaos, it will definitely be the officials who cause chaos. They will not be managed by the imperial court. You are too presumptuous and arrogant. Without His Majesty, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the imperial capital? This empress is only putting down the rebellion for the people of the world, so all of you must die. For the Lin kingdom, I have no choice. Even if His Majesty comes out of seclusion and blames me, he will definitely understand my difficulties. Empress Lin's eyes flashed with disdain. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. It seems like His Highness the Crown Prince was right. This bastard isn't Empress Lin, she's the Feather Clan's monstrous genius. She wants to divide our Lin kingdom and swallow our human race. Black Warrior Mansion Principal Xianxia said through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. What His Highness the Crown Prince said was the truth. The Lin kingdom had been controlled by this demon empress for so many years, yet none of them knew about it. I really didn't expect that you, the demon empress, would use such despicable methods. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince had foresight. Demon Empress, today, we must eliminate you, cleanse the Lin Kingdom of the evil, and restore our pure land. Chen Hongmin said viciously, his fists clenched. The 5 people's breathing became heavy, their faces gloomy. Since you all know, then don't blame me for being impolite. My heart has been filled with apprehension for not killing all of you. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion are beyond the imperial court's authority. All of you are His Majesty's pawns. If you want to be outside the law, then you must die. There is only one ending for those who stand in my way. That Lin Tianlin, who doesn't know what's good for him, is exactly the same as his stubborn mother. But in the end, didn't both of them die in my hands? Does he really think he can turn the situation around? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have already descended to the 18th level of hell. But that's fine too. I'll kill all of you today, and then I'll get rid of that brat who doesn't know his place. No one can stop me. Sooner or later, the human race will fall into my hands. Empress Lin's eyes were like lightning, filled with ruthlessness. That kind of arrogance and domineeringness inspired fear in others. She was like a demon lord who ruled over the world, cold and murderous. Even the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion's mansion principals were on high alert. Even if His Highness the Crown Prince responded, she wasn't afraid at all. The inner courtyard of the imperial palace was her headquarters. No matter how many people came, she would kill them without hesitation. Even the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion's mansion principals couldn't break through her defense. The 5 of you shouldn't have ended up like this. It's a pity that I've wanted to take you in countless times, but you're all arrogant and stubborn. In the end, you've become that trash Lin Tianlin's lackeys. How disappointing. Empress Lin's face was cold. If the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion had already submitted to her, she wouldn't have waited for so long. It was because they controlled half of the country of Lin. Without absolute confidence, she didn't dare to act rashly. She originally wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, but she didn't expect that Lin Tianlin would also play tricks on her. These guys all did it on purpose. You monster of the Feather Clan, do you think everyone is like you? Don't even think about shaking the world in the human world. Lin country is the foundation of the human race. If you want to destroy it, only death awaits you. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion are only loyal to His Majesty. We're here to prevent people who bring disaster to the country. Demon Empress, die. Morongjia's eyes turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and murderous intent surged. The battle was imminent. You're simply courting death by going against me. Sigh. Empress Lin pretended to sigh. Demon Empress, you want to touch the foundation of Lin country? In your dreams. Lin Tianlin jumped up and descended from the sky with dozens of Star Lords. He was already prepared. The 2 sides were already at each other's throats. They had no choice but to fight. Someone actually came to die? Looks like you're forcing me to take action. My good son, he. Empress Lin smiled. Demon Empress, don't talk nonsense. I, Lin Tianlin, will behead you today to avenge my mother and let the dead Lin country rest in peace. What a naive child. If the future of the Lin kingdom is in your hands, it will gradually be destroyed. You don't deserve to fight against the Feather Clan. Even your father may not have the ability to do so. Do you still want to turn the situation around? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Empress Lin sneered. Her eyes flickered. So what if he's the crown prince? Her forces had gradually spread to more than half of the Lin kingdom. If she gave the order, the entire Lin kingdom would be in deep trouble. By then, the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion would not be able to maintain the stability of the capital. A war between the 2 races would not be far away. She had wanted to take it slow, but now that the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion were in chaos, how could she not seize the opportunity? Even though this was a conspiracy, wasn't she also plotting a conspiracy? Kill. Accompanied by an ear-piercing murderous intent, the sound echoed in the inner courtyard of the palace. In front of the palace, the entire palace was in a state of panic, and all the powerful cultivators came out. There were hundreds of star masters, and they surrounded the entire Chongyang palace. Chi, sword Chi hummed. Chen Hongmin took a step back and stabbed into Murongjia's body. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and Xianxia's pupils contracted and their expressions changed. Chen Hongmin. No one had thought that Chen Hongmin of Vermilion Bird Camp would actually betray them at this time and stab his sword into Murongjia's body. For them, this was a fatal blow. Bastard! Bai Bijiang clenched his teeth and looked at Chen Hongmin. At that moment, Chen Hongmin had already retreated. His eyes were full of intrigue and ambiguity. It's impossible to guard against this. I didn't expect that there would be such a detestable scum in the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion. Puff, Morongjia knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was on the brink of death. Even if he had a breath left, he was on the brink of death. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're so stubborn. The only ending for you is death. Empress Lin has given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. I can only send you on your way. In this world, only smart people can live longer. Chen Hongmin crossed his arms and said proudly. You traitor! You have wasted His Majesty's trust in us. You are a disgrace to the 4 constabularies. Mu Tianheng roared. Lin Tianling's expression became even more unsightly at this moment. They had already lost 2 of their generals before the battle had even begun. One was dead, and the other was dead. This was undoubtedly fatal to their current situation. Not to mention whether or not they could kill this demon empress, even if they could kill their way out, it would be extremely difficult. A spy among spies. Demon Empress, you're really scheming. Lin Tianlin trembled. The core strength of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, the last line of defense of the Lin Kingdom, was no longer a threat. No one had expected Chen Hongmin's betrayal. To them, it was no different from taking drastic measures. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Palace Master Chen, I'll leave these people to you. I don't want to see any voices of opposition. Lung Lung said. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Hongmin sneered and took a step forward. He led over 100 Star Lords and charged into the crowd with surging killing intent. Protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Mu Tianheng said in a deep voice. His voice was thunderous as he protected Mu Tianheng behind him. Your Highness, go first. Leave the rest to us. Bai Bijiang also nodded slightly. Lin Tianling's eyes were firm. If he left at this moment, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. Even if he wanted to leave, he might not have the chance. Everyone has to die. It may be lighter than a feather, or heavier than Mount Tai. I, Lin Tianlin, may not be a hero, but I still know the word honor. This battle, for the Lin Kingdom, for the people of the world, I will die without regrets. Lin Tianlin did not take Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang's words to heart. At this moment, they could only fight with their lives on the line. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang had no time to care. The dozens of Star Lords brought by His Highness the Crown Prince were no match for Lin Tianling's subordinates. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of them had fallen. Only Mu Tianheng, Xianxia, and Bai Bijiang were struggling to hold on. Chen Hongmin took the lead, killing decisively. His aura was vigorous as he led over 100 Star Lord level experts. They were like 10,000 galloping horses, their momentum not decreasing. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and the others exerted all their strength, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. In front of the enemy, Chen Hongmin's betrayal put them in an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Tianlin clenched his teeth, holding the heavy sword. Covered in blood, he slaughtered his way in and out. His strength was also extremely terrifying. At the 7th heaven of Star Lord, almost no one could be a match for him. However, seeing his subordinates fall one by one, Lin Tianlin was more anxious than anyone else. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there were less than 10 Star Lords still standing next to him, while the 100 Star Lords behind Chen Hongmin were almost unharmed. This force left Lin Tianlin in the dust. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Although Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang were very strong, it was almost impossible for them to reverse the situation. The opponent's tactic of taking turns wasn't something they could contend against. As the lord of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, the might of the 9th heaven of Star Lords was unparalleled. However, it wasn't just Chen Hongmin. There were 8 ninth heaven of star lords advancing and retreating together with him. Even Mu Tianhing was full of shock. These people were definitely not human experts. It was impossible for them not to have heard of experts of this level. These people's battle strength was actually not weaker than theirs. When they joined hands, it was a headache. Lin Tianlin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His body trembled as he slaughtered his way in and out, but he still couldn't change the situation. Their situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Even Mu Tianhing, Bai Bijiang, and Xianxia were almost exhausted fighting against 9 ninth heaven of star lords. Empress Lin's eyes were cold as she silently watched the battle. For her, as long as the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were destroyed, her plot would be completely carried out. At that time, no one in the entire Lin kingdom would be able to contend against her. A bunch of ungrateful things. From now on, I am the sky of the Lin kingdom. Empress Lin stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She was in high spirits and her arrogance soared to the sky. Lin Tianlin's eyes were dim and his face was ashen. Was the Lin kingdom really going to be completely destroyed by the Feather Clan's demon empress? Was the human race really going to be wiped off planet Crimson Afterglow? Mu Tianhing and Bai Bijiang exchanged a glance. They were also extremely depressed. They knew that they had no chance of winning this battle. It's not your turn to be the sky of the Lin kingdom. A cold voice resounded in the sky. Lin Tianlin's eyes suddenly became blazing. Master! It's Master! Jiang Chen's appearance made Lin Tianlin heave a sigh of relief. For Mu Tianhing and the others, Jiang Chen's appearance couldn't change the situation at all. Even if he could solve the urgent problem, their situation would still be worrisome. However, for Lin Tianlin, Jiang Chen was the flame of hope. Others didn't know about Jiang Chen's means, but Lin Tianlin knew very well that Jiang Chen's strength couldn't be measured by common sense. No matter what, his teacher was worthy of his trust. It seems that another person has come to die. Chen Hongmin sneered. During the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Camp had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He had always been brooding over this. Now that this guy had come to the Crown Prince and made an enemy of Empress Lin, the only ending for him was death. Jiang Chen. Empress Lin narrowed her eyes. She had heard of this name long ago. When he first came to the capital, he had stirred up a lot of trouble. He was the advisor of the Crown Prince. She had tried to kill him several times but failed every time. In the end, during the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, he had become even more famous. He was young and arrogant. Your name has indeed resounded like thunder in my ears. These days, I've heard so much about you that my calluses have grown. Young and successful, you do have some ability. As long as you're willing to abandon the darkness and join the light, I can give you a way out. I've always been a person who cherishes talent. Empress Lin said with a faint smile. She was calm and composed, showing her magnanimous demeanor. She wasn't surprised by Jiang Chen's appearance. Since the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were able to put on a show, the death of Jiang Chen and the others should just be a smokescreen. They wanted her to mislead the public and take advantage of the situation to attack. However, in the end, they had underestimated her ability. She didn't care about a group of mobs at all. Then you might be thinking too much. Kakaka, old witch, even if you kneel on the ground and lick Grandpa Dog's toes, Grandpa Dog won't do it. Big Yellow laughed wildly and brandished his claws. The 2 laws of Tao had made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the 8th heaven of Star Lord. With such combat power, Big Yellow was even confident that he could fight against the masters of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Why would he be afraid of the Feather Race's demon empress? That's right. You bunch of bastards with wings still want to overthrow the human race and replace it. That's just wishful thinking. Humph, a bunch of birdmen want to take over a magpie's nest. You're just a bunch of beasts, monsters. Long Shersan spat out a mouthful of saliva and looked straight ahead. His battle intent was soaring. They only had one goal in coming here, and that was to kill the demon empress of the Feather Race. They weren't here to bargain with her. Father. With us here, there won't be any problems. Mui Bai's eyes flashed with confidence. Mu Tianheng was shocked. He didn't expect his daughter's combat strength to improve so quickly. She had even reached the 9th sky of the Star Lord level and was on par with him. Even though her strength hadn't stabilized yet, such talent was enough to make him even more excited. What a bunch of stubborn bastards. Looks like you're here to die. Empress Lin snorted and stood up. As a member of the feather race, she hated people calling them birdmen the most. Long Shan had crossed her bottom line. She was completely infuriated. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. All of you must die. Let's see if you birdmen have what it takes. Xianxia stepped forward and raised his blade. Although he was only at the 6th heaven of the Star Lord level, his aura was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. Empress Lin, I request to go out and kill Xianxia to appease the morale of my army. Chen Hongmin was at the forefront of the group, his eyes glinting coldly at Xianxia. Very well. Empress Lin remained calm. Chen Hongmin was the lord of 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. His strength had stabilized at the 9th heaven of the Star Lord level for many years. It would be a piece of cake for him to fight against Xianxia. Xianxia, give me your life. Chen Hongmin's eyes were dark. Although he felt that he was taking revenge for a personal grudge, it was enough to kill Xianxia. Xianxia's death was already a foregone conclusion for him. Watch out. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and the others all looked at Xianxia solemnly. Chen Hongmin was not easy to deal with. He was the lord of 4 prefectures and 1 battalion of the previous generation, a true pillar of the country. It would be extremely difficult for Xianxia to defeat him. The difference in strength between the two was huge. If Xianxia wanted to turn the tide, he would have to endure pain that ordinary people couldn't. The responsibility on Xianxia's shoulders was far heavier than they had imagined. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang exchanged a glance. Both of them couldn't believe that Xianxia could really become the key figure to turn the situation around, but at least the reinforcements would arrive soon. They wouldn't be like stray dogs that couldn't hold on anymore. Chen Hongmin's eyes were as cold as a sword. He closed in on Chen Hongmin in an instant and slammed down with terrifying power, as if a mountain had fallen to the ground. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia and Chen Hongmin started a crazy bombardment. They were completely fearless. The two punched and kicked at each other in close combat. Chen Hongmin's palms slashed at Xianxia's body like blades. The power of his flesh and blood surged. Chen Hongmin was extremely shocked. However, he was at least 3 heavenly layers stronger than Xianxia after all. He could completely suppress Chen Hongmin in terms of strength. Even under the dragon transformation, he couldn't guarantee that he could block Chen Hongmin's attacks. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. Although Xianxia was careful, he wasn't cowardly at all. His combat strength as a 6th heavenly layer Star Lord shocked everyone. Even Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang couldn't help but raise their thumbs up. The waves behind drive the waves ahead, and each wave was stronger than the one before. Xianxia completely demonstrated to them what it meant to be a peerless genius. Compared to the others, although Chen Hongmin had the upper hand, De Huang, Long Shan, and the others, together with Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang, had started their strongest counterattack. They had completely blown the horn of the counterattack. The initial chaos and passivity were completely gone now. Mu Tianheng and the others were all top-notch. De Huang and Long Shan weren't easy to deal with either. They were all core experts. Empress Lin's people gradually showed signs of fatigue. Even 100 Star Lords couldn't stop the charge of De Huang and the others. The battle was getting more and more intense. Lin Tianlin looked forward, full of confidence. His teacher's appearance was indeed a great help to him. He descended from the sky like a savior. Even Empress Lin couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it! Chen Hongmin, you must kill him. Chen Hongmin was incomparably indignant, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. It was imperative to kill Xianxia, not only for his personal vendetta, but also for Xianxia to gain merit in front of Empress Lin. Chen Hongmin's offensive grew stronger and stronger, and the wind generated from his palms also grew increasingly powerful. He vividly displayed the strength of a 9th-layer Star Lord. That omnipotent and domineering aura was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Chen Hongmin's strength couldn't be underestimated since he was the camp leader of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Although he hadn't broken through to the Star Emperor level, his domineering aura had already reached the pinnacle of the Star Lord level. Ordinary experts simply couldn't match him. Chen Hongmin charged forward like a dragon. Waves of palm wind whistled towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy. However, Chen Hongmin was able to force Jiang Chen's footsteps to be disrupted. Chen Hongmin had the absolute advantage. If Jiang Chen was facing an ordinary expert, not to mention a sixth heavenly star lord, even an expert of the same level would have been crushed by Chen Hongmin. Jiang Chen dismissed Chen Hongmin, but his opponent returned again and again without the slightest slack. Surrender. You're no match for me. It's good that young people have courage, but it's a pity that you can't be arrogant and conceited. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He seemed to be in a mess, but he was steady and orderly. In the face of Chen Hongmin's strong oppression, he could still calmly face it. The difference of 3 layers of cultivation was nothing to Jiang Chen. He wanted to maximize his strength. It was impossible for Chen Hongmin to kill him. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He gradually understood all of Chen Hongmin's means. It was then that he truly began to counterattack. It's a little too early to say this. Jiang Chen slowly drew out the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, his battle-intent sword, and the ancient soaring dragon art made his strength soar again. With a sword in hand, "The world is mine," Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. His sword rose up and slashed at the void. The heavenly dragon sword was unsheathed. Everyone's eyes gathered on the heavenly dragon sword, including Empress Lin. What a powerful divine weapon! Empress Lin's eyes flashed with greed. Who wouldn't yearn for such a peerless divine weapon? Chen Hongmin looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His eyes focused and became extremely blazing. Jiang Chen's aura continued to rise. The pressure that the heavenly dragon sword gave him was no less than that of Mu Tianheng and the others. This guy is simply a pervert. Xianxia's breathing was heavy, a hint of a smile could be seen in his eyes. The battle between Jiang Chen and Chen Hongmin had always been the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Chen's sword strikes were graceful and unstoppable, causing Chen Hongmin to change from his previous craziness to becoming serious. Your Kirin province has indeed produced a peerless demon. Bai Bijiang's heart was filled with emotions, and he was not stingy with his praise. Jiang Chen held his sword and attacked like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains. Although he had some complaints about Jiang Chen, he had to admit that this guy was indeed a peerless genius. Mu Tianheng's eyes were solemn, and he could not hide his pride. Although Jiang Chen had left Kirin province in name, in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen was born in Kirin province after all. Now that they were facing the demon empress together, Jiang Chen was the true pillar of support. Little Chenzi, kill him. This kind of scum should die without a burial place. De Huang's eyes were sharp and decisive. He directly went up to a star lord at the 9th heaven and beat his opponent to a pulp. Lin Tianlin was full of fighting spirit. Lin Tianlin's heart was filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Chen was like a banner, not only the hope in his heart, but also the hope of the entire Lin country. If even his teacher was defeated, the entire Lin country would be doomed. Jiang Chen's divine might was unparalleled, and he was invincible. Chen Hongmin repeatedly attacked, but he failed, which made Jiang Chen even more skillful. The one who was really anxious was Chen Hongmin. Teacher. It's all up to you. Lin Tianlin's words were meaningful and full of affection. He hoped that the last trace of hope in his heart would not be extinguished. The might of the heavenly dragon sword made Chen Hongmin very careful. His aura, power, and sword aura were all rising, and Jiang Chen seemed to have been reborn. The confrontation between the two finally had a different change. The limitless sword suppressed Chen Hongmin to the point that he didn't have a chance to breathe. Jiang Chen pretended to be weak before because he wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. He wanted to keep growing under Chen Hongmin's pressure, and make himself more cautious. Only under pressure would he be able to break through. The moment Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon sword, Chen Hongmin was already in a passive position. The situation was reversed. Chen Hongmin's breathing became heavy, and the pressure on him increased. God exterminating palm. Chen Hongmin's palm wind rose again, and the divine palm whistled, as if covering the sky. Insignificant skill. Xianxia said coldly and met the attack with his sword. He was invincible. Chen Hongmin was forced back. He staggered, and his heart was pounding. Xianxia broke his shocking palm energy with one sword attack, which shocked many people. You're asking for it, Xianxia. Don't blame me in the afterlife. Chen Hongmin yelled. His eyes changed, and he let out a long howl. The sound waves were so loud that they covered the sky. 1,000 mountains of phoenix cry. Everyone covered their ears, and their faces turned pale. Many early-stage Star Lords were trembling in anger. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and advanced instead of retreating. The sword's aura was turbulent and surging like a tide. The heavenly dragon sword's dragon prestige was impressive, and the roar shook the heavens. The dragon's shadow filled the sky, and the dragon's sword broke through the layers of sound waves. The sword moved according to Xianxia's will and followed the body like a shadow. It cut through all 8 directions and fell on the top of Chen Hongmin's head. Everyone took a cold breath and kept quiet out of fear. The strength of the sword was unparalleled. Even if Empress Lin wanted to save Chen Hongmin, it was already too late. Chen Hongmin was killed by Xianxia. His head was separated from his body and he was split into 2. His cold blood was splattered all over the ground. Everyone was shocked. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang had mixed feelings. No matter what, they had worked with Chen Hongmin for many years, and he only listened to his majesty. Even though they competed with each other, they were both friends and enemies. Now that Chen Hongmin had betrayed his majesty and the Lin kingdom, he deserved to die, but they couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia slowly raised his head, and pointed his blood-stained sword at Empress Lin. The entire Chongyang palace was filled with murderous intent. Xianxia's power was on full display, as if he had the help of God. You're next. Damn it. Anger and viciousness flickered on Lin Empress's pretty face. Xianxia was indeed strong, and his strength had completely exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect him to be able to kill Chen Hongmin, who was a peak 9th-layer Star Lord. She was furious about this devil incarnate. He was so close to toppling the Lin kingdom, but he had become the one who had interfered. Xianxia, you're digging your own grave. You've really pissed me off this time. Lin Empress's eyes were sharp, and her breathing became cold. The murderous intent in her eyes was so strong that no one dared to look her in the eyes. Lin Tianlin's morale was greatly boosted after Chen Hongmin's death. De Huang and the others charged forward fiercely, forcing Lin Empress's subordinates to flee for their lives. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and the others were also very excited. It was time to kill the demon empress. Shut up. The world will only be at peace when you're dead. Xianxia said calmly. Ha 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 ha. That's the biggest joke in the world. The feather race has been reigning for generations. Why can't we exterminate the human race to show our dignity? If the human race wants to have a lasting peace, you must have the ability to do so. The feather race is the real ruler here. Only with your deaths can you bring peace to this world. Empress Lin laughed wildly. She was incredibly arrogant. In her eyes, only the harpies were the true rulers. Demon Empress. Don't you dare. Today is your doom. The world belongs to the Emperor, and the human race is the rightful ruler. A despicable race like yours should have been exterminated a long time ago. Lin Tianlin gnashed his teeth. Hatred seeped into his bones, and the hatred he felt for his country and his family converged together. He didn't care about anything else other than killing Empress Lin as quickly as possible, so that his empire, which had been filled with the aura of death and filled with intrigue, could once again be revived. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. You're not qualified to be my enemy. Today, I'll make sure you all die without a grave. Lin Empress roared at the sky like an emperor. He is a sinner who brings chaos to the country and brings disaster to the country. If we don't get rid of him, how can we shake the fate of the country? Xianxia pulled out his sword, his aura was solemn. After fighting Chen Hongmin again, killing Chen Hongmin was just the beginning. Only by killing Chen Hongmin would he be able to calm the situation of the Lin kingdom. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In my eyes, you don't even have the qualifications to be arrogant. Empress Lin was as still as a mountain. She faced Jiang Chen's sword qi that was cutting through thistles and thorns, and she was even calmer. She waved her jade-like palm, and the force of a thunderbolt filled the sky. Jiang Chen's sword qi was immediately dispelled and disappeared in the sky. In front of the Chongyang Palace, the rubble was shattered and the palace collapsed. That palm not only dispelled Jiang Chen's attack, but it also turned the surrounding buildings within 100 meters into dust. Everyone quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in his hand, and his heavenly dragon sword was not inferior in the slightest in the face of the overbearing palm. Waves of sword qi started to counterattack crazily against the palm that was descending from the sky. Jiang Chen was hit by the palm, and he was pushed back more than 50 steps before he gradually stabilized himself and dispelled the attack. Empress Lin was unruffled. She crossed her arms and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. However, this palm strike had greatly suppressed Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked and their hearts were filled with shock. What a horrifying palm! Bai Bijiang said in a low voice, his pupils contracted. Half-step Star Emperor. Mu Tianhing clenched his fists. He could not help but worry for Jiang Chen. If Chen Hongmin was just a pawn of Lin Empress, then it seemed that this demon empress of the Feather Clan was really going to attack them. Half-step Star Emperor. Even if they had 5 palace masters at the peak of the 9th level, they might not be confident that they could defeat this demon empress of the Feather Clan. No one had expected that this demon empress of the Feather Clan would be so powerful. Now it's getting interesting. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of fire. He was full of fighting spirit. This was the battle he wanted. Although Chen Hongmin was powerful, he did not feel threatened by him. However, the strength of this demon empress of the Feather Clan made him even more excited. Half-step Star Emperor. Only such a strong opponent could make him go all out. Only the strong could survive in this world. The weak would only be ruthlessly eliminated. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. Only by fighting with strong opponents could he continue to grow. He had never fought with a half-step Star Emperor, but she was his biggest enemy. You will pay for your arrogance. The moment Lin Ho charged forward, the whole heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Her speed was too fast, reaching Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's sword moved in a different direction, retreating in order to advance. However, he was still intimidated by Lin Ho's palm wind. Lin Ho launched a series of attacks, 3 palms stacked on top of each other, giving Jiang Chen a huge pressure. 3 clanging sounds could be heard as the attacks landed on the heavenly dragon sword. The attacks were light and smooth, but Jiang Chen felt like he was enduring a huge force. His arms were trembling, even though he was in his dragon form, it was still dangerous. The ancient soaring dragon technique pushed Jiang Chen's strength to the peak of the 8th heavenly layer once again, blocking Lin Ho's attack. Then, the pressure that covered the sky and earth came one after another. Jiang Chen became even more solemn. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27th blade. Jiang Chen exerted all his skills. The limitless sword reached the peak again. The momentum of the proud sword was invincible. Waves of sword momentum turned the sky and attacked layer by layer. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Iron wings. Lin Empress flapped her wings. Her 8 wings soared into the sky, making everyone blush with shame. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with panic. The wings covered the sky. In an instant, the surrounding palaces were completely lifted up. The entire Chongyang Palace, including the 9 palaces and 9 exits, were razed to the ground. The iron wings clashed with Jiang Chen's limitless sword. Even the 27th blade was blocked by Lin Empress wings. Although the iron wings were covered with wounds, Lin Empress' eyes were still full of killing intent. Die. Lin Empress broke through the layers of sword shadows. The 27th blade had seriously injured her, but she had to kill Jiang Chen at the risk of her life. Otherwise, everything that she had planned for so many years would be destroyed in the hands of this troublemaker. The demon empress of the Yu clan did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to kill the enemy. This demon empress of the Feather Clan is really risking her life. Mu Bai said worriedly. The collision between the two was like thunder and fire. they were reckless and unafraid of death. They only had one goal, to kill each other. Damn it, little Xianxia, are you going to risk your life with him too? Big Yellow's face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, Xianxia was even crazier this time, because he wanted to break through in the middle of the battle. He wanted to become stronger. He had to endure the pressure from all directions. Only by doing so could he squeeze out the last bit of talent in his body. Only in this way could he fully stimulate his potential and reach the real peak. He is too hard on himself. Xianxia sighed. They knew very well that Xianxia wasn't a reckless person, but once he did, not even 9 bulls would be able to stop him from acting recklessly. Big brother, Xiaolong could not help but shed tears. Xianxia's momentum was constantly being squeezed out. If it were not for the terrifying power of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and Sword 27, which allowed him to hold on until now, his body would have completely collapsed. Half-Step Star Emperor was not a joke. How many people in the entire Red Middle Territory could reach that level? The Demon Empress of the Feather Clan risked her life to pass through Xianxia's sword principle step by step. She would rather be seriously injured to give Xianxia a fatal attack. The wings of steel were pressing down on Xianxia. Xianxia's Heavenly Dragon Sword was getting more and more strenuous. He kept retreating and his feet were sinking. At this moment, he could actually escape. However, the momentum between the two of them had completely entangled with each other. Whoever retreated first would definitely be trapped. Even though Xianxia was in a passive position, his sword did not slow down at all. Iron and steel collided, a life-and-death collision. Although Xianxia's sword momentum was strong, the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan risked her life to pass through Xianxia's sword principle and gave Xianxia a fatal blow. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. 2 deep gullies were left under his feet. His eyes were fierce and his mind was racing. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant stone. The iron wings broke 13 of his ribs. Xianxia's face turned extremely ugly. But at this time, Xianxia only advanced. He knew the situation was dire, but he was still fearless. The Genesis Chi in his body continued to rise, gathering, fusing, and erupting. His dragon rune sword. He clenched the Heavenly Dragon Sword and fought the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan again. As his strength rose, Xianxia's blood boiled. The true dragon physique was perfected. In an instant, he had reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Star Lord realm. Like a tiger's roar, the sword's shadow tore through layers of illusions and fought the steel wings to the end. So what? You can't compete with me with your strength. Trash, you will always be trash. The Demon Empress of the Feather Clan roared and flapped the wings on her back. Once again, it was as though a blade was slicing through the sky. A destructive attack filled the sky. Wings of the whirlwind. The wings were like the wind, sweeping away all obstacles. Genesis Chi intertwined and engulfed the entire space, making it impossible for Xianxia to hide. The wind blades were endless, making everyone's scalp numb. Eternal immortal wind. Xianxia's eyes were cold and fierce. He stood like a pine tree, and the wind from his palm moved. The eternal iron vanguard collided with the wings of the whirlwind continuously, creating a series of deafening, heart-wrenching, lung-splitting shockwaves. The eternal immortal wind turned into wind blades and slashed the wings of the whirlwind. The wings of the whirlwind were riddled with scars. The 8 wings swept across the air, and the eternal immortal wind collided with the wings of the whirlwind. They entangled and twisted, and for a moment, they were in a deadlock. 27 swords. The eternal immortal wind swept across. Xianxia took advantage of the situation and launched the 27 swords again. The Demon Empress of the Feather Clan gasped and fled. She tumbled down the hall, looking very embarrassed. Her hair was dancing in the wind. She had lost the charm of being the mother of the world, and seemed to have turned into a mad woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her eyes were dark and her anger was uncontrollable. Awesome, little Xianxia. Ha ha ha. De Huang couldn't help jumping up in excitement. That was a half-step Star Emperor and the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan. This battle was so exciting. Lin Tianlin's eyes flickered. He was more excited than anyone else. If Xianxia could kill the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan, they would certainly win a great victory. Once the demon empress of the Feather Clan was dead, he would regain his power, and the human clan would not be overthrown by the Feather Clan. After killing the demon empress of the Feather Clan, the human clan would certainly return to peace. You forced me to do this, Xianxia. I will destroy you and send your soul to the netherworld. The demon empress of the Feather Clan shouted at the top of her voice. Her long hair was dancing in the wind, and she looked like a demon. Heavenly Wings Transformation. The demon empress put her palms together. Her 8 wings were all burning at this moment, and gradually converging. This is a secret technique of the Feather Clan. They burn their own wings in exchange for greater strength. Their wings contain boundless origin energy. Teacher, be careful. Lin Tianlin's expression suddenly changed. This was the real burning of life. If they lost a few wings in this battle, their vitality would become weaker and weaker, and they might even die. The 8 wings of the demon empress of the Feather Clan were burning fiercely like the blazing sun. The strength of the demon empress of the Feather Clan was also rising continuously at this moment. Everyone present felt anxious and uneasy. The demon empress of the Feather Clan had really gone all out this time by burning her own wings. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would definitely not use this move. Even if they managed to kill the enemy, it would cause them to consume an endless amount of their cultivation and life force. Xianxia is in danger. Bai Bijiang said in a low voice. Although he didn't want to see that, the strength of the demon empress of the Feather Clan was increasing rapidly. Now everyone was very afraid and anxious. I once saw a master of the Feather Clan who was half a step away from the Star Emperor realm. He burned his own wings to escape from His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty was already a master of the Star Emperor realm, Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. The fact that a master of the Feather Clan could escape from a master of the Star Emperor realm was enough to show how terrifying a master of the Feather Clan who burned his wings was. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They breathed heavily and stared at the demon empress of the Feather Clan. Only Xianxia looked calm and unmoved. He stared at the demon empress of the Feather Clan fearlessly. The wings were like blades, shining with fiery red light. They fell from the sky with great pressure. Everyone felt suffocated, and their faces turned pale. Go to hell, Xianxia. No one can disobey me. The blood-red wings filled the sky. Xianxia stood in front of the demon empress, his expression unchanged. Black King. The demon empress of the Feather Clan was executed. De Huang, Long Shan, and the others quickly defeated the Feather Clan's army. Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. His eyes were filled with excitement. The human race was finally saved. The Lin Kingdom was finally saved. He could finally avenge his mother's death. Looks like you've lost. Xianxia said Lung Lung. This woman was indeed strong. No wonder she was the demon empress of the Feather Clan. However, she was still captured by Xianxia. Which, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge my mother. Lin Tianlin stood up with his sword in hand. His eyes were fierce and decisive. He was determined to kill this evil Feather Clan person. For so many years, he had been treating her as his mother. His heart was filled with pain. His mother's death was heartbreaking. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, he could no longer control his emotions. Although he was the crown prince, he was just a son who wanted to avenge his mother at this moment. If you kill me, you'll never see your father again. The demon empress of the Feather Clan said with a cold smile. She held her head high and stared at Lin Tianlin. Lin Tianlin's hand trembled the moment the bloody sword landed on the back of the Feather Clan's head. In the end, he didn't have the courage to swing it down. Even Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng, and the others were shocked. This vicious demon empress actually controlled the emperor of the Lin Kingdom? How was that possible? Impossible. My father is in seclusion. How could he be controlled by you? Lin Tianlin shouted angrily. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you have the ability, then kill me. Ha ha ha. The demon empress said with a cold smile. Where's my father? Lin Tianlin clenched his fists and said. That will depend on my mood. If you let me go, I will let go of your majesty. In this way, it will be more worthwhile for you than for me. The demon empress said calmly. Lin Tianlin was speechless. She had his lifeline in her hands. I don't mind if you want to kill me. The decision is up to you. Damn. You're so arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Big Yellow furrowed his brows. How about this, I'll give you an idea. Go to the dungeon and find 100 strong men to serve our noble empress. What do you think? De Huang said with a radiant smile. At this moment, everyone's expression was a little unnatural. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Only De Huang could come up with such a refreshing idea. When the demon empress of the feather race heard this idea, her body trembled and her face turned extremely pale. It was easy to kill a person, but to make her suffer such inhuman pain was harder than ascending to the heavens. A life worse than death was usually the most terrifying thing. That's a good idea. Jiang Chen nodded. They are all people with status and power. I am different. In order to save His Majesty, let me be the villain. De Huang had a confident look on his face. Wait. The winged demon empress face was ashen. I'll take you there, but you have to let me go. You don't have the right to bargain with us. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. His Majesty is in the back mausoleum of the western city. The feather demon empress said. Let's go. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. He couldn't wait to go to the back mausoleum of the western city with the others. His mother had been killed for many years and his father had been trapped by the demon empress. As a son, he was already furious. The Black King held the feather demon empress down and arrived at the back mausoleum of the western city in less than 5 minutes. This was the imperial mausoleum of the Lin Kingdom. It was heavily guarded and rarely visited. Hundreds of guards stood on both sides of the mausoleum like pillars. Why is it so gloomy here? Xianxia frowned and said uneasily. It's the imperial mausoleum. Isn't it just a tomb? The majesty of the imperial family is inviolable. Mui Bai said in a low voice. No, little Chenzi, I feel something is wrong. De Huang said to Mui Bai. He had a bad feeling since he entered the mausoleum. De Huang's special skill was his sensitive sense of smell. I feel it too. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and Xianxia. Buzz, buzz, in the pitch-black royal mausoleum, an ear-piercing buzzing sound pierced through the sky. Over 100 rays of light surrounded the crowd like a swarm of locusts. The glint of swords and the glint of sabers filled the air with a murderous aura, shocking everyone. Oh no! It's an ambush! Mu Tianhing said in a low voice. Your Highness, watch out! Bai Bijiang said. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw 2 half-step Star Emperor experts approaching the Black King like lightning. The prelude to the battle had begun. 2 half-step Star Emperors forced Black King to retreat and rescue the demon empress of the feather race. Everything happened so fast that it was impossible to resist. Although Jiang Chen and the others were prepared for it, the opponents were swift and decisive. The 2 half-step Star Emperors instantly disrupted their rhythm. Ha ha ha, a bunch of stupid humans. You're still too young. If you fight with me, you'll all die without a burial place. The feather demon queen covered her mouth and giggled. There was a cold light in her eyes, which was as sharp as a sword. Demon queen, you be **starred. Where is my father? Lin Tianlin breathed heavily. His face was gloomy and full of anger. He wanted to tear this woman into pieces. Let's see if you have the ability. If you can't get past me, you'll all be dead. Ha ha ha. The demon empress of the Feather clan gradually retreated. 2 Star Emperors stood out and surrounded them with over 100 Star Masters in the 7th, 8th, and 9th firmament. The guards of the entire imperial mausoleum became the wings of the demon empress of the Feather clan, both human and feather clansmen. Damn it. Lin Tianlin couldn't help but beat his chest. This cunning feather demon queen was even more cunning than a fox. Master, what should we do? We'll deal with soldiers with arms and water with earth. Just kill them. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead and said casually. At this moment, they were trapped again. They had no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. Big brother, second brother, kill them all. Leave no one alive. The feathered demon queen shouted in a low voice. They figured out our identity and plan. We must kill them. Okay. The half-star emperor in the lead said in a low voice and nodded slightly. The two of them dashed toward Xianxia and the others. Compared with the star masters in the Chongyang Palace, these were the real elites. All of them were at the level 7, 8, and 9 star masters. Damn it. It looks like we really have to fight with our lives this time. De Huang said excitedly. He loved fighting more than anyone else. Monkey, let's see who can kill more. I'm not afraid of you. Long Shersan squinted his eyes. Take me with you. Take me with you. Xiaolong said excitedly. Black King, do it. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. You'll all die if you fight me. The demon empress of the feather race sneered. Hundreds of late-stage star lords were enough to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng, and Xianxia were strong enough to fight against 10, but could they fight against 100? Besides, they were all injured now. How could Jiang Chen and the others turn the tide? It was wishful thinking. An arrogant and conceited prince really thought he was the ruler of the Lin Kingdom. For the demon empress of the feather race, killing them was the beginning of her plan. The human race and the feather race had always been at odds. The feather race and the elf race had secret dealings with each other. Their goal was to devour the human race and completely wipe them out from the Crimson Glow Star, turning it into a paradise for the feather race. De Huang and Long Shersan were still full of fighting spirit. Each of them could fight against 6 or 7 8th or 9th celestial layer experts. The battle was very intense. De Huang was invincible. After refining the Tao law that Jiangchen gave him, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In this battle, he became more and more excited. He was not afraid at all. Even if there were thorns in front of him, he would fight. As long as Jiangchen was there, the sky would never fall. Jiangchen was fighting against 9 9th heavenly star lords of the feather race. The scene was extremely intense. Jiangchen was facing 9 9th heavenly star lords at the same time. Jiangchen was under great pressure, but the divine mightiness of the heavenly dragon sword made these people not dare to face it head-on. Jiangchen's eyes were fixed on Big Yellow and the others. His battle intent was soaring to the sky. In order to alleviate the crisis of Big Yellow and the others, he blocked most of the sudden attacks from the experts alone. The whole imperial tomb was filled with the sound of weapons clashing. Lin Tianlin blamed himself. If he was not impatient and fell for the demon empress of the feather race, they would not be in such a predicament. However, Jiangchen did not blame him. This demon empress of the feather race had been prepared for this. Furthermore, this involved the current emperor, who would not be moved. Even Jiangchen was no exception. If the human race wanted to unify the overall situation, they had to have an imperial emperor. At this moment, no one could stay out of this. Xiaolong and De Huang were fighting back to back. Only they could be each other's backs. Long Shersan and Mu Bai followed closely behind. In addition to Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and Xianxia, there were only 8 people left who were bitterly resisting. Lin Tianlin's loyal soldiers had long been wiped out. Jiangchen took the lead, his sword moving unhindered. The 9 experts closed in on him step by step. Under the dragon transformation, Jiangchen became even more berserk. He furiously slashed at the clouds. His limitless sword never missed. Chi, 9th heaven star lords fell one after another in Jiangchen's hands. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. The demon empress of the feather race's face became gloomier and gloomier. Jiangchen was completely out of her expectations. He was a person she had never taken seriously. She did not expect that he would become the biggest variable in this game of chess that she had been plotting for many years. It was very likely that her many years of effort would be destroyed in one day. You must die. The demon empress of the feather race said fiercely, clenching her fists. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, ready to attack. Jiangchen had killed nearly 20 late star lords in a row. It was like the arrival of a devil god. Even the 2 half-step star emperors were shocked by this. This guy is really difficult to deal with, Xiao Fei said in a low voice. As one of the half-step star emperors of the feather race, the real royal family of the feather race, even he felt very troubled. More importantly, the big black guy in front of them was even more troublesome. He roared like a tiger and was unstoppable. Although their strength was on par, he was fighting 1 against 2 without losing a single battle. "Big brother, let's go all out." Xiaodong gritted his teeth and said. This battle was really frustrating. It was supposed to be like a turtle in a jar, but now, Jiangchen had messed up the situation. The experts of the feather race were falling one by one. They were the mainstays of the feather race. God knows how much resources and effort were needed to cultivate an expert of the 8th or 9th sky of the Star Lord realm. Each of them was a trusted aide of the feather race. All right. Xiaofei nodded silently. The brothers were of the same mind. Using offense as defense, they suppressed the Black King. They had to turn this situation around in one spurt of energy. Jiangchen was moved. De Huang and the others should be able to deal with these Star Lords. It was time to help the Black King. The battle between the three was very harmonious because no one could do anything to the other. The Black King was facing 2 great experts, but it was difficult for him to move forward. He could only hope not to make any mistakes. You defend, I attack. Kill. Jiangchen shouted in a low voice. He pulled out his sword and turned the spearhead, shooting out like an arrow. Watch out. The demon empress of the feather race exclaimed. Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword was very tricky. It swept across the void and passed by the 2 of them. Xiaofei and Xiaodong were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Although Jiangchen was a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord, his combat strength was just too terrifying. From the moment he killed more than 20 of their trusted subordinates, they knew that he was no ordinary man. Jiangchen and the Black King joined hands to fight the 2 half-step star emperors of the feather race. Compared to the demon empress of the feather race, the 2 of them were not weaker. They were even stronger. The Black King was very strong. It was not a problem for him to fight the 2 of them alone. He used to be an expert in the entire eternal world. Even though he had fallen from grace, not everyone could compete with him. With Jiangchen's help, the Black King's strength was perfectly reflected. The 3 Tao laws allowed the Black King to recover his strength rapidly. It would not take long for him to recover to the Star Emperor level. Unlike the breakthrough in strength, the Black King's advancement was extremely fast. Even De Huang and Long Shan could not compare with him. Although De Huang and the others were having a hard time, Jiangchen and the Black King were advancing rapidly. Now that Jiangchen had broken through to the 7th Sky Star Lord level, it was not as difficult for him to fight a half-step Star Emperor. Let's end this quickly, Jiangchen said in a deep voice. The Black King was even more courageous as his killing intent soared to the sky. The 2 experts of the feather race were now in a passive position. Jiangchen seized this opportunity to launch an all-out attack. The limitless sword was decisive, forcing the 2 half-step star emperors to be cautious. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible. The limitless sword was invincible. Jiangchen stood with the sword like a god. The Black King firmly locked the 2 of them. Jiangchen's killing became extremely terrifying. 1 advance and 1 retreat, 1 drink and 1 peck. Everything was full of life and death crisis. Xiaofei and Xiaodong did not dare to be negligent. They wanted to use all their skills. However, Jiangchen was still not giving up. The Black King's entanglement made them unable to do anything. Jiangchen's offensive made them fall into an unprecedented crisis. Big brother, be careful. The feather race's demon empress shouted and rushed toward Xiaofei like lightning. Jiangchen's limitless sword was already falling. It was shocking and unstoppable. Don't. Xiaofei and Xiaodong shouted. However, Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword had already lost its momentum and blocked the sky. Sword 27. No. Xiaofei and Xiaodong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they rushed forward. However, it was already too late. The demon empress of the feather race was killed by Jiangchen without any hesitation. Even the 2 half-step star emperors couldn't stop him. Avenge me. The demon empress of the feather race roared hoarsely. Jiangchen was forced back by Xiaofei and Xiaodong at the same time. Fortunately, Black King stopped him. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. These two guys were indeed ruthless. The experts of the feather race couldn't be underestimated. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong glanced at each other and roared. Their little sister was their favorite. For so many years, she had been a spy in the human race. Her contributions to the feather race were unparalleled. She was the greatest hero of the feather race. Now, they were about to exterminate the human race. Who would have thought that their little sister would die first? The two brothers couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Forced by the situation, the passive situation became more and more intense. Let's go. Xiao Fei bellowed, and the two brothers quickly retreated. The remaining half of the Star Lords also followed closely behind and began to retreat. Don't chase them. Xianxia shook his head and stopped the Black King. The hated demon empress of the feather race was already dead. They had achieved their goal. If these two experts of the feather race were to fight to the death, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The war between the human race and the feather race had been going on for thousands of years. Killing two half-step star emperors wouldn't make any difference. Most importantly, killing the demon empress of the feather race would change the power balance of the human race. The Lin country, which was on the verge of collapse, would be able to take a breather. The feather race experts retreated in defeat. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If they had continued to fight, they might not have been able to gain the upper hand. Their opponents were not easy to deal with. Moreover, after such a long battle, their bodies were unable to take it. Ha ha ha, this is fun. These harpies are nothing more than that. De Huang said disapprovingly. Even Bai Bijiang and Mu Tianhing couldn't help but murmur, crazy. Indeed, none of Jiang Chen's group was easy to mess with. Even that skinny young man had killed several seventh firmament star lords in a row, which was quite shocking. Plop, Lin Tianlin knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Your Highness, Bai Bijiang was extremely shocked. Your Highness's body is priceless, you can't. Xianxia's expression was solemn. As the future emperor, how could he kneel before others? Thank you, master, for killing my enemy. The hatred of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I'm sorry that I'm useless and let the monster of the feather race get away with it. If you hadn't killed the feather race to uphold justice and get rid of the scourge for the country of Lin, we would have been in deep trouble. I'm afraid no one in the country of Lin or even the human ancestor would have been spared. I'm kowtowing on behalf of myself and all the people in the world. Lin Tianlin kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Everyone fell silent, especially Xianxia and Bai Bijiang. They all looked at Lin Tianlin in a new light. A man had gold under his knees and would only kneel to the heavens and his parents. Lin Tianlin's kowtow was even more inspiring. It was indeed a blessing for the human race and the country of Lin. Get up. The feather race won't let this go easily. Jiang Chen said. The demon empress they planted in the human race has been exposed and was killed by us. The feather race has suffered a great loss this time. The demon empress of the feather race is comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. Bai Bijiang said. Because of this, the feather race has been plotting for many years. They won't give up just like that. Although the demon empress of the feather race is important, their schemes and power in the human race are deeply rooted. It won't be easy to get rid of them. Even if the demon empress of the feather race is killed, we can't let our guard down. I think the feather race may come back at any time. Jiang Chen's words made Lin Tianlin more cautious. Jiang Chen is right. The more it is so, the more we should be vigilant. Mu Tianhing nodded in agreement. By the way, is His Majesty really in the Imperial Mausoleum? Xianxia's eyes moved and looked at the dark Imperial Mausoleum. De Huang, go and have a look. Jiang Chen said and glanced at De Huang. He, get out of the way. Watch Master Dog. De Huang swaggered towards the Imperial Mausoleum and started to look around, trying to find clues. There is an extremely complicated array in the Imperial Mausoleum. It has been passed down for thousands of years and no one can break it. If you want to enter the Imperial Mausoleum, you must have the permission of my father, otherwise, before Lin Tianlin finished his words, the door of the Imperial Mausoleum was opened by De Huang. Lin Tianlin was embarrassed. The so-called Imperial Mausoleum array was so fragile in the hands of De Huang. You want to trap Master Dog with this array? Hee. De Huang said proudly. Not only Lin Tianlin, Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and the others were shocked. They stared at De Huang in disbelief. The Imperial Mausoleum of the human race's emperor was like nothing in front of this De Huang. It was unbelievable. They once again experienced how terrifying this De Huang dog was. Xianxia smiled but did not say anything. This array was not difficult in the hands of De Huang. He opened the door of the Imperial Mausoleum and it was brightly lit. It extended to the underground and was as spacious as the main hall. I'll go ahead and explore. De Huang took the lead and rushed into the Imperial Mausoleum without fear. Found it. Not long after, in the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, De Huang shouted. Everyone held their breaths and quickly chased after him. In the deepest third floor of the main hall, there was a huge dragon throne. It shone with golden light and was surrounded by pearls that illuminated the hall. A skinny old man in a yellow robe was sitting cross-legged on the dragon throne. His long hair was white like a waterfall. The old man had his eyes closed and was resting. His breathing was very weak, but he still had a breath left. His body was very weak. Father. Lin Tianlin strode forward and knelt in front of the old man. Your Majesty. It's really Your Majesty. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang quickly knelt down. At that moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Xianxia silently stared at the old emperor. The old emperor's body was extremely weak, and it was probably caused by his cultivation going berserk before he could break through. However, his aura was extremely domineering. Even though his eyes were confused and cloudy, his domineering aura and the aura of a superior being still made people respect him. So powerful. Longshan said in a low voice. His expression was serious. The old emperor was definitely an expert on the level of Star Emperor. The old emperor slowly reached out his hand and patted Lin Tianlin's head with trembling hands. A faint smile appeared on his face. He was gratified and also emotional. Then, his eyes focused on Xianxia and the others. Divine light shone like a sharp arrow. Longshan and De Huang felt the pressure increase. You're extraordinary. The old emperor looked solemn. His deep voice echoed in the hall, full of majesty. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Xianxia said calmly. This old emperor seemed to be a terrifying man. He must have been invincible in the past. Even though he was in his twilight years and heavily injured, he was still as powerful as before. The old emperor, Lin Zhua, had sharp eyes. He knew that Xianxia wasn't afraid of him. His arrogance and confidence were innate. He was only a star lord at the seventh sky, but he was so determined that Mu Tianheng and the others were willing to be behind him. Even a half-step star emperor was serving him. How could he be ordinary? Father, this is my teacher. If it weren't for teacher Xianxia, I would have died in the hands of the demon empress of the Feather Clan. Teacher has gone through fire and water for the Lin Kingdom. He's a great benefactor to the human race. He's the most important teacher in my life. He killed that cunning demon empress of the Feather Clan with his own hands. Lin Tianlin looked at Xianxia with great respect. That kind of worship wasn't just the respect a student had for his teacher, but also the admiration he had for the strong. The old emperor's eyes flickered. He knew very well that his son was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. In terms of both literary and military strategy, he was one in a million. To be able to convince him wholeheartedly, he had to be a dragon among men. She's dead? Lin Zhua murmured. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. He had always felt guilty towards his wife, Empress Lin. Back then, when he was training, he had forcefully tried to break through. It was also because he had been framed by that witch that he had fallen to such a state. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. That witch did not dare to fight to the death with him. Furthermore, after he had entered into a state of training, he was unable to leave for a short period of time. This made her even more unscrupulous and worse. Now that the demon empress was dead, the sorrow in his heart grew stronger. As the leader of the human race and the emperor of the Lin Kingdom, he knew that he had a long way to go. He knew a thing or two about the movements of the Feather Clan over the years. Unfortunately, he was trapped here and couldn't make a breakthrough. Fine, fine. If the harpy remnants died, then so be it. Mr. Xianxia is a blessing to our Lin country. Lin praises him so highly, he must be a dragon among men. I thank you on behalf of the people of the world. Lin Zhuo nodded heavily. He was filled with gratitude towards Xianxia. Now that the winged woman is dead, father, I am worried that they will make a comeback. Lin Tianlin said worriedly. As long as I'm alive, I won't let the winged race and the elven race take even half a step into the city. Those who defy my Lin country will be killed without mercy. Lin Zhuo slowly stood up. He gave off the feeling of a hero in his twilight years. However, the domineering aura of great talent and strategy was nowhere to be seen. Cough, cough, father, are you all right? Lin Tianlin's expression was grave. He had already lost his mother, and he didn't want to lose his father as well. The Lin kingdom was in a precarious situation, and the harpies could attack them at any moment. He couldn't afford to be careless. I'm fine. Even if I die, I will fight the winged race to the end. Back then, I fought with the masters of the winged race for 7 days and 7 nights. I forced them to retreat 30,000 miles, and they didn't dare to step into the territory of the human race anymore. Even if they come again, I will not be afraid. Lin Zhuo's voice was low and domineering. However, Xianxia frowned slightly. The old emperor still had his strength, but he was approaching the end of his life. It wouldn't be easy for him to frighten the winged race. Your Majesty, you are wise. May the dragon be healthy for 1,000 years. Mu Tianheng said loudly. Xianxia and Bai Bijiang also knelt on the ground. In their hearts, there was only one master. The only person in charge of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp was the emperor. You can leave first. I have something to say to Mr. Xianxia. Lin Zhuo waved his hand. They stood up and left the imperial mausoleum. Xianxia gave De Huang and the others a look, and they also left the hall. Mr. Xianxia, what do you think of my son, Tianlin? Lin Zhuo asked. He is talented and has a pure heart. He can be of great use. Xianxia said. Mr. Xianxia, I know that I don't have much time left. My son is still young. Can you be the teacher of the crown prince and assist him to rule the world? Lin Zhuo stared at Xianxia without blinking his eyes and said sincerely. I am not from planet Xianxia. I will leave one day. I don't dare to be the teacher of the crown prince. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. I am not interested in power or wealth. I only want to find my true self. Xianxia smiled faintly and shook his head. His heart was as still as water when it came to power. Even in the divine world, he had never been greedy for it. Let alone in this crimson afterglow planet, it was just a passing cloud to him. He was just a passerby who wanted to find his true self. Xianxia smiled faintly and shook his head. Mister, you are really a wise man. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but what is the true self that you are looking for? Lin Zhuo didn't seem to want to give up and continued to ask. As the ruler of a country, he had to make everyone follow him. He had to see through everyone's intentions. However, he couldn't see through Xianxia. He was only a star lord at the 7th sky, but he could make the crown prince trust him so wholeheartedly. One had to admit that he was indeed very capable, to the point that even Lin Zhuo was afraid of him. As an emperor, he couldn't be controlled by others. In the future, if he left, Lin Tianlin would most likely become Xianxia's puppet. He was an emperor and a father. He couldn't be careless, especially when it came to such an important matter. What you do, I do. Parents love each other. Isn't your Majesty trying to test me? Afraid that I will take over your position and become the crown prince's nightmare in the future? Xianxia said with a laugh. He had already guessed that Lin Zhuo was afraid of him. He was afraid that he would become the Lin kingdom's downfall in the future, and Lin Tianlin would become his puppet. This worry wasn't groundless. Because from the crown prince's attitude towards him, as well as the fact that he killed the Feather Clan's demon queen, Lin Zhuo became even more suspicious of Xianxia. It wasn't that he was too suspicious, but as an emperor, he had to take care of the world and not be controlled by others. Xianxia's words made Lin Zhuo slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so blunt. After all, he was the ruler of the Red Mid-region, the ruler of the Lin Kingdom. Back then, my child quietly left my wings and broke into the eternal world alone. In order to find him, I almost traveled all over the red afterglow star boundary, but I still found nothing. In this life, even if I have to exhaust everything, I must find him. Even if it's the end of the world, I will search endlessly. Xianxia said in a low voice. His heart was filled with bitterness and mixed feelings. He wasn't angry at Lin Shua's suspicion. Everything was for his child. It was understandable that he was worried about his child's future. Wasn't he also worried about his son far away? Sir, please forgive me. I am ashamed to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Lin Shua looked ashamed. Xianxia's words were from the bottom of his heart. He could see that when Xianxia took off the emperor's mask, the moment their eyes met, they felt the same. To the north of the Scarlet Mid-region, a group of towering mountains covered in pure white snow stood proudly in the sky like roofs. The pitch-black night sky enveloped the unending mountain range. The stars dotted the sky, but it was incomparably lonely. All of a sudden, a figure flapping 12 wings streaked across the sky like a meteor and landed on the highest peak. The man's eyes were like golden crystals, filled with anger. His 12 wings flapped continuously, causing avalanches to roll down the cliff. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Xianxia. That bastard again. The man's breathing became extremely heavy. According to the news from the Red South region, it was this guy who had wiped out all the Feather Clan's tribes, which shocked the headquarters of the Feather Clan in the Red Middle region. However, the truth was irreversible. Who would have thought that Xianxia would step into the Red Middle region again and kill the demon empress whom they had planted in the human race for many years? Moreover, she was Xiaobok's daughter, which was the softest part of his heart. I want your entire human race to be completely annihilated. I want you to be annihilated in a puff of smoke. Xianxia, I, Xiaobok, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Ah, a deafening roar shook the mountains. That indescribable power made countless Feather Clan members tremble in fear. That was the rage of their leader, and it was their endless anger towards the human clan. The birth of the celestial arch caused the entire nation to celebrate. Lin Shua coming out of seclusion caused the entire Lin kingdom to become extremely lively, celebrating the emperor's coming out of seclusion. This was a national day. Moreover, Lin Shua was also sending a warning to the Feather tribe and the Elf tribe that he, Lin Shua, had returned. Moreover, he had returned in a domineering manner. He wanted those who were ready to make a move in the dark to reconsider their strength. After all, the Lin Kingdom was the center of the Qizhong region, the foundation of the human race. For many years, the Feather race had been scheming to conquer the human race, completely occupy the Qizhong region, and become the ruler of the Xianxia planet. However, the human race was deeply rooted and had existed for thousands of years. How could it be easy to replace them? To the kingdom of Lin, the good news that His Majesty had brought them was that the people would live and work in peace. The human race would prosper, and how would other races dare to invade? At this time, the 4 houses and 1 camp were in chaos. Chen Hongmin's death had caused Vermilion Bird Camp to be without a leader. Xianxia had been given an order in the face of danger. Under Lin Shua's arrangements, he could only reluctantly become the camp master of Vermilion Bird Camp. He did not like to be a boss and give orders. However, De Huang was different. After entering Vermilion Bird Camp, the happiest person was him. His Majesty had personally appointed him. Even though there were people in Vermilion Bird Camp who were not convinced, they did not dare to be enemies. They had heard of Jiang Chen's name a long time ago. Chen Hongmin and Campmaster Chen had been killed for the crime of rebellion. No one dared to make trouble at this time. After this battle, Little Long had benefited the most. His strength had reached the same level as Jiang Chen. He was a young genius, and he had gradually lost much of his immaturity. Jiang Chen focused on cultivation without any distractions. He had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The Feather race could invade at any time. It was not his personality to sit and wait for death. At this time, the source stones in Jiang Chen's hands were almost used up. He had to take this opportunity to make another breakthrough. Little Chenzi, the crown prince is looking for you. De Huang called from Jiang Chen's door. Then, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. In the past few days, he had become the vice camp master of Vermilion Bird Camp. He was very addicted to being an official. The devilish training made the people of Vermilion Bird Camp complain incessantly. "Let him come in," Jiang Chen said. In a short while, Lin Tianlin excitedly rushed to Jiang Chen's residence. "What's the matter? Just say it." Jiang Chen went straight to the point. "Teacher, this time I was entrusted by my imperial father to come and give teacher a big gift." Lin Tianlin smiled. "What gift?" Jiang Chen was curious. 1,000,000 fifth-grade source stones. "Please accept it, master." Lin Tianlin bowed and handed a storage ring to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was surprised. Lin Zhuo was trying to buy people's hearts. But right now, what Jiang Chen needed the most were source stones. For any cultivator, money was always the most direct and effective way. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Jiang Chen put away the 1,000,000 source stones. He was still a bit excited. With these source stones, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the 8th sky of Star Lord. As expected of the imperial family. That's how rich they were. Lin Tianlin wasn't surprised. His master had always been simple and straightforward. He didn't have to worry about anything. If he hesitated, it would make Lin Tianlin feel uneasy. People used money to get rid of disasters. Jiang Chen knew that not only Lin Tianlin, but his father also had high hopes for him. If the feather race invaded, Jiang Chen wouldn't hold back. "You can go now. I'm going to start cultivating." Jiang Chen dismissed Lin Tianlin. The 1,000,000 source stones were a timely rain for him. With these source stones, he would be more confident. He wouldn't have to worry about anything. "Black King, are you sure you can recover to the Star Emperor realm in a short time?" Jiang Chen asked. The Black King shook his head. "I'm afraid it'll take at least half a year. I'll try my best." If the Black King could not reach the Star Emperor realm, Jiang Chen's strength would be greatly weakened. If the feather race were to invade, only a Star Emperor realm expert would be able to turn the tide of the battle. "I see." Jiang Chen pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he continued. "How many beasts above the 5th sky of Star Lord are there?" "Less than 2,000. "That's enough." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Even the Black King was confused. He didn't know what his master was up to. Jiang Chen started to make breakthroughs. He kept swallowing source stones. Jiang Chen had to reach the 8th sky of Star Lord at least in order to make further progress and reach the level of Star Emperor or even Star Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight back against a Star Emperor with his strength as a 7th sky of Star Lord. He felt great pressure even when facing Lin Zhuo, who was approaching the end of his life. After all, he was a Star Emperor. The suppression between different levels was unavoidable. 1,000,000 5th-grade source stones. Jiang Chen couldn't spend them all, but he could tell that Lin Zhuo was willing to spend them. As the ruler of a nation, his bearing was extraordinary, and his actions were even more domineering. 1,000,000 grade 5 source stones. Even though he was the ruler of the Scarlet Middle region, he would still feel the pinch for a long time. However, he also understood that his importance was far greater than those grade 5 source stones. "Your Majesty, the Defender General of the state was killed in his home. The cause of his death is strange. The whole country is shocked. Your Majesty, 4 of the 6 ministers are missing. There is no news from them. Your Majesty, 7 of the princes died in their mansions. It is a great tragedy for the country. Your Majesty, in the court of the Lin country, the ministers looked solemn and fearful. They looked at each other and their faces were very ugly. Sweat kept dripping down and they kept quiet out of fear. In one night, all the ministers of the Lin country were dead or injured. They were all people who had consolidated the country. They were all frightened. No one knew if they would be the next to die. To the Lin country, this was far too unusual. Everyone in the country felt threatened. Father, more than half of the ministers have died. Since yesterday, there has been a series of mutinies in the Ministry of War. Without the Defender General, the situation is getting out of control. Lin Tianying, Lin Tiani, Lin Tianzhong, Lin Tianhao, Lin Tiangu, Lin Tianxuan, Lin Tianma, and the other brothers were all killed in their own palaces. Lin Tianling's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. His whole body was trembling. Although the people of the royal family might not be born from the same mother, they were still blood relatives. They were all the sons of the emperor and his brothers. 7 of them had been killed in one night, and countless officials had been killed. This was a nightmare for the Lin kingdom. Lin Zhuo's eyes were gloomy and filled with anger and sadness. 7 of his sons were killed in one night. The defender general of the state died without a burial place. Less than 60% of the civil and military officials were left. The court seemed to be lung. Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this was a conspiracy of the feather race. He did not expect them to act so quickly. Lin Zhuo had already planned this beforehand. He had already begun to mobilize his troops, preparing for a rainy day. However, the result shocked him. The feather race's movements were much faster than his. Moreover, although the feather race's demonic woman was already dead, her power could not be ignored. Her influence still remained. Many factions had already infiltrated the bones of the Lin kingdom. Even he, an emperor who stood above tens of thousands of people, had no way to eliminate these vermin or even the traitors in an instant. The feather race's actions were so fast that it was like they had ambushed him. Lin Zhuo knew that the battle for the dominator of the Red Middle region had begun. The human race had killed the feather race's demonic woman. For the feather race, losing the mastermind of their conspiracy was undoubtedly a huge blow. However, their counterattack was also very fast. The next attack would definitely have a great impact on the Lin country. The people of the Lin country would fall into a dangerous situation. More people would become nervous and anxious. This would greatly affect the prestige of the Lin country. The Lin country would not be able to gain the trust of the people. Once the people lost their trust, the country would not be a country anymore. That was the most terrifying thing. You can all leave now. I understand. Lin Zhuo waved his hand and dismissed all the officials in the court. His eyes were calm and cold. Only the crown prince, Lin Tianlin, did not leave. Pfff, after everyone left, Lin Zhuo could not bear it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were trembling. Father. Lin Tianlin stepped forward and supported Lin Zhuo. His eyes were full of worry. The feather race has gone too far. I will make you pay for this with your blood. Lin Zhuo shouted at the top of his lungs. His 7 sons were like flesh and blood. It was said that the emperor was heartless. However, he could not do anything when his son was killed. Lin Zhuo was furious. They were forcing the Lin country to abdicate. This was the greatest humiliation ever since the Lin country was founded. The feather race's actions had completely aroused the fury in his heart. As the emperor of a country, Lin Zhuo had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that the feather race had attacked, he could not just sit and wait for death. A centipede dies, but it does not fall down. Father, as long as you give the order, I will be the first to rush to the battlefield and kill them all. Lin Tianlin was also glaring into the distance with rage burning in his heart. I am very happy that you can see this clearly. As the crown prince, the pillar of the Lin country, you have to shoulder your responsibilities. Although the feather race's witch is dead, there are too many forces that have infiltrated our country. This time, the feather race must be ready to fight against the human race. Tianlin, go back and prepare. We will fight the feather race on another day. Lin Zhuo patted Lin Tianlin's shoulder. Lin Tianlin nodded heavily. His eyes were slightly red, and he slowly left the hall. Xiao Bok, it seems that this time you are forcing me to the path of death. If I die, don't think that you will have an easy time. My old life is not valuable anymore. However, before I die, I will personally destroy the feather race. Lin Zhuo clenched his fists tightly. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The white-haired person had to die before the black-haired person. That kind of pain was self-evident. Plus, as the emperor, he cared about the people. How could he not worry? The feather race began to invade the human race with countless conspiracies. They wanted to conquer the entire Qizhong region. They were ambitious. Even without the feather race's witch, the chess pieces that she had planted in the Lin country exploded with terrifying power. The entire Lin country was in deep trouble. Nearly half of the officials were killed. Countless people fell into panic. The situation was very urgent. There was even a mutiny in the Ministry of War, which made the human race's situation more and more difficult. In one night, the feather race sent out all their forces, just to catch the human race unprepared. After Lin Tianlin left the inner court of the palace, he began to organize the military forces immediately. He led a special army to eliminate the dissidents. It was time to let those spies surface. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable. Since they had already acted, they should know the consequences. Lin Tianlin carried the emperor's secret order and began the elimination plan. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. Fortunately, at this time, the feather race's witch had died. The chess pieces that were instigated by the witch or planted by the witch were like dragons without a leader. Even with the feather race's plan, they were full of loopholes. Otherwise, it would not be something that Lin Tianlin could imagine. However, at this time, among the feather race's millions of troops, they were ready to move. Xiaobok stood on the North Mountain, wearing a golden crown and armor. He was riding an eagle, like a god. Behind him, countless feather race people had already made preparations and were ready to attack the human race at any time. You should go back first, Your Highness. Little Chenzi might not wake up anytime soon. He might wake up in a day, or even a year. Dragon Shursan shook his head and sighed. He knew that the entire Lin country was on the verge of collapse and had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Previously, he had joined hands with the crown prince to kill many of the demonic woman's subordinates. Although she was dead now, her subordinates were still very useful. The entire Lin country was under the control of those people, which was why Lin Tianlin had come to see Jiangchen 3 times. Dragon Shursan shook his head and sighed. He knew that the entire Lin country was on the verge of collapse and had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Previously, he had joined hands with the crown prince and killed many of the demonic woman's subordinates. Lin Tianlin was a little disappointed, but he could only nod his head silently. In the past 3 days, he had killed many of the Yu clan's members, but the enemy's influence was everywhere. People were dying one after another. Those fellows were like maggots attached to a parasite, giving him a headache. It was impossible to get rid of them completely. Although Lin Tianlin had tried his best, the result was still a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Although Lin Tianlin hadn't completely fallen into chaos yet, it could happen at any time. Lin Tianlin was extremely anxious. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Lin Tianlin's every move would make them prepared. Although they were under the emperor's control, the fugitives and the henchmen of the winged witch were all prepared to die. They were determined to stir up a storm in the imperial capital. Sigh. Lin Tianlin sighed. Every day that his master didn't come out of seclusion was a great worry to him. He was already unable to control the current situation. If this continued, he was worried that before the winged witch arrived, the Lin kingdom would be in chaos. Although Jiangchen had already entered a meditative state and was about to start cultivating, he understood Lin Tianlin's painstaking efforts. He also knew that the human race was in a precarious situation. The winged witch was ready to make a move. Lin Tianlin wanted him to help, but without absolute confidence, Jiangchen would not come out of seclusion. As night fell, a strange gust of wind swept through the entire imperial capital. The bright moonlight shone on the ground. The crescent moon was like a silver hook, sharp and feminine. Miserable screams rang out, like the howls of a yiksha. The city gate was broken, and black shadows streaked across the sky. The soldiers guarding the city were killed one after another. Without a sound, more than half of the city guards were dead or injured. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Lin Zhuo's eyes suddenly opened. His face was dark as he suddenly stood up from the dragon couch. What should come has finally come. Yang Zhuo lowered his voice and muttered. Getting off the bed, Yang Zhuo slowly pushed the door open. Lung Ling said, "Arrange the formation to meet the enemy." The king of the human clan, the ruler of a country, was finally going to declare war against the winged witch. These years, the human clan had always maintained a neutral attitude. It wasn't that Xianxia was afraid of the winged witch. Once they started the war, only innocent people would die. To let the human clan live in peace and work, he had been biding his time. He had never attacked the winged witch, which made the winged witch even more unscrupulous. They even thought that the human clan was afraid of them. The arrow on the bowstring had to be released. At this moment, the enemy had come to his doorstep and even killed many of his officials and relatives. Even if Xianxia was calm, he couldn't be indifferent. For his family, he could endure it. However, for the country of the human clan, he absolutely couldn't endure it. When more and more loyal officials of the Lin kingdom fell down, he knew that the war between the winged witch and the human clan was imminent. No one could resist it. This war had been brewing for hundreds of years. The final result would only end when one side fell. Being the emperor of the human clan, Xianxia had prepared well. How could the great human clan be bullied by a barbarian like him? Although he didn't have any achievements in the imperial tomb these years, the winged witch hadn't dared to attack the human clan. It was because of his existence that the winged witch was afraid of. If the winged witch hadn't died, which had enraged the winged witch and made her the key to this war, the winged witch wouldn't have dared to launch a large-scale expedition for at least 10 years. Without absolute certainty, it would be more difficult for them to embark on the expedition. However, that was the truth. The death of the feather woman had not only made them happy, but it had also turned into a scandal. There were pros and cons to it. War was coming, and Xianxia was prepared. This war would completely change the fate of the human race, and the entire Red Mid territory would be thrown into chaos. Ah! Is it the end of the world? There are so many monsters of the winged witch. Even the capital of the human clan is going to fall? I don't want to die here. Help! A war is coming. Everybody, run! Countless screams and roars reverberated throughout the imperial city. The surrounding mountains were filled with the Feather tribe members. There were hundreds of thousands of them. More and more people began to panic and flee in all directions. They were faced with despair. At this moment, the entire Lin country was in deep trouble. Lin Tianlin's eyes were like arrows. He stepped on the void and led the imperial guards to fight against the winged witch. The streets and alleys of the capital were filled with winged witch. Lin Tianlin held a 9-foot-long saber in his hand and cut his way through the thistles and thorns. He charged into the winged witch's army as if there was no one there. The first wave of attacks was only a test. There were only 2 early-stage Star Lord generals, and the rest were all Earth and Heavenly Source experts. Lin Tianlin was invincible and killed countless enemies. The battle continued to escalate. More and more civilians were killed by innocent weapons and trampled by the feather race's iron hooves. The number of casualties also increased exponentially. Lin Tianlin led the troops into battle, his bravery unmatched. Although the feather race's first wave of attack was swift and fierce, the real experts had yet to appear. In less than 2 hours, Lin Tianlin had already led the royal guards to push back the feather race's experts for 3,000 miles. The entire imperial city had been implicated in the flames of battle, and the walls were in ruins. Gray smoke rose and the dust hadn't settled yet. At this moment, the 3,000 brave imperial guards followed the crown prince. They were invincible. Your Majesty, the crown prince chased after the winged witch for 3,000 kilometers. He's about to win. A guard reported in the Golden Palace. However, Xianxia's expression changed and he suddenly stood up. Oh no, Tianlin. You were tricked by the winged witch after all. Never mind, I'll let you taste defeat this time. Xianxia's expression was complicated. The winged witch pretended to be weak and retreated in order to lure the enemy deeper and make Lin Tianlin follow their rhythm. As long as Lin Tianlin hesitated, he would definitely be tricked. Plus, the winged witch stirred up trouble in the capital made Lin Tianlin furious. As the future ruler of the Lin kingdom, it wasn't that he was greedy, but that he couldn't lose the prestige of the Lin kingdom. 1,000 miles away, all the powerful fighters of the feather race came out. At that moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong stood on the left and right of the mountains, looking down on the world. Tens of thousands of enemies of the feather race surrounded Lin Tianlin, Crown Prince of the Lin Kingdom, you can't even withstand a single blow. Since you have the courage to come out, you won't be able to go back today, Xiao Fei and Ling Ling said. Xiao Fei coldly said. The experts of the Yu race surrounded Lin Tianlin and the royal guards. At this moment, Lin Tianlin knew that he had fallen into a trap. But even so, he wouldn't retreat even half a step. Every inch of land belonged to the human race. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. His father was fully prepared, so he had to fight until the end. Even though the feather race had prepared everything, he couldn't hesitate. As the crown prince of the Lin Kingdom, he had to take the lead and be ready to sacrifice himself at any time. Lin Tianlin wasn't stupid, and he wasn't greedy. Instead, he hated the feather race to the core. The fury that came from the bottom of his heart burst out from his eyes. His mother's death was the biggest blow to him. Even the death of a feather race woman wasn't enough to quell his anger. In this battle, he would kill everyone and make them all die without a grave. It's too early to say that. You feather race want to destroy the human race and replace us? Dream on. As long as one of us is still alive, you feather race won't succeed. Lin Tianlin said domineeringly. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see if that old thing Lin Shuo will come out after I kill you, Crown Prince. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fei said with a cold smile. Big brother, don't waste your breath on him. We can't live under the same sky for my sister. If I don't kill this person, I, Xiao Dong, am not a human. Xiao Dong attacked first, holding his sword. The strength of a half-step star emperor was quite terrifying. Even though Lin Tianlin had reached the peak of the 8th sky of the Star Lord realm, there was still a big gap between him and a star emperor. Xiao Dong didn't wait for the powerful fighters of the feather race. He attacked Lin Tianlin alone. It was obvious from his eyes that he hated Lin Tianlin to the bone. I'll kill you first, and then I'll find that Jiang Chen. Xiao Dong said in a deep voice. You don't have the ability to kill teacher Jiang Chen. You'll have to get past me first. Lin Tianlin waved his hand. Even in the face of a half-step star emperor, he would not frown. The 3,000 royal guards behind him would advance and retreat with him, because they knew that they could not fall, for the sake of the human race, for the sake of the Lin Kingdom, and more importantly, for the sake of their families. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Today is the day the Lin country is destroyed. I will make your human race bleed like a river to fear my little sister's soul in heaven. Xiao Dong took the lead and charged into the enemy's formation, followed by the royal guards, all of whom were star lords. However, in front of Xiao Dong, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. 3,000 armored soldiers fought with their lives on the line. The scene was extremely tragic. Xiao Dong's strength alone was like a sharp sword, stabbing into the enemy's heart. Lin Tianlin punched out furiously, fighting against Xiao Dong. Even though he couldn't withstand the sharpness of Xiao Dong's attack, his indomitable spirit encouraged every single royal guard behind him. Even the crown prince was fighting so bravely and fearlessly, so what reason did they have to choose to remain silent? 3,000 Star-Lord level experts. After all, they had an astonishing advantage in numbers. It was indeed unrealistic for Xiao Dong to fight them all by himself. However, facing Lin Tianlin and the others, who bore the brunt of the attack, he displayed a terrifying suppressive force, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Do it! Xiao Fei yelled in a low voice. Of course, he couldn't just watch his brother charge into the enemy's camp alone without doing anything. He definitely wouldn't let his sister's death repeat itself. This time, he was going to slaughter the entire human race. Only the feather race could control the future of the Qizhong region. Lin Tianlin's face was ashen. Tens of thousands of feather race masters were behind Xiao Dong. The feather race obviously wouldn't let Xiao Dong take the risk alone. Even if he was a half-step star emperor, he wouldn't be able to fight against 3,000 star lords. Even ants could kill an elephant. The arrival of the feather race's reinforcements gave Lin Tianlin a headache. His face was extremely unsightly. Xiao Dong's attacks were repeated. Only Lin Tianlin and the 4 star lords, who were at the 8th sky, could fight against him. Even so, they were beaten until they were dizzy and forced to retreat. As the feather race army joined in, Lin Tianlin and the 3,000 royal guards were completely on the defensive. In less than 30 minutes, more than half of them were dead or injured, and Lin Tianlin was blown away by Xiaodong 3 times. He was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He was seriously injured. Your Highness. Retreat. That's right, Your Highness. You are the future king of the Lin nation. You can't fall here. Many people behind Lin Tianlin tried to dissuade him, but he knew that he couldn't escape. Once he did, he would be a loser, a disgrace to the Lin nation. He wouldn't allow himself to be pinned on the pillar of shame of the human race. I will not retreat until I die. I will live and die with my soldiers. Lin Tianlin roared. He kept charging forward, boosting everyone's morale. They had to fight until they died. Even if you want to run, you can't. Xiaodong sneered. Waves of horrifying wind came one after another, landing in the sky. Lin Tianlin was heavily injured one after another. Xiaodong was like a hot knife cutting through butter. No one could stop him. Go to hell. Xiaodong descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Lin Tianlin had no way to dodge and he quickly retreated. More than 10 silhouettes stood in front of him, protecting the crown prince. However, Xiaodong was too ferocious. More than 10 people were torn apart by the wind generated by his fists. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and a mist of blood sprayed through the air. Lin Tianlin's pupils constricted, his heart was heavy. Even in front of the god of death, he was unmoved. Father, I can only serve you in my next life. For the human race, for the Lin nation, I will die a worthy death. Lin Tianlin raised his head to the sky and roared. He had no regrets. The fist was like a falling star. All the royal guards held their breath, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. His Highness the Crown Prince was their faith. He was their belief. Once he fell, they wouldn't be far from defeat. Kakik, Master Dog is coming. All of you, retreat quickly. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Big Yellow stood proudly as it tore through the void. It kicked out and collided with Xiaodong's leg. Both of them were pushed back, and they were evenly matched. Mother asterisk cur. You damned dog, if I don't cut you into pieces today, my name isn't Xiaodong. Xiaodong's face was cold. Not only did his punch not kill Lin Tianlin, but he was also pushed back by the Dehuang dog. He was almost bitten by the dog. He felt extremely sullen. Lin Tianlin's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. The appearance of Dehuang and his brother made him very excited. He regrouped and was full of fighting spirit. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Lord Dog is here to teach you a lesson today. You bunch of birdmen, none of you is King good. Big Yellow pointed at Xiaodong and the others as he cursed with extreme arrogance. Thank you, Brother Dehuang. Lin Tianlin felt his blood boiling once again. He was filled with an inexhaustible energy, which made his heart surge with emotions. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Leave this mixed bird to Lord Dog. Big Yellow patted his chest confidently and swore. Teacher? Dehuang shook his head. His expression became serious. Xianxia still hadn't woken up. This was not good news for them. Don't worry. With Lord Monkey here, no one will be able to take half a step into the human race. Long Shan rose into the air. Rider Mu Ibai led thousands of Vermilion Bird Camp disciples and came roaring. Brother Long. Lin Tianlin's eyes brightened. Vermilion Bird Camp's reinforcements boosted his confidence. Both Long Shan and Dehuang were teacher Xianxia's right-hand men. Their strength had always been hidden, but they could amaze countless people. Otherwise, why would Mu Ibai choose Long Shan as his dream lover? Geniuses would never be buried. Long Shan's arrogance at the city gate was still vivid in his mind. Reality proved that Mu Ibai's choice was right. Both of them had reached the 9th heaven of Star Lord. When they worked together, even a half-step Star Emperor would not be a match for them. Teacher Xianxia hadn't arrived yet, but Dehuang and Long Shan had led experts of Vermilion Bird Camp to the rescue. Lin Tianlin was very excited. Your Highness, His Majesty's reinforcements are already behind us. We will not retreat, not even an inch of our territory. Mu Ibai stood beside Long Shan, advancing and retreating together with him. Alright, listen to my command, charge. For our dead human beings, for our living parents and children, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Following Lin Tianlin's order, Vermilion Bird Camp moved like the tide, their presence not any weaker than the Imperial Army. The experts of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were not ordinary people. Their existence was outside of Imperial power, and they only listened to the orders of the Emperor. A bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Anyone who kills the crown prince will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and given the title of nobility. Xiao Feisheng's expression was stern and domineering. As the vanguard of the feather race, they naturally could not lose the limelight. As the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Even among the feather race, there was no exception. Tens of thousands of feather race soldiers charged forward, wave after wave. Those who could be the vanguard were definitely brave men. There were also many experts among the feather race, and there were thousands of star lords among them. They charged forward, their roars shaking the sky. You bastard birdman, I let you escape in the Imperial Mausoleum. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. De Huang said with a smile, staring at Xiaodong. The battle between the humans and the feather race had already begun. De Huang had also chosen his opponent, a half-step star emperor. Although there was a difference in strength, in his eyes, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. De Huang's aura soared, and he pounced at Xiaodong like a dragon in the sky. Damn dog, give me your life. Xiaodong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. His 10 wings flapped at an astonishing speed, streaking across the sky and heading straight for De Huang. On the other side, Long Shan and Mui Bai were not to be outdone either. The 2 of them directly charged at Xiao Fei. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture the followers, first capture the leader. Xiao Fei was the leader of the feather race's vanguard. If they could kill him, they would have the absolute upper hand in this battle. You're still too young to kill me. Today, all of you will die. Xiao Fei sneered and met Dragon Shan and Mui Bai head-on. 2 9th-layer star lords weren't enough to shake his position. It's not certain who will win yet. Don't celebrate too early. Long Shan's expression was cold. He gripped his peerless staff and unleashed the battle saint technique. He wanted to kill Xiao Fei and lay the foundation for the human race's victory. Mui Bai was supporting Long Shan. His powerful charge and the battle saint technique were invincible. Xiao Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. His fighting spirit soared to the sky and he charged forward aggressively. Long Shan's strength was not something an ordinary 9th Heaven Star Lord could compare to. Even Xiao Fei, who was half a step into the Star Emperor, was shocked. This guy was like a raging bull that didn't know how to turn back. Even Xiao Fei, who was half a step into the Star Emperor, couldn't do anything to him. Even with Mui Bai's help, Xiao Fei was forced into a passive position as soon as he attacked. De Huang was even more unbridled. The dog's head was so hard that Xiaodong was completely suppressed. Even when his fist landed on De Huang's head, he could only be pushed back. His entire body, including his entire arm, was paralyzed. Damn it, this damn dog isn't human at all. Xiaodong staggered, and De Huang pressed on. He had thought that De Huang would be at a disadvantage in the battle between the 2, but who would have thought that a 9th Heaven Star Lord could force a half-step Star Emperor into a passive position? De Huang and Long Shan both displayed earth-shattering dominance. The 2 9th Heaven Star Lords displayed the fighting spirit of a Star Emperor. Xiao Fei and Xiaodong were both suffering, especially Xiao Fei, because he was facing 2 people. Although Mui Bai wasn't as frightening as Long Shan, the 2 of them worked together seamlessly. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. They took care of each other and cooperated with each other. That feeling of telepathy made Xiao Fei curse out loud. You 2 are showing off your affection, but I'm holding back my anger. Moreover, I'm in danger every time. Long Shan's battle saint technique made it difficult for Xiao Fei to move forward. He was even beaten up passively and had no chance to fight back. Not bad, monkey. Be careful that you don't show off your affection too fast. Today, I'll show you something new. He, just watch. De Huang was even more excited than Long Shan. He fought back and forth with Xiaodong, but he had the upper hand. Xiaodong's hands and feet were tied and his face was pale. He was beaten back by De Huang, and he didn't even have the chance to escape. This damn dog was invincible. His ferocity was hard to defend against. You can't be faster than me. Long Shan sneered. After all, it was 2 against Xiao Fei. De Huang always wanted to suppress him. How could it be that easy? That's not for sure. Hee hee. Big Yellow said proudly. At that instant, his gaze suddenly changed. With a low shout, he instantly activated the formation. Before this, he had already silently laid down a formation around Xiaodong after fighting for over 100 rounds with him, trapping him firmly. There was no way out, no way out, no way out, no way out, no door to hell. Damn it. Xiaodong's expression changed drastically. His body trembled. Facing De Huang's tactical matrix, he was at a complete loss. It was even more impossible for him to escape. De Huang was the master of tactical matrices. Aside from Xianxia, there were not many who could make him bow down to matrices. Invisibly, De Huang had already set up the tactical matrix. He easily sucked Xiaodong into it, trying to trap and kill him. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. De Huang was full of confidence. He was invincible. He charged forward again and again. Xiaodong's body and strength were restricted in the tactical matrix. There was almost no room for Xiaodong to fight back. A half-step Star Emperor was suppressed to the point where he couldn't fight back. De Huang's strength was not only because of his tactical matrix, but also because of his strength. He pushed Xiaodong into a desperate situation and his life was hanging by a thread. After being encouraged by De Huang, Long Shan also started to suppress Xiao Fei crazily. The two of them used all their skills. Xiao Fei could not escape. Even though the Feather Race Masters had the advantage in numbers, the Vermilion Bird Camp and the Imperial Guards were all masters who were 1 in 10,000, and they were well trained. These days, especially the masters of the Vermilion Bird Camp, under De Huang's hellish training, had become extremely terrifying. Their strength had increased greatly. Even the sparring partners of De Huang were no longer the weaklings they used to be. *T, Drillmaster De Huang is too strong. I admit defeat. This is not a spear. This is a freak. He doesn't even take a half-step Star Emperor seriously. My gosh, he is too strong. I think Drillmaster De Huang is even stronger than the chief of the 4 houses and 1 camp. Half-step Star Emperor. TSK. I don't even dare to think about it. The scariest thing is that Drillmaster De Huang also knows tactical matrices. This is a little unfair. Damn it, a genius like this, I'm not even as good as a dog. The disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp were very excited. In the beginning, they had not thought much of De Huang, but De Huang's temper was fiery and had tortured them to death. Right now, everyone was filled with awe and respect towards De Huang. After this battle, De Huang's position in their hearts was irreplaceable. Long Shan was fighting fiercely, and Xiao Fei could only keep dodging. However, the battle saint technique did not give him any chance to escape. The 2 brothers of the feather race were in the same boat. Xiaodong, in particular, was in a passive situation. De Huang's iron head had broken all the bones in his body. He was half a Star Emperor, but he was in such a difficult situation. You want to run? No way. De Huang had already seen through Xiaodong's intentions. However, being trapped in the formation, he had no way to escape. Even if he had 10 wings on his back, it was still difficult to change the situation. Iron wings, break the sky. The 10 wings were like cast iron, full of vigor. This might be his last song. As a powerful warrior of the feather race, he had to preserve his dignity. You want to compete with Lord Dog? You're not qualified. De Huang roared. He stepped on Xiaodong's wings and crushed Xiaodong's bones. Xiaodong fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. How dare you? Get out of here. Just as De Huang was about to kill Xiaodong, a rainbow-colored shadow broke through the void and pushed him back. De Huang's face was pale, and his scalp was numb. That attack made him feel terror because he knew that no matter what, he was not his opponent. Father. Xiaodong said with a gloomy face. In front of him, a figure in a black robe slowly landed in front of him. All the powerful warriors of the feather race cheered. Their fighting spirit was even stronger. The appearance of the leader of the feather race had greatly inspired them. Your talent is not bad. To be able to defeat Xiaodong, it means that you have some skills. However, in front of me, Xiaobok, you can't even withstand a single blow. Xiaoboklingling said. His terrifying aura shrouded the area within 1,000 miles. That kind of overbearing aura made people flinch. De Huang and Long Shirshan both became serious. This Xiaobok's strength was extremely terrifying. Powerful warriors of the Star Emperor level were indeed not ordinary. I was wondering who it was. After beating the young one, the old one came out to take revenge. However, you, the leader of the feather race, are really shameless. Defeating me, a 9th Sky Star Lord, what is there to be proud of? Bulge T Star Emperor. The feather race is full of shameless guys like you. De Huang snorted and rubbed the pain in his chest. That attack just now, although he was not in danger of losing his life, he was almost seriously injured. If he had not dodged in time, even if he did not die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Since you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. Xiaoboklingling said. He was not in the mood to waste words with this dead dog in front of him. Destroying the human race was the most important thing. Boom! Xiaobok swept out a punch like the wind and the clouds, directly smashing on top of De Huang's iron head. De Huang's face darkened, and he rolled away. The sharp pain on his head made him grimace in pain. He was confident that if he was an ordinary Star Emperor expert, he would not be so embarrassed by this blow. This Xiaobok's strength was really worrying. De Huang retreated in defeat, and his head was splitting. Not bad. You can still take one of my punches. Again. Xiaobok sneered and attacked again. Xiaobok, you are really shameless. A dignified Star Emperor level powerhouse is actually so shameless. A cold shout resounded through the sky, startling countless people. A yellow-robed figure, like a gust of wind and lightning, landed in the sky, directly colliding with Xiaobok's fist. Both of them retreated, evenly matched. Father? Lin Tianlin's eyes were full of surprise. The whole nation was shocked by his father's personal expedition, which made the human race very happy and excited. It's been a long time, Lin Zhua. I didn't expect you to be so conceited. Being sanctimonious is really the most heinous code of the human race. Who can stop me if I want to kill someone? Even you can't. From now on, my feather clan will be in every corner of the Xianxia planet. Xiaobok said arrogantly, holding his head high. You barbarians, how can you understand the meaning of the word righteousness? Barbarians should have the attitude of barbarians. You want to replace the human race? You are simply too whimsical. Lin Zhua snorted coldly. My daughter died in Jiang Chen's hands. I'm going to kill him and send all of you humans to the Avicii hell. From today onwards, there will be no place for you humans in the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Xiaobok's momentum was monstrous, and a black mist filled the air. His overbearing momentum shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. The Star Emperor's posture was unparalleled. The battle between Xiaobok and Lin Zhua was on the verge of breaking out. Two streaks of light shot up to the top of the sky. Their fighting spirits were so shocking that the entire sky darkened. Protect our territory and fight for every inch of it. Fight with me. Kill. Lin Tianlin's eyes were red. He raised his sword high and roared hoarsely, his voice echoing in the sky. Kill, kill, hundreds of thousands of human soldiers gathered there. Not a single speck of dust could be seen, and the cries of sorrow could be heard for thousands of miles. This battle concerned their lives and the survival of the human race. No one could stay out of it. When the nest was overturned, no eggs could remain intact. Everyone knew that. In the eyes of the human race, the Feather Clan was an uncivilized beast. In the eyes of the Feather Clan, the human race was also a barbarian. In a war between different races, someone had to fall. Only when the other side fell could the final victory be achieved. The human race was the leader of all living things and was blessed by nature. This battle had inspired their fighting spirit. The Crown Prince raised his arm and shouted. The human army's blood was boiling. They fought bravely like the water of the Yellow River, surging for thousands of miles. Their morale was like a rainbow. Morong Jia, Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng, Xian Su, and the others had all personally led their disciples into the battle. With His Majesty leading the army and the Crown Prince leading the army, what reason did they have not to put their lives on the line? The vast and mighty army was like a surging tide, expanding the territory. No one can retreat. Let's kill our way into the human race. The crimson afterglow astral is ours. The glory of the Feather Clan will shine on the earth forever. Xiao Fei shouted. The Feather Clan's army of hundreds of thousands was also ready. A battle that concerned the fate of the race had completely begun. Where are the elders of the Feather Clan? Charge! As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, 12 figures arrived one after another. Like shooting stars, they flew across the sky and stood there proudly. Their terrifying energy made many people feel suffocated. The 12 figures were all half a step into the Star Emperor realm. If such cultivators rushed into the army, they would be like an earth-shattering explosion. No one could stop them. Even a real Emperor realm cultivator might not be able to kill these 12 Star Emperors. Are they, all the elders of the Feather Clan? How powerful. The Harpies have been plotting this for a long time. Our human race is definitely not weaker than the Feather race. Charge! For the prosperity of the Lin Kingdom, the human race will never be slaves. Thunderous roars resounded in the sky. 12 half-step Star Emperors flashed across the sky. However, at this moment, 9 extraordinary figures appeared among the humans. Their strength was on par with that of the elders of the Feather race. The two sides confronted each other fiercely, neither giving way to the other. Uncle, you're finally here. Lin Tianlin glanced at the 9 figures. They were all his uncles, and their strength was no weaker than that of the Harpies. Kakik, it's getting more and more exciting. This Lord Dog is going to show off his skills. De Huang rubbed his aching head, but this battle had once again ignited his blood. Little Chenzi, if you still don't come out, Lord Dog will become the great hero of the human race. De Huang's eyes turned cold. He dashed toward the half-step Star Emperors. At this moment, something strange happened. The 9 experts of the human race turned their backs on their own people. No. 13th brother, you. Puff. Lord Pingyin of the Lin Kingdom fell down slowly. His eyes were hollow. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't believe that he had been stabbed by his own brother. Not only him, among the 9 people, for betrayed him, 3 were killed by a sneak attack, and only the great uncle and the second uncle were left. Before the battle started, they had already cut off their arms. Lin Tianlin's face darkened. I'm sorry, my brothers. The price that the Feather race offered us is too high. Ha ha ha, I really can't refuse. Yes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Second brother's cultivation has gone mad. Don't think we don't know that. At this moment, he can't support the human race at all. That's right. The throne shouldn't have been his. Back then, my father thought highly of me, but in the end, I was replaced by Lin Zhua, that bastard. How can I not be angry? After this battle, I will be the king of the human race. Lin Tianlin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect that the 9 great uncles would betray him at this critical moment. They were not only part of the human race, but also part of the royal family. Lin Tianlin's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. His anger soared to the sky. At this moment, familial love was worthless. The great uncles had already thrown the righteousness of the human race to the back of their minds. Damn it! The great uncle's face was ashen. He stroked the second uncle, who was seriously injured. Even their own people had betrayed the human race at this time. Their hearts became incomparably cold. The Feather race masters looked at them mockingly. In an instant, the 2 of them had become the target of public criticism. Lin Zhuo's eyes were bloodshot. Under the attack of anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated in defeat. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. The 9 grand princes were his own flesh and blood. At this moment, they had betrayed him. More than half of them had been killed or injured. For Lin Zhua, failure was not terrible. What was terrible was that the people closest to him had betrayed him at this moment. That was the most painful thing. Your opponent is me. Don't blame me for being rude if you are distracted. Ha ha ha. Xiaobok laughed. His eyes were cold and full of scheming. Even though the feather witch was dead, the chess pieces they had set in the human race were still there. Because they had prepared for so many years to overthrow the human race. Of course, they had to make sure that it was foolproof. For Lin Zhua, the despicable and shameless people were not important anymore. The winner took all. History would only be written by the winner. Only survival was the hard truth. I lost to you in one move back then. Today, history will not repeat itself. Although I have just reached the third sky of the Star Emperor realm, it is more than enough to deal with a guy like you who has been possessed by the devil and is struggling at death's door. Xiaobok attacked with all of his strength. He pushed Lin Zhua to the edge. Mentally and physically exhausted, he was also jealous and depressed. Killed him without mercy. 12 figures and 4 princes of the Lin kingdom attacked Big Uncle and Second Uncle at the same time. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. De Huang, Longshan, Mu Yibai, Mu Tianheng, and the other 2 were still unable to resist 16 half-star emperors. In less than 15 minutes, they were already in trouble. De Huang was already injured, which made him even more depressed. The encirclement of 16 half-star emperors was suffocating. It would not take long for them to all fall. Damn it. Little Xianxia, are you really going to collect Lord Dog's corpse? F***CKU, god damn it. De Huang wanted to cry but had no tears. He was forced to retreat. If they were defeated, the entire human race would be in deep trouble. What are you screaming for? You are crying for your parents. I am not dead yet. A cold laugh echoed in the sky. De Huang and Longshan's eyes suddenly lit up. They finally felt relieved. Screw you, little Xianxia. De Huang cursed in excitement. As long as little Xianxia was there, the sky would not fall. Longshan looked at Jiang Chen. Xiaolong was beside him with excitement. Master? Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. Jiang Chen was like a banner, an invincible god in his heart. No matter how strong the enemy was, Jiang Chen always seemed to be able to turn the situation around. It was not blind faith, but a kind of faith, a fearless spirit. Jiang Chen. Even the sovereign emperor of the human race, Lin Zhua, had a solemn expression on his face. Although Jiang Chen's appearance might not be able to turn the situation around, it was great news to the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. At least, he had stabilized the morale of the army. Jiang Chen was still not strong enough. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the situation. However, Lin Zhua did not put his hopes on Jiang Chen, because it would be a fantasy. Counting on an 8th-layer Star Lord to save the human race would only make him a laughingstock. If I didn't come, I'm afraid your head would have been blown up. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Bull**T. Master Dog is a man of indomitable spirit. These bastards want me to surrender? No way. Jiang Chen's appearance had once again boosted Big Yellow's confidence. It was no longer a problem for him to be arrogant and despotic. You almost cried just now. If little Xianxia wasn't here, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Longshan did not forget to stab De Huang in the back. De Huang glared at him while swearing. They were indeed in a difficult situation. Mu Tianheng and the others nodded at Jiang Chen. The battle was still going on, but Zhang Tian's appearance had given Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang, and the others a boost of confidence. Let's deal with these guys first. Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. Are you Jiang Chen? I heard that the extermination of the Yu clan in the South Crimson region was caused by you. Today, our Yu clan will definitely tear you into pieces. Kill Jiang Chen and show the might of the Harpies. The great elder of the feather race shouted in a deep voice. He rose up and targeted Jiang Chen. It's time to test it out. Jiang Chen said calmly. It was still impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat a half-step star emperor at the peak of the 8th layer, not to mention that there were so many people here. Facing so many half-astral emperors, Jiang Chen kept his eyes fixed on them. He took a step forward and exerted the dragon transformation. His aura suddenly soared, and it was unstoppable. One punch after another, simple and violent. The explosive power was earth-shattering. He was fighting against 7 powerful cultivators with his bare hands. None of the half-astral emperors were easy to deal with, not to mention that he was fighting against 7 of them alone. The rest of the Yu clan members each fought against a half-astral emperor. Although the situation was not good, they managed to stabilize the situation. Only Xianxia was fighting against 7 astral emperors, which made people's blood boil. Countless human troops regrouped and started to fight back under Lin Tianling's lead. Amidst the sea of people, there was no end to the slaughter. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers were unafraid of death. Xianxia's strength kept soaring. The dragon transformation made him invincible. The 7 astral emperors could only look at him and stop. Xianxia kept punching them. They were in a dangerous situation. The feather cultivators had never thought that Xianxia would be so powerful. He was only a star lord at the peak of the 8th layer, but he had forced the 7 astral emperors to flee in panic. That was ridiculous, but this was the truth. No one doubted Xianxia's strength, and those who doubted him had already died a long time ago. Xianxia was unstoppable. The feather cultivators complained incessantly. The astral emperors were no longer their trump card. They all unfolded their 10 wings and flew into the sky, ready to fight against Xianxia. It's time to end this, Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't have the patience to waste more time with these guys. He had to ensure the victory of the human race first. Linxua had been stumbling and was surrounded by danger. Facing the leader of the Feather Clan, Xiaobok, he was a bit powerless. He had to get rid of the core forces of the Feather Clan first before he could have a chance to help Linxua. Xianxia drew out his sword and slashed at the sky. The integration of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and Xianxia had improved a lot again. At this moment, it was more than 60 to 70%, and he could use it more easily. Once the Heavenly Dragon Sword was drawn, it was unstoppable. Sword blades rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain, or like the blazing sun, scorching hot. They tore the sky apart. All the wings were destroyed and cut off by Xianxia. Blood splashed in the air. Every astral emperor of the Feather Clan couldn't stand more than 3 attacks from Xianxia. The wings on their backs that they were so proud of were all cut off by Xianxia. It was an explosive scene. Along with angry roars, the Feather Clan cultivators died one after another. They were all severely injured. Feathers fell from the sky, which made the human cultivators even more excited. Xianxia was like a god. He kicked them down from the sky. They were all like homeless dogs. More than half of them were dead or injured. So powerful. Is he still human? He's just a level 8 star lord. How can he be so powerful? I don't want to accept this. The experts of the Yu race were running for their lives, they were scared out of their wits. Xianxia's sword qi was an unstoppable existence to them. Every strike of his sword represented the kiss of the death god. Every strike of his sword made them feel a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, Xianxia was a demon. No. He was even more terrifying than a demon. One man and one sword, he dashed in and out of the 16 astral emperors. Everyone was frightened. Even the Feather Clan cultivators who wanted to run did not have a chance. They thought they were unparalleled in speed, but Xianxia appeared out of nowhere. They had no way to dodge. With the sky-climbing ladder in his hand, Xianxia's speed could not be described as fast. It was a horrifying teleportation, a nightmare that could make the Feather Clan despair. No, as the last half-step Star Emperor fell to the ground, Xianxia's Heavenly Dragon Sword was still clean. The cold sword light made people shiver. The experts of the Yu race were all shocked. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were so scared that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Xianxia's aura was too terrifying. Every attack of his could make an astral emperor fall. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong did not want to follow in the footsteps of the Feather Clan elders. Death was too far away for them. They did not want to die young at this time. The future of the Feather Clan would be led by the Gate of Heaven. Damn it. Little Chen, all of them have been killed by you. This makes this master dog feel very embarrassed. Father. Save me. Xiaodong screamed and rolled away. 6 of the wings on his body were cut off by Xianxia. Blood filled the air as he screamed hoarsely. That sword fell from the sky, making Xiaodong's eyes filled with despair. Xiaobok's face was gloomy. He wanted to save his son, but he was entangled by Lin Zhuo. Although Lin Zhuo had been suppressed by him and was in danger at every step, it was impossible for him to save his son. In a battle between Star Emperor experts, a little carelessness could lead to a crushing defeat. Where's the blood elf? Hurry up and attack. Along with Xiaobok's shout, a blood-red figure descended from the sky, holding a slender long spear in his hand. He raised the spear in the air and forced Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword to retreat. Even Xianxia's expression became solemn. He held the divine sword tightly and stared at the skinny blood-red figure in front of him. He had a slender face, a slender body, and a pair of long and narrow eyes that were filled with blood. He held his spear tightly and looked at Xianxia with an arrogant expression. His expression was calm and unruffled. The leader of the elf clan, Shui Hongpa, is late. Brother Xiao, don't blame him. Shui Hongpa looked at Xianxia coldly and said with a faint smile. He glanced at Xiaobok. Even if Xiaobok was really angry at this moment, it was impossible for him to fall out with him at this time. What's supposed to come will never be late. Lin Zhuo clenched his teeth and said. At this moment, his heart finally became depressed. The appearance of the elf clan would definitely bring great danger to them. With the addition of the elf army, the human clan would soon fall into a passive position. The feather clan and the human clan had long been prepared. Otherwise, they would not have such a tacit understanding. Although Lin Zhuo was prepared, the human clan was facing 2 major clans after all. No one could stay out of the battle of the Crimson Afterglow Star boundary. The elf clan. They are in cahoots with the feather clan. This damn guy. Once the elf clan takes action, it will put a lot of pressure on the human clan. The feather clan and the elf clan have been afraid of the human clan for a long time. Although the elf clan's participation is unexpected, it should be expected. Damned fellow, let's kill this damned bastard first. All of the humans were filled with righteous indignation. The experts of the fairy clan arrived one after another with the appearance of the Crimson Amber. The army of 100,000 fairy clans followed like shadows, making the situation of the human clan even more difficult. Little fellow, your strength isn't weak. I heard that the Yu clan in the Crimson South region was annihilated by you. From the looks of it, Blood Red Amber, will really have to play with you. Shui Hongpa said with a sinister smile. The City clan should be jackals of the same tribe as the Winged clan. You could have escaped this calamity, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance now. Xianxia pointed his sword at the elf chief, Lung Lung. You're just a little kid, but you sure talk big. I'm just afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Blood Red Amber shook his head. His long spear trembled, full of fighting spirit. He might attack again at any time. Another Star Emperor expert had shaken the human race. Although Xianxia was very strong, the one standing in front of him was the patriarch of the elf race, a true Star Emperor expert. Who wouldn't be worried about him? Little Qinzi, come on. I know you can do it. Ha ha ha. De Huang was still full of confidence in Xianxia. He patted Xianxia's shoulder with his paw, feeling proud. Teacher, you must defeat the experts of the fairy clan. Lin Tianlin murmured, clenching his fists tightly. Xianxia was the most important, because he might be the one who could change the situation of the human clan. Now Lin Zhuo was in a critical situation. If Xianxia was trapped, the human clan was bound to lose again and again. In the end, the human clan would be attacked by the City clan and the Winged clan together. However, if Xianxia could defeat or even kill the patriarch of the elf race, then the human race would have hope, and they wouldn't fall so easily. Xianxia might not be able to make everyone retreat alone, but he was the most important person. Lin Tianlin was extremely worried. He knew how powerful his teacher was. However, his opponent wasn't easy to deal with either. The leader of the elf clan was only at the first sky of the Star Emperor realm, but he was a real Star Emperor after all. He wasn't someone who was half a step away from the Star Emperor realm. The gap between them was huge. It's useless to say more. Let's do it. Xianxia made the first move. He stood up with his sword, and the sword chi was shocking. As the two of them crossed each other, stormy waves were set off, and the wind blew away the clouds. Their momentum was fierce, especially for Shui Hongpa. As a master at the Star Emperor realm, he naturally disdained to fight with Jiang Chen. He just wanted to fight. He crushed Shui Hongpa with absolute strength, without any hesitation. The power of a strong man could overcome all kinds of wisdom. The two of them kept fighting. With the power of limitless sword, Jiang Chen was surrounded by danger again and again. He fought back and forth with Shui Hongpa. He was at the peak of the eighth sky, not weaker than the Star Emperor at all. The two of them were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. The cheers were deafening. The human clan was cheering for Jiang Chen. How could such strength not be amazing? How could it not be admirable? Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and the others looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads helplessly. In front of Jiang Chen, they had no right to be arrogant. They were the leaders of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp, geniuses, but when facing Jiang Chen, they knew what a genius was. Not everyone was worthy of this word. The peerless power that Jiang Chen displayed shocked everyone. The one who experienced it the most was Shui Hongpa. Shui Hongpa fought with Jiang Chen to the death. Even with his Star Emperor power, it was difficult to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not fall for it at all. His sword flew like a rainbow, bombarding wildly. It seemed chaotic, but the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword worked together perfectly. Gradually, even Shui Hongpa became serious. This battle was not as simple as he had imagined. Spear after spear pierced through the sky, sword after sword, putting him in danger. Whether it was speed or strength, Jiang Chen was not weaker than him. As the leader of the elves, he could not afford to lose face like this. He had to get rid of this human boy as soon as possible. Light of the Blood Elf. Shui Hongpa glared at Yi Chen. His eyes were surging with blood-red light, emitting a shocking radiance. His strength kept rising, and compared to before, he had even reached the 2nd sky of the Star Lord realm. Light of the Blood Elf was a secret contract technique of the elves. It could increase their strength to a terrifying level in a short period of time. Of course, the price of the secret contract technique was burning their blood. Shui Hongpa's aura soared in an instant. This was the light of the ancestors of the elves. Go to hell, Jiang Chen. The Blood Elf's proud eyes were full of mockery and disdain. In his eyes, this arrogant human was excellent enough, but it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from his hands. Jiang Chen's expression was serious and meticulous. He held the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and faced the challenge head-on. No one had expected this. Not only did Jiang Chen not retreat, but he also rushed into the void with his sword. In many people's eyes, this was like a moth flying into a flame. The light of the Blood Elf pierced through the void, as if it was doomsday, blocking all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen's strength was also constantly transforming, reaching the half-step Star Emperor level in an instant. 2 terrifying auras began to grow continuously. 27 swords. Jiang Chen's first move was a killing move, the strongest move of the limitless sword. Accompanied by his majestic aura, it was not inferior to that of a Star Emperor expert. The powerful force reached the peak and collided with the light of the Blood Elf. Zhu Hongpo stared at Jiang Chen angrily and hysterically. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so confident. Humph, go to hell. No one can save you, arrogant and conceited human. Zhu Hongpo sneered in his heart, but when Jiang Chen's 27 swords burst out completely, he was dumbfounded. He might have been fearless with the first strike, but then the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, Zhu Hongpo knew that he had completely underestimated Jiang Chen. This guy's sword momentum continued to rise, giving him more and more of a headache. Even his own strength was somewhat difficult to resist. Whether it was his sword or his swordsmanship, both made Zhu Hongpo feel the threat of death. The initial arrogance was gone. Now, Zhu Hongpo only wanted to escape from Jiang Chen's pursuit as soon as possible. 27 swords directly defeated Zhu Hongpo. The blood-red spear in his hand was broken at the waist, and Zhu Hongpo's fists were surging with Genesis Qi. Everyone watched anxiously. Zhu Hongpo was already exhausted. The Feather Clan and the Elf Clan had high hopes for Zhu Hongpo, but in an instant, he had become a laughingstock. Because Jiang Chen's 27 swords was too terrifying. He did not even care about the gap between the Star Emperors. Such boldness was comparable to that of a deity, invincible. A total of 18 sword scars were left on Zhu Hongpo's body, causing his face to turn pale and his soul to leave his body. The injuries all over his body became more and more serious. He fell directly on the mountainside. That miserable state made people shudder. The experts of the Feather Clan and the Elf Clan all felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. That blow was really too terrifying. "Brother Xiao, save me!" Zhu Hongpo roared. Jiang Chen's sword chi once again met the attack, causing Zhu Hongpo's body to tremble violently and his eyes to widen. Xiao Bok's face was gloomy, and his heart was as calm as still water. At this moment, he absolutely could not be distracted, because it would not take long for him to defeat the human race's Emperor Lin Shui. At this time, Zhu Hongpo, who he thought would bring him good news, had quietly lost in the hands of Jiang Chen. The whole world was shocked. "This trash. He deserves to die." Xiao Bok gnashed his teeth, his eyes were gloomy, and he cursed in his heart. The Elf Clan's patriarch was so vulnerable that he lost to a human at the 8th heaven of the Star Lord realm. It was a great humiliation, and now he still had the face to ask for help. Not to mention that Xiao Bok had no time to care about him. Even if he had the ability, he would not look at such trash. Not to mention that he could not split himself into two. Even if he was an ally, he could only watch him suffer under the sword of Jiang Chen. What a horrifying sword. Countless people said this in shock. Jiang Chen's sword was even more horrifying than his eyes. It came and went without a trace, and no one could resist it. Not even the Star Emperor level powerhouses had any leeway. The people of the Elf Clan all felt suffocated because their faith had been defeated by the sword of Jiang Chen. It was a pity. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. No one can save you. Jiang Chen's sword chi was unstoppable, and Zhu Hongpo had nowhere to retreat. The last sword pierced through his throat in an instant. Zhu Hongpo could not believe that he was defeated by a human boy at the 8th heaven of the Star Lord realm. This was the biggest joke in the world. Who could believe it? Jiang Chen's face was also flushed, and he was slightly out of breath. It was not easy to kill Zhu Hongpo. Others might seem calm, but only he knew how dangerous it was. Did Star Emperor really think they were cabbages? With the death of the city tribe leader, the city tribe was the most agitated. They began to become crazy and restless. They even scattered and fled in all directions. Their tribe leader had been killed, and without a leader, they were in complete disarray. Under the suppression of the human army, there were countless casualties. Without their backbone, it was as if their soul had been sucked out. The city tribe's defeat also collapsed with the death of Shui Hongpa. Jiang Chen is the most terrifying monster I have ever seen. For thousands of years, he is unparalleled. Mu Tianhing could not help but be shocked. As the governor of Kirin province, he was very glad that he did not make an enemy of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. This guy was definitely the ancestor of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Those who died in the hands of Jiang Chen in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition should have died a worthy death. Even in the face of a Star Emperor, he could still be so calm. Such a monster was indeed 1 in a million. There is hope for the human clan. Bai Bijiang slapped his thigh, his eyes full of surprise. Before this, almost no one was optimistic about Jiang Chen, because his opponent was too strong. The Elf Clan's patriarch was at the 1st heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If it were any of them, they would not be able to withstand 10 blows from Zhu Hongpo. However, Jiang Chen had killed Zhu Hongpo. This was too terrifying. "Oh my god!" Xianxia gasped. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. Just this sword alone was more than enough to make the human race submit to him. No wonder the crown prince was so respectful towards him, and no wonder even his majesty was so secretive about it. Jiang Chen was indeed worthy of being called a human monarch. His judgment of people was top-notch. What are you so surprised about? This is the basic operation of Little Chenzi. De Huang waved his hand and said with a smile, in high spirits. Jiang Chen's shocking and mighty sword attack had made all the experts in the Lin Kingdom see what a real strong man was. He did not show his strength, but he could destroy thousands of troops with one sword attack. This was courage and prestige. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Although Xianxia had killed the elf clan's patriarch, Lin Zhuo was struggling at death's door in the hands of Xiao Bok. The gap between the two was not big. However, Lin Zhuo was possessed by the devil because he wanted to break through to the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He failed and his strength completely fell. Moreover, he was severely injured. Now, even if he fought with Xiao Bok again, he would lose more than he won. Now, Xiao Bok had seized the opportunity to inflict heavy injuries on him. The situation was critical. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Lin Zhuo knew that he couldn't hold on much longer. However, as an emperor of the human race, he couldn't fall. If he fell, it would mean that the human race was defeated. It might even lead to extinction. He wasn't alone, but millions of people were looking up at him. Father, watch out. Lin Zhuo's defeat affected the hearts of hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the human clan. The emperor was personally leading the army. If there was an accident, it would definitely destroy the morale of the army. At that time, it was likely that the army would be defeated like a landslide. The feather race had been eyeing the human clan for many years, and they had long wanted to kill the human clan. As long as there was a chance to destroy the human clan, they would not hesitate to pay any price. This leadership battle was full of intrigue. No matter who was defeated or died, it would be the turning point of this war, and it could even affect the outcome of this war. Xiao Bok's eyes were bright. Obviously, he was more terrifying than Lin Zhuo. After a series of bombardments, Lin Zhuo, who was already in danger, fell into a deep trap. The fate of the human clan depended on him alone. Therefore, for Xiao Bok, if he killed Lin Zhuo, the human clan would collapse on its own. From today on, I am the ruler of this planet Crimson Afterglow. Ha 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 ha. Who can stop me? Xiao Bok looked at Lin Zhuo, extremely arrogant. In his opinion, after defeating Lin Zhuo, he had already stood at the top of the pyramid, and he was only one step away from it. At that moment, Xiao Bok attacked again. He was determined to kill Lin Zhuo, completely sweep away the obstacles, and unify the planet Crimson Afterglow. His grand plan was not far away. Xianxia stepped on his sword and flew over thousands of mountains. With a slash of his sword, he descended from the sky and met Xiao Bok's attack head-on. Xiao Bok's heavy fist smashed onto Xianxia's sword. Xianxia was forced to retreat a few hundred steps before he could stabilize his body. With a stern expression, he looked at Xiao Bok with a burning gaze. Everyone was trembling with fear. If Xianxia wasn't able to stop Xiao Bok, perhaps the two of them would fall one after the other. You want to destroy the human clan? You're quite ambitious. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His blood and qi were boiling, and he was extremely dignified. This guy was much stronger than the Crimson Amber. He was at the third sky of the Star Emperor realm, and Xianxia was not sure that he could resist his attack. However, if he could not, he would probably end up like Lin Zhuo. Thanks a lot, cough, cough cough. Lin Zhuo coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his qi was weak. Obviously, he had been severely injured by Xiao Bok. He didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Xianxia knew that he had tried his best. As the ruler of a kingdom, the leader of the human race, Lin Zhuo had done everything he could and should have done. Even at the last moment, he didn't give up. Even if he died, he wouldn't lower his head. However, the gap between him and Xiao Bok wasn't just a little bit. It seems that there is really someone who is not afraid of death. At that time, the news that came from South Red region said that all of the Feather clan of South Red region was wiped out by a person named Xianxia. At that time, I didn't really believe it. Now, it seems that the rumor is true. However, don't you think that you are being too whimsical? Do you think that this is South Red region? Do you really think that you can be the savior of the human clan? Ha ha ha. Xiao Bok laughed crazily. His eyes were as cold as a sword. He stood with his hands clasped, and his arrogance soared to the sky. For this day, I have prepared for a very long time. The human clan cannot escape from my palm. Planet Crimson Afterglow should have changed a long time ago. The human clan is not the only ruler of this world. The Feather Clan will become the new ruler of planet Crimson Afterglow. From now on, the glory of the Feather Clan will spread to every corner of this new world. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Xiaobok looked in all directions and spoke of his great ambition. In his eyes, he was already the only ruler of this land. Although I am not the savior, I want to give it a try. After all, stubborn barbarians want to occupy planet Crimson Afterglow. I don't want to see that happen. Xianxia said calmly. He chuckled and looked at Xiaobok. He had no intention of retreating. In his eyes, there were only two kinds of people, friends and enemies. As long as they were enemies, then there must be a winner and a loser. It was either you die or I die. People who like to be in the limelight usually don't live long. Today, let's settle old and new scores together. The smile on Xiaobok's face gradually disappeared. If Xianxia wanted to fight him, he would have to show some of his true abilities. Before this, he was quite disdainful of the rewards and punishments, but the moment Shui Hongpa fell into a pool of his own blood, he knew that this Xianxia was not someone to be trifled with. However, even though it was easy to kill Shui Hongpa, it would not be easy to defeat him. I will accompany you to the end. Xianxia stood up with his sword and stepped out. His momentum changed, and he directly fought with Xiaobok. Their fists met. Although Teacher's strength is not weak, this Xiaobok is too strong. He is the patriarch of the Feather Clan, and even my father is not his opponent. Teacher, you must hold on. Lin Tianlin was full of worry. The only thing he could do was to lead the hundreds of thousands of human army to kill in and out of these barbarians. Whether they were from the Feather Clan or the Feather Clan, not a single one would be left alive. This time, little Xianxia has met a real opponent. Xiaobok's strength is much stronger than him. Let's wait and see. Long Shersan said in a low voice. From Jiangchen's dignified expression, he knew that this battle would not be easy. Mother *Ker, little Xianxia, don't embarrass Master Dog. De Huang murmured, but he couldn't help but worry about Jiangchen. This battle was not as simple as they had imagined, especially for Jiangchen. Under the leadership of Lin Tianlin, many experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were like a sharp knife, piercing into the enemy's heart. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong led the Feather Clan's troops and resisted with difficulty. However, they won in numbers, and with the help of the Feather Clan, although the situation was worrying, they were in a deadlock for a while. It was extremely difficult for the human race to do anything to them. The only hope was placed on the patriarch of the Feather Clan, Xiaobok. In the eyes of the Feather Clan, Xiaobok was their spiritual leader, an invincible existence. The glory of the Feather Clan all depended on him. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and the limitless sword was wild and fearless. However, Xiaobok was not to be outdone, and his aura was even stronger than Jiangchen's. After all, he was a Star Emperor, and his combat strength was amazing. With just a pair of iron fists, he had already made Jiangchen very depressed. If this continued, Jiangchen would be defeated by Xiaobok sooner or later. Fighting with me is simply courting death. Xiaobok pressed forward step by step. Even the heavenly dragon sword could not withstand his sharpness. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Even if Jiangchen had the battle strength of a half-step Star Emperor, it would not be so difficult for him to fight against Xiaobok. However, there was an insurmountable gap between them, like a natural chasm. However, the strength of Jiangchen's body also made Xiaobok quite speechless. Jiangchen was able to escape several heavy punches. Although he was injured, he was still able to fight against Xiaobok. Although he was at a disadvantage, there was no doubt about Jiangchen's battle strength. The cooperation between the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword was flawless. Xiaobok was also very surprised. If Jiangchen had the battle strength of a Star Emperor, it would be hard to say who would be the winner between the two of them. Just the heavenly dragon sword alone was enough to make him speechless. He also coveted such a terrifying divine weapon. Who would not be tempted by the strength of a grade 7 Genesis weapon? 27 swords. Sword shadows filled the air. Jiangchen displayed them again and again, sparing no effort to fight back. However, in Xiaobok's eyes, it was still not enough. The third heaven of Star Emperor was not an undeserved reputation. Eternal immortal wind. Jiangchen used all his killing moves, but Xiaobok faced them calmly and methodically. On the contrary, it was Jiangchen who found it more and more difficult. Xiaobok's strength completely crushed Jiangchen. He responded to all changes by remaining unchanged and consumed Jiangchen. Is that all you've got? Then I'm afraid you will have to say goodbye to this world forever. Xiaobok roared. His violent power and murderous aura shook the sky. Wings of steel, whirlwind wing slash. 12 iron wings appeared and rose into the sky. Xiaobok was like a celestial soldier descending from the sky. All the Yu clan members had the urge to kneel and worship him. 12 wings, that was the symbol of the Star Emperor, the symbol of a king. The 12 wings gathered together like a pair of whirlwind wings, sweeping across the entire void. When the wing slash was pulled apart, it streaked across the sky. The wind moved with the wings, completely dazzling. So powerful. Jiangchen couldn't help but hold his breath. He exerted all his strength. His limitless sword flew recklessly, accompanied by the roar of the heavenly dragon sword, trying to block Xiaobok's whirlwind wing slash. However, the moment the two collided, Jiangchen knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation. One after another, the whirlwind wing slash tore apart Jiangchen's flesh. His entire body was covered with sword scars. Jiangchen kept retreating. The borderless sword protected his last dignity. However, Xiaobok's whirlwind wing slash was too powerful. Everything came down to the disparity in strength between the two. Even with the full support of dragon transformation and ancient soaring dragon technique, it couldn't help Jiangchen reverse the situation. The whirlwind wing slash slashed through the sky, forcing Jiangchen into a dead end. He crashed into a towering mountain. Huge rocks fell down from the sky, causing the mountain to collapse. It was almost razed to the ground by Xiaobok's whirlwind wing slash. The strong impact caused everyone to focus their attention on Jiangchen. They were filled with sorrow. Because Jiangchen kept attacking, but in the end, he was still defeated by Xiaobok and crashed into the mountain. The dust rose thousands of feet high. The loud rumbling sound lasted for a long time. Most of the people of the human clan were dumbfounded. Jiangchen was their last hope, but Xiaobok completely extinguished their hope. Teacher. Teacher. I'm sorry. Lin Tianlin's eyes were filled with tears of blood. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. If it wasn't for the Lin kingdom and the victory of the human clan, how could he fall into such a desperate situation and die? Xiaobok's fighting spirit was high. He stood proudly at the top of the void, looking down on all living beings. At that moment, his face was filled with an incomparably gratified smile. The cheers of the Feather clan were like a tsunami, shaking the sky. Everyone looked distressed. Only De Huang and Long Shersan looked at each other with a grim expression. They firmly believed that little Chenzi wouldn't fall like this. That was definitely not the Jiangchen they knew. Is Big Brother okay? Xiao Long clenched his fists, which were drenched in sweat. He was worried about his big brother, but he couldn't say anything. Don't worry, he won't die so easily. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. Little Chenzi is an out-and-out scourge. De Huang took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile to comfort Xiao Long. Even he didn't know how Jiangchen was doing. The so-called savior of the human race is just SOSO. Lin Zhua, you should know who the real master of this land is, right? Wahahaha. Xiaobok laughed wildly without the slightest scruple. Now, who could compete with him? Bang! A loud noise resounded throughout the canyon. Beneath the shattered mountains, a white figure broke through the night sky. It was as bright as a shooting star, rising up like a comet. Isn't it too early to be happy? Jiangchen patted the dust off his body. His eyes were like lightning, flickering with astonishing fighting spirit. His strength had also improved at this moment. He had completely broken through the ninth sky of Star-Lord. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Let's see how long you can laugh for. Xiaobok sneered. However, for the human race, Jiangchen was shouldering an extremely heavy future. He didn't die, but his situation was more difficult than before. Everyone could see that his injuries weren't as optimistic as imagined. Both of Lin Tianlin's hands were trembling. He didn't know whether he should clench his fists or loosen them. Teacher Jiangchen had arrived once again. His tenacious and unyielding spirit was inspiring, but he was still not a match for Xiaobok. No one knew if this battle would be the end for him. Again, Jiangchen said with a grimace. He was still full of fighting spirit. Blood had soaked his clothes, but his fighting spirit hadn't weakened in the slightest. The increase in strength couldn't change Jiangchen's current situation. His injuries were already irreversible. The whirlwind wing slash had made him suffer. The ninth sky of Star Lord couldn't save him from this desperate situation. But as long as he was alive, as long as he had one breath left, Jiangchen wouldn't fall. He was fighting with his back against the wall. A fighter was a hero. Let's see how long you can last. Death is your only choice. Xiaobok attacked again. His 12 wings swept towards Jiangchen like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He was determined to kill him. Jiangchen clenched his teeth and retreated while fighting. He pulled out his sword and looked around, but it was difficult to reverse the situation. He could only be beaten passively. In everyone's view, this was just a slow death. Mr. Jiangchen, it's been hard on you. Perhaps my Lin country's fate has come to an end. Lin Zhuo will never forget Mr. Jiangchen's great kindness. Lin Zhuo said in a low voice. Everyone fell into silence. Jiangchen was still there, but he was like a stray dog. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Xiaobok was too strong and overbearing. Jiangchen didn't know what to do at all. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. Something's wrong? He's waiting for an opportunity. Opportunity? Longshan was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. Jiangchen would never admit defeat. Even if he was smashed to pieces, he would definitely bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh. Otherwise, he would not be Jiangchen. Face death. You no longer have a chance. A futile struggle will only make you look even more foolish. Xiaobok looked at Jiangchen coldly and indifferently. One after another, his wings fell. Jiangchen once again became battered and exhausted. He kept retreating and could only defend passively. He could only be beaten passively because the attack just now had made Jiangchen suffer greatly. Jiangchen is too difficult. Sigh. Mu Tianheng and the others kept shaking their heads. For the great cause of the human clan, Jiangchen had done everything he could, but now he had become so battered. Who could not be sad? Who could sigh for him? Give up. Mr. Jiangchen. Lin Zhuo didn't even want to see this scene. Jiangchen was beaten passively and suffered all kinds of oppression. In the hands of Xiaobok, he almost died. It was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for Lin Zhuo forcefully pulling him in, perhaps Jiangchen wouldn't have ended up like this, suffering from Xiaobok's suppression and being in a worrisome situation. Although he had escaped a calamity last time and was able to keep his life, perhaps the heavens wouldn't be so kind to him this time. Lin Tianlin was worried about teacher Jiangchen and blamed himself. It was him who pushed Jiangchen into the abyss step by step. Jiangchen was sweating and falling like rain. He struggled to survive in the cracks. It was very difficult for him to be forced by Xiaobok. He was extremely bitter, but he never gave up. As long as there was a chance of survival, he would fight with the god of death, let alone Xiaobok. Now is the time. Jiangchen sneered. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of bloodthirstiness. He moved his mind and pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword soared into the sky. Accept your judgment, Jiangchen. You clan of the Crimson South region, it's time for you to rest in peace. Xiaobok Lingling said. Her wings were like blades, and she once again forced Jiangchen into a corner. The one who should be judged should be you. You attempted to overthrow the human race, you defied the heavens, you caused chaos in the world, you caused countless deaths and rivers of blood. You deserve to die more than anyone else. Jiangchen stepped on the sky ascension stairs, and with a flicker of his step, he escaped with his life, dodging Xiaobok's deadly strike. Xiaobok wanted to attack again, but he realized that he had become very passive, and even hesitated. What happened? Xiaobok's mind shook as he raised his head to look at the sky. At that moment, 18 Grade 6 Genesis weapons descended from the sky, directly sealing off his path and firmly locking him in place. The heavenly dragon sword hung high above his head, causing Xiao Bok's eyes to narrow slightly as he stared at Jiang Chen. "Break out, Azure of Hell," Jiang Chen Lungling said. At that moment, a total of 19 peerless swords, including the heavenly dragon sword, firmly locked onto Xiao Bok. The moment the sword chi rose, the wind howled and the sword chi buzzed in the sky, as if thousands of souls were roaring. The Azure sword had transformed into a formation. Once the sword formation was activated, it killed in all directions. Azure sword formation. As expected. Little Xianxia is prepared. Long San's eyes blazed. This was Jiang Chen's trump card. The Azure sword formation seems very strong? Mui Bai looked at Long San in surprise. You should know that De Huang's formation is very powerful. Little Xianxia's formation mastery is definitely 1,000 times better than De Huang's. This sword formation is Little Xianxia's trump card. However, he hasn't found a suitable divine weapon in this eternal world. Once this formation is formed, it will have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, he pretended to be weak in order to make the Feather Clan leader relax his vigilance and set up the formation. Long San said excitedly. Once the Azure sword formation was formed, Xiao Bok would feel the real threat of death. Nonsense. Little Xianxia's formation mastery is only a little bit worse than mine. What do you know? Damn monkey. De Huang was also very excited. No one knew better than the two of them how terrifying the Azure sword formation was. Then why don't you set up one? Brother De Huang. Xiaolong looked expectantly at De Huang. De Huang blushed and patted Xiaolong. Don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene in the void. Every single one of the 19 peerless swords was covetous. It was not an easy task to control so many peerless swords. Even a grade 6 Genesis weapon was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns for experts like Lin Zhua and Xiao Bok, let alone 18 of them. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword was even more terrifying. Controlling these 19 peerless divine weapons at the same time was comparable to ascending to the heavens. At least, in Lin Zhua's view, it was simply an impossible task. However, Jiang Chen did it. Sword chi crisscrossed as the 19 peerless divine weapons constantly intertwined. Sword chi began to erupt, trapping Xiao Bok within. His expression was solemn and he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not enough to shake him, these 19 peerless divine weapons made Xiao Bok's heart tremble. Does this guy really have the ability to control these divine weapons? You can't defeat me. Impossible. Xiao Bok roared furiously, but those elusive sword chi were powerful and crazy, like 10,000 swords returning to their origin. Even someone as strong as Xiao Bok didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. The sword chi penetrated his body. Even though Xiao Bok had exerted his full strength, it was still difficult to resist at this moment. The Shura sword formation was like a cage. Xiao Bok wanted to break through the formation several times, but he was firmly trapped inside. No. Xiao Bok was unwilling to give up. Sword shadows were tearing his body apart. Sword chi was causing serious injuries to him, causing his strength to drop continuously. The Ashura sword formation made everyone dumbfounded. Even Lin Zhua was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's sword had reached the acme of perfection. He had perfectly combined the sword with the formation. Plus, there were so many divine weapons. Controlling this formation was a shocking thing. Although the Azure sword formation was strong, Jiang Chen's current strength was too weak. It was still difficult to control the 19 peerless divine weapons at the same time. In less than 30 breaths, Jiang Chen was already somewhat unable to bear it, and Xiao Bok had also suffered severe injuries. Jiang Chen violently spurted out blood. In order to set up the Azure sword formation and kill Xiao Bok, he had almost exhausted all his strength, and the Genesis chi in his body was completely hollowed out. Xiao Bok had narrowly escaped death, but he still managed to keep his life. At this moment, Xiao Bok's heart was incomparably cold. Jiang Chen's methods made him tremble, but as long as he still had a breath left, he would never let him go. The Azure sword formation had hollowed out his strength. Xiao Bok's eyes turned cold. He must take advantage of this good opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. This was his last chance. Black King. Xianxia bellowed, and a black shadow descended from the sky. A tiger roared through the forest. The Black King was completely focused on killing Xiaobok. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. His master knew that it was not easy to kill Xiaobok, so he had been waiting for an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. At that moment, the whole world seemed to become silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia. The fallen Xiaobok seemed to be his most dazzling trophy. The Black King stood next to Xianxia like a statue, guarding his master. Lin Tianlin was dumbfounded. Lin Shuo was dumbfounded. Mu Tianhing was dumbfounded. The entire human race, the feather race, the elf race, and everyone on the battlefield were dumbfounded. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong's pupils contracted. They clenched their fists tightly, their faces ashen. No, no, this is impossible. Father. The two of them were in tears. They were furious. But their father's death was an indisputable fact. This was the price the invaders had to pay. Their father's death meant the defeat of the feather race. The two of them weren't strong enough to support the feather race. They might even make the flag of the feather race crumble. The feather race even forgot to grieve, and the humans forgot to cheer. No one could imagine that a human at the ninth sky of the Star Lord could kill the feather race's leader, who was at the third sky of the Star Emperor realm. But Xianxia did it. Dead? He's really dead. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhuo's roar echoed across the land. Everyone came back to their senses. Their spirits collapsed with the death of the feather race's leader. The unrestrained laughter made Lin Zhuo feel unprecedentedly carefree and refreshed. Holding the sword in his hand, he raised it high in the air and waved his arm. His eyes were filled with a battle flame that had not been seen for a long time. The hot-bloodedness from back then seemed to have once again poured into his body. Kill. The order of the human sovereign emperor made everyone excited. This war was far from over. The feather race and the elf race had joined hands to invade the human race. Now that the feather race's leader, Xiaobok, had been killed, they were leaderless. It was finally time for them to blow the horn to counterattack. Lin Tianlin wept tears of joy. It was said that men didn't easily shed tears, but this war concerned his father's life and death, as well as the future of the entire human race. How could Lin Tianlin, who cared about the entire world, not be moved? Teacher had been in danger time and time again, but he had never complained. As an outsider, he had done his best for the human race and the Lin country. This spirit and courage were unprecedented. Who could match up to him? In Lin Tianlin's eyes, his teacher Xianxia was his role model. This war made the entire human race's blood boil. They could already see the dawn of victory. His teacher was always his teacher. He was the teacher that he respected the most. Upon hearing His Majesty's call, the soldiers of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion unleashed unprecedented combat strength and began to wreak havoc in the feather race army. I knew it. The little Chenzi wouldn't fall easily. De Huang said confidently. Mu Bai took a deep breath. He had fought alongside Xianxia many times. In the eyes of Long Shan and De Huang, Xianxia was always an invincible existence. No crisis could defeat him. He would not fall every time. Believe in him, and you can believe in the world. With Xiaobok's death, the feather race was in chaos. Without a leader, their combat power was greatly reduced. But after all, it was an army of hundreds of thousands of feather race. It was not an easy task to kill them. Black King, summon all the demonic beasts. Let them kill to their heart's content. Xianxia panted heavily. He looked a little embarrassed as he struggled to support his body. Yes, sir. The Black King's eyes flickered with a murderous look. Xianxia opened the Buddha prison pagoda. Thousands of demonic beasts were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins. They completely broke free from the oppression in the Buddha prison pagoda. Countless demonic beasts destroyed heaven and earth. 1 against 100. Their destructive momentum completely overshadowed the human army. The feather race and the Siddhi race could not resist the demonic beasts at all. F***ck. Isn't this too fierce? That's right, is this also Xianxia's doing? Of course. Look, Isn't that Jiang Chen's bodyguards leading tens of thousands of demon beasts to kill their way in? Oh my god. Isn't this too scary? Even if this army wanted to wipe out the human race, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Countless people took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, not to mention the feather race. Lin Zhua had a complicated look in his eyes. Jiang Chen's methods were really amazing. He used to naively think that Jiang Chen would have improper thoughts about the Lin Kingdom. Now, it seemed like his worries were groundless. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was the embodiment of childishness. Jiang Chen's strength and methods were not something that Lin Zhua could contend with in any aspect. Jiang Chen had forgiven the past and helped the human race. This was something that Lin Zhua would never forget. He was already on the verge of death. In this battle, he was already prepared to fight to the end. Even if the human race was on the brink of destruction, it was Jiang Chen who had single-handedly pulled them back from the gates of hell. Turning the tide, supporting a collapsing skyscraper, this was a favor that the millions of people of the human race could never repay. The demonic beast army's iron hooves trampled everywhere. Countless feather race people fled in all directions. However, the number of casualties skyrocketed. The screams and howls were heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. However, there was no such thing as mercy in war, let alone a war between different races. No one would be able to stay out of this. If the human race had been defeated, perhaps this scene would have been the exact opposite. Countless human soldiers would have died, and in the end, all humans would have been slaughtered, enslaved, or even destroyed by the harpies. The casualties of the feather race and the elf race increased. The human army and the demonic beast army worked together, completely crushing the other side. At this moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong only had one thought in their minds: run. Run as far as they could. Bastard, where is it? I, Lord Dog, must eat roasted wings today. How could De Huang let them go? To cut the grass, one had to remove the roots. Only by destroying the enemy could they kill the danger in its cradle. I want to eat too, brother De Huang. He. Xiaolong chuckled and chased after De Huang. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were so angry that their souls almost left their bodies. They gritted their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Long San and Mui Bai followed closely behind, completely blocking their way out. There was no way out, no way out. In the east, the sky gradually brightened. The dark night was filled with killing intent, but the sky was gradually brightening. A red sun slowly rose up, its dazzling light illuminating the earth. The dawn of victory filled the world. When Jiang Chen woke up, he was already in the vermilion bird camp of the Lin Kingdom. This time, he had slept for 7 days and 7 nights. He had forcefully used the Ashura sword formation, emptying his body. The source chi in his body had completely disappeared. If it wasn't for his strong recovery ability, he wouldn't have been able to wake up for 3 to 5 years. He would have become a half-dead man. Jiang Chen stretched his body. When he opened the door, he saw De Huang lying motionlessly in front of the door. The night was shrouded in darkness, incomparably calm and peaceful. Damn you, you finally woke up. I've been guarding you for 7 days and 7 nights. De Huang opened his eyes and said angrily. However, seeing that Jiang Chen had woken up, his eyes were overflowing with joy. You've worked hard. Jiang Chen said with a smile. A warm feeling flowed in his heart. Worked hard my ass. His Highness the Crown Prince is still waiting for you. He has been guarding the Vermilion Bird Camp. This battle was fought beautifully. You didn't see how domineering and mighty Lord Dog was at the end. What a pity, what a pity. De Huang said with a grin. Jiang Chen had already guessed the ending. Once Xiaoba died, the feather race would collapse and collapse. If the feather race was eliminated, the human race would be able to sit back and relax in the future. The fairy race and the feather race would not be able to escape extinction. Although it was a bit cruel, this was fate. No matter who fell, the ending would be the same. Only the final ruler would be able to laugh at the end. The human race's matter was over. The Lin Kingdom had regrouped and glowed with a different kind of vitality. Jiang Chen knew that it was time for him to leave. He had searched the entire Red Cloud planet, but there was no trace of Feng Air. It seemed that he was not on the planet. It seemed that he had to make another plan. However, Xianxia didn't know how to leave the planet. The eternal world was so big. In the Red Cloud planet, it was just a drop in the ocean. Xianxia didn't hesitate and went to see Lin Tianlin. "Take me to your father," Xianxia said to Lin Tianlin. Perhaps only Lin Shuo could answer his questions now. "All right." Lin Tianlin didn't say much. He knew that his teacher must have something important to do. As long as he saw that his teacher was safe, he would be at ease. As the sun rose, Lin Shuo woke up early when he learned that Xianxia had arrived. To the entire human race, Xianxia was their great benefactor. Not to mention Lin Tianlin, even Lin Shuo was extremely respectful towards Xianxia. "Mr. Xianxia, why are you in such a hurry? Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Shuo dismissed Lin Tianlin and the guards and said with a solemn expression. Xianxia was definitely not an impatient person. There must be a reason why he came looking for him so anxiously. "I'm sorry to disturb you. Xianxia cares about his own flesh and blood. I can't bear it for even a moment. Please forgive me, Your Majesty," Xianxia said. "Mr. Xianxia, what are you talking about?" Lin Shuo smiled and waved his hand. "I haven't found any traces of my son on planet Crimson Afterglow. I think it's time for me to leave. I want to go to other astral realms in the eternal world. How can I get there?" Xianxia said with a serious expression. Lin Shuo's eyes moved, looking at Xianxia in shock. "So, Mr. Xianxia, you're not from planet Crimson Afterglow?" "That's right. I come from another world. I came to planet Crimson Afterglow in search of my son. However, I didn't find him on planet Crimson Afterglow. So I want to know how to leave planet Crimson Afterglow and find my son," Xianxia said with a worried expression. Lin Shuo took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Xianxia wasn't from planet Crimson Afterglow. This was too shocking for him. Well, Lin Shuo frowned and seemed to be silent. Planet Crimson Afterglow belongs to the Heaven Awakening Starfield, but the Heaven Awakening Starfield is too big to imagine. People like us can't cross astral realms. Even I don't have that ability. It's almost impossible to leave planet Crimson Afterglow. Is there really no other way? Xianxia didn't want to give up and continued to ask. "If you want to travel in the eternal world, you have to at least reach the star state. Otherwise, you won't be able to travel in the universe," Lin Shuo said. "Star state?" Xianxia's facial expression was a little awkward. He was only a ninth heavenly star lord. Above the Star Emperor was the Star Realm. That day was too far away for him. "Oh? I have an idea. It's time to pay tribute in 2 months." Lin Shuo's eyes lit up. "What tribute?" Xianxia didn't understand. "AI, planet Crimson Afterglow belongs to the Heaven Awakening Starfield, so we have to pay tribute to them. We have to pay 100 million grade 5 origin stones every 100 years. When the time comes, an emissary from the Heaven Awakening Starfield will come to collect it. This is also our protection fee. Without the protection of the Heaven Awakening Starfield, we won't be able to resist a star state. The entire planet will be greatly damaged, and our entire race will be wiped out. Only by paying tribute can we ensure that planet Crimson Afterglow won't be harassed by the outside world. In the vast universe, we are too small. I'm getting off topic. Hee, as long as we discuss with the emissary and pay 10 million grade 5 origin stones, they should be able to take you away. The Heaven Awakening Starfield is the core of the Heaven Awakening Starfield, and it's where the strongest gather. Information is spread throughout the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield. They should be able to help you find some information," Lin Shuo said. "Isn't this too much? 100 million grade 5 origin stones every 100 years. 10 million grade 5 origin stones to leave planet Crimson Afterglow?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Even if he was squeezed dry, he wouldn't have that many origin stones. "There's nothing we can do about it. Otherwise, the Heaven Awakened planet will remove its protection for us. At that time, we'll have to face the endless galactic wanderers in the universe, and we'll most likely become reincarnated slaves. We won't even be able to guarantee our survival. Mr. Xianxia, there's no need to worry. Leave the matter of the origin stones to me, Lin Zhuo said through gritted teeth. Jiang Chen could see that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Zhuo to gather all the origin stones. He was the ruler of planet Crimson Afterglow, and when he mentioned the 100 million grade 5 origin stones, he had already revealed a difficult expression. Star Wanderers? Jiang Chen's heart stirred slightly. It should be referring to those star-level or even higher experts who wandered in the universe. Facing such experts, one wouldn't even have the ability to resist. To be able to wander in the vast universe, one must have extremely terrifying strength. Then I'll have to trouble your majesty. Jiang Chen left the inner palace and waited for the emissary's arrival in 2 months. Since Lin Zhuo had agreed, he wouldn't go back on his word. During these 2 months, Jiang Chen cultivated every day. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th sky of Star Lord realm. However, if he wanted to break through to the Star Emperor realm, he had to do it step by step. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the day of the emissary's arrival arrived. Jiang Chen, De Huang, and the others were all ready. There was nothing left to miss on planet Crimson Afterglow. They were all anxious, not knowing where to go. Brother 13, from now on, I'll go wherever you go. We'll never be separated. Mui Bai held Long Shersan's hand tightly. The two of them didn't hold back anymore. Mui Bai was a man who dared to love and hate. He never cared about other people's opinions. Moreover, Mu Tianhing of Kirin province was also very satisfied with Long Shersan. During this time, Long Shersan and Mui Bai had both broken through and reached the half-step Star Emperor realm. The two of them were connected. Although Mu Tianhing was a bit reluctant, he didn't worry about leaving his daughter to Long Shersan. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You're showing off your affection in broad daylight. Tui. You stinky monkey. You're too shameless. De Huang snorted, his face full of dissatisfaction. If you can't beat me, why don't you find one? Why are you grumbling here and being jealous of this Lord Monkey? Pfft, Long Shersan said disdainfully. What the hell? I'm jealous of you? I'm brilliant and unparalleled. I don't want to stoop to your level. How shallow. De Huang crossed his legs calmly, lying under the sun. Big brother, where are we going this time? Xiaolong asked excitedly. I don't know yet. Let's go to the Heaven Awakened planet first. That's the mother planet of the Heaven Awakened star zone. Lin Zhuo said there might be information we're looking for there. Jiang Chen said. The Heaven Awakened star. I've read in ancient books that it's the largest star in the entire Heaven Awakening star field. It's thousands of times bigger than planet Crimson Sunset. All the experts in the Heaven Awakening star field are gathered there. It's a truly resplendent place. Mui Bai was also very excited. Everyone was filled with hope when they left planet Crimson Afterglow. Heavenly Enlightenment Star, I can't wait any longer. Ga De Huang shook his head in anticipation. In the sky, 2 streaks of blue lightning transformed into 2 light pillars and landed at the foot of the mountain peak of the imperial family courtyard. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and everyone's gazes were focused on the scene. Welcome, envoy. Lin Zhuo also quickly appeared at this time and bowed. The 2 emissaries' auras were majestic. They were tall and sturdy, wearing silver armor that flickered with light. Their eyebrows were cold, not the slightest bit out of place. So powerful. Jiang Chen exclaimed inwardly. These 2 were at least in the 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Lin Zhuo couldn't even breathe in front of him. It wasn't hard to imagine how much pressure he was under. These 2 guys are so impressive. De Huang said indifferently. He always felt it was unfair that someone was more powerful than him. This Lin has already prepared the best imperial cuisine to welcome the 2 envoys. Lin Zhuo said with a smile. Wang Feng waved his hand. Leng Ling said, no need. This year's tribute is 200 million 5th grade origin stones. What? Lin Zhuo was stunned. 200 million, 100 million grade 5 origin stones had already emptied his treasury. In order to allow Jiang Chen and the others to leave planet Crimson Afterglow and head to planet Tianqi, he had almost sold everything he had. As for plundering the wealth of the people, Lin Zhuo naturally wouldn't do it. As a good emperor, this was the most basic thing to do. Putting all taxes on the people, let alone 200 million, even 300 million grade 5 origin stones wouldn't be an issue. Within 100 years, the heavenly enlightenment star will need a lot of origin stones to welcome a new emperor. 200 million 5th grade origin stones shouldn't be too difficult for a human emperor like you, right? Wang Sun said with a cold smile. This is indeed a bit difficult. Also, I have a few friends who want to ask the two of you to go to the heavenly enlightenment star. I am a bit, AI. Lin Zhuo's face was filled with difficulty. He really couldn't take out 200 million 5th grade origin stones. Oh? You want to ask us to help you bring your friends to the heavenly enlightenment star? 20 million 5th grade origin stones per person. Wang Sun squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Zhuo. This? Lin Zhuo couldn't suppress the bitterness in his heart. He was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He didn't even have enough money to pay the tribute. This was too difficult for him as the ruler of a country. Do you think that the heavenly enlightenment star is a place that just anyone can go? Wang Feng looked coldly at Lin Zhuo. Lin Zhuo's heart thumped, and his expression instantly changed. Bastard, what bullshit *T emissary. Damn. Isn't this asking for too much? This Lord Dog has never been humiliated like this in my entire life. Even though Lord Dog is a dog. Damn it. De Huang was infuriated as he held. Xianxia patted his head and said in a low voice, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to lower your head. Let's wait and see first. Xianxia suppressed Big Yellow's anger. Everyone was infuriated. These two bastards were too arrogant. How could they compare them to cats and dogs? Xianxia suppressed Big Yellow's anger. However, Xianxia knew that if they made a move now, they wouldn't be a match for these two at all. It would make things even more difficult for Lin Zhuo, and it might even bring disaster to Planet Crimson Afterglow. Xianxia's anger was even greater than De Huang's, but he also understood that at this moment, they had to be even more careful with their words and actions. Emissaries, I really don't have the heart to gather so many 5th grade origin stones in such a short amount of time. I hope that the two of you can stay for a few more days and give me some buffer time. Lin Zhuo said in a low voice. 3 days. If you can't gather 200 million 5th grade origin stones in 3 days, then us brothers will not continue to stay here. When that time comes, you will leave the protection of the heavenly enlightenment star region. As for what happens, don't blame me for not warning you, Wang Feng said indifferently. However, Lin Zhuo's entire body trembled because he knew that once they left the protection of the heavenly enlightenment star region, Planet Crimson Afterglow would become the target of many interstellar wanderers. At that time, the country would no longer be a country, and the human race would likely fall into dire straits. Planet Crimson Afterglow would face a crisis of life and death. Although origin stones were important, they couldn't compare to one's life. Good. Emissaries, please take a seat. I guarantee that I will complete this task within 3 days. The two envoys were taken away by the guards. Lin Zhuo's face was full of worry. 200 million. That was a huge number. Originally, he had emptied the national treasury and even his own reserves to prepare 150 million 5th grade origin stones, hoping to help Xianxia lead Planet Crimson Sunset. After all, Xianxia's kindness was engraved in Lin Zhuo's heart. However, who would have thought that these two fellows would ask for such an exorbitant price? Lin Zhuo was completely dumbfounded. His original plan also became a bubble. Your Majesty, those two bastards are so arrogant. We might as well go all out and get rid of them. Damn it, this master dog is still full of anger. De Huang said angrily. When had he ever been bullied like this before? Hey, Mr. Xianxia, don't get too worked up. Those are the envoys of the Apocalypse planet. Their strength is above the 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm. If you anger them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Zhuo looked at Xianxia and said bitterly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xianxia nodded. These two fellows are indeed too rude and unreasonable. They are treating us like idiots. 200 million 5th grade origin stones, where the hell are we going to get that much? Dragon Shursan was infuriated as well. This was practically asking for their lives. Leave it to me. Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. He was the ruler of the human race, the ruler of a country. If even he couldn't do anything, then Xianxia and the others would also be helpless. Endure, endure. Your Majesty, are you willing to be bullied by them like this? Xianxia said indifferently. Lin Zhuo's heart jumped. He looked at Xianxia with a face full of shock. This guy couldn't be thinking of taking advantage of the Apocalypse Planet's envoys, right? Mr. Xianxia, speak your mind. For the people, for Planet Crimson Sunset, we can endure, but we can't let others treat us like fools. If we keep giving in, it will only make them worse. Can you guarantee that in 100 years, these people won't ask for 300 million? 400 million? Or even more? Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Mr. Xianxia, do you mean? Lin Zhuo took a deep breath. De Huang and Long Shisan's eyes lit up. They instantly understood what Xianxia meant. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Sitting back and waiting for death will only make us more passive. This is our territory. If we kill them, as long as the formation is still here, we can still leave Planet Crimson Afterglow. The corners of Xianxia's mouth became colder and colder, but Lin Zhuo fell into silence. He didn't know what to do. After all, the two envoys were too strong. They weren't people he could contend with at all. Even Xianxia had to expend a lot of effort to kill Xiaobok, who was in the third heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Moreover, he had almost lost his life. The strength of the two envoys in front of him wasn't something Xiaobok could compare to. Instead of being treated like a lamb, doesn't your Majesty want to hold your head high? Mui Bai also suggested. She believed in Xianxia's decision, just like her love for Long Shisan. Xianxia had brought them too many incredible things. From the moment they stepped into the Red Mid-region, he had become a legendary existence. It's not that we don't know what's good for us. It's just that they've gone too far. They've oppressed us to the bone. Can't we resist? I know that your Majesty has already put in a lot of effort to gather 50 million origin stones for us. Now that we want to gather another 100 million grade 5 origin stones, even if it's not as difficult as climbing to the sky, I'm afraid that your Majesty will suffer a lot. At this time, the people of Planet Crimson Afterglow are the ones who will suffer. Your Majesty should know this better than me. Xianxia said, but every word was hurtful. It put Lin Zhuo in an extremely difficult position. Fine. Lin Zhuo said through gritted teeth. His entire body was tense. At this time, he was not only gambling with his own life, but also the fate of the entire Planet Crimson Afterglow. Just as Xianxia had said, he had no other choice but to plunder the wealth of the people for the remaining origin stones. He would not be able to rest easy if he left the people in dire straits. Mr. Xianxia, you must have a plan, right? Lin Zhuo looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Although his heart was beating like a drum, Xianxia was not an impulsive person. From his battle with the harpies, it could be seen that Xianxia was fully prepared and had calculated every possibility. That was why he had been able to kill Xiaobok and exterminate the harpies. He had single-handedly turned the situation around. It could be said that he had made great contributions. I need to borrow something from your Majesty. Xianxia said. Borrow what? Lin Zhuo's heart trembled. Even if he had to borrow his life, he would not hesitate. His greatest ambition was to let the people live and work in peace. 50 million origin stones. 50 million origin stones? Okay. Lin Zhuo was shocked, but he did not frown. Xianxia definitely had his reasons for borrowing 50 million origin stones. There was no doubt about that. As the saying went, don't use a suspicious person, and don't doubt a person you use. Since he had chosen to believe in Xianxia, then he should spare no effort in supporting him. Lin Zhuo did not doubt him and handed a spatial ring to Xianxia. The spatial ring contained more than 50 million grade 5 origin stones. I will come find them in 3 days. Xianxia smiled slightly. Little Qinzi, what ideas do you have? Hurry up and tell me. Big Yellow asked impatiently, following behind Xianxia with his buttocks shaking. You stay here and study this teleportation formation. This is the key to leaving Planet Crimson Afterglow. Xianxia pointed at the formation that the two Heavenly Enlightenment Planet envoys had left on the ground as he spoke in a low voice. You win. De Huang rolled his eyes at Xianxia. However, De Huang knew that this was an incredibly difficult task. Apart from him, no one else could do it. Let's go. Xianxia led Longshan, Xiaolong, and the others out of the Imperial Gardens. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. When Xianxia returned to the Imperial Gardens, De Huang's eyebrows were furrowed as he pondered over the formation. Have you finished studying it? Xianxia asked. Isn't that easy? Grandpa Dog is worth 2. You can do it, monkey. De Huang said arrogantly. Longshan frowned, not bothering to pay him any attention. This formation is very complicated, and it requires a great deal of power to activate it. Only a Star Emperor can control it. However, with my intelligence, it doesn't matter even if there isn't a Star Emperor. As long as I have enough Source Stones, I will definitely be able to activate this formation. Give me 2 more days and I will definitely be able to complete it. De Huang said seriously. Good. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xianxia turned around and left. Where are you guys going, little Chinzi? De Huang asked anxiously. To kill the 2 Heavenly Enlightenment Planet envoys. Xianxia said with his back facing De Huang. F***ck. You left me alone again. End of chapter 4374. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.